Zhuang Ling stared at herself in the mirror, panting heavily. Her throat, as if rusted, rasped out hoarse, broken sounds. In the mirror stood a zombie. Yes, a zombie. Scarlet pupils glared back at her, though the muscles of her face were so rigid that they could not form any expression. The shock within her eyes was laid utterly bare. What was this supposed to be? Other people were reborn or transported into new worlds as destined overlords, yet when it came to her, she had become a zombie. After forcing herself to calm down for a long while, Zhuang Ling finally accepted the fact that she had turned into one of the undead. Fortunately, she had not become a rotting corpse, or she would have wanted to die all over again. She had struggled to survive for 7 years in the apocalypse and never imagined that after death, she would actually be reborn at the very beginning of the end times. The troublesome part was simply that she had come back as a zombie. Scarlet eyes, a body spattered in blackened blood, and skin as pale as paper. That was Zhuang Ling's current appearance. Isn't rebirth supposed to come with a cheat ability? I should have one too, right? Zhuang Ling muttered, lowering her gaze to inspect her own body. The instant the thought arose, a mechanical chime suddenly sounded by her ear. Ding! Evolution system activated. Immediately afterward, a translucent system interface materialized before her eyes. Host Zhuang Ling. Race zombie. Gene unlock 13. Evolution points 3. Strength 132. Speed 78. Spiritual power 95. As this string of data appeared, sudden understanding surged through Zhuang Ling's mind. Drawing on her experience from her previous life, she quickly grasped what it all meant. After the apocalypse descended, the path of evolution for all species had opened. Unlocking the genetic lock was the very process of evolution. It was said that once the genetic lock was fully released, one could transcend the mortal realm entirely. Unfortunately, in her previous life, Zhuang Ling had only reached 6th tier, unlocking a mere 65% of her genes. Even so, Zhuang Ling had possessed abilities on par with a superhuman. Moreover, the more the genes were unlocked, the harder it became to push them further. She had once had the fortune to witness an 8th tier powerhouse, a being who seemed little different from the immortals of legend. Exaggerated as it sounded, that person could almost shatter a small mountain with a single punch. Now staring at her own data, Zhuang Ling hesitated, torn between breaking through to 1st tier immediately or first increasing her agility. Because of her zombie race, her strength had risen significantly, but her speed had dropped rather sharply. Speed directly affected bodily agility and reaction time. The average human's value hovered around 100. Although Zhuang Ling's spiritual power and speed were slightly lower than that of an ordinary person, what could she do? She was a zombie. She could only grit her teeth and accept it. Yet Zhuang Ling did not feel discouraged, as she was after all a woman with a system. After a brief hesitation, she invested all 3 of her evolution points into speed. In an instant, her speed value rose to 81, and she felt as though someone had poured lubricant into her joints. Her movements suddenly became far smoother. Her genetic lock, however, showed no change. Although the gene lock was influenced by overall stats, the primary factor was still one's highest attribute. Every 10 points translated into 1% of gene unlock. As long as Zhuang Ling raised her strength to 150, she could push her gene unlock to 15% and attain 1st tier power. Yet years of hard-won experience kept Zhuang Ling from rushing to advance. Instead, she chose to first patch up her weak points. With the system in hand, she had no fear of being unable to evolve or getting stuck. For the moment, her strength was sufficient. If her speed lagged too far behind, things would become troublesome. In a fight, being unable to escape or to catch your opponent was the most agonizing state of all. After moving her body a little, she was just about to find something to wash the blood from herself when a sudden chorus of chaotic barking drew her attention. Zhuang Ling turned her head to see 7 large dogs at the doorway, baring their teeth and snarling at her. The leading dog was powerfully built, its body covered in wounds that still dripped fresh blood. The 6 behind it all stared at Zhuang Ling with feral, greedy eyes, clearly regarding her as prey. Seeing this, Zhuang Ling swept a glance around the room and casually picked up a broken wooden stick from the floor. Before the lead dog could make a move, Zhuang Ling lunged toward them first. These dogs clearly had designs on her, and in such numbers. Once surrounded, she could very well be torn to pieces. It was better to strike first. The reek of blood on the alpha dog's body made her pupils brighten. Oh, a raging hunger for flesh and blood flared in her gaze. In her eyes, the big dog at that moment resembled a delectable cake, exuding an irresistibly sweet aroma. Seeing her move, the alpha dog let out a deep roar, and the lackeys behind it hurled themselves forward. The alpha itself, however, slowly backed up a few steps, never taking its gaze off Zhuang Ling. It was hunting in order to recover from its injuries. It could not afford to be wounded again. What little cunning it possessed kept whispering that there was something off about this stick-wielding zombie, yet no matter how it tried, it could not quite figure out what that strangeness was. When Zhuang Ling's stick smashed down and burst the dog's head in a single blow, the stench of blood instantly flooded the air. Her previously stiff body suddenly felt several degrees more flexible. She had no time to check her status panel. The other dogs had already pounced. Zhuang Ling sidestepped, slipping past one dog's lunge, excitement surging within her. It was not only the rush of bloodlust, as she could genuinely feel her speed increasing by a large margin. And not just speed, her strength too had risen significantly. At the same time, she could also feel her stamina being devoured at a terrifying rate. I can't drag this out, or the one who dies will definitely be me. Zhuang Ling roared, casting a quick glance at the alpha dog at the doorway before stepping forward again. Her stick swept out, smashing two dogs in front of her aside as she charged straight toward the leader. Sensing the threat, the big dog instinctively wanted to flee but forced itself to a halt. It was the king of dogs, a future tyrant destined to rule the canine world. How could it allow itself to be cowed by a mere lowly zombie? With a thunderous bark, it drove power into its hind legs and hurled itself at Zhuang Ling, jaws gaping wide. Instead of retreating, Zhuang Ling advanced, seizing the opening and lashing out with a kick toward the dog's belly. The alpha, seeing this, did not hesitate, its forepaws locked around her leg as its fangs sank down. This pain was far from unbearable for Zhuang Ling. It was almost as if the thing being bitten was not her at all. She swung the stick in her hands straight down onto the dog's skull. With a dull thud, the alpha's jaws slackened. It released her leg and collapsed heavily to the floor. Seeing their leader taken down, in an instant the remaining dogs froze for a heartbeat, then turned tail and ran. Unfortunately, two of them had already had their legs smashed by Zhuang Ling earlier and were a step too slow, remaining here forever. Together with the alpha, 4 canine corpses now lay scattered across the small shop. Breathing in the intoxicatingly sweet scent of blood, Zhuang Ling felt as though her body were on the verge of collapse. Zombies were not incapable of feeling exhaustion. It was just that low-level zombies had no consciousness and acted purely on instinct, never knowing what tiredness meant. She slumped weakly to the floor, panting heavily, and opened her system panel. As expected, a new ability had appeared. Berserk. Gene activation 13. Evolution points 0. Strength 132. Speed 81. Mental power 95. Talent Frenzy. Zhuang Ling gasped as he stared at the description of the frenzy talent, unable to suppress his excitement. Frenzy increases all attributes by 50%. And it's all attributes. This is absolutely terrifying. In his past life, he had seen this ability before, though it always came with a period of weakness afterward. But in a life-or-death struggle, as long as he could survive, what did he have to fear from weakness? Moreover, although he felt somewhat exhausted, he didn't sense any weakness at all. After a moment of excitement, his strength gradually recovered. Zhuang Ling looked at the still warm dog carcasses, which emitted a tempting aroma. After hesitating for a long time, he walked over to the lead dog's corpse and retrieved a grain-sized crystal core from its brain. Life core. A thing formed when gene activation reaches 15 and one enters the first level, the vessel of abilities. As for why it appears, no one knows. Even the top experts and scientists 7 years later haven't figured it out. But none of that mattered to Zhuang Ling. As long as he could improve his strength, that was enough. Without hesitation, he swallowed the life core directly. Moments later, he felt a warm current appear in his abdomen, spreading through his limbs and bones. Like soaking in a hot spring, Zhuang Ling let out a comfortable hum and immediately looked at the data interface. This life core not only increased his evolution points by 1, but also added 1 point to his speed. Devouring different life cores grants different ability boosts. It seems this first-level high dog was a speed type. If it hadn't been severely injured, Zhuang Ling probably couldn't have caught it, even if he ran his legs off. After confirming the system's abilities again, Zhuang Ling looked at the dog carcass, took a deep breath, and without hesitation began to devour its flesh. The fresh flesh entered his stomach and was quickly digested, transforming into streams of warm energy that repaired the wounds on Zhuang Ling's leg, while continuously strengthening his body, albeit slowly. The nauseating smell of blood was now so sweet in Zhuang Ling's mouth. This transformation made Zhuang Ling feel terrible. To avoid thinking about having become a zombie, he had already hidden the race field on the system interface. But to become stronger, he had to devour. What's wrong with eating some dog meat? Humans eat it too. I'm just eating dog meat sashimi. Zhuang Ling kept comforting himself while devouring frantically. A zombie's digestive ability is already powerful, and with the system's enhancement, the flesh was fully digested in seconds. Zhuang Ling ate while closely watching the data interface. Until this corpse had provided him with 0.6 evolution points, the increase stopped. So Zhuang Ling decisively gave up the idea of continuing to devour. As a zombie, although further devouring could still grant ability enhancements, they were too minuscule. Evolution points are the true path. Then Zhuang Ling began to devour the other 3 dog carcasses. The first dog gave him 0.4 evolution points, but the second and third only gave 0.3 each. Once a creature dies, the energy within its body rapidly dissipates. Having eaten 2 or 3 gene of meat from the 4 dogs, Zhuang Ling felt no sense of fullness at all. He simply was no longer hungry. Looking at the bloody dog carcasses, he sighed and left without looking back. Although there was still plenty of meat left, it was useless to him. Moreover, as a zombie, his bloodthirsty nature made him feel down. It was like a person who had been hungry for 3 days seeing a table full of delicious food. But the problem was that these were not delicious food at all. Stepping out of the shop, he glanced at the data interface, and his frustration finally eased a little. Evolution points 2. 6. Strength 134. Speed 83. Mental power 95. In addition to the increase in evolution points, his strength and speed had also grown. Indeed, devouring was the path of zombie evolution. But Zhuang Ling didn't want to become a complete monster. Just as he stepped out of the shop, he saw 3 zombies attracted by the smell of blood growling at him. "Stop your growling. If you growl again, it'll kill you," Zhuang Ling shouted in frustration. Unfortunately, what came out of his throat was only an ugly growl. Hearing his own voice, he became even more frustrated. Ignoring the zombies, he dragged his somewhat stiff body toward a convenience store not far away. These zombies were all the lowest grade rotting corpses, let alone forming life cores. They probably hadn't even unlocked 10 of their genes. Killing them would be a complete waste of time. As for devouring them, Zhuang Ling would rather gnaw on tree bark than touch them. Since they were willing to eat the leftovers Zhuang Ling had left, let them eat. Hopefully they would reach the first level and form life cores. Then Zhuang Ling would crack open their heads to get the life cores. Maybe this pig raising method wasn't bad. As Zhuang Ling was thinking, he arrived at a convenience store. Seeing a zombie wandering inside, he kicked it out. Ignoring its continuous growling, he directly closed the door. "Seeing you just makes me sick. Stop your growling." Zhuang Ling's face was expressionless, but inside, he was furiously venting his frustration. Before his throat recovered enough to speak, he didn't want to talk. Too frustrating. He cleaned the bloodstains off his body, looked at the bread on the shelf, and reached out to take a piece. Tearing open the wrapper, he brought it to his nose and sniffed. It still smelled as sweet as in his memory, but for some reason he felt an inexplicable resistance in his heart. He took a bite. It tasted terrible, like chewing wax. He sighed inwardly again, grabbed 2 bottles of mineral water, and left the convenience store. He walked into a nearby clothing store. The bloodstains on the floor had long since dried, but the faint smell of blood still attracted 2 wandering zombies. Zhuang Ling completely ignored them, changed into a clean set of clothes, and found a pair of sunglasses to cover his blood-red pupils. He looked in the mirror. As long as he didn't speak, no one could tell he was a zombie. Satisfied, he nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly heard the sound of a heavy object falling from a small room in the corner. The 2 zombies were also attracted, growling as they walked toward the sound. Zhuang Ling hesitated for a moment, then found a pair of gloves, put them on, and picked up a short stick. Although he didn't have a phobia of dirt, these 2 were rotting corpses emitting a strong stench. It was truly unbearable. He approached the rotting corpse from behind, directly grabbing its neck. The corpse instinctively turned its head to look at Zhuang Ling, and just as it opened its mouth to growl, the short stick in his hand smashed its head. With a strength of 134, Zhuang Ling had even activated frenzy. Before it could even growl, the rotting corpse went down. Zhuang Ling nodded with satisfaction and dealt with the other rotting corpse in the same way, then threw their bodies out. Although the sound of the door closing attracted many wandering zombies on the street, the 2 rotting corpses were obviously more attractive to them, and they swarmed over. Seeing this, Zhuang Ling closed the door in disgust and used a cabinet to block a glass panel. The room was now safe. Zhuang Ling walked to the door and knocked gently. After waiting for a long time, there was still no sound from the room, making Zhuang Ling wonder if anyone was actually inside. He knocked on the door again, but still there was no response. Looking around the shop, he grabbed some paper and a pen from the front counter, wrote a note, and slipped it under the door. Soon the door finally creaked open a crack. The moment Wang Yunyun saw Zhuang Ling, tears streamed down her face. 2 days. She had been hiding in that small storage room for 2 whole days. She hadn't dared to make a single sound, terrified of alerting the zombies outside. She was on the verge of a complete breakdown. A short while ago, she had accidentally knocked over a box, and she truly believed she was done for. But unexpectedly, she encountered Zhuang Ling instead. Seeing that the shop was now safe, she collapsed onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhuang Ling looked at this young woman who was only in her 20s, crying so bitterly. He wanted to comfort her, but he couldn't speak, so he could only gently pat her shoulder. He then pulled out the 2 bottles of water he had brought and handed them to her. Wang Yunyun took the water and downed 1 bottle in a single gulp. She was about to reach for the second when she forcibly restrained herself. "I'm sorry, I was just so thirsty," she said, wiping the tears from her face and offering the water back to Zhuang Ling. Zhuang Ling looked at her with slight surprise. After a moment's thought, he wrote on the paper, "You're not drinking." Wang Yunyun glanced at him, then at the note, and then back at him. "This is yours. If I drink it, you'll have none left." Zhuang Ling was stunned for a moment before recalling that this was only the very beginning of the apocalypse. It was still normal for people to retain their former kindness. Zhuang Ling felt a pang of emotion, and suddenly his heart felt lighter. Kind people always possessed a strange sort of magic. He wanted to smile, but his stiff facial muscles made it utterly impossible. He reached out and wrote on the paper, "Drink it. I'm not thirsty." Wang Yunyun hesitated for a moment, then finally drank the second bottle. Afterward, she let out a huge sigh of relief, her entire body relaxing somewhat. My name is Wang Yunyun. What's yours? She asked, feeling much more at ease seeing that Zhuang Ling was around her age. Zhuang Ling. He wrote his name on the paper. Zhuang Ling, you came from outside, right? Wang Yunyun glanced at the blocked glass window where the faint wandering figures of zombies could still be seen. If she listened closely, she could even hear the sounds of bones being gnawed and flesh being torn. This instinctively made her edge closer to Zhuang Ling. What she didn't know was that Zhuang Ling was also a bona fide zombie. Zhuang Ling nodded, not dwelling on the matter, and simply pointed at her stomach. Wang Yunyun was taken aback for a second, then spoke with a mix of lingering fear and shyness. Are you asking if I'm hungry? I've been in that storage room for 2 days. If you hadn't shown up, I think I would have starved to death in there. As she spoke, she glanced at Zhuang Ling with a hint of embarrassment. Then, as if remembering something, she hurried over to the front counter, opened a cabinet, and pulled out a bag of bread. Ah, thank goodness it's still here. Wang Yunyun exclaimed excitedly, eagerly tearing open the packaging and about to stuff it into her mouth. But she abruptly stopped herself. She then split the bread into 2 portions and offered one to Zhuang Ling. I drank your water, so this bread should go to you. But I'm really starving. I'm so sorry. Wang Yunyun felt a pang of shame and hung her head, unable to look at Zhuang Ling's face. Zhuang Ling, however, was stunned for a moment before pushing the bread back towards her without accepting it. In the apocalypse, it was common for those at the bottom to die. But the most frequent cause of death wasn't attacks from zombies or beasts. It was being starved to death. This half a loaf of bread a few months from now would be enough to make people abandon their moral bottom line. All for a single bite to eat. Looking at this kind-hearted girl, Zhuang Ling's gaze softened. 2 days had passed as she couldn't be unaware of what was happening to the world. On his own, it would be a piece of cake. But with her in tow, things would get more difficult. Wang Yunyun hesitated once more, then carefully tucked the half-bread meant for Zhuang Ling back into its packaging. While munching on her own half, she said, let's just leave it for now. You can eat it when you get hungry. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Zhuang Ling shook his head again, pondering how to settle her. Should he keep her by his side or give her some food and let her wait for rescue? After all, his next goal was to return to school, and the road there was sure to be filled with zombies. On his own, it would be a piece of cake. But with her in tow, things would get more difficult. Wang Yunyun hesitated once more, then carefully tucked the half-bread meant for Zhuang Ling back into its packaging. While munching on her own half, she said, let's just leave it for now. You can eat it when you get hungry. She wolfed down her bread, then looked longingly at the bread in the package before handing it back to Zhuang Ling. This was actually my breakfast from the day I went to work. I wish I'd bought more, Wang Yunyun said with a light chuckle, half-jokingly. She wasn't strong, but she also didn't want to burden Zhuang Ling with her own panic. Zhuang Ling shook his head, looking at her smile, and sighed inwardly. Such a smile would probably disappear soon. In the 7 years of the apocalypse, the smiles Zhuang Ling had witnessed could be counted on one hand. In the end, Wang Yunyun didn't eat the other half of the bread. Instead, she carefully tucked it into her pocket, saying she would keep it safe for him. Zhuang Ling's presence finally allowed Wang Yunyun's taut nerves to relax a little, and a wave of drowsiness instantly washed over her. For the past 2 days, even when she slept, she would jolt awake in a panic, constantly on edge, fearing that the door would be opened the next second, and she would end up in a zombie's stomach. After all, having witnessed the store manager being bitten and devoured alive by a zombified customer, she would see that bloody scene every time she closed her eyes. Before she knew it, she leaned against Zhuang Ling and gradually fell asleep. Seeing her suddenly asleep, Zhuang Ling sighed again. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't wake her. Perhaps this is the last of the kindness and innocence left, he thought to himself. Muttering this to himself, Zhuang Ling recalled a cultivation method from his past life that could accelerate gene unlocking, and he began to attempt it. Strength and speed required training, but mental power only required meditation. However, meditation required a method, or rather a cultivation art. The meditation art that Zhuang Ling possessed was bought at a high price from a major power. It was said to have originated from the spirit realm. Unfortunately, Zhuang Ling had never been to the spirit realm. Even the shattered lands he had visited had already been picked clean by others. By the time Zhuang Ling opened his eyes again, several hours had passed. Although his mental power hadn't changed at all, he still felt refreshed and clear-headed. After all, unless one had a mental mutation, increasing one's mental power was an almost impossible feat. In his past life, even at the 6th rank, Zhuang Ling only had a little over 200 points of mental power. Looking at the dimming sky outside, Wang Yunyun was still fast asleep. At some point, her small hand had tightly grasped the hem of his clothes as if afraid he would run away. After a moment's hesitation, Zhuang Ling gently lifted her into his arms and carried her towards the small. Opening the door, he gently set her down. Seeing no sign of her waking, he turned and walked out. Closing the door, he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 6 in the evening. Zhuang Ling felt hungry. Despite having consumed several pounds of dog meat just hours ago, he was now ravenous. Zombies were unlike humans. Once hunger set in, it felt as if sulfuric acid churned in their stomachs, ceaselessly gnawing at their nerves. Earlier when Wang Yunyun had leaned against him, even her slightly sour scent couldn't mask the allure of fresh flesh and blood, stirring a restless hunger within Zhuang Ling. He moved the cabinet blocking the window and stepped onto the street. The two corpses he had thrown out earlier were now torn apart, leaving only scattered bones and shredded flesh. The zombies, attracted by the scent, had yet to leave, endlessly wandering nearby. After a moment's thought, Zhuang Ling took down a few more zombies, but dragged their bodies far from the clothing store. The farming plan was worth a try, but it couldn't be too close. If an accident occurred, Wang Yunyun would be in danger. The stench of blood permeated the air, instantly exciting the nearby zombies as they pounced on the corpses, tearing into them with frenzy. Zhuang Ling nodded in satisfaction, feeling the hunger pangs in his stomach, and began to consider how to sate his appetite. Eating zombies or humans was out of the question. It was something Zhuang Ling absolutely could not do. That left only animals and beasts. This way his sense of guilt would be lesser. After all, in this apocalypse, even the once cute and gentle animals had become killers. Living humans were always the most delicious food. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, Zhuang Ling still found no animals. Just as he was growing frustrated, he suddenly remembered a nearby pet shop, which was sure to have hamsters, rabbits, cats, and dogs. I wonder if they've escaped, Zhuang Ling thought, striding towards the pet shop in his memory. After crossing 2 streets and nearing the pet shop, he spotted an orange cat. It had a fat body, sharp claws, and was much larger than a normal cat. Cats are naturally alert. Seeing Zhuang Ling, the big orange cat immediately bristled. After a warning hiss, it turned and leaped into a shop, disappearing from sight. Zhuang Ling ignored it. With his current speed, catching that cat was simply impossible. Arriving at the pet shop, he saw shattered glass and pet cages scattered haphazardly across the floor. The cats and dogs were long gone, but a few hamsters were still screeching, clawing at the glass boxes that trapped them. Seeing their state, Zhuang Ling turned away in disgust. These once fluffy, adorable creatures were now horrifying. With elongated fangs, rotting fur caked in black blood, and tiny crimson eyes fixed on him, they were a nightmare. Often mutated beasts were more dangerous than zombies. Especially small animals like rats, which lacked intelligence and lived in groups. Once hungry, they became completely irrational. Zombies, even when starving to death, rarely devoured their living kin. But rats were different. If they went without food for too long, they didn't care about kin or kind. Anything they could see was food. Fortunately, in one of the pet cages, there was still a normal rabbit trembling in the corner. Rabbits are so cute, how could one eat a rabbit? But spicy rabbit meat was truly delicious. After his hunger subsided a bit, Zhuang Ling gained 0.2 evolution points. He was still hungry, but at least the discomfort had lessened. Just then a few dogs passed by outside and slipped into a shop. Seeing this, Zhuang Ling sighed helplessly. Speed? I must max out my speed, he thought bitterly. These creatures were all too fast, he couldn't catch up to them. After wandering around for a while longer, Zhuang Ling found a fish shop. It was relatively undamaged and still had plenty of ornamental fish. At this moment, he didn't care whether ornamental fish were edible or not. He was a zombie now, what couldn't he eat? After a hearty meal, he gained another 0.9 evolution points and finally left feeling satisfied. Of course, he didn't eat all the fish, otherwise he'd have to struggle to find food again tomorrow. Glancing at the sky, he estimated it was past 8 o'clock. He then found a random supermarket, grabbed some canned meat, bread, and other food along with some water, and returned to the clothing store where Wang Yunyun was. Although a few wandering zombies remained, none approached the store, which relieved Zhuang Ling. After taking down 2 more zombies to further his farming plan, he finally returned to the shop. The door to the small storage room was still tightly shut. He wondered if Wang Yunyun had woken up. Zhuang Ling put down the food and knocked on the door. Soon it opened a crack, revealing Wang Yunyun's terrified face. Seeing Zhuang Ling, she suddenly flung the door open and threw herself into his arms. Where did you go? I was so scared, woo-woo, she sobbed, her arms tightening around him. Past 7, she had dreamed of the store manager's tragic state and had woken with a start. But upon waking, she found Zhuang Ling missing and panic set in. She opened the door to look, but he wasn't there either. Unable to find him, she dared not go out, so she could only hide in the storage room. Yet her unease only grew. Had Zhuang Ling left, would he encounter danger? Holding the half loaf of bread in her arms, she felt increasingly lonely and terrified. Her mind raced with wild thoughts, each one scarier than the last, and tears flowed uncontrollably again. When she heard a noise at the main door, she thought it was zombies ramming it, and her spirit nearly broke. But when she heard the knock, she suddenly relaxed. Seeing Zhuang Ling, she couldn't hold it in any longer and threw herself into his arms. Zhuang Ling felt the girl in his embrace and froze. The sour stench mixed with the sweet scent of fresh flesh made him hesitate. Should he push her away? After a moment of hesitation, he gently patted her shoulder, pushed her back, and pointed at the food behind him. You went out. Are you hurt? Wang Yunyun was stunned, looking at him with intense concern. Zhuang Ling shook his head and then pointed at her stomach. Seeing this, Wang Yunyun's tears, which had just stopped, flowed again. The streets were full of zombies, as she couldn't even get close. But this man dared to face them just to fill her stomach. As she thought this, a myriad of emotions flickered in her eyes. Most prominent were tenderness, shame, and self-reproach. I'm so useless. It's dangerous out there, and you still have to take care of me, she said dejectedly. Zhuang Ling shook his head nonchalantly. To him, the outside world was practically safe. He opened a can of meat, handed it to her, then picked up a pen and paper and wrote, I'm going to Suling University tomorrow. You wait here for rescue. They'll leave you enough food. Upon seeing the words on the paper, Wang Yunyun was momentarily stunned, forgetting to continue eating the delicious canned meat. She grabbed Zhuang Ling's hand and said excitedly, No. Why are you going to Suling University? It's too dangerous. Seeing her like this, Zhuang Ling gently shook his head and continued writing, My friends are still there. I'm afraid they might be in danger. Zhuang Ling sighed inwardly. Even though he had become a zombie, there were still many things he could not let go of. Junbu Lu Zhaoqian. But there are so many zombies outside, and although Suling University isn't far from here. Wang Yunyun's eyes gradually reddened as she spoke. Zhuang Ling paid no heed to the zombies. It was the girl who owed him a life and had turned him into this. He had not mutated into a zombie voluntarily, he had been infected by a zombie scratch. If not for her, how could Zhuang Ling have been injured by such a low-level zombie? Seeing Zhuang Ling silent, Wang Yunyun took a few deep breaths and said resolutely, I'm coming with you. Hearing this, Zhuang Ling looked at her with some surprise and gently shook his head. It was too dangerous, he might not be able to protect Wang Yunyun. Although it was possible with caution, he had no reason to let this girl take risks for him. Once bitten by a zombie, infection and mutation were certain. This was a commercial street near the university town with a large flow of people. Moreover, there must be many zombies inside Suling University. Am I too weak? I can help. Please don't leave me behind. Wang Yunyun said, tears silently streaming down her face. She was afraid if she were alone again, even if the zombies didn't eat her, she felt she would go mad. Seeing her like this, Zhuang Ling sighed softly and wrote on the paper, It's too dangerous. If you get bitten by a zombie, you'll become one too. Then kill me when I turn into a zombie, Wang Yunyun said, looking at him with a smile. Tears still falling, her smile made Zhuang Ling feel a sense of unease. If you hold out here for a while, you'll be rescued, Zhuang Ling wrote quickly. If he remembered correctly, a rescue team would arrive in about 5 days. In his past life, Zhuang Ling had left Suling University with that rescue team and began a precarious life of escape. Wang Yunyun was silent for a long time, then looked at him with a hint of sorrow and said, Please don't leave me, okay? Zhuang Ling was also silent for a long time, then said nothing more, ignoring her and starting his training. Perhaps this was just Wang Yunyun's impulsive thought, but once she calmed down, she would make the right choice. The training method was one Zhuang Ling had obtained in his past life, a method specifically for speed enhancement. In his past life, Zhuang Ling had unlocked the speed gene lock. Thus, all his abilities were speed-oriented. Though training strength would be simpler in this life, he had no experience in that area. Each stage of gene lock unlocking increased all attributes. Although the main focus was on the attribute of the unlocked gene lock, it did not mean other attributes received no boost. Evolution was holistic. For instance, Zhuang Ling's speed gene lock in his past life still required a physical foundation, so strength naturally increased as well. But it could not compare to speed. Seeing Zhuang Ling ignore her and begin doing strange exercises, Wang Yunyun bit her lip and said nothing more. But her resolve grew stronger. She no longer wanted to be alone. After eating, Wang Yunyun checked the time. It was just past 9, yet she was already feeling drowsy. She had been too exhausted these past 2 days, and now, with Zhuang Ling around, the sense of safety made her unable to resist sleep. Zhuang Ling, will you leave tonight? Wang Yunyun asked cautiously. Zhuang Ling stopped his movements, exhaled, shook his head, and wrote on the paper, Sleep if you're tired, I'll leave tomorrow. In truth, Zhuang Ling had originally planned to go to Suling University after changing clothes today. But since he had met Wang Yunyun, he couldn't just leave her, so he had to delay by a day. Hearing Zhuang Ling's words, Wang Yunyun smiled happily and said earnestly, Then I'll sleep. You can't suddenly disappear again. Zhuang Ling chuckled, inwardly nodded, though his face remained cold. Satisfied with the answer, Wang Yunyun laid down contentedly. Watching Zhuang Ling perform those strange movements again, she was curious, but didn't ask. Zhuang Ling was truly strange, silent, aloof, expressionless, even wearing sunglasses at night. Yet it didn't diminish the sense of security he gave Wang Yunyun. Until the wee hours, Zhuang Ling also felt tired, stopped his training, and began to meditate. Though he had a system, that was no excuse for laziness. In the dead of night, Wang Yunyun suddenly screamed and sat up with a start. Her first instinct was to look toward Zhuang Ling. Seeing him still there, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, after a moment of hesitation, she silently moved to his side and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Zhuang Ling paid no attention and continued meditating. The next morning, the zombies outside took on the role of roosters, suddenly howling. Hearing the cries, Zhuang Ling snapped open his eyes. A first-tier zombie had appeared. Wang Yunyun was also awakened, huddling nervously against Zhuang Ling, staring at the street outside the window with fear in her eyes. Zhuang Ling gently patted her shoulder to comfort her, then opened his data panel. Gene unlocked 13. Evolution points 3. 7. Strength 136. Speed 85. Spirit 96. After foraging yesterday, he had gained 1 evolution points and 1 strength. Evening training increased speed by 2, and meditation increased spirit by 1. After some thought, he added all 3 evolution points to speed, raising it to 88. Stretching, he felt the stiffness in his body lessen slightly. Glancing at Wang Yunyun, he pointed outside, then at himself, and finally at her, making a shushing gesture. Wang Yunyun understood immediately. Her face paled, and she grabbed his arm, shaking her head repeatedly. Zhuang Ling wanted to go out and kill the zombies, but in Wang Yunyun's eyes it was too dangerous. He comforted her for a while, then took the cleaver he had found in a hardware store the day before, gently moved aside the cabinet, and walked out. Not far from the clothing store where Zhuang Ling had dumped the bodies yesterday, 2 zombies were still howling. Beside them, several other zombies appeared submissive. For zombies, a higher tier granted immense authority. While the 2 first-tier zombies were still roaring, arrogantly flaunting their status, Zhuang Ling activated Berserk and swung the cleaver at them. Huffed. After a dull thud, the snarling abruptly ceased. Zhuang Ling glanced at the cleaver, now notched from the blow, and shook his head slightly. Poor quality indeed. The other zombies were stunned for a moment before roaring at Zhuang Ling in unison. The first-tier zombie was enraged at being interrupted mid-display, while the rest felt pure fury and confusion at their leader's fall. "You're a zombie too. Why are you hacking at us? Trying to start a rebellion?" Zhuang Ling paid no heed to their roars. Feeling his stamina rapidly depleting, he raised his blade and charged at another first-tier zombie. A zombie's roar often serves to summon its kin. Just like the 2 first-tier zombies had been howling relentlessly. On one hand, it was a declaration to the world, "I've evolved, am formidable now." On the other, it was a call to rally allies. Once both sides formed a sizable horde, whether they'd fight each other was unknown to Zhuang Ling, but it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe for any nearby survivors. This was not something Zhuang Ling wished to see, especially since he had nurtured those 2 zombies himself. If Wang Yunyun could survive, then other shops likely harbored survivors as well. Just yesterday, while scavenging for food, he had noticed traces of survivor activity. Unfortunately, he was not a meddlesome do-gooder. Or perhaps in this apocalypse, there were no meddlesome do-gooders left, because those kinds of people were almost all dead. Seeing that Zhuang Ling dared to attack it again, the first-tier zombie grew even more furious, its roars growing louder. "What's wrong with you, little brother? Don't you know I've evolved?" Its rotting fingers had sprouted sharp claws, and its movements had become swifter as it lunged at Zhuang Ling. Under the Berserk state, his stats far surpassed the zombies. He sidestepped the lunge with a slight shift, his cleaver descending without hesitation. Crack! A crisp snap of breaking bone rang out, and the first-tier zombie instantly lost its vitality. Relying purely on brute force with a dull blade, Zhuang Ling had severed its neck clean through. The head, eyes wide with disbelief, rolled across the ground, and the stench of blood quickly permeated the air. The lesser zombies hesitated for a moment before frantically sniffing the air around them. Yet cowed by Zhuang Ling's aura, none dared to approach. Unconcerned, he swiftly extracted 2 life cores and turned back toward the clothing store. He had expected at most 1 first-tier zombie, but 2 had appeared. A pleasant surprise that set a good tone for the day. After Zhuang Ling departed, the remaining zombies could no longer contain themselves and frenziedly pounced on the 2 first-tier corpses. To be fair, the energy in these bodies was far richer than that of ordinary zombies. Devouring them would yield at least a few more evolution points. But Zhuang Ling would rather spend extra time cultivating than consume those corpses. Eating animal remains was his final shred of dignity. After clearing the zombies around the clothing store, Zhuang Ling looked at the cleaver, now nearly serrated, and shook his head in resignation. The quality was too poor, barely more useful than a stick. Discarding the cleaver, he had just stepped into the store when Wang Yunyun grabbed him, checking him over anxiously. Those roars were terrifying. "Are you alright? Any injuries?" Wang Yunyun was worried, but let out a sigh of relief upon seeing no blood on him. Zhuang Ling sighed softly, his gaze behind the sunglasses softening, and gave a slight shake of his head. Then he pulled out a life core and handed it to her. "Huh, what's this? A diamond. It's so beautiful. Is it for me?" Wang Yunyun's lovely eyes sparkled at the dazzling life core. This crystal, more gorgeous than any diamond, was irresistible to most women. Zhuang Ling nodded, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote, "This is a life core. It can strengthen your body." "Ah, really?" Wang Yunyun was skeptical. But on reflection, in a world turned to doom, such miraculous things seemed almost normal. Afterward, he taught her how to absorb the energy from the life core. It wasn't until noon that the 2 prepared to set out. After all, it was only a 20-minute walk to Sulin University, plenty of time. And the stronger Wang Yunyun became, the safer she would be. The first absorption of a life core yielded the best results. Wang Yunyun distinctly felt her mind become much clearer. Even the fatigue of the past few days was completely dispelled. As such, she now looked at Zhuang Ling with a hint more curiosity. Just who is he? Not only is he incredibly capable, but he knows so much. When Zhuang Ling learned that the change Wang Yunyun felt was in her mental power, he was somewhat surprised. After all, those who could unlock the mental gene lock were rare, perhaps 1 in 100 if not 1 in 10,000. Zhuang Ling didn't rush to teach her the meditation method, as they had only known each other for a day. And any method to accelerate gene lock unlocking wouldn't emerge for at least a month, and even then only for the powerful and influential. Full dissemination even of the least effective methods wouldn't happen for another year. At 1 in the afternoon, the two lightly armed themselves and prepared to depart. Zhuang Ling was still in his sportswear sunglasses on. In his hand, he carried an axe head procured from firefighting equipment. Wang Yunyun on the other hand waddled behind him bundled in 5 or 6 layers of clothing. The heat had flushed her face red. If she hadn't been barely able to walk, Zhuang Ling would have had her put on even more layers for safety. The May weather wasn't scorching, but it wasn't cool either. As they stepped out of the shop, they immediately felt the blazing sun's intensity. Due to his zombie nature, Zhuang Ling disliked sunlight. It made him feel sluggish and lethargic. He had already lured away the nearby zombies, so he strode ahead with an easygoing gait. Wang Yunyun, however, followed cautiously behind him, her eyes darting nervously as she scanned their surroundings, fearing a zombie might leap out at any moment. After several hundred meters, just as they were about to leave the pedestrian street, a car appeared before them. Its front was mangled beyond recognition, and in the driver's seat a zombie was trapped, clawing frantically at the shattered windshield. Around the car lay a skeleton and 3 wandering zombies. At the sight of them, Wang Yunyun tensed up, desperately stifling a scream as she clung tightly to Zhuang Ling's arm. He gently patted her shoulder to signal her to stay calm, then freed himself from her grip and charged straight at the 3 zombies. To avoid raising her suspicions, Zhuang Ling acted with reckless abandon. He immediately activated Berserk, sprinted to the nearest zombie, and brought the axe down hard. Thud! With a dull sound, red and white matter splattered. The sight made the remaining 2 zombies roar in fury, while Wang Yunyun let out a wah and vomited on the spot. Having swiftly dispatched the remaining 2 zombies, Zhuang Ling let out a breath. It hadn't even been a minute, yet he felt as if he had sprinted several hundred meters. The drain of the rampage state was truly immense. Had it not been for the need to save time, he would never have activated it. He walked over to Wang Yunyun, who was still retching, and pulled a bottle of water from his backpack to hand to her. He then took out a pen and paper from his pocket and wrote, "This is just the beginning. If you go back now, it's not too late." Wang Yunyun looked at the note and shook her head without a moment's hesitation. Her pale face was etched with pure stubbornness. "I want to stay with you." Wang Yunyun declared, the stench of blood in the air nearly making her vomit again. Zhuang Ling gave a slight shake of his head and continued writing on the paper, "Then we need to hurry. There will be more zombies ahead." After handing her the note, Zhuang Ling strode off without a backward glance. Zombies possess a remarkably acute sense of smell, especially for blood. They could detect it from 100 meters away. If they lingered, the surrounding zombies would be drawn to the scent and danger would follow. Wang Yunyun wiped her mouth, took a few deep breaths, and hurried after Zhuang Ling on legs that felt weak and unsteady. Despite their cautious pace, they inevitably encountered several waves of zombies, all of which Zhuang Ling swiftly dispatched. Among them was a first-tier zombie surrounded by 5 underlings. Wang Yunyun's clothes were torn in the scuffle, but thankfully her thick layers protected her from injury. It wasn't until they had completely left the commercial district that the number of zombies on the streets began to dwindle. Wang Yunyun pressed closer to Zhuang Ling, her eyes filled with terror. Though the zombies were fewer, the road was littered with wrecked cars. Not one was intact. They were either mangled beyond recognition or charred black with scorch marks from fires. Mangled corpses and scattered bones lay strewn across the asphalt. It was desolate, tragic, and almost absurd. Just 3 days ago, this place had been a bustling scene of life and prosperity. Now it looked like a scene straight out of hell on earth. Zhuang Ling glanced back at Wang Yunyun. Her pretty face remained pale, but the fear in her eyes was gradually fading, replaced by a numbed acceptance. The world had truly changed, and it would never be the same again. After another 10 minutes of walking, they finally neared Suling University, and the number of zombies around them surged once more. When the apocalypse had erupted, many people had turned into zombies before they could even escape the campus, and they still lingered at the school gates even now. Zhuang Ling motioned for Wang Yunyun to hide, then approached the university gates, a lone fire axe in hand. Among the horde of at least 100 zombies, he spotted 6 first-tier ones. He also recognized many familiar faces among them, which stirred a pang of melancholy within him. After a moment of thought, Zhuang Ling checked to ensure Wang Yunyun couldn't see him, then slipped directly through the zombie horde and into the school grounds. There were still a number of zombies wandering inside, but far fewer than outside the gates. This area wasn't the hardest hit. The teaching buildings and dormitories were the epicenters. The apocalypse had struck a little after 8 in the morning. At that time, most students were either in class or asleep in their dorms, so the number of people on campus wasn't particularly high. Zhuang Ling's target was the campus supermarket located several hundred meters away. It would be unrealistic to charge straight there with Wang Yunyun in tow. There were simply too many zombies. He couldn't guarantee her safety. After deliberating, he stepped into the security guard's office. Inside, a zombie dressed as a student was gnawing on a corpse that was already rotting and emitting a foul stench. Based on the remnants of the corpse's clothing, it had been a security guard. The zombie was on the verge of breaking through to the first tier and condensing its life core. Seeing this, Zhuang Ling felt a pang of reluctance to kill it right away. But for Wang Yunyun's safety, he had no choice. It was a pity about the life core that was about to materialize. As soon as he entered the guardhouse, the zombie, clutching a severed limb, let out a guttural roar at Zhuang Ling. Clearly it thought he was there to steal its meal. Without even activating his rampage state, Zhuang Ling swung his fire axe without hesitation. A sickening crack of bone echoed through the room, and the roar was abruptly cut short, the stench of blood thickening in the air. After ensuring the guardhouse was secure, Zhuang Ling returned to where Wang Yunyun was hiding. Before she could even speak, he pulled out his pen and paper and began to write. There are too many zombies. They'll lure them away. You make a run for the security guard's office. It's safe there. Wang Yunyun hesitated as she read the note, then asked with concern, but what about you? It's too dangerous. Zhuang Ling gave a slight shake of his head, gesturing for her to get ready, then turned and left. If he lingered any longer, the girl would surely start crying again. And true to his thoughts, as she watched his retreating figure, Wang Yunyun's eyes reddened, and tears began to fall. When Zhuang Ling returned to the guardhouse and dragged the corpse outside, the surrounding zombies immediately turned their attention to him. Unhurried, he slowly led the zombies away from the guardhouse. Then back near the school gates, he activated his rampage, felled a first-tier zombie with a single axe blow, and swiftly extracted its life core, popping it into his mouth. Without pausing to feel the subtle changes in his body, he grabbed the corpse and sprinted off into the distance. As expected, dozens of zombies were instantly attracted and gave chase. He ran for several hundred meters before discarding the corpse. Looking back at the pursuing horde, he felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. Too few. Only about a third of the zombies had taken the bait. He repeated the tactic, and after securing 2 more life cores, most of the zombies outside the school gates had been lured away. Zhuang Ling suddenly mused that being a zombie wasn't entirely without its advantages. At least he could move freely through places others dared not tread. However, the constant use of his rampage state was beginning to take its toll, and he could feel his stamina waning. He assessed his condition, hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly called out, "Yun!" After Zhuang Ling's shout, Wang Yunyun was momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped into action and dashed out from her hiding spot. However, she was slow, so Zhuang Ling had to hold the zombie's attention. Before his stamina completely gave out, he closed in on another first-tier zombie and split its skull with his. After Zhuang Ling's shout, Wang Yunyun was momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped into action and dashed out from her hiding spot. However, she was slow, so Zhuang Ling had to hold the zombie's attention. Before his stamina completely gave out, he closed in on another first-tier zombie and split its skull with his axe. He dug out the life core, but instead of storing it away, he held it in his palm. The life core contained a rich and pure energy that was incredibly alluring to zombies. There was a way to release the energy contained within, and Zhuang Ling was determined to try it. By channeling his mental energy, he could draw out the power of the life core. This would ruin the core and cause the energy to dissipate, but it was a highly effective way to attract zombies. In his past life, Zhuang Ling had used this trick countless times. Under the violent amplification, Zhuang Ling's spiritual energy reached 144 points. Even months later, such spiritual power would be considered high, let alone now, when awakened ones were scarce. As his spiritual energy touched the core, a surge of pure energy burst forth and quickly dissipated into the air. "Need to hurry," Zhuang Ling muttered, glancing at the surrounding zombies, which were indeed drawn to the energy. Before they could approach, he quickly tossed the core away. The zombies that were about to leave immediately lunged in the direction of the core. Just as Zhuang Ling was about to make his escape, he heard Wang Yunyun suddenly shriek. Turning around, he saw a zombie with its lower half missing had appeared from nowhere and grabbed her ankle. But he was at least 100 meters away, running there would be too late. Wang Yunyun, paralyzed by fear, seemed to forget how to struggle, letting the zombie drag her down. "Roar!" Zhuang Ling bellowed in desperation. Hearing his furious cry, the mutilated zombie hesitated for a moment, but then opened its mouth and bit down anyway. "Out!" Wang Yunyun let out a pained scream. The sting of the bite jolted her back to her senses, and she kicked the zombie away. Then stumbling and crawling, she scrambled towards Zhuang Ling. His heart sank, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes as he rushed to her side. "Zhuang Ling, Wang Yunyun collapsed into his arms, her body trembling uncontrollably. Zhuang Ling took a deep breath. His shout hadn't stopped that zombie, but it had alerted many others which were now shambling towards him. Deactivating the rage, he lifted Wang Yunyun with some effort, panting heavily as he strode quickly towards the security booth. Passing the half-zombie, he crushed its head under his foot. Entering the booth, he ignored the stench of decay, slammed the door shut, and pulled the curtains closed. Wang Yunyun had stopped crying, her pretty face etched with despair. "Zhuang Ling, am I going to die?" she asked with unnerving calmness. He didn't answer, simply laid her on the bed, tore open her pant leg, and examined her wound. On her fair skin, there were no terrifying bite marks, but there was still a small wound. It was bleeding, yet the crimson blood was already turning dark and beginning to clot. Wang Yunyun was infected. Seeing the wound, Zhuang Ling took a deep breath, suddenly rose, and pressed her down on the bed, starting to pull off her pants. What? What are you doing? Wang Yunyun was startled by his actions, her body tensing up. He glanced at her, but remained silent. Without the rage active, he had lost the attribute boost and couldn't speak. But his gaze towards her held a mix of helplessness and frustration. It was just a legless low-tier zombie. A simple kick would have sent it tumbling, unable to chase them. But Wang Yunyun had been so terrified that she forgot to even resist. A person like that, if they didn't change, would die eventually, even if they survived this time. Regardless, she was his responsibility. He had brought her out here, and she might have lived a few more days otherwise. Zhuang Ling was severely exhausted, panting heavily, his fingers trembling slightly. But there was no time to rest. Wang Yunyun's wound was small, and it was on her leg. There was still a chance she could survive. He forcefully pulled off her pants, then used one leg of the pants to tie a tight tourniquet around her thigh. He took out a core and placed it on her wound. When he tried to channel his spiritual energy to activate it, he remembered that without the rage's boost, his 96 points of spiritual energy were insufficient to activate the core. But he was too physically drained to activate the rage again. Without hesitation, he shoved the remaining 3 cores into his mouth. Glancing at the system interface, he saw he had 7 evolution points, and directly allocated them to his spiritual energy. Feeling his spiritual energy instantly surge to 101, he could finally activate the core slightly. The core on Wang Yunyun's leg began to emit a gentle stream of pure energy, seeping into her wound. After doing this, Zhuang Ling slumped to the floor, leaning against the bed to rest. He felt so tired, not even wanting to move a finger. He glanced at Wang Yunyun, silently praying she wasn't destined to die. He had done everything he could. Whether she would turn or not, he couldn't say. This method only slowed the spread of the zombie virus, using energy to strengthen the injured area, hoping she could endure it. But the outcome ultimately depended on the individual. Wang Yunyun, who had been scared and hopeless, thinking Zhuang Ling had other intentions, saw his actions and his exhausted state, and suddenly let out a small laugh. Zhuang Ling, am I really useless? Wang Yunyun looked at him, a bitter smile on her pale face. You risked so much for me charging into that horde, but I got scared stiff by a legless zombie. Tears silently streamed down her face, yet the smile remained. This was perhaps her final act of tenderness. But Zhuang Ling hated that smile, because there was once a girl much like her. Even in the worst of times, she would smile and encourage him. Even as she lay dying, shielding him from a beast's claws, she was still smiling and comforting him. A wave of irritation washed over Zhuang Ling, and he closed his eyes, turning away. Seeing this, Wang Yunyun thought she had disappointed him with her foolishness. She bit her lip, got off the bed, and crouched in front of him, whispering, I'm not afraid of death. If I turn, please kill me. Zhuang Ling remained silent, his eyes tightly shut. Wang Yunyun was quiet for a moment, then pulled half a piece of bread from her pocket. If you don't eat this, it'll go bad. At this, he finally opened his eyes, but felt even more exasperated. It was just a piece of bread. Oh, what did it matter if it went bad? That girl was the same, placing so much importance on trivial things. Special meaning. She was about to die. What use was special meaning then? Can I look at your eyes, eh? Wang Yunyun placed the half bread in his palm and suddenly spoke. Zhuang Ling looked at her, unmoving. Summoning her courage, she reached out and slowly took off his sunglasses. He didn't stop her. Whether she lived or died was unknown, so what did it matter if she found out he was a zombie? In truth, even he didn't fully realize that part of the reason he didn't refuse was a deep-seated desire to be accepted. Accepted for being a zombie. When Wang Yunyun saw his scarlet pupils, she froze instantly. Even though she had been avoiding the truth after everything she had seen today, she had come to understand one thing. Scarlet pupils were the mark of a zombie. Zhuang Ling's scarlet pupils flickered, and his gaze turned even colder upon seeing Wang Yunyun's expression. As expected, she was afraid. She was human and he was a zombie. How could she not be afraid? Zhuang Ling placed a half loaf of bread on the bed and took out a pen and paper. If you don't turn into a zombie tonight, then it's fine. They'll take you to my friend's place. After writing, he stood up to leave the security room. Wang Yunyun read the note and grabbed Zhuang Ling's hand. Don't go. I'm scared. Zhuang Ling turned back to look at her, letting out a low growl that made her tremble. He wanted to laugh bitterly, but couldn't control his facial muscles. You're afraid of becoming a zombie, but the one standing before you is a zombie. He shook off her hand, but she hugged him tightly again. Zhuang Ling froze. Will you eat me? Wang Yunyun pressed her face against his back and whispered. Feeling his strength returning, Zhuang Ling hesitated for a moment, then activated rage. You aren't afraid of me. Zhuang Ling's voice was still hoarse and barely understandable. I'm afraid of dying. You are different from them, Wang Yunyun said, tightening her grip on his arm. I am a zombie too, Zhuang Ling said with effort. I know. Aren't I about to become one too? Wang Yunyun suddenly smiled. Zhuang Ling, do you think that after I turn I might become like you? Hearing her tone suddenly lighten, Zhuang Ling felt helpless. Why did she think becoming like this was a good thing? Zombies? Eat people. But then I could stay with you forever, right? Zhuang Ling turned to look at the girl who was much shorter than him, frowning. What was wrong with this girl? She could stay human, yet she longed to be a zombie. He wanted to say more, but rage automatically deactivated. The strength he had just recovered was instantly drained, leaving him even weaker than before. Zhuang Ling felt his legs go soft, and his entire weight fell onto Wang Yunyun. She nearly collapsed under him, quickly supporting him. Zhuang Ling, what's wrong? Wang Yunyun asked anxiously. Roar. All that came out of his mouth was a simple syllable. Wang Yunyun was stunned, confused. He could speak just moments ago. Why couldn't he now? But Zhuang Ling ignored her, staggering to the bed and silently recuperating his strength. Since the girl wasn't afraid of him and didn't want him to leave, he might as well stay. As for whether she would turn, it was up to fate. Being accepted by Wang Yunyun made him happy deep down. Seeing Zhuang Ling seem to have fallen asleep, Wang Yunyun stood by the bed at a loss. After a long hesitation, she blushed and lay down beside him. Perhaps this would make him think she was frivolous, but only this way could she find some comfort in her panicked heart. Zhuang Ling was meditating, and when he felt Wang Yunyun lie down, his already stiff body became even more rigid. After a moment's hesitation, he focused on his meditation again. When he opened his eyes, his strength had fully recovered. Unlocked Gene 14. Evolution points 0. 7. Strength 143. Speed 96. Mental power 102. After devouring several life cores, his strength and speed had increased considerably, and his mental power had grown by 1 point. Since Zhuang Ling hadn't even reached the first order, yet every attribute point made a noticeable difference. He glanced at the pitch-black night outside and felt hungry. Wang Yunyun was still asleep, but his hunger was unbearable. He had intended to get out of bed without waking her, but the bed was too small. As soon as he moved, she stirred. What time is it? Wang Yunyun asked sleepily. Zhuang Ling looked at her leg. The once fair long limb now bore several black lines spreading from her calf to her thigh. Do you feel uncomfortable? Zhuang Ling activated rage and asked softly. Nothing uncomfortable, just a bit hungry. Wang Yunyun said, fully awake, now staring at her leg with some anxiety. Zhuang Ling wasn't sure what was happening. He gently touched her leg. Do you feel anything? Yes. Wang Yunyun nodded, her face flushing. It was the first time a boy had stared at her legs like this. Zhuang Ling frowned, deactivated rage, and examined her wound. It had already healed. But the newly grown skin looked like a seed with the black lines as its branches. He pinched her leg, it wasn't stiff at all. According to common sense, once black lines appeared, it meant 100% infection. The surrounding skin and muscles would also become stiff. But Wang Yunyun was an exception. As Zhuang Ling studied her leg, pinching and probing, Wang Yunyun's face grew even redder. His palm was cold, without any warmth, not even like human skin. But still, he was a man. Being so thoroughly examined by a man, Wang Yunyun blushed and suddenly asked out of the blue, "Is it pretty?" Zhuang Ling was startled, but he nodded. What was going on in this girl's mind? Even if she turned, what good would beauty be? But to be fair, her legs were indeed beautiful. If he hadn't become a zombie, he might not have been able to resist. Unfortunately, before reaching the third order, he was useless. Seeing Zhuang Ling nod, Wang Yunyun's face lit up with a smile. Though more embarrassed, she felt delighted. After studying further, Zhuang Ling found nothing conclusive and gave up. Hungry. I need to find food. Wait here for me, Zhuang Ling said with difficulty, then immediately deactivated rage. Using such a divine talent just for communication seemed like a waste. Wang Yunyun was stunned for a moment, then asked timidly, "Can't you eat these?" She pulled out some canned meat from her backpack. Zhuang Ling shook his head, got up, and walked out of the security room. He could eat those foods, but they tasted terrible to him. Moreover, they didn't provide abilities or evolution points, so it was pointless. He had also discovered that not only flesh and blood, but life cores could fill him up. There were still 2 first-order zombies outside the school. 2 life cores wouldn't satisfy his hunger, but they would at least tide him over. If that didn't work, he could go to the teaching building or the dormitory. He certainly wouldn't starve. The discovery that life cores could satiate his hunger brought Zhuang Ling considerable joy. This meant he could reduce his consumption of raw, bloody flesh. Though devouring flesh provided energy, it always left him feeling uneasy. Even though he had accepted his reality and understood that consuming flesh was inevitable for evolution, the ability to do so less frequently lifted his spirits. At least this set him apart fundamentally from the mindless zombies that couldn't survive without flesh. Arriving at the school gate, he noticed the zombies had crept closer to the entrance, though they hadn't returned to their original positions. Seeing their numbers, Zhuang Ling was taken aback. The horde, previously under 100, had swelled significantly, with even several more first-tier zombies among them. 9 first-tier zombies had divided the 100-plus unranked ones into 9 factions. 2 of the first-tier zombies were currently roaring at each other, their minions stirring restlessly, poised for a clash. After watching the standoff for a while with no fight breaking out, Zhuang Ling clicked his tongue in boredom. Activating his Berserk state, he instantly appeared before a first-tier zombie and cleaved its head off with his axe. Swiftly extracting its life core and popping it into his mouth, he tossed the corpse into the middle of the two confronting hordes. Chaos erupted instantly. The energy contained in a first-tier zombie's corpse was richer than that of 10 unranked ones. The two factions were fighting over territory and the chance to devour each other. Now there was no need to fight. A fresh first-tier corpse was right there for the taking. All they had to do was grab it. Watching the horde descend into chaos, Zhuang Ling weaved through the crowd. In less than 10 minutes, he had swallowed 6 life cores, patting his stomach with satisfaction. Ignoring the escalating battle behind him, he leisurely strolled back to the security booth. Zhuang Ling, what's going on out there? Why is it so loud? Wang Yunyun asked, her voice trembling with fear at the deafening roars in the distance. Dogs fighting. Dogs? Zhuang Ling shook his head, wasting no time before starting his training. Training was far more effective while the life core's energy hadn't been fully absorbed. Though the core dissolved the moment he swallowed it, the energy itself took time to assimilate. 2 hours later, Zhuang Ling stopped and let out a long breath. Gene activation 15. Evolution point 6. 7. Strength 151. Speed 101. Mental power 102. With 6 life cores consumed, his strength had risen by at least 5 points, and the 2 hours of training added another 3. Moreover, as his strength broke past 150, his speed also jumped by 5 points, though his mental power remained stagnant. Zhuang Ling was now fully capable of condensing his life core and stepping into the first tier. However, once gene activation reached 15%, further unlocking was impossible without condensing the core. But Zhuang Ling wasn't in a hurry. If he condensed his core, now his development would be locked onto the path of pure strength. Speed and mental power, even if trained later, could never surpass the ceiling set by his strength. As a man with a system, how could he settle for such mediocrity? He also recalled a legend from his past life. A genius in the capital who had raised both speed and mental power to 150 before condensing his core. Within just 2 years, that person had broken through to the 9th tier. For context, it had taken Zhuang Ling 4 whole years to reach the 6th tier. What would it be like to max out strength, speed, and mental power all at once? Zhuang Ling chuckled, staring at his system panel. Though he was smiling to Wang Yunyun, it looked more like a grim, unsettling twist of his face. Zhuang Ling, your smile is creepy, Wang Yunyun timidly remarked. Zhuang Ling froze, then stared at her expressionlessly, without a word. That evening he trained his speed, while keeping a watchful eye on her condition. The gains were remarkably satisfying. Strength had soared to its limit of 159, speed climbed to 106, and mental power edged up to 103. His strength had hit the absolute ceiling for the unranked tier. Even the gains were remarkably satisfying. Strength had soared to its limit of 159, speed climbed to 106, and mental power edged up to 103. His strength had hit the absolute ceiling for the unranked tier. Even the system couldn't push it further. Speed had increased at a decent pace. Mental power, however, was lagging frustratingly behind, with his evolution points saved up to 11. 7 as Zhuang Ling didn't hesitate and poured them all into mental power. Instantly his mind felt lighter. The 114 points of mental power washed away all the fatigue from his sleepless night of training and meditation. Gazing at his stats, Zhuang Ling's mood was radiant. In his current state, he could even speak without activating Berserk. Though his words were barely understandable, it was still a monumental improvement. When Zhuang Ling woke Wang Yunyun, he was stunned into silence. What's wrong? She asked, rubbing her eyes to shake off sleep. Your eyes. He started, then simply placed a small mirror from the security booth in front of her. In the mirror, Wang Yunyun's delicate face remained flawless, though it seemed a shade paler than yesterday. But the most striking change was her pupils. They were tinged with red. Unlike Zhuang Ling's fully blood-red irises, hers had only a faint reddish ring around the edges, giving her an oddly alluring, almost eerie look. This? Wang Yunyun was equally dumbfounded. What was happening? She glanced down at her long legs. The black lines hadn't spread, and she felt no discomfort. She looked at Zhuang Ling, who was just as confused, unable to explain her strange condition. Maybe it's because your body has special antibodies, Zhuang Ling said with difficulty. It was bizarre, but undeniably Wang Yunyun was safe. She hadn't turned into a zombie. So, am I a zombie or a human now? Maybe it's because your body has special antibodies, Zhuang Ling said with difficulty. It was bizarre, but undeniably Wang Yunyun was safe. She hadn't turned into a zombie. So, am I a zombie? Wang Yunyun's expression twisted in disgust as she quickly shook her head. Then, you're fine, Zhuang Ling said, glancing at her eyes again before shaking his head. Though she showed no signs of zombie-like bloodlust, he still found the situation deeply unsettling. She clearly exhibited signs of infection, yet showed no adverse effects. With this in mind, Zhuang Ling began running tests on her. He discovered that both her speed and mental power had increased dramatically, both hovering around 140. nearly at the threshold for condensing a life core and reaching the first tier. This left Zhuang Ling feeling a pang of resentment. He had fully transformed into a zombie with base stats that were depressingly low. Why was it that Wang Yunyun, after getting infected, not only avoided turning, but also gained such a massive boost in physical prowess? Having confirmed that Wang Yunyun was out of immediate danger, Zhuang Ling decided to escort her to the supermarket to reunite with Jun Boliu. After all, staying with him not only put her in peril, but also weighed on his mind. Most importantly, Zhuang Ling was unwilling to interact with others in his current zombie state. At least until his body was restored, he remained deeply resistant to it. Even though Wang Yunyun didn't mind, he did. Let's go to the supermarket, Zhuang Ling said tersely. To find your friend? Wang Yunyun asked softly. Zhuang Ling nodded, picked up his fire axe, and pushed open the security booth's door. Are you going to abandon me? Wang Yunyun didn't follow, standing there with red-rimmed eyes. Hearing this, Zhuang Ling paused for a moment, but did not turn back. He could feel her dependence on him completely. But in this cannibalistic era, relying too heavily on another only hastened one's own demise. For his sake and hers, she had to grow stronger. After all, he had already gained considerable power and would soon reach the first-order rank. Whether she could survive the journey of growth was up to fate. Even Zhuang Ling couldn't guarantee his own survival, so how could he promise to keep another alive? I am. A zombie you are. Human. Zhuang Ling's voice was tinged with complexity, but it was the truth. I don't care. Wang Yunyun shouted, throwing her arms around his waist, her voice choked with tears. I can be useful, I can help you, please don't leave me behind, okay? Zhuang Ling was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Gently prying her hands away, he said softly, you fear loneliness. There are people there. I cannot stay with you. With that, he strode off towards the supermarket. Zhuang Ling, are you running away? I don't care that you're a zombie, why can't you accept me? Wang Yunyun's loud words made him falter for a step, but he still didn't look back. 7 years into the apocalypse, he had endured too much, and his heart had long since turned cold. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Yunyun bore a slight resemblance to that girl, he might not have brought her here at all. Shaking off the sudden surge of memories, Zhuang Ling casually dispatched a zombie and continued forward. He had far too much to do. Taking her along would not only burden him, but also doom her. Dongning was too far from here. He wasn't even sure he could make it there alive, so there was no need to drag her into that peril. Wang Yunyun followed silently behind him, staring intently at his back, lost in thought. Perhaps due to her infection, the zombies on the street were still attracted to her, but their frenzy seemed subdued compared to before. Zombies usually went mad at the scent of living humans. Now, though still interested, they didn't seem overly eager. Seeing this, Zhuang Ling stopped actively killing zombies, avoided them as much as possible, and made his way towards the supermarket. Dongning was too far from here. He wasn't even sure he could make it there alive, so there was no need to drag her into that peril. Wang Yunyun followed silently behind him, staring intently at his back, lost in thought. Perhaps due to her infection, the zombies on the street were still attracted to her. A quick scan revealed at least a dozen or so first-order zombies in the area. It seemed their food supply for the next few days was secured. With that thought, Zhuang Ling killed 2 more zombies, stripped them of their clothes, and wrapped them around Wang Yunyun. Her scent was already faint, and this should mask it completely. Do you hate me, oi? Wang Yunyun suddenly asked as they neared the supermarket. Yes, Zhuang Ling replied without turning his head. Hearing this, Wang Yunyun's body trembled slightly, and she bit her lip. It'll change. Can I stay with you? No. Zhuang Ling refused again, continuing forward. Perhaps feeling his words were too harsh, he added, I need to go home. Dongning. It's far. I'm not afraid. Wang Yunyun said without hesitation. Survive. And we will meet again. A flicker of melancholy suddenly appeared in Zhuang Ling's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses. Then, when we meet again, can I stay with you? Wang Yunyun asked with a hint of hope. Then, work hard to get stronger. I don't need the useless. Zhuang Ling's voice remained cold and devoid of emotion. In truth, given the state of his throat, it was a miracle she could understand him at all, let alone detect any feeling. I understand. Wang Yunyun said after a moment of silence, her voice resolute. Zhuang Ling didn't reply, only quickened his pace, seeming somewhat urgent. After all, he wasn't sure if the scent was completely masked. If it attracted zombies, it would be a disaster for all the survivors in the supermarket. It was fine at first, and no zombies paid Wang Yunyun any attention. But the closer they got to the supermarket, the more zombies there were. Finally, they were spotted. After cleaving a first-order zombie's skull with his axe, Zhuang Ling swiftly extracted its core and handed it to Wang Yunyun. Go. With that, he dragged the zombie's corpse in the opposite direction. Attracted by the scent of blood, the zombies ignored Wang Yunyun and surged towards Zhuang Ling. Wang Yunyun looked at the beautiful core in her hand, pressed her lips together, and hurried towards the supermarket. By the time she reached the entrance, all the zombies were alerted and began to roar. The people inside the supermarket had already noticed both her and Zhuang Ling. There were 200 to 300 zombies in front of the supermarket. They didn't believe the duo would actually dare to approach. But when they saw Zhuang Ling deliberately lure the zombies away, so Wang Yunyun could enter, they were all stunned. As Wang Yunyun reached the door, Jun Boliu cautiously opened it a crack and whispered, "Survivor." Wang Yunyun nodded, looking back in Zhuang Ling's direction, but could only see a horde of zombies, unable to spot him. "Your companion?" Jun Boliu asked hesitantly. "It's fine, he'll be safe." Wang Yunyun took a deep breath and said softly, "Can I come in?" Jun Boliu glanced at the chaotic zombie horde outside and pulled her inside, shutting the door. "Your companion sacrificed himself for you. Don't you feel any grief?" Jun Boliu looked at Wang Yunyun's calm demeanor, then back at the zombie horde, asking with displeasure. As he spoke, he glanced at a girl behind him. "Zhuang Ling will be fine." Wang Yunyun shook her head. Even if everyone here died, he would still be safe. Hearing this, Jun Boliu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly grabbed her shoulder, asking excitedly, "Zhuang Ling? You know Zhuang Ling? Where is he?" Startled, Wang Yunyun suddenly remembered why Zhuang Ling had come here. "You're his friend?" "Yes, Jun Boliu. Where is Zhuang Ling? Is he alive?" Jun Boliu's eyes reddened as he asked excitedly. The other shoppers in the supermarket found Jun Boliu's current state rather peculiar. Who was Zhuang Ling? Why would someone as perpetually calm as Jun Boliu become so agitated over this name? Meanwhile, a girl standing in the corner upon hearing Jun Boliu's words froze for a moment before hastily pushing through the crowd to stand before Wang Yunyun. You just said Zhuang Ling." Zhao Qian's lips trembled as she asked, her eyes reddening. "What's it to you? Want to harm him again?" Jun Boliu shot her a cold, resentful glare. Zhao Qian ignored him entirely, her gaze fixed solely on Wang Yunyun. Wang Yunyun instinctively glanced at the horde of corpses outside on the street, hesitating over whether to speak. "How is he?" Zhao Qian, seeing her hesitation, grabbed her shoulders directly. Gone was her usual timidity, replaced by frantic urgency. Wang Yunyun glanced at Jun Boliu, seeing the same anxiety in his eyes. Remembering the very reason Zhuang Ling had been distant even toward her, she remained silent, merely shaking her head. At that sight, Zhao Qian seemed to have all her strength drained away. She collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to," she murmured softly, her body trembling incessantly. Jun Boliu cast a deep, lingering glance at Wang Yunyun, then at the horde outside, his eyes narrowing as he pondered something unseen. Seeing Wang Yunyun pulled safely into the supermarket, Zhuang Ling let out a breath of relief. He stared at the snarling corpses before him, forcing a stiff, awkward smile onto his face before it immediately reverted to its usual impassive mask. Casually dispatching a few zombies that reached for him, he plunged into the horde, searching for first-tier zombies. After eliminating 5 of them, he quietly slipped away from the mass and entered a small eatery. He cleared the zombies inside, cleaned the blood and grime off himself with bottled water, and began to methodically plan his next moves. Based on his memories from his past life, a rescue team would arrive in about 4 days. Once Jun Boliu and the others linked up with them, they would be considerably safer. If they still ended up dead after that, there was nothing more he could do. He couldn't very well shadow them forever. 4 days. I need to break through to the first tier quickly, Zhuang Ling thought, resuming his training. Without strength, returning to Dongning was nothing but a fantasy. After all, the road ahead was fraught not only with zombies, but also with numerous mutant beasts. Mutant beasts cared not whether you were zombie or human, in their eyes all were merely prey. In the days that followed, Zhuang Ling trained relentlessly, meditating to recover his stamina when tired. When hunger struck, he hunted first-tier zombies, satiating his hunger with their life cores. While hunting, he was careful to lure the zombies away from the supermarket's vicinity. Within 2 days, he had wiped out all the first-tier zombies near the supermarket entrance. A second-tier zombie even nearly emerged, posing a significant threat to him. Fortunately, it hadn't completed its evolution, and Zhuang Ling, albeit with great difficulty, managed to kill it in his berserk state. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhuang Ling felt the pangs of hunger in his stomach with a sense of helplessness. There were no more first-tier zombies in the vicinity. To obtain life cores, he would have to venture into the teaching buildings or dormitories. However, the zombie he had killed yesterday, which was on the verge of reaching the 2nd tier, served as a stark warning. The 200-plus zombies outside were numerous, but they were certainly fewer than the people trapped in the teaching buildings and dorms. If a 2nd-tier zombie could emerge from that smaller group, then 2nd-tier zombies were absolutely present in the larger populations within the buildings. A 2nd-tier zombie's gene unlock had reached 25, with all its stats exceeding 250 points. Even with his berserk state, Zhuang Ling was at a considerable disadvantage against them. His strength and speed had both reached their limits at 159 points, but his mental power lagged at 136 points, still 23 points short of its cap. Over the past few days, every evolution point Zhuang Ling had gained was funneled into his mental power, but its growth was agonizingly slow. Even after meditating the entire night, he would only gain 3 to 5 points. Though considering he hadn't yet condensed his life core, this rate wasn't exactly sluggish. Still, Zhuang Ling was dissatisfied, a sense of urgency gnawing at him. If all went according to plan, the rescue team would arrive tomorrow. In his past life, he had left this place with that rescue team. Not only did they rescue the survivors, but they also cleared the entire campus of zombies. The strongest zombies then were only second-tier, no match for the sheer firepower of guns. The rescue team was from the Zhuang military district, not too far from the university town, and their firepower was formidable. Back then Zhuang Ling hadn't understood why they bothered to clear the entire campus. Now he finally understood it was for the life cores. The military had always been a breeding ground for powerhouses. He recalled that in his past life, it was someone from the military who had discovered the method to use life cores. Once they swept through, there would be nothing left for him, not even scraps. Moreover, these days he had been subsisting entirely on life cores, and his body was showing signs of weakness. Although the energy from the cores sustained his bodily functions, it couldn't satisfy his body's fundamental needs. It was like a comatose patient kept alive on 4 drips. Without real food, the body would inevitably weaken over time. With this in mind, Zhuang Ling hesitated no longer. He pushed open the door of the shop and stepped out, intending to head towards the teaching buildings. Fire axe in hand, he hadn't even left the supermarket's vicinity when he heard footsteps behind him. Zhuang Ling. Jun Buliu called out softly, gazing at Zhuang Ling's retreating back. Hearing his name, Zhuang Ling stiffened, but he didn't turn around. Since you're alive, why didn't you come back? Jun Buliu asked, his voice agitated now that his suspicion was confirmed. Ever since Wang Yunyun arrived at the supermarket, he had harbored some suspicions. Seeing Zhuang Ling repeatedly drawing away and eliminating the surrounding zombies had confirmed them. Zhuang Ling was indeed alive. Is it because of Zhao Qian? Yes, she pushed you into the zombies, but because of her you'd abandon your brother too. Jun Buliu's voice grew more heated, turning sorrowful, as Zhuang Ling still refused to look back. Zhuang Ling is dead. Zhuang Ling's voice was still hoarse, though better than it had been a couple of days ago. Bullshit. If you're blaming me, then just hit me. You think this is funny? Jun Buliu shouted, his eyes red. The shout immediately startled the nearby zombies, who began to converge on the two of them. Funny? You think I'm playing around? Zhuang Ling glanced at the approaching commotion, unwilling to waste more time. With that, he turned and locked his gaze onto Jun Buliu's eyes, his own pupils a striking crimson. He hadn't worn his sunglasses lately, as he hadn't needed to interact with the living. After all, his eyesight was already somewhat poor since becoming a zombie. Wearing sunglasses would only make it worse. Seeing the color of Zhuang Ling's pupils, Jun Buliu was stunned, instinctively taking a step back. Though he hadn't directly faced many zombies these past few days, he had picked up on some crucial information. For instance, they had received some news on a modified radio they'd fixed up. Crimson pupils were the unmistakable mark of a zombie. You? Jun Buliu opened his mouth, but the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. Zhuang Ling's eyes dimmed slightly, and he shook his head. Live on. We'll meet again. With that, he turned and walked away without another glance at Jun Buliu. He was a zombie. How many could accept him like that foolish girl Wang Yunyun? If Zhuang Ling hadn't saved her at her most desperate moment, would Wang Yunyun have ever accepted his identity as a zombie? A sense of irritability surged in his heart, and he quickened his pace. Jun Buliu wanted to call him back, but he remained silent. If Zhao Qian hadn't been so weak, if he himself hadn't been so incompetent, would Zhuang Ling have ended up like this? Watching the zombie draw closer, he sighed, hurried back into the supermarket, and closed the door. Regardless, Zhuang Ling was still alive in a sense, wasn't he? Everyone had their secrets. Jun Buliu didn't care what Zhuang Ling's secret was. As long as he was still alive, that was enough. Returning to the supermarket, he saw Zhao Qian still cowering in a corner, her eyes burning with hatred. Zhuang Ling hadn't died, but he had become a zombie. And all of this was because of her weakness. Even now she hadn't changed. Even after becoming an awakened, Jun Buliu still looked down on her. He had become a first-order martial artist 2 days ago, truly becoming the leader of the survivors in this small supermarket. Of the 15 people, only he, Zhao Qian, and Wang Yunyun had successfully unlocked their first-order gene locks and become first-order martial artists. Now the surrounding first-order zombies had all been cleared by Zhuang Ling, leaving only ungraded zombies. He had to start saving himself. Regardless of what happened to them, Zhuang Ling had already arrived at the entrance of a teaching building. 6 mutilated zombies were wandering nearby. The bloodstains in the hall had long dried bones lay scattered everywhere, and the scene was in utter chaos. Entering the hall, Zhuang Ling grew cautious. Although there were only 6 zombies, 2 of them were first-order. Clearly the zombies that survived here were elites. When Zhuang Ling approached, the 2 first-order zombies immediately let out roars. They sensed a threat in Zhuang Ling. The zombies here clearly had a strong sense of territory and were highly aggressive. Seeing that Zhuang Ling wasn't deterred, they attacked without hesitation. The situation inside the teaching building was still unclear, and Zhuang Ling wasn't sure if there was a second-order zombie. If there was a second-order zombie, it would certainly have first-order zombies around it. Being surrounded would be dangerous. So Zhuang Ling activated rage and swiftly took down the 6 zombies. He dug out 2 life cores and tossed them into his mouth. The slight weakness in his body was swept away by the energy from the life cores. These 2 life cores were also richer in energy than those from the zombies outside. I must push my spiritual power to its limit tonight, Zhuang Ling murmured cautiously, making his way toward the upstairs classroom. The slight weakness in his body was swept away by the energy from the life cores. These 2 life cores were also richer in energy than those from the zombies outside. I must push my spiritual power to its limit tonight, Zhuang Ling murmured cautiously, making his way toward. On the second floor, the corridor floor looked as if it had been drenched in blood, with even the walls covered in stains. Against the dim light, the scene was terrifying, but it didn't affect Zhuang Ling much. After all, he had seen far greater horrors. This was nothing. Yet the thick coppery scent of blood stirred a primal unease within him, adding to his agitation. At the corridor entrance, a male and a female zombie were snarling at each other, nearly tearing into each other. Both were ungraded, so Zhuang Ling ignored them, and they ignored him. Though he remained cautious, it was only relative. To the survivors, Zhuang Ling's movements were as casual as strolling through a market. After scouring the entire second floor, he found dozens of zombies, only 5 of which were first order, and no survivors. Just as Zhuang Ling was about to head to the third floor, he noticed something unusual. None of the zombies on the second floor approached the staircase leading to the third floor. Even half a rotting corpse lay on the stairs untouched by any zombie. Seeing the corpse on the stairs, Zhuang Ling immediately became alert. When something was abnormal, there was always a reason. It was far too strange for zombies to leave a corpse untouched. A second-order zombie, he pondered, tightening his grip on the fire axe, ready to counterattack. Stepping onto the stairs to the third floor felt like entering another world. There was no snarling of zombies, only a spine-chilling silence. Fortunately, Zhuang Ling was not human. When he reached the corner of the staircase, he suddenly felt as if he was being watched. But there was no movement around him. Come on, let me see how many evolution points I can get from a second-order life core. Zhuang Ling suppressed the urge to activate rage and climbed the steps one by one. As he set foot on the third-floor corridor, before he could even take in the surroundings, he heard a faint sound of something cutting through the air. Instinctively, he activated rage. A blood-red tongue shot straight toward his head. Die! Zhuang Ling yelled, swinging his axe fiercely. Clang! The axe severed the tongue, which fell to the ground. A furious roar echoed from a classroom beside the corridor, and a thin figure flashed past. Then 5 or 6 more zombie roars sounded from the third floor, as if responding to the earlier growl. Zhuang Ling squinted, confirming that the thin figure was the second-order zombie that had attacked him. The responding zombies must be its minions. Now Zhuang Ling could see the third-floor corridor clearly. 3 first-order zombies and 4 zombies on the verge of becoming first-order were all charging at him. Was that a blood-tongue fiend? Zhuang Ling thought, but his hands never stopped. He split one zombie's head open, then kicked another away and used the back of his axe to smash a third zombie's neck. In the blink of an eye, he killed 2 first-order zombies, but the second-order zombie seemed to have vanished, not showing itself. The blood-tongue fiend was a common mutated second-order zombie, relying on ambushes to hunt. Its greatest threats were its speed and its several-meter-long tongue. And as a seasoned hunter, the blood-tongue fiend was extremely patient. Zhuang Ling's swift reaction had clearly frightened the blood-tongue fiend, making it hesitate to act rashly. This was exactly what Zhuang Ling wanted. He wasn't afraid of an unknown fight with the blood-tongue fiend. What he feared was being surrounded. After dispatching the 7 zombies, he immediately deactivated rage. He took out 3 life cores, tossed them all into his mouth, and poured all his evolution points into spiritual power. Feeling his stamina rapidly recovering under the energy of the life cores, a glint of mockery flashed in Zhuang Ling's eyes. Suddenly he began to cough violently, slumped weakly against the wall, and panted heavily, feigning injury and exhaustion. After a moment's wait, a gaunt figure suddenly burst out from the restroom at the end of the corridor. In just 5 seconds, the blood-tongue fiend's razor-sharp claws were already reaching for Zhuang Ling's face. Brainless as always. Zhuang Ling sneered inwardly, raising his fire axe to block the claws. Then, using the wall as leverage, he kicked off and drove his elbow directly into the fiend's skull. The blood-tongue fiend staggered, let out a guttural roar, and turned to flee, intending to resort to Hitandran tactics. But Zhuang Ling wasn't about to give it the chance. The blood-tongue fiend was a speed-variant second-tier zombie, and even with his own rage ability activated, Zhuang Ling was far outmatched in speed. If it managed to escape, that would be a real problem. Even without a brain, its hunter's instinct made it far more formidable than an ordinary second-tier zombie. Pushing off the ground with force, Zhuang Ling lunged straight at the fiend. The blood-tongue fiend roared again, and its partially severed tongue lashed out like a viper, aimed directly at Zhuang Ling's throat. Moreover, with that roar, over a dozen answering cries echoed from the classrooms. Zhuang Ling narrowed his eyes, seized the tongue with his left hand, and discarded the fire axe with his right, grabbing the fiend's head directly. For humans, the blood-tongue fiend's tongue was its most lethal weapon, possessing enough strength to snap bones and lined with razor-sharp barbs. Once entangled, the barbs would instantly pierce the skin, and any wound meant infection. Higher-tier blood-tongue fiends even evolved a venomous ability, making them exceedingly troublesome. Unfortunately for it, it had crossed paths with Zhuang Ling. Though his left hand was instantly lacerated, Zhuang Ling had no fear of infection. At worst, it was just a bit of pain. As the fiend struggled with increasing desperation, Zhuang Ling wasted no time forcing it against the wall. Then gripping its head, he slammed it viciously against the concrete. Thud, thud, thud. Blow after blow, and the fiend's struggles grew weaker and weaker, until the fiend's head burst open like a watermelon. Its claws, which had been frantically raking at Zhuang Ling, drooped lifelessly. At that moment, all the classroom doors on the third floor swung open. Over a dozen zombies snarled as they shuffled out. Among them were 5 first-tier zombies, while the rest were on the verge of breaking through to the first tier. This blood-tongue fiend wasn't entirely useless, Zhuang Ling muttered, deftly extracting a mung-bean-sized life core. Pocketing the core, he glanced at the battered fire axe and left it behind. He punched a zombie blocking the stairwell, its head caving in, and climbed the stairs, breathing heavily. This time Zhuang Ling wasn't faking it. He was genuinely injured. His left hand, which had been entangled by the tongue, even had minor fractures. His chest was crisscrossed with countless wounds from the fiend's claws, oozing black blood. If Zhuang Ling weren't what he was, anyone else would have already turned into a zombie by now. If not for the fear of being swarmed, Zhuang Ling could have easily killed it without a scratch. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the number of zombies decreased significantly. Only a few wandered the corridor, with just a single first-tier zombie among them. Zhuang Ling's appearance immediately drew their attention. If not for the fear of being swarmed, Zhuang Ling could have easily killed it without a scratch. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the number of zombies decreased significantly. Only a few wandered the corridor, with just a single first-tier zombie among them. Zhuang Ling. The classroom was empty, with a thick layer of dust on the desks, clearly abandoned for a long time. Finding a corner, he sat down and assessed his condition. Evolution points 11. Strength 159. Speed 159. Mental power 137. Since entering the teaching building, Zhuang Ling had devoured a total of 11 life cores. His strength and speed had both reached their limits without any increase, but his mental power had grown by 1 point. Although there was no numerical increase in strength and speed, Zhuang Ling felt his body had been subtly reinforced. This puzzled Zhuang Ling. Why could his body still be strengthened when his attributes had already hit their limit? And why was there no corresponding increase in his attributes? This was highly unusual. According to common sense, once a limit was reached, the body shouldn't be able to be strengthened further. Zhuang Ling looked at the 2nd-tier life core in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and didn't swallow it immediately. Instead, he allocated all 11 evolution points to mental power, boosting it from 137 to 148. Just 11 more points, and his mental power would reach its limit too. The life core condensed from 3 maxed-out attributes. Hopefully, it would bring him some surprises. Now that strength and speed had both reached their limits, consuming the 2nd-tier core would be somewhat wasteful. After some deliberation, he put the core away. While the energy from the previously devoured cores hadn't yet dissipated, Zhuang Ling meditated simultaneously, healing his wounds. He didn't open his eyes until midnight. After several hours of meditation, his mental power had increased by another 2 points and his injuries had largely recovered. The wounds on his chest were minor, but the slightly fractured left hand was troublesome. Even after recovery with life core energy, it still ached. 9 more first-tier cores should be enough, not a problem, Zhuang Ling muttered, flexing his left hand, and glanced at the zombies outside the window. Night was when zombies thrived. He strode out of the classroom, observing the zombies in the corridor, mostly unranked ones. There was only a single first-tier zombie. He dealt with it, tossed the corpse to the unranked zombies, and then swept the entire floor. Unfortunately, he only found 1 first-tier zombie hiding in a classroom. 7 more to go, Zhuang Ling said, swallowing the life core. After some quick mental math, he decided not to head upstairs for now. There were still 5 first-tier zombies on the 3rd floor. He decided to go back and eliminate them. Although it carried some risk, it would also save a lot of time. It was already past 2 a.m. If he wasted any more time, he might not be able to complete his evolution before the rescue team arrived tomorrow. Zhuang Ling returned to the 3rd floor, where the corridor was packed with zombies. Without the blood-tongue fiend, the zombies were in disarray. Moreover, when Zhuang Ling reappeared, none of the zombies paid him any attention. Clearly, these brainless creatures had already forgotten that he was the one who killed their leader. Without a weapon, Zhuang Ling struggled a bit to kill the 5 first-tier zombies, then quickly slipped back to the 4th floor. As he climbed towards the 5th floor, he swallowed the 5 life cores. As the energy from the cores was continuously absorbed, Zhuang Ling could distinctly feel the strengthening effect growing weaker. 5 cores, yet their combined effect was less than half of what a single core had provided earlier. What a waste, Zhuang Ling sighed inwardly. Although this was the norm, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. For a moment, he had entertained the thought that he could truly strengthen himself indefinitely. If he could keep strengthening even after hitting the limits in all 3 attributes, Zhuang Ling wouldn't have minded spending more time on it. After all, everything before the 3rd tier was about laying a foundation. If he could strengthen infinitely, then after condensing his life core, Zhuang Ling would be practically unstoppable. With no time for meditation, the enhancement to his body was negligible. So Zhuang Ling redirected most of his energy toward restoring his physical condition. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he found fewer zombies than on the 4th. There must be 3 first-tier zombies here. Don't waste my time. Zhuang Ling sighed inwardly, his steps unceasing as he began his sweep. Unfortunately, after searching every classroom, he discovered only 2 first-tier zombies. Damn it, don't mess with me. Just one more. He stared at the last room before him, an office. He gently opened the office door. No zombies, only a rotting corpse. Troublesome. Zhuang Ling let out a helpless sigh. Unwilling to waste more time, he decided to head downstairs, find a first-tier zombie to kill, and then locate a quiet spot to break through. Just as he turned, Zhuang Ling heard a faint noise from the balcony. Peering into the darkness, he spotted a head tucked away in the corner, staring intently at him. It knows to hide. Could it be a survivor? After a moment of hesitation, he asked softly, "Survivor?" Although he was reluctant to waste time, he considered giving the person a reason to hold on. The person on the balcony froze, trembling violently at the sound of Zhuang Ling's hoarse voice. You're alive. Zhuang Ling replied, approaching the balcony. He paused, then decided against opening the door leading to it. This? Fellow student, where did you come from? Zhou Shan couldn't make out Zhuang Ling's features in the dark, only a vague silhouette. 4th floor. Zhuang Ling glanced at him and turned to leave. Student, where are you going? Are all the zombies outside dealt with? Zhou Shan asked, his voice trembling with excitement. He had been hiding on the balcony for days, surviving on the potted plants he had cultivated. He had chewed on spider plant succulents, and even a cactus. He was reaching his limit. No. Rescue will come tomorrow. Having said that, Zhuang Ling placed a bottle of mineral water head found in a classroom on the desk and walked away. Student, did you say rescue is coming tomorrow? Zhou Shan yearned to ask more, but dared not raise his voice, watching helplessly as Zhuang Ling departed. Carefully, he pushed the door open, snatched the water bottle, and gulped down half of it. Who was he? Will rescue really come tomorrow? Zhou Shan murmured, only to hear a zombie's roar from outside. Struggling to stifle a scream, he stumbled back to the balcony. Meanwhile, Zhuang Ling casually descended the stairs, feeling the last vestiges of energy from his life core fade away. Need to take down 2 more zombies. With that thought, Zhuang Ling left the teaching building. Though zombies were plentiful outside, first-tier ones were scarce. It took him over 10 minutes to gather 3 life cores. He entered another teaching building and slipped into a quiet classroom. Gene activation 15. Evolution points 2. Strength 159. Speed 159. Mental power 159. Talent frenzy. When his mental power also reached its limit, Zhuang Ling felt something activate within him. Instantly, he could begin condensing his life core. And it would be a core that unlocked the gene locks for all 3 attributes simultaneously. Moreover, strength, speed, and mental power seemed to be merging in a way he had never experienced before. The energy from the life cores he had consumed earlier hadn't fully dissipated, yet his body could no longer be strengthened. Let's begin. Zhuang Ling took a deep breath, casting aside his hesitation. Focusing his mind, he started to condense his life core. It was a process he was somewhat familiar with, almost second nature. As the thought arose, he felt his body begin to heat up. It felt as if his dormant body was awakening. The heat intensified, but his head felt oddly cool, and his consciousness grew sharper. In his past life, he had condensed his core in a daze, relying purely on instinct. But this time he keenly perceived every subtle change within his body. As time passed, Zhuang Ling distinctly felt his stiff joints and muscles beginning to soften. His lifeless body gradually regained its vitality. The process wasn't slow, but it wasn't quick either. 2 hours later, after enduring excruciating pain that felt like his bones were shattering, the evolution was complete. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a sharp, piercing pain stabbed through his brain. Zhuang Ling's body shook violently, but he gritted his teeth and endured it, refusing to cry out. The agony lasted only tens of seconds, yet it felt like an eternity. As the pain subsided, a cooling sensation spread from his head. The pain had been so intense that he hadn't been able to perceive what was happening in his mind. But now he could clearly sense a crystal core the size of a mung bean. It wasn't solid, but rather a phantom, steadily becoming more substantial. Mung bean size. Did I directly reach the 2nd tier? Zhuang Ling was both puzzled and excited. Was this the benefit of pushing all 3 attributes to their limits? Slowly the phantom life core solidified. But his core was different. He had seen countless life cores in his time. Others' cores were brilliant, but compared to his they were practically trash. Though only the size of a mung bean, the energy it contained was so dense, it was almost unbelievable. The core was enveloped in a layer of blood-red energy, while inside, a colorless energy formed a miniature world. At its center lay a mysterious, chaotic-colored seal. What's going on? Zhuang Ling was bewildered as he examined his own life core. Red for strength, colorless for speed, chaotic for mental power. He understood that. But weren't life cores usually just filled with pure energy? Why did it seem so strange? The zombies had killed over the past 2 days had all unlocked the strength gene lock, making their cores entirely blood-red. The blood-tongued creature had mutated for speed, its core entirely colorless. He had seen mental power cores too, they were chaotic colored. He had even witnessed a dual attribute core in his past life, strength and speed. But that one was split evenly between red and colorless. His core was just abnormal. However, he had never seen or even heard of a triple attribute core, so he couldn't tell if this was normal or not. It took over 5 hours for Zhuang Ling's life core to fully condense. Filled with doubt and uncertainty, he examined it repeatedly, yet found no issues. Gene activation 17. Evolution points 2. Strength 179. Speed 179. Mental power 165. Talents frenzy, spirit control. In his past life, after Zhuang Ling condensed his life core, his 3 attributes had increased by less than 10 points in total. But this time his strength and speed had surged by a full 20 points. Spiritual power, the most difficult to increase, had still grown by 6 points. Suppressing the excitement within him, Zhuang Ling turned his attention to the newly acquired talent. Spirit Dominion. My spirit shall command the mountains and seas. The description was simple, yet utterly domineering. This spirit refers to one's own spiritual consciousness, Zhuang Ling mused after a moment of introspection. Spiritual consciousness was merely another name for spiritual power. In simple terms, this skill was an ability derived from spiritual power. This spirit allowed one to use their spiritual power to manipulate other objects. This was the legendary art of telekinesis. Even among those who had unlocked the spiritual gene lock, telekinesis users were quite rare. In his past life, he had witnessed a king-rank expert whose telekinesis was nothing short of spectacular. Most importantly, at higher cultivation levels, one could achieve sword flight. That was the ultimate fantasy of every man. A skill that rivals Berserk. Zhuang Ling murmured, his mind stirring. A small stool not far away instantly flew up into the air. He'll be able to fly on a sword someday too. Zhuang Ling chuckled with excitement. Imagining himself standing atop a blade soaring through the skies, he nearly drooled. Watching the stool darting back and forth in the air, his excitement only grew. The limitations of telekinesis were generally determined by one's spiritual power. Given Zhuang Ling's situation, if he had awakened the standard telekinesis ability, his spiritual power of 165 points would allow him to manipulate objects weighing up to 16.5 gene. But what he had awakened was not telekinesis. It was spirit dominion. Though only a single word differed, the distinction was monumental. Spirit dominion also consumed spiritual power, but the weight it could control was determined by its own level. And this level was not Zhuang Ling's personal cultivation rank. Spirit dominion had its own innate level. Normal telekinesis, even for a 9th-stage grandmaster, could only lift 1,000 gene at most. But the description of spirit dominion was to command the mountains and seas. 1,000 gene might only be enough to lift a large rock from a mountain. When Zhuang Ling focused his thoughts entirely on the spirit dominion skill, several lines of small text appeared. Spirit dominion level 100 can control 10 gene. To level up, 100 evolution points were required. Though it didn't specify how much weight he could control after upgrading, it certainly wouldn't be a small amount. After all, 100 evolution points could unlock a full 10 of the gene lock if invested in abilities. Put another way, that was equivalent to 100 first-tier life cores. After all this time, how many had Zhuang Ling managed to obtain? Gazing at his evolution points, which were still in the single digits, Zhuang Ling's fervent enthusiasm cooled slightly. He played with the stool for a while longer, only stopping when his mind began to feel fatigued. Though his body was still that of a zombie, his agility was far superior to that of an ordinary person. Not only had his vocal cords been largely repaired, but he could now even control subtle muscles. He could furrow his brow or manage a faint smile, which could barely pass as natural. Though it might look like a botched plastic surgery, at least he could smile now. And for that, Zhuang Ling was quite satisfied. He had just rested for a moment when the sound of gunfire suddenly erupted from outside the school. The rescue team is here. Zhuang Ling frowned slightly, checking the time. It was already past 10 in the morning. He knew condensing a life core took time, but he hadn't expected it to take this long. After a moment of deliberation, Zhuang Ling abandoned the idea of quickly hunting down more zombies for their life cores. The arrival of the rescue team was both a beacon of hope and a potential abyss. Sulu University was densely populated. There were many survivors, and even more zombies. In his past life, the campus clearing operation had claimed many lives. If Zhuang Ling hadn't been on the verge of starving to death and unable to keep up with the group, he might not have made it out of the campus alive. Times had changed now, and the military wouldn't act as babysitters for a bunch of college students. So anyone who could hold a gun was assigned some clearing duties. This is the last help I can give you all, Zhuang Ling sighed, inwardly rising and leaving the classroom. By the time he reached the vicinity of the supermarket, Jun Boliu and the others had already rendezvoused with the rescue team. The zombies near the supermarket had all been eliminated. The soldiers were speaking with Jun Boliu and the others. Times have changed. If you want to live and live well, you have to pick up a gun and fight for yourselves. The lead soldier, his face grim, addressed the pale and terrified survivors. We're here to save you, but we're not your nannies, not your bodyguards. Whether you pick up a gun and be a hero or cower behind others, and be a coward, the choice is yours. But let me make one thing clear, cowards don't live long. As Zhuang Ling drew closer, the man's voice became clearer and colder. In his past life, Zhuang Ling had escaped Sulu under this man's command. He had forgotten the man's name as he had died right after leaving Sulu. The moment the man fell silent, one of the dozen or so survivors raised a protest. We're students, the future pillars of our nation. Isn't it your duty as soldiers to protect us? What else are you for? A young man spoke up, loudly displeased. The soldier stared at him in silence for a moment, then asked expressionlessly, "What's your name?" My name is Meng Li. What are you going to hit me?" Meng Li was startled by the soldier's gaze, but he still spoke defiantly. The soldier merely gave him a cold look, then swept his eyes over the others, asking, "Does anyone else here share Meng Li's views?" The survivors exchanged glances, but no one spoke. The soldier waited a moment longer, then drew a deep breath, and said, "Meng Li, are you still living in a dream?" "What do you mean?" Meng Li's face changed, his voice tinged with anger. "What do I mean?" The soldier sneered, continuing, "If you haven't woken up, it'll be happy to wake you up for free. The future pillar of our nation. You're not even a piece of scrap. This era doesn't need arrogant, self-proclaimed pillars of society. It needs warriors. Warriors who dare to kill." The soldier, as if provoked, advanced on Meng Li word by word. "You? What are you doing? I'm warning you, my uncle works for the government. If you dare touch me." Before Meng Li could finish, the soldier kicked him square in the chest. "So what if I touch you? Trash like you deserves to die." The soldier snorted coldly, then looked at the others and continued, "My name is Song Hui. Feel free to seek revenge. Of course, that's only if you manage to survive." Song Hui cast another cold glance at Meng Li before continuing, "Whether you accept it or not, the times have changed. Your so-called knowledge and talent are utterly useless in the face of death. Cowards, return to the supermarket and wait. We'll transport you to a safe place. Those who dare to pick up a gun, come get your weapons and join us in clearing the campus and searching for survivors." Song Hui finished saying all he had to say and turned to look at Zhuang Ling in the distance. Mistaking him for a zombie, he immediately raised his gun. At that moment, Jun Boliu also spotted Zhuang Ling. "Officer Song, don't shoot. He's a friend of mine. A survivor." Jun Boliu hurried forward to explain. Wang Yunyun also broke away from the group and ran towards Zhuang Ling. For some reason in her eyes, Zhuang Ling gave her a greater sense of security than these soldiers ever could. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, who had been silently hiding in the crowd, froze the instant she saw Zhuang Ling. Even though Zhuang Ling wore sunglasses, his features were etched into her memory. A survivor. Daring to charge through a horde alone, you've got some nerve." Song Hui was taken aback, squinting slightly. "I have awakened." Even though Zhuang Ling had reached the first rank, he still had no means to resist firearms. To avoid revealing anything unusual, he chose to speak as little as possible. "Awakened." Song Hui's eyes betrayed a hint of surprise as he holstered his gun. Zhuang Ling nodded, noticing a small stone by his feet. With a mere thought, the stone levitated, rising into the air before the group. The abilities Zhuang Ling currently possessed, aside from his enhanced physique, were only Berserk and Spirit Control. Since Berserk wasn't suitable for demonstration, he had to resort to Spirit Control. Song Hui watched the stone floating in midair, then gave Zhuang Ling another deep, appraising look. "This kid. Interesting. Kid ever thought about joining the military?" Song Hui asked with a light chuckle. "Let's leave first, then we'll talk." Zhuang Ling said no more, taking Wang Yunyun's hand and walking over to stand beside Jun Boliu. Zhuang Ling. Wang Yunyun was overjoyed to see him again, eager to tell him about condensing her life core. But Zhuang Ling gave a slight shake of his head. Seeing this, Song Hui didn't press the matter. "Anyone willing to help us clear out the zombies, come get your equipment." With that, he signaled the soldiers behind him to bring out some firearms and weapons. "Zhuang Ling, come with us," Jun Boliu said earnestly. "Let's pick weapons first." Zhuang Ling glanced at the firearms laid out before them, feeling a stir of interest. At this stage, the military's weapons were certainly top-notch. Moreover, only third-rank zombies could withstand weaker firearms, and to be completely immune, one would need to be at least 6th rank. Firearms were therefore extremely important. This was also a rare opportunity for training. Jun Boliu hesitated for a moment, but said nothing more, simply nodding. He walked up to Song Hui and, gesturing at the guns on the ground, asked, "We've never handled guns before. What if we don't know how to use them?" "Don't worry, it's simple. We'll teach you in a bit. Just don't point the gun at any survivors." Song Hui waved his hand dismissively. There were plenty of zombies here. As long as they could fire bullets, it wouldn't be a problem. He didn't really expect these helpless college students to accomplish much anyway. He just wanted them to adapt to this new era quickly. Jun Boliu nodded, casually picking up a rifle, and asked curiously, "Got any grenades?" "Are you trying to blow yourself up?" Song Hui shot him a glare, somewhat displeased. "You haven't even held a gun, and you want to play with grenades? I'm not worried about you blowing yourself up, but I am worried about you blowing up others. You're a first-rank warrior. Mastering a gun shouldn't be too hard for you." Jun Boliu raised an eyebrow at this and nodded. Afterward, the others stepped forward one by one to claim their weapons. Wang Yunyan also took a gun at Zhuang Ling's signal. When it was Zhuang Ling's turn, however, he walked straight over to Song Huai. I want a pistol and a blade. These guns held little significance for him. Without bullets, they were just scrap metal. And he didn't plan on staying with the military convoy for long. So a cold weapon was the best choice. As for the pistol, it was merely to avoid unnecessary trouble. You're good, but overconfidence isn't a virtue, Song Huai remarked, giving him another once-over. Against a horde, a rifle was far more useful than a pistol. And a blade meant close-quarters combat. Far too dangerous. Song Huai didn't want to see a gifted young man like Zhuang Ling die an early death. Don't worry, I can handle it, Zhuang Ling said, looking at him seriously. If he still refused, Zhuang Ling would have no choice but to leave. The aura emanating from Song Huai was already close to reaching the second rank. If his identity as a zombie were ever discovered, he'd probably be captured for experimentation. Song Huai was silent for a moment, then handed him a short blade from his waist. He then drew his own pistol and asked, "You know how to use this?" Zhuang Ling nodded, took the blade, and the gun, turned, and walked back to the group without a word. Song Huai didn't say anything more about it. Geniuses should act like geniuses. Including Zhuang Ling, 12 out of the 16 survivors were willing to follow Song Huai to clear out the zombies. The remaining 4 remained motionless, led by a male student named Meng Li. Song Huai shot them a look filled with frustration and disappointment. "You cowards better go hide and pray you survive." Then his gaze shifted to Zhuang Ling and the others. "Form your own teams, 4 per group, and stay close to our soldiers. Move out." With that, he made a grand gesture and led the 100-strong force towards the teaching building. "Follow me," Zhuang Ling said to Jun Boliu and Wang Yunyan, starting to move. "Zhuang Ling." Suddenly Zhao Qian called out to him. Zhuang Ling's body stiffened, and he stopped, turning his head to look at her, his gaze complex. "It really is you. You're okay. Thank goodness." Confirming it was indeed Zhuang Ling, Zhao Qian's hand trembled slightly as she reached out to touch his face. Zhuang Ling let out a soft sigh, but evaded her touch. "Let's go. Don't waste time." He turned and quickly caught up with Song Huai's group. "Zhuang Ling, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. Can you forgive me?" Zhao Qian's eyes were red, tears welling up. "I told you owe me a life." Zhuang Ling didn't look back, speaking as he walked. As they hadn't yet neared the teaching building, the number of zombies was still manageable. Song Huai, not wanting to waste bullets, ordered everyone to draw their blades and engage the zombies in close combat. He even left a few for Jun Boliu and the other students to kill with their own hands. This caused 7 out of the 12 to vomit, nearly turning their stomachs inside out. Song Huai shook his head in disapproval, but didn't let them rest, pushing the advance forward. Zhuang Ling followed behind, refraining from acting. As long as Jun Boliu and Wang Yunyan weren't in danger, he preferred to stay out of the spotlight. Upon entering the teaching building area, Song Huai's men began to split up, forming teams of 10, with each team assigned to a specific building. It was at this moment that the real danger began. The situation inside the buildings was complex, with many first-rank zombies and even a few second-rank ones. In his past life, the rescue team had suffered considerable losses, paying a heavy price to clear the campus. Zhuang Ling had originally planned to lead Jun Boliu and the others to the teaching building he had cleared the day before. Although there were still many zombies there, they were all unranked. He had already eliminated all the ranked ones. Even after devouring many corpses last night, there couldn't be many first-rank zombies left. It was the safest place. Unfortunately, the team Jun Boliu was with didn't choose that particular building. Before even entering the teaching building, the crowded mass of corpses in the lobby was visible. At the sight of the horde, Jun Boliu's face turned grim. Especially upon recognizing some familiar faces, his hands gripping the gun began to tremble slightly, not just from fear, but more from a deep-seated rage. Why had it come to this? They were all young people with boundless futures, yet now they had become this. Rotting bodies, monsters that could only howl like beasts. Zhao Qian, following behind the group, had a pale, delicate face. Wang Yunyan, however, was faring better than Jun Boliu. Still, her eyes were reddened at the sight of so many zombies. "Stay close behind us, and be careful," the leading young man said to Zhuang Ling and the other 3. He then gestured to his teammates and strode into the building. Zhuang Ling patted Jun Boliu on the shoulder and whispered, "Stay close to me." He then followed the soldiers. The group of 9 entered the hall, first firing without hesitation. One of them took the rear guard to prevent any surprises. This 10-man squad had 7 first-order martial artists. This surprised Zhuang Ling, but it also made sense. Soldiers with their long-term training naturally had physical attributes far surpassing ordinary people. Now that spiritual energy had emerged and unlocked the Buddhist genetic locks, many soldiers' baseline stats were on the verge of breaking through to the first order. Although there were many zombies on the first floor, only 6 were first order. They were taken down with a single shot to the head before they could even get close. Seeing the blood and gore on the floor, and smelling the pungent stench of blood, Zhao Qian vomited with a wah sound. Jun Boliu managed to hold it in, though his face grew even paler. Zhuang Ling and Wang Yunyan, however, seemed unfazed, as if they hadn't seen anything. Zhuang Ling had simply seen too much, while Wang Yunyun for unknown reasons remained indifferent. Could it be because of the infection? Zhuang Ling thought, looking at Wang Yunyun. What's wrong? Wang Yunyun asked, noticing his gaze. Zhuang Ling squinted, catching a barely perceptible red glint in her eyes. How do you feel? Zhuang Ling asked softly, pointing at a mutilated corpse on the ground. I don't feel anything. Why? Wang Yunyun shook her head, her expression unchanged. Zhuang Ling fell silent, lost in thought. The tin soldiers were somewhat surprised by the calm demeanor of the two. However, they said nothing. Time was of the essence, and there was no need to waste it. Although the guns were equipped with silencers, they still made a considerable noise, and they didn't know if other zombies had been alerted. 3 of you watch the stairs. The rest of you come with me to clear out the classrooms, the leading man ordered, then began checking rooms one by one with his team. Let's clear them too. Wang Yunyun, take the lead, Zhuang Ling said softly, glancing at Jun Biliu and the others. Wang Yunyun nodded, gripped her gun tightly, and moved towards the classrooms on the other side. Zhuang Ling followed closely behind, ready to act at a moment's notice. Jun Biliu took a few deep breaths and hurried to keep up. Zhao Qian was still vomiting, her face slightly yellow. But Zhuang Ling paid her no mind. If she didn't want to die, this was something she had to go through, something she had to overcome. The 3 soldiers on guard at the stairs saw how bold Zhuang Ling's group was, but after a moment's hesitation, they chose not to stop them. No one offered to help either. Guarding the stairwell was crucial. This was also the order given by Song Huai. How could one grow without experiencing hardship? If they couldn't even handle this, then saving them would be a waste of time. Wang Yunyun, however, didn't think much about it. As long as Zhuang Ling was by her side, she felt safe. When she pushed open a classroom door, 2 zombies inside lunged at her immediately upon hearing the noise. Startled, Wang Yunyun almost stepped back, but then she remembered Zhuang Ling was right behind her. She took a deep breath, her eyes closing briefly. When she opened them again, they had turned completely blood red. With a crack, the heads of the 2 zombies in front of her exploded instantly. Witnessing this, Zhuang Ling's eyes widened in utter disbelief. This ability of hers, why did it resemble Yi Yun's so much? In his past life, Yi Yun's ability had saved him countless times. Seeing it again, now Zhuang Ling's breath quickened. Zhuang Ling, how is it? Not bad, right? Wang Yunyun said, looking back at him with a light smile. The crimson in her pupils was fading, but her pretty face showed signs of exhaustion. Yeah, not bad. Looking at her red pupils, Zhuang Ling let out a sigh. Blood spirit pupils. It truly was this ability. Don't use it too often in the future. It takes a heavy toll on your body, Zhuang Ling said softly, gazing at those eyes that were both familiar and strange. I understand. Although she didn't know why Zhuang Ling was acting so strangely, Wang Yunyun was still happy. See, I'm not useless. I can help you. Zhuang Ling sighed, shaking off the wild thoughts in his head, and looked into the classroom. Besides the rotting corpses on the floor, there were 16 more zombies. Most of these zombies had decayed patches on their bodies. This indicated they had been bitten and infected. Only 2 zombies had no wounds on them. These 2 had reached the first order level. Shoot them, Zhuang Ling said, turning his gaze to Jun Biliu. Jun Biliu and Wang Yunyun nodded and raised their guns. They had learned how to use firearms while clearing the zombies outside the building earlier. After condensing their life cores at the first order, their bodies were greatly strengthened, and their learning speed had increased significantly. Although their accuracy was still poor, the zombies were close enough. After the dozen or so zombies were shot down in a flurry of bullets, the classroom was left in a state of disarray. Zhao Qian, however, had managed to stop vomiting when the shooting started and had rejoined the group. When facing zombies, you must remain calm no matter what, Zhuang Ling said, coldly observing the 3. They had used over 100 bullets for just a dozen zombies, a huge waste. First-order zombies have a crystal in their brains that can strengthen the body. As he spoke, Zhuang Ling took out a short blade, walked over to a first-order zombie, and pried open its skull. While he worked, he tried to teach them a few things. He extracted 2 life cores and handed them to Jun Biliu and Wang Yunyun. In the next classroom, no guns, Zhuang Ling said, walking out of the room towards the 3 soldiers guarding the stairs. Brother, can I borrow a knife? The 3 were startled, then frowned. Are you sure? It's too dangerous. Zhuang Ling nodded and said softly, to live is to play chess with danger. The 3 exchanged glances, and seeing Zhuang Ling's resolve, they handed over their short blades. Not bad, brother. Zhuang Ling smiled, taking the blades and giving one to each of Jun Biliu, Wang Yunyun, and Zhao Qian. Jun Biliu looked at the short blade in his hand, then at Zhuang Ling. Zhuang Ling, what exactly have you been through? Ever since Zhuang Ling was shoved before the zombie by Zhao Qian and got bitten, his brother seemed to have become a completely different person. Facing the sudden catastrophe, he appeared to be already accustomed to it. He didn't seem like a young man new to the apocalypse, but rather a formidable survivor who had endured in this wasteland for a long time. Especially now, Zhuang Ling seemed omniscient, deliberately training them. He wasn't a fool. He could easily see Zhuang Ling's abnormality. He didn't care what secrets Zhuang Ling held. He was only afraid that Zhuang Ling was no longer the same Zhuang Ling he knew. Hearing Jun Biliu's words, Zhuang Ling took a deep breath, but merely shook his head. Even if they were to believe him, some things simply could not be spoken. You have all reached the first rank. Do not rely excessively on external forces. Zhuang Ling's voice hadn't fully recovered, making speech difficult. He could only speak in a halting, slow manner. After finishing, he walked towards another classroom. The door was open and a zombie had already emerged, spotting the group. With an expressionless face, Zhuang Ling stepped forward, plunging the short blade in his hand directly into the zombie's head. He then cleanly withdrew the blade and thrust it into another zombie's neck, severing its spine. With fluid, effortless motions, he dispatched 2 zombies, leaving only one remaining. The head is a zombie's weakness, but there's no need to be overly fixated on it, Zhuang Ling said, kicking the zombie about to emerge from the classroom doorway back inside. Wang Yunyun, you're up first. Wang Yunyun nodded, swallowing nervously as she looked at the approaching zombie. This was merely a zombie that hadn't even reached the first rank, and with Zhuang Ling having drawn his pistol, there wasn't any real danger. Wang Yunyun took a deep breath, gripped her short blade tightly, and thrust it straight towards the zombie's head. But the zombie suddenly let out a roar, its flailing arm blocking her attack. Wang Yunyun instinctively stepped back, her innate urge to activate her blood spirit eye surging. Your advantage isn't just your mental strength, Zhuang Ling reminded her as he saw her eyes turn bloodshot. He remembered that when he had tested Wang Yunyun's physical attributes earlier, her speed was also quite good. Even now, with her mental gene lock activated, that speed must have reached the first rank standard. Hearing Zhuang Ling's words, Wang Yunyun nodded and deactivated her blood spirit eye state. She understood his meaning and began using her speed to maneuver around the zombie in the narrow corridor. Although she quickly disposed of the zombie, Zhuang Ling was far from satisfied. This was to be expected, though. She possessed first-rank strength, but her combat experience was far too lacking. Seeing her kill the zombie, Zhuang Ling released another one. Bully, Zhuang Ling said, looking at him, signaling for him to go next. Jun Bully, and nodded, stepping forward to stand before the zombie. Unlike Wang Yunyun, although Jun Bulyu also lacked substantial combat experience, he surprised Zhuang Ling. It wasn't because of his physical condition. It was because he actually knew some martial arts techniques. Although his movements were stiff, one could tell they were genuine martial arts. This caused Zhuang Ling to look at Jun Bulyu with a changed expression. In his past life, after the apocalypse broke out, he and Jun Bulyu had quickly been separated and never met again. He never expected his brother to know martial arts. Jun Bulyu also realized that Zhuang Ling wanted them to train. Seizing this rare opportunity, he didn't rush to kill the zombie, but instead practiced his forms. Of course, he also had his own hidden motives. He was indirectly telling Zhuang Ling that he too had his secrets. Everyone had secrets, but that didn't change the fact that they were brothers. Watching Jun Bulius' movements, Zhuang Ling gave a slight nod. Martial arts techniques and forms were of great importance. Although they might seem somewhat futile in front of those who had awakened powerful abilities, more people hadn't awakened any abilities at all. Or perhaps they had awakened some auxiliary abilities. For instance, Zhuang Ling's own Berserk ability merely boosted his attributes. It wasn't inherently lethal, like Wang Yunyun's blood spirit eye. This was where the importance of martial arts techniques became apparent. In fact, the training methods for increasing strength and speed originated from martial arts families, which had modified and circulated them. Even the earliest meditation methods bore the influence of these martial arts clans. Moreover, these martial arts weren't like modern taekwondo or judo. They were genuine martial arts known as martial techniques. This was also why their practitioners were called martial artists. When Zhuang Ling first encountered them, he was utterly astonished. It turned out the world was not as simple as he had perceived. The things from novels and TV shows actually existed. Many of the martial techniques, Zhuang Ling later learned, were passed down from these martial arts families. In simple terms, martial techniques were just a kind of skill akin to the combat moves used by the military. They allowed one to utilize their physical power more effectively. While Jun Bulyu was still practicing on the zombie, Zhuang Ling suddenly heard a shout of warning. Turning his head, he saw the 3 people guarding the stairwell. Evidently, the zombies from upstairs had been alerted and were coming down. There was no more time to waste, yet he didn't rush Jun Bulyu. After all, Zhuang Ling's goal was for them to better familiarize themselves with their own strength. Zhao Qian, Zhuang Ling called out, releasing another zombie and kicking it to the other side. Zhao Qian took a deep breath upon hearing this and nodded. Stepping past Jun Bulyu, he stood before the zombie. Despite his overwhelming fear, he raised his short blade. He glanced at Jun Bulyu, whose stiff movements were gradually becoming more fluid, and knew he needn't worry about him. So he focused his attention on Zhao Qian, his gun at the ready. Just as he suspected, when the zombie swatted the short blade from Zhao Qian's hand, panic set in. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the zombie collapsed directly onto Zhao Qian, its foul, stinking mouth just inches from his face. Zhuang Ling let out a faint, disappointed sigh, but said nothing. Zhao Qian's body trembled uncontrollably, and tears streamed down his face. However, he didn't dare look at Zhuang Ling. Why? Why was he so pathetic? Why was he so useless? It was just a zombie. What was there to be afraid of? Zhao Qian's mind was filled with self-reproach, and he didn't even think to push the zombie off him immediately. He had nearly caused Zhuang Ling's death before, and now if it weren't for Zhuang Ling, he would have gotten himself killed. Zhao Qian, why are you so cowardly? Zhao Qian clenched his fists, screaming internally. Zhuang Ling paid it no mind, assuming he was just scared. Being afraid of zombies was normal, but Zhao Qian's weakness was excessive. In an era of peace this would be fine. But this was the apocalypse. To survive, cowardice had to be eradicated. Zhuang Ling despised cowardice. If he hadn't been so weak, perhaps Yi Yin wouldn't have died back then. Crying serves no purpose other than to attract the zombies. Zhuang Ling sighed, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Zhao Qian was after all a young woman, a pampered heiress who had never lifted a finger. Even a mere insect could send her into a shrieking panic. It was understandable that she couldn't accept fighting zombies now. But times had changed. If she didn't adapt, she would only become a strong man's caged bird. Having been classmates and his former dream, Zhuang Ling didn't want that for her. This was the apocalypse. Without change, not even the gods could save her. In truth, Zhuang Ling still harbored some resentment towards her. If not for her, how could he have become a zombie? But what use was resentment? To live well and protect those he wanted to protect, there was no choice but to become stronger. I'm sorry, you'll change, Zhao Qian said timidly, wiping the tears from her face. Zhuang Ling nodded, paying her no more mind, and turned his gaze to Jun Boliu, who had just plunged his blade into a zombie's brain. Wang Yunyun, however, glanced at Zhao Qian, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugging at her lips. She had thought she might have a rival, but it seemed she had worried for nothing. With that personality of hers, Zhuang Ling would never let her stay by his side. Remember your strengths, and you'll grow stronger in battle, Zhuang Ling said to Wang Yunyun and Jun Boliu, but charging straight into the classroom. The cleanup on the other side was already wrapping up, and Zhuang Ling saw no point in wasting more time. There were fewer than 10 zombies in the classroom. Only one was a first-order zombie. Zhuang Ling moved among them like a wolf among sheep, dispatching all the zombies in less than 3 minutes. Wang Yunyun's beautiful eyes were filled with awe. Jun Boliu was also stunned, wondering if Zhuang Ling had truly become a zombie or had somehow learned a secret martial art manual. Zhao Qian felt even more dejected, her head bowed, as if lost in thought. Zhuang Ling pulled out the first-order life core and handed it to her. Without giving her a chance to refuse, he pressed it into her palm. As he exited the classroom, the 7-man squad had finished their cleanup, with 3 of them collecting life cores. Clean it up quickly. The zombies upstairs have been alerted. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight later, the leading man said, showing not displeasure, but a hint of appreciation for Zhuang Ling's group clearing 2 classrooms. In his eyes, they were just ordinary college students. Zhuang Ling nodded without wasting time and moved aside. Zhuang Ling, right? Not bad. And Lai said, looking at the corpses in the classroom and patting Zhuang Ling's shoulder with a smile. He wasn't unreasonable. Zhuang Ling and his group were all first-order fighters. The life cores from the zombies they eliminated were their spoils of war. Zhuang Ling gave him a stiff smile and replied, not bad. And Lai gave him a strange look, but didn't dwell on it. Soon the first floor was cleared, and they began their advance to the second floor. Because many had been lured away earlier, there were few zombies left in the second-floor corridor. After quickly clearing the second floor, Zhuang Ling created training opportunities for Jun Boliu's trio and took the chance to collect 5 life cores. He distributed 1 to each of them, keeping 2 for himself. Wang Yunyun was also becoming much more familiar with her own abilities. Jun Boliu was the most reassuring, his growth visible by the minute. As for Zhao Qian, when Zhuang Ling casually asked if she still had the courage, she actually managed to muster it. Although her performance was still poor, and she relied on Zhuang Ling to avoid being hurt, her willingness to change did lift Zhuang Ling's spirits a bit. As soon as he stepped onto the 3rd floor, Zhuang Ling instinctively felt something was off. It was too quiet, just like when he had encountered the mutated second-order blood-tongue beast yesterday. Moreover, the entire floor had only 2 first-order zombies, and they were missing limbs. Something's not right. Be careful, and Lai said, his expression turning grave as he finished checking the floor and looked towards the stairs to the 4th. Jun Boliu and the others nodded and were surrounded and protected by the 10-man squad. And Lai and his men genuinely admired Zhuang Ling's group. With some training, they would surely be excellent prospects. Zhuang Ling followed the group, remaining silent. Since Lai had already sensed the anomaly, there was no need for him to stand out. Still, he kept his pistol at the ready to guard against any surprises. The 4th floor also only had zombies with mutilated bodies, though more than on the 3rd. However, the strange thing was that the floor was covered in blood. Most importantly, the floor beneath the blood showed signs of corrosion. But the blood had already dried, clearly not fresh. Could it be a corroder? Zhuang Ling frowned as he looked at the bloodstains and the corroded marks on the ground. A corroder is no ordinary zombie. It too is a mutation and even stronger than a blood-tongue beast. Corroders are typically larger with thick hides and can attack by spraying blood, which is highly corrosive. The blood of a high-order corroder is terrifyingly corrosive. A poorly made blade, even if it pierces its body, could be corroded away within seconds. And if a human gets contaminated, their flesh rapidly rots, and crucially, they don't turn into zombies. If it's just a limb that's corroded, it's bad enough, But if a vital part is affected and can't be fully amputated, you can only watch yourself rot away in agony. At that point, the pain of zombification would seem like a mercy. But the corroder's blood specifically prevents that. Looks like it's second order, not yet third, Zhuang Ling muttered, frowning at the degree of corrosion. However, he didn't know when this blood had been left or if the creature had advanced since then. If it had, things would get more troublesome. After all, there were too many of them. If they were ambushed, it would be hard for everyone to dodge. The fifth floor had more zombies than the fourth, including a second-order one, which surprised Zhuang Ling. A second-order zombie. Could the corroder have advanced and made them its minions? Zhuang Ling frowned, looking at the corroder's blood on the ground. Indeed, its corrosive power was stronger. Some of the fresher bloodstains had already reached the third-order level. But the corroder's latest tracks didn't lead to the fifth floor, but towards the stairs leading to the rooftop. A third-order life core is a treasure. Zhuang Ling's eyes flashed with excitement. He had to have it. I'm going to check the rooftop. You all follow and lie, Zhuang Ling said, looking at Jun Boliu, then headed for the stairs. There weren't many zombies on the fifth floor. It wouldn't take them long to find the trail on the stairs. He had to get to the corroder before they did, or he'd never get the life core. Zhuang Ling cautiously ascended the stairs. The door to the rooftop was already half eaten away by corrosion. It didn't even eat the second-order zombies, but came up to the roof. Did it find something? Zhuang Ling wondered, looking at the blood that hadn't yet coagulated. A survivor. Stepping over the blood and onto the rooftop, he saw a stout, burly figure before him, sniffing the air incessantly. The rooftop was not entirely devoid of structures. There was a pavilion used as a storage room. If there were any survivors, they would have to be there. Moreover, the corroder was heading straight toward the pavilion. It seems there really are survivors. Zhuang Ling glanced at the tightly shut wooden door of the pavilion, which was clearly no match for the corroder's attacks. The moment Zhuang Ling stepped onto the rooftop, the corroder sensed his presence. It turned its head, let out a hoarse roar, and warned him to get lost. Although third-stage zombies began to regain consciousness, it was only the beginning. This corroder had just broken through to the third stage, and it was uncertain whether its consciousness had even started to recover. Yet despite the mere roar, Zhuang Ling understood its meaning. This prey is mine. Get lost, or it'll kill you. If it hadn't been lured by the living, it would have attacked Zhuang Ling long ago. After all, for mutated zombies, anything containing energy that could advance them was food. Seeing it draw closer to the pavilion, even preparing to spit corrosive blood, Zhuang Ling wasted no time and raised his gun. Bang! A soft sound, and the corroder's steps faltered. The shot hit the back of its head, but failed to kill it. After all, the pistol's power was limited, and after 3 stages of enhancement, the corroder's body was quite tough. The corroder now ignored the survivors in the pavilion and roared angrily at Zhuang Ling. Opening its mouth wide, it spat a blood-red water ball hurtling toward him. Without even activating his fury, Zhuang Ling sidestepped to dodge the spit attack. While moving, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. 2 shots, both hitting the center of the forehead. Exactly the same spot, without a hair's breadth of difference. The corroder died without understanding why this first-stage zombie was so bold. I'm a third-stage zombie. How dare you attack me? But Zhuang Ling didn't care about that. The gunfire had not only alerted the people in the pavilion, but also Shirley and Lai and the others downstairs. He quickly approached the corroder, raised his short blade, and stabbed fiercely at its head. But the blade failed to penetrate the skull, only breaking the skin. No wonder it's third stage, Zhuang Ling muttered, increasing his strength. With a crack, the hard skull finally gave way, and yellow-white matter oozed out. The handle was stained with blood, and the anti-slip texture was instantly corroded away. He pulled out the blade. Its once shiny surface was now rusted from the corrosion. Zhuang Ling wiped the short blade, while using the power of spirit control to extract the life core. The corroder's third-stage life core was blood-red, having also unlocked the power gene lock. Power, speed, mental strength. Though there seemed to be only 3 evolutionary paths. Each was like a great tree with countless branches. For example, the corroder's evolution focused on body defense and blood abilities, but the foundation was still power. It had just broken through to the third stage and hadn't stabilized yet, otherwise Zhuang Ling with only a pistol would have found it hard to kill. Zhuang Ling had just put away the life core when Enlai rushed up with 2 teammates. Zhuang Ling. What happened? Enlai raised his gun, ready to fire at any moment. While clearing the 5th floor, they had found nothing unusual. And the corrosive blood on the ground clearly wasn't from that second-stage zombie. Then he heard Jun Boliu say Zhuang Ling had gone to the rooftop. Before he could do anything, gunshots followed. This made Enlai's face change drastically. But when he rushed to the rooftop, he saw Zhuang Ling wiping his blade with a fat, muscular corpse lying before him. What's going on? Enlai asked in surprise. There are survivors in the pavilion. Zhuang Ling didn't mention the corroder, he simply pointed to the pavilion. Huh. Enlai was taken aback. He glanced at Zhuang Ling and the corpse on the ground, then decided not to press further. Since Zhuang Ling had killed it himself and didn't want to talk about it, he would let it go. They were soldiers, Zhuang Ling was not. Is anyone in the pavilion? We're the rescue team from the Suling military district, Enlai called out loudly, looking at the pavilion. Even though there was no sign of zombies and Lai remained on guard. Who knew if the pavilion held real survivors or monsters? Hearing in Lei's voice, the door of the pavilion opened immediately. Rescue team. It's really the rescue team. We're alive. The man who opened the door, seeing in Lei's uniform, was so excited he nearly cried. After the apocalypse broke out, he and a colleague had taken 3 students to hide here, and they had been in despair. Earlier he had heard gunfire from the campus and seen Song Huai and his team clearing zombies, but they had accidentally alerted the corrodor on the 5th floor. It was like falling from heaven to hell. They had thought they were doomed, but someone had pulled them back from the abyss. The man vented hysterically, and the others in the pavilion came out as well. 2 females and 3 males. One of the women was the man's colleague. Both were teachers. The rest were students. They had suffered terribly over the past few days, their faces sallow and gaunt, clearly having gone without food for days. Seeing them, and Lai quickly called his teammates to conduct a check. Finding no signs of infection, they offered a few words of comfort and began to descend. Zhuang Ling and his group remained silent, simply following behind in Lai. As they went down, Jun Bewley walked at the back with Zhuang Ling and whispered, "Zhuangzi, that zombie you took down seemed a bit different." "Yeah, it was 3rd stage, so of course it's different." Zhuang Ling nodded, not hiding it. 3rd stage? Jun Bewley's eyes widened in disbelief. "We're only 1st stage and zombies are already 3rd stage. Is there any hope for us?" Seeing Jun Bewley's despairing expression, Zhuang Ling patted his shoulder. "Before the 3rd stage, zombies advance quickly because they lack brains. They just need to devour to evolve. After the 3rd stage, they regain consciousness, and their evolution slows down. For humans, after the 3rd stage is the peak of evolution." Zhuang Ling spoke softly, thinking of his own situation. If he were willing to devour wildly, he could reach the 3rd stage just as quickly. The reason zombies' evolution slowed after the 3rd stage was that their brains were too dull to efficiently convert energy into strength. Relying solely on devouring yielded too little energy, while the energy needed for evolution was immense, so naturally it slowed down. In fact, this corrodor reaching the 3rd stage was a rare occurrence. After all, every race has its prodigies. Hearing Zhuang Ling's explanation, Jun Bewley breathed a sigh of relief. Humanity did have hope. Back downstairs, several teams had finished clearing their assigned teaching buildings. They had also rescued some survivors, but some were injured. This cast a somber mood over what had been a light-hearted atmosphere. It wasn't just the soldiers. Many of the survivors who had followed from the supermarket were also wounded. Some had injured themselves accidentally, not by zombie attacks, so there was no risk of infection. However, the vast majority had been scratched or bitten by zombies, a guaranteed infection, merely a matter of time. 4 squads had completed their clearing operations, and combined with the rescued survivors, the group numbered nearly 100. Yet the wounded exceeded 10. 1 in 10 might not sound like much, but one must remember these were bona fide soldiers. They were not battle-hardened veterans, but their daily training was far beyond what college students like Jun Bewley could match. Fully armed and equipped, they were only clearing low-tier zombies. Under Enlei's questioning, it was revealed that not only had no one encountered a Tier 3 zombie, but they had barely even faced a few Tier 2 ones. If not for Zhuang Ling, and Lei's group would have surely suffered casualties. After all, the corrodor was Tier 3. Even if it had just evolved and wasn't yet stable, it was still beyond Tier 2 comparison. Although Zhuang Ling slew the corrodor with ease, that didn't mean others could do the same. Zhuang Ling's success wasn't primarily due to his strength, but because he was a zombie. Even though the corrodor harbored malice towards other zombies, it saw him as a fellow creature and didn't regard him as a threat. After waiting downstairs for a short while, the other clearing squads gradually finished their tasks and began to regroup. When everyone had returned, Song Huai's face darkened as he looked at the soldiers he had brought. He had underestimated the zombies. He had been too confident. These men were the elite of the army, and any casualty was a significant loss. "Let's get everyone back to the supermarket first." Song Huai let out a sigh. The teaching buildings were cleared. Next, they needed to clear the dormitory area, and then Suling University would be nearly done. The remaining areas, no matter how many zombies there were, could be dealt with by the combined force. The teaching buildings and dorms were too complex. Too many people would only hinder operations. When they arrived, besides the 100-man rescue team, there were only about a dozen survivors like Zhuang Ling. Now there were over 200 survivors. Yet given the population of Suling University, it was still pitifully few. The zombie population in the dormitories was certainly no less than in the teaching buildings, so resting and regrouping was essential. As everyone returned to the supermarket, Zhuang Ling hesitated, preparing to leave. Zhuang Ling felt at ease about Jun Bewley. That guy had many secrets, but as long as he didn't court death, there was little to worry about. Wang Yunyan also had survival skills. Following the military should keep her safe from major incidents. As for Zhao Qian, he had done all he could. He couldn't watch over her forever. Near noon, Wang Yunyan and the others were called over to help with the cooking. Zhuang Ling hesitated, then decided against saying goodbye. After all, Wang Yunyan always wanted to follow him, and Jun Bewley was always trying to get him to stay. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, he quietly slipped away from the crowd and headed towards the school gate. After clearing Suling University Song, Huai would move on to other nearby universities. The entire university town area, including the commercial streets, would be searched for survivors. Zhuang Ling thought for a moment, looked at the map he had taken from the supermarket, and began to plan his route. Dongning was his hometown where his parents were and his ultimate destination. Cars and trains were out of the question now. To get back, he had to rely on his own 2 feet. Although Suling University wasn't in the suburbs, it was still dozens of kilometers from the city center. Then he would have to head northeast for over 1,000 kilometers to reach Dongning. It's a long journey. I need to get moving. Zhuang Ling sighed softly. Just as he was about to put the map away, someone called out to him. Hey kid, what's your name again? Song Huai had caught up, without Zhuang Ling noticing, asking with a smile. Zhuang Ling. Officer Song, is something the matter? Zhuang Ling frowned slightly. What did he want? Could he be after the corroders Tier 3 Corps? You're leaving? Song Huai looked at the map in his hand and said softly. Yes, I need to go home. My family is all in Dongning. Zhuang Ling nodded, not hiding anything. Dongning. Song Huai was taken aback, then said in surprise. Dongning is over 1,000 miles from here. Are you really planning to go back? Clearly Song Huai didn't think Zhuang Ling could accomplish this. After all, road traffic was completely paralyzed. Even without the threats of zombies and beasts, how long would it take to walk over 1,000 kilometers? I must go back. Zhuang Ling knew exactly what that distance meant. But that was his home, his parents and sister were there. He had to go. Song Huai fell silent for a moment, then said softly. Although your strength is considerable, I really don't advise you to go now. The times have changed, you know that. It's better to wait until you're stronger. Otherwise, even if you make it there, what can you do? Zhuang Ling shook his head regretfully. He understood this logic perfectly well. I'm afraid it will be too late. Song Huai interpreted this as a fear of unforeseen delays. But Zhuang Ling meant something else entirely. In his past life, less than a year into the apocalypse, Dongning was suddenly overrun by a zombie siege and completely destroyed. When he learned of this, Zhuang Ling had contemplated suicide multiple times. His parents and sister were in Dongning. And if Dongning was destroyed, could his parents and sister have survived? If you join the Suling military district, we can help you, Song Huai said seriously. Hearing this, Zhuang Ling was genuinely tempted. It was still early in the apocalypse. Birds weren't yet powerful, and airplanes could still fly. But he wasn't human, he was a zombie. If Song Huai found out, he would definitely be sent to a laboratory as a lab rat. And then whether his parents would be protected was uncertain. Thank you, but I still want to go myself. Zhuang Ling shook his head, refusing. Song Huai frowned, somewhat surprised. Relying on his own, even if Zhuang Ling arrived safely, it would take at least a few months. He had just said he feared it would be too late. Wasn't he afraid now? Or was his goal not actually to return to Dongning? If so, what was his real purpose? Song Huai watched him pondering. Zhuang Ling was peculiar, so much so that he didn't seem normal. But with the apocalypse upon them, did normalcy even matter? With crystals forming in his brain, was he even normal? Are you sure? Song Huai cast aside his wandering thoughts and asked seriously. Yes. Zhuang Ling nodded without hesitation. All right, then wait for me for a moment. Song Huai sighed, turned, and left. Zhuang Ling watched his retreating figure, uncertain of his intentions. The world wasn't without fools, but the wise were more common. The fact that he had come after him specifically meant Song Huai had noticed him long ago. If he truly wanted to recruit him into the Suling military district, why would he give up so easily? Song Huai did not keep Zhuang Ling waiting for long. He soon returned with an oilcloth bundle in his hand. This blade may not be a rare treasure, but it's not something an ordinary person could obtain, Song Huai said as he handed the knife to Zhuang Ling. Zhuang Ling hesitated for a moment, but did not accept it. Seeing this, Song Huai let out a soft laugh, shook his head, and said, take it. If you pass through Jianyang City, help me find someone. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with regret. Hearing this, Zhuang Ling understood his intention. It seemed Song Huai truly admired him. This blade was a form of investment. As for the person in Jianyang City, Song Huai probably held no hope himself, merely using it as an excuse. Zhuang Ling nodded, took it, and opened the oilcloth bundle. It was a Tang-style saber in the form of a horizontal sword, yet more ornate than the traditional version. The blade had an additional blood groove and a touch of technological flair. Seeing this knife, Zhuang Ling was somewhat surprised. In his past life, for a long time after unlocking the gene lock, he had used this very type of blade. He never expected to obtain it so early now. He had already resigned himself to using a short blade as his main weapon. But a short blade was truly too short. Only about 20 centimeters, and utterly incapable of slashing. This horizontal saber had a blade length of about 70 centimeters. Moreover, judging purely by feel, its quality was far superior to the short blade. The military truly is the military. Zhuang Ling sighed inwardly as he sheathed the saber. In the later stages of evolution, firearms were truly less effective than cold weapons. How is it? Not bad, right? Song Huai, seeing Zhuang Ling's satisfaction, said with a light smile. This is a newly developed military blade, flawless quality. Very good. Zhuang Ling nodded. Although the current saber still fell short of the one he used in his past life, it was still quite good. After all, he had only obtained that saber 2 years later in his previous life, when the technology had incorporated many new post-apocalyptic materials. If you join the military, I can guarantee that you will always be able to. But before Song Hui could finish, Zhuang Ling waved his hand repeatedly and said, "Thank you, Commander Song. When I pass through Jiangyang, I will be more attentive." With that, Zhuang Ling turned and left. Song Hui opened his mouth, but said nothing, only sighing inwardly. Geniuses are always proud. If only I were a few years younger. Zhuang Ling did not linger. He left Sulin University directly. Whether Song Hui would die in this life, he did not know. But it was likely unavoidable. Although he wanted to warn him, he simply could not remember how Song Hui had died in the past. Let's check out the commercial street first, Zhuang Ling thought, then strode toward the commercial street. Only 6 days had passed, so the animals near the pet shop on the commercial street should not have left. After all, animals have a strong sense of territory. Earlier his strength was too low to catch agile animals. Now it was different. Those cats and dogs would become his food. Zhuang Ling felt a subtle weakness in his body and was somewhat helpless. Over these past few days he had not eaten any flesh or blood, relying solely on life cores to sustain himself. Especially after condensing his own life core, there was an empty, hollow feeling inside that was very uncomfortable. He had originally planned to find some stray dogs on campus to fill his stomach. But condensing the life core had taken too long, and the rescue team had already arrived. A dozen minutes later, Zhuang Ling stepped into the commercial street again. The street was still swarming with zombies, and now there were many first-order zombies, and even second-order ones had appeared. Occasionally, he could still see fresh bloodstains. Clearly, some survivors seeking a way out had been surrounded and killed. Zhuang Ling did not dwell on it. There were bound to be many survivors here, and his abilities were limited. Moreover, Song Hui and his team would not delay for long. 80% of the survivors at Sulin University would be conscripted into the zombie-clearing squads. Based on the distance, Song Hui would definitely come here by tomorrow at the latest. Time is tight, eat my fill, and leave. Without hesitation, Zhuang Ling headed straight for the pet shop. Unlike other streets, there was not a single living zombie around that shop. Instead, there were many corpses missing arms and legs. Moreover, the dogs that had been hiding in other shops now appeared brazenly on the street. Seeing Zhuang Ling approach, the leading dog, without a second thought, charged forward with 4 underlings. They barked as they came closer. The originally cute dogs had evolved excessively after their advancement. Their teeth had enlarged several times, claws became much sharper, and their bodies were all muscle with patches of fur missing. Without hesitation, Zhuang Ling drew his horizontal saber. 10 minutes later, he contentedly washed off the bloodstains and let out a heavy sigh. 6 days had passed. The pleasure of devouring flesh and blood again made Zhuang Ling somewhat intoxicated. Sensing his current state, he sighed. After a few pounds of dog meat were consumed, the flesh was quickly digested, and the hollow feeling in his body gradually faded. Moreover, his strength and speed were slowly increasing. He checked the time. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. There were still many scattered bicycles on the street which he could ride to the city center. After filling his stomach, Zhuang Ling did not hunt any more animals. They were all still unranked, and eating them would yield little energy. It was better to kill zombies. Acting on this thought, Zhuang Ling took up his blade and began slaughtering first-order and second-order zombies. By around 3 o'clock, he counted his gains. 26 first-order life cores and 3 second-order life cores. There were plenty of first-order zombies, but only 3 second-order ones. This disappointed Zhuang Ling. At Sulin University, he had even encountered a third-order zombie, but here there were barely any second-order ones. That corroder was indeed a genius. Zhuang Ling grabbed a backpack from a store, packed some bottled water, then, after a moment's thought, added a few cans of meat. After all, canned meat could help fill his stomach. The hunger he had experienced over the past few days had humbled him. Being hungry was truly unbearable. He then found a random bicycle and wobbled toward the city center. It was not until past 7 in the evening that he entered the city center area. The road was extremely difficult to traverse. Car accidents were everywhere, and many routes were blocked. Moreover, along the way, Zhuang Ling killed some more zombies, adding more life cores to his collection. Around 8 o'clock, he ducked into a random shop. After a full day, he was truly exhausted. He opened a can of meat and ate while tallying up all his gains for the day. First-order life cores 37, second-order 5, third-order 1. Gene unlocked 18. Evolution points 2. 9. Strength 182. Speed 180. Mental power 165. The flesh and blood devoured today yielded less than 1 evolution point, and the increase in strength and speed was minimal. Gazing at the third-tier life core in his hand, Zhuang Ling felt a wave of nostalgia. In a few years, even third-tier life cores would hold considerable value, let alone now, when they were truly rare finds. Even if one encountered a third-tier creature, killing it was another matter entirely. He quickly finished the canned food. Though it was meat, it was far from fresh, and in Zhuang Ling's eyes it wasn't appetizing. A third-tier life core. I'll meditate and increase my mental strength first, he murmured, swallowing the core. Currently his 3 attributes were progressing evenly with strength and speed leading the way, but his mental strength lagging behind. As the energy from the 3rd tier life core was absorbed, Zhuang Ling checked, and found he had gained a full 10 evolution points. Moreover, that pure energy spread through his body, giving him the comforting sensation of soaking in a hot spring. Without wasting a moment, he immediately entered a meditative state. An hour later, all the energy from the 3rd tier life core had been fully absorbed. Zhuang Ling opened his eyes, stretched his body, and felt utterly refreshed. The fatigue of the day had been completely dispelled. Gene activation 18. Evolution points 12. 9. Strength 185. Speed 183. Mental strength 170. A single 3rd tier core had granted him 10 evolution points, 3 points each to strength and speed, and a full 5 points to mental strength. High tier cores are indeed the way to go. Zhuang Ling clicked his tongue. Mental strength was notoriously difficult to increase, yet with ample energy an hour of meditation yielded a 5-point boost. After condensing his core, he clearly felt that further improvements in his stats required significantly more energy. Furthermore, because his mental strength couldn't keep up, the conversion of strength and speed seemed to be having issues. Realizing this, Zhuang Ling suddenly understood why no one in his past life had managed to condense a core with all 3 attributes at their limits. It wasn't that no one had done it, rather those who did never became strong enough to be known. Thinking about it, whether it was the military or wealthy clans, they certainly had the resources to nurture someone with triple limit attributes. Yet in his past life, Zhuang Ling had never heard of such a case. While dual limit individuals weren't uncommon, they were almost always combinations of strength and speed. Pairing mental strength with another attribute was rarely heard of. Human energy is always limited. If one of the 3 attributes lags behind, it might be worse than just having 2 at the limit. Zhuang Ling could keep up not only because of his system, but also because of his identity as a zombie. He could enhance his stats by devouring flesh and life cores. This freed up time that others would spend on training, allowing him to focus on meditation. Without the system, achieving a balance across all 3 attributes would have been nearly impossible, especially since Zhuang Ling was still only a 1st tier warrior. The higher one's power, the more energy required. If a normal warrior needed 1 unit of energy to advance, then a dual limit warrior needed not 2, but 3, 4, or even 5. For Zhuang Ling with triple limits, it would take at least 10. I'm a man with a system, what's there to fear? Zhuang Ling pumped himself up and allocated all 12 evolution points to mental strength. Instantly it jumped to 182 points, and the feeling of sluggish conversion from the core vanished. As long as the 3 attributes weren't too far apart, there wouldn't be any problems. For a 1st tier warrior, a gap within 10 points was manageable. After bolstering his mental strength, Zhuang Ling swallowed another 2nd tier core and began training his strength and speed. The 2nd tier core yielded 5 evolution points. At 8 a.m. the next day, Zhuang Ling awoke from his meditative state. Looking at the sunlight outside, he felt a strange, inexplicable laziness that unsettled him. Throughout the night, he had consumed all 5 2nd tier cores and 2 1st tier ones. Gene activation 20. Evolution points 0. 9. Strength 193. Speed 195. Mental strength 201. All 5 2nd tier cores, including 1 1st tier core, had unlocked strength gene locks. Combined with training, he had gained 8 points of strength overnight. A 1st tier core that unlocked a speed gene lock had added less than 1 point to speed. But Zhuang Ling was a man with a system. The 5 2nd tier cores provided 25 evolution points plus the 1st tier core, totaling 27 points. He allocated 20 points to mental strength, pushing it past 200 and making it his highest attribute. The remaining 7 points went to speed, leaving strength as the lowest. He stretched his body, feeling quite satisfied. At this rate, he could evolve to the 2nd tier in about 2 days. Though Zhuang Ling knew it would be difficult, the enhancement from 1st tier cores had become minimal. Before condensing his core, a 1st tier core would grant at least 1 evolution point and 12 points to strength. But now a 1st tier core could barely add even 1 point. If it weren't for the evolution points, Zhuang Ling would probably be crying. He confirmed his location. He was quite close to the most bustling area of the city center. Should I take a detour, or just cut straight through? Zhuang Ling rode his bicycle through the horde of zombies, drawing the attention of countless undead. A 110 back rate. We can barely walk properly. How is this guy riding a bike? Yet none of the zombies bothered him, and he couldn't be bothered with them either. Not even 2nd tier, all just rookies. Zhuang Ling glanced around. Most were unranked. There were a few 1st tier ones, but they were scarce. He found it strange that there wasn't a single 2nd tier zombie. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to cut straight through the city center. The city center was bustling, so there were bound to be many zombies. With such a large number, there had to be a few 2nd tier ones, right? With that thought, Zhuang Ling sped up, heading towards the most prosperous pedestrian street. As he neared it, he indeed spotted a 2nd tier zombie gnawing on something bloody. He disposed of it in passing. Looking at the horde roaming the street, he had to abandon his bicycle. Could there be 3rd tier zombies here too? Zhuang Ling merged into the crowd, scanning for second-tier zombies as he moved. If a first-tier one got in his way, he'd casually collect its core. After all, second-tier zombies were too rare. While first-tier ones had less energy, they still provided a baseline of 1 evolution point. The pedestrian street was vast, with several adjacent streets filled with entertainment venues like arcades and cinemas. After walking for over 10 minutes, Zhuang Ling only encountered 2 second-tier zombies. Moreover, when he killed them, he was attacked by their underlings and his clothes were torn. He paid no attention to the few shallow scratches on his body. I'm already a zombie, what else could I possibly get infected with? He casually took down another first-tier zombie, tossing its core into his mouth to quickly heal his wounds. Reaching the second tier in 2 days. That's going to be tough, Zhuang Ling said with a helpless look at the zombie-filled street. The standard for the second tier was 25 gene activation, which meant all stats needed to reach 250 points. Across his 3 attributes, he was still 161 points short. Currently, he held 40 first-tier cores and 3 second-tier cores, totaling 55 evolution points, leaving a gap of about 100 points. By 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhuang Ling had traversed the entire pedestrian street. He had slain 32 first-tier zombies and 4 second-tier ones, yet found no trace of a third-tier zombie. Though he hadn't ventured to other streets, this particular walkway still teemed with a considerable horde. Even now, the zombie population on this street numbered in the hundreds. However, there wasn't a single latest-stage second-tier zombie, let alone one nearing the third tier. This puzzled Zhuang Ling and put him on high alert. Before reaching the third tier, the life core wasn't fully activated and zombies evolved far faster than humans. Among these hundreds of undead, it seemed impossible that none had reached the third tier. Even though the apocalypse had only begun a little over a week ago, it was still sufficient time for certain individuals to evolve to that level. Just like the corrodor at Zhuang University. That creature had evolved because the teaching building provided ample flesh and blood to fuel its transformation. The number of people here far exceeded those in that building, so there should be even more sustenance. This doesn't add up. Could they have moved to another street? Zhuang Ling glanced toward the direction of the adjacent street, a theory forming in his mind. This pedestrian street was one of the busiest spots in the city center. The other street was primarily lined with cinemas, hotels, and restaurants. When the apocalypse erupted at just past 8 in the morning, that street likely held fewer people than this one. Lost in thought, Zhuang Ling made his way toward a pet shop he had spotted earlier. This pedestrian street boasted no fewer than 4 or 5 pet stores and veterinary clinics. While scouting for the third-tier zombie earlier, he had noticed quite a few animals. He had even stumbled upon a swarm of mutated hamsters, each one the size of a small cat. What's more, they moved in packs of a dozen or more, proving rather troublesome. There was, however, a teddy dog that had evolved to the second tier. It was now Zhuang Ling's target, his dinner. When Zhuang Ling located the teddy, it happened to be hunting. It was directing a few underlings in an assault on a first-tier zombie. 5 dogs of various breeds followed behind it. The strongest among them was a border collie, already at the peak of the first tier and on the verge of breaking through to the second. Because second-tier zombies were scarce nearby, that first-tier zombie had also gathered quite a few minions of its own. In the teddy's eyes, the first-tier zombie was prey, and in the zombie's eyes, the teddy was equally a meal. Zhuang Ling paid no heed to their standoff. He simply drew his horizontal blade and charged. As dusk deepened, many creatures emerged to hunt and feed. Some were animals that had escaped from pet shops or veterinary clinics, while others were pets kept by nearby residents. Under the assault of spiritual energy resurgence, all animals had reverted to their primal ferocity, their former docility erased. The moment the teddy sensed Zhuang Ling's presence, it instantly shifted its target. After all, the energy radiating from Zhuang Ling was far more potent than that of the first-tier zombie. Unflinching, Zhuang Ling activated his Berserk state and cleaved through one dog's neck with a single stroke. Then, activating spirit control, his short blade shot forth like a bullet and pierced straight through another large dog's eye. Although spirit control could manipulate objects weighing up to 10 gene, its striking force was limited to that same weight. Thus, directly driving the blade through a skull was simply not feasible. Once I evolve to the second tier, they'll consider upgrading spirit control, Zhuang Ling muttered, sensing the state of his ability, yet his hands never paused. He swung the horizontal blade again, splitting open the skull of that first-tier border collie. With 3 of the 5 underlings slain, in an instant the teddy's courage evaporated. It tried to flee, but Zhuang Ling gave it no chance. Ignoring the 2 unranked dogs, he used spirit control to send the short blade flying toward the teddy, aiming to slit its throat. 10 meters was the current limit of his spirit control range. Unfortunately, the force was still too weak. The teddy batted the blade to the ground with a single swipe of its paw. But Zhuang Ling hadn't expected the blade to kill the teddy, he only wanted to slow it down. 10 meters in his berserk state was crossed in the blink of an eye. The teddy didn't even have a chance to whimper before a single stroke ended its life. Zhuang Ling flicked his horizontal blade, shaking off the blood, and felt deeply satisfied. This blade was proving incredibly effective. Just as he extracted the teddy's life core and was about to retrieve the border collie's, a guttural roar interrupted him. The roaring zombie was the very same first-tier one that had been under attack by the teddy pack. Huh, roar. It crept toward the teddy's corpse growling. It wanted the teddy's body. But since Zhuang Ling was also a first-tier zombie, it dared not snatch it by force. It could only negotiate. Zhuang Ling stared at it with a blank expression. The moment it entered his attack range, he swung his blade. Another first-tier life core was his. When the zombies behind it stirred, a single shout from Zhuang Ling sent them scattering. It was a first-tier zombie. Wasn't he one too? After collecting the life cores, Zhuang Ling began his dinner. Several genes of fresh flesh filled his stomach, bringing immense satisfaction. About to clean the blood off his body, he remembered he had run out of bottled water. He wiped himself with his clothes as best he could and turned his gaze toward the clothing stores nearby. After all, this outfit was already tattered beyond repair. It was time for a change. He checked several shops, but they all carried only women's clothing. After walking a bit further, he finally found a store selling athletic wear. Conveniently, there was a convenience store right next to it. However, the convenience store's door was tightly shut, and even its windows were boarded up. Survivors. Zhuang Ling narrowed his eyes. This was clearly the work of survivors. But he didn't pay it much mind. This wasn't the only convenience store around. Just as he was about to enter the clothing store to change, a series of rhythmic knocks suddenly came from inside the convenience store. They've spotted me. Zhuang Ling turned to look, and sure enough, through the gap in the window covering, he could make out several silhouettes. But Zhuang Ling had no intention of interacting with them. They had food inside the store and faced no immediate danger, so there was no need for his help. Ignoring the commotion from the convenience store, he walked straight into the clothing store. After changing into a set of athletic, where he noticed the minor wounds on his body had already scabbed over. His recovery speed was astonishing. He also swapped out a pair of sunglasses and examined himself in the mirror, nodding in approval. Handsome. Zhuang Ling chuckled, his voice no longer as hoarse as before. He estimated he'd be nearly fully recovered by the time he reached the second tier. The apocalypse had been going on long enough that water and electricity had long since been cut off. Fortunately, the clothing store's backroom still had some stored water. After washing the bloodstains from his body, Zhuang Ling decided to find another convenience store to stock up on bottled water. After all, while he didn't need much to drink, cutting down zombies inevitably left him drenched in gore. Leaving the filth uncleaned was simply unbearable. As he stepped out of the clothing store and began to move away from the convenience store with the survivors, the tightly shut door suddenly creaked open a crack. Survivor. A man with a face full of stubble peered out from inside, asking warily. Zhuang Ling nodded and turned to leave. Brother, did you fight your way here from outside? The man asked, a glimmer of hope in his voice. The zombies here are weak, Zhuang Ling replied, glancing at him in an attempt to offer some comfort. The zombies on this street were indeed feeble. Even second-tier ones were a rarity. The man was stunned by the remark. He cast a wary glance at the wandering zombies nearby, afraid of drawing their attention. Weak? Are you kidding me? Yet seeing Zhuang Ling's confident demeanor, the man seemed to perk up a little. Are you an evolver? The man asked, a hint of hope in his tone. Zhuang Ling nodded. It was only natural that this shop harbored at least one evolver among its survivors. Those who had managed to condense a life core at the first tier were still few and far between. In their eyes, evolvers were akin to saviors. In a few months, however, their numbers would swell dramatically, and the title of evolver would eventually be replaced by the more common term warrior. Could you help us with something? The man asked, a little nervous now that Zhuang Ling had confirmed his status. Of course we can trade. Anything you want, we can give it to you, the man added hastily, fearing a refusal. You seem safe enough here. What's the matter? Zhuang Ling peered through the gap, spotting at least 6 or 7 people inside. It's my daughter. She's sick. She's only 4, and we have no medicine. The man glanced back, his eyes filled with self-reproach and heartache. As a father, he was powerless to help his own child. Even though the pharmacy was a mere few hundred meters away, he lacked both the ability and the courage to go. What about your evolver? Zhuang Ling asked after a moment of silence. She left yesterday, trying to reach the pharmacy. She hasn't come back since. The man's voice trailed off, his gaze dimming. Qianai was the only evolver among them. It wasn't just his daughter who was sick. There was another woman as well. Qianai had wanted to go to the pharmacy long ago, but the others had always held her back, fearing the danger. If it hadn't been absolutely necessary, they wouldn't have let her go out yesterday. Zhuang Ling nodded, sensing no energy fluctuations from any warriors inside the shop. I understand. What medicine do you need? He asked, deciding to help. For others, a few hundred meters might as well be an insurmountable chasm. But for Zhuang Ling, it was merely a few steps. You'll help us? The man's eyes widened in surprise. Zhuang Ling nodded, not wanting to waste any more time. My daughter has a fever and another person has an infected wound. Seeing Zhuang Ling's apparent haste, the man quickly added, All right, I've got it. Prepare some canned meat and bottled water for me. Zhuang Ling nodded and turned to leave without another word. He didn't head for the pharmacy a few hundred meters away, as there were too many zombies in that direction. Moreover, the entire process would be visible from the shop's position. Clearing out the zombies would raise too many questions. He slipped into another street out of the shop's line of sight. This street was mainly lined with restaurants, hotels, and entertainment venues, and the zombie population was noticeably thinner. Once on the street, Zhuang Ling walked straight into the horde unnoticed by the zombies. A few minutes later, he entered a pharmacy, kicking aside the zombies at the door before rummaging for supplies. He grabbed medicine for colds and fevers along with supplies for treating wounds, gauze, anti-inflammatories, vitamins, and the like. These weren't just for the man, Zhuang Ling intended to keep some for himself. While he had no personal use for the medicine, would become incredibly valuable in the days to come. Second only to food. As essential consumables, they would be worth more than ammunition or weapons. Had considered grabbing some luxury items like cigarettes and alcohol, but they took up too much space. In his current state, smoking and drinking held no appeal anyway. He divided the medicine into 2 portions. One for himself, which he packed into his backpack, and the other he stuffed into a plastic bag and carried out of the pharmacy. When Zhuang Ling returned to the shop, the man was dumbfounded. He trembled as he took the medicine. How long had it been? Qianai had gone out yesterday and was still missing, her fate unknown. But Zhuang Ling had returned with a bag full of medicine in less than half an hour. Was Zhuang Ling even human? Where's my stuff? Zhuang Ling asked, looking at him. He didn't really care about the goods. He could have taken anything he wanted from any store. But he preferred this sense of exchange. To get something, you must give something. This feeling of transaction made Zhuang Ling feel a bit more human. All right, it's all ready. The man snapped back to reality and nodded eagerly. He produced a bulging backpack from behind him. Brother, you. The man started to ask if Zhuang Ling would like to stay with them. But before he could finish, Zhuang Ling simply strode away. The unequal trade left him quite satisfied. He didn't care about the supplies had gained, or what mattered was that it made him feel alive. Back on the main street, his eyes fell upon the most opulent hotel on the block, and he decided to take a look. After all, in peaceful times, he could never have afforded such a luxurious place. So in a way, the apocalypse wasn't entirely without its perks. Evolution. The freedom so many craved. As he mused, he drew closer to the hotel. The sign reading Yunshang no longer glowed, but it still exuded an air of elegance. Today I'll indulge a little, Zhuang Ling muttered, joking with himself. Maintaining a sound mental state was crucial in this new world. But just as he reached the hotel's grand entrance, he stopped dead in his tracks. Something was wrong. Where were the zombies? There wasn't a single one near the entrance. And with the power out, the hotel's interior was shrouded in darkness. The sun had already set, casting an eerie haze over the building. A height-year zombie. Zhuang Ling narrowed his eyes and took off his sunglasses. A flicker of excitement crossed his crimson pupils. So that's why there are so few second-tier zombies on this street. Is this place the reason? He murmured, but he didn't enter the hotel. He could clearly sense a sinister aura emanating from within, something no ordinary zombie could produce. He'll come back to check it out once I reach the second tier. Choosing caution, Zhuang Ling abandoned his exploration and moved away from Yunshang. He found an empty shop, opened the backpack had received, and took out a can of meat and some water for a simple meal. As he did, he noticed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from a hidden compartment in the bag. This surge of spiritual energy wasn't like a life core carrying a biological aura. It was pure energy, albeit very faint. Could it be a spirit stone? Zhuang Ling's heart stirred as he pulled out the object hidden in the compartment. It was a somewhat translucent stone. It really is a spirit stone. Where did he get this? Zhuang Ling toyed with the stone, his thoughts racing. Spirit stones only appeared after the apocalypse began. They resembled jade, but were finer and more lustrous, like a hybrid of jade and diamond. The spiritual energy within a spirit stone could accelerate the evolution of any creature, human, zombie, or beast alike. Zhuang Ling didn't know when spirit stones became widespread. In his past life, the ones he obtained came from trades, or by discovering them in the lairs of beasts he hunted. Spirit stones and life cores could both be used as currency. Though this stone was of lower quality, it was still valuable in the current context. Because it contains spiritual energy, even ordinary people could benefit from wearing it, as it would strengthen their bodies. The fact that the man had given this spirit stone to Zhuang Ling was unexpected. Clearly in his eyes, his daughter's life was worth more than any medicine, so he added this miraculous stone to the deal. I owe him one now. Zhuang Ling chuckled softly and directly converted the spirit stone into evolution points. 5 points, the same as a second-tier life core. The key difference between a life core and a spirit stone was that a spirit stone couldn't be consumed directly. It required slowly absorbing its energy to strengthen the body. This method was not only time-consuming, but the amount of power it could yield was uncertain. Converting it directly into evolution points was clearly the better choice. As the spiritual energy was absorbed, cracks appeared across the stone's surface, making it look even more beautiful. After examining the depleted spirit stone, Zhuang Ling didn't discard it, but put it away. Spirit stones and life cores served as currency only for martial artists. For ordinary people, currency was this kind of depleted spirit stone. Since humans couldn't manufacture them, counterfeiting wasn't a concern. As for life cores, swallowing one left nothing behind. Though he wasn't hungry, Zhuang Ling still ate a can of meat. With his body continuously evolving and recovering, he firmly believed he would return to his human state. After eating, Zhuang Ling smacked his lips, his body instinctively still resisting the canned meat's aroma. He briefly organized his backpack, swallowed a second-tier life core, and began to train. He now had 75 first-tier cores and 8 second-tier cores, which would convert to 115 evolution points. However, if he actually converted them to enhance his attributes directly, it would amount to around 130 points. After all, consuming them provided some inherent enhancement, and combined with his training, the gains would only be greater. As for evolution points, he only had 10. 6. 5 of those came from the spirit stone he just converted, and 0. 6 from the flesh of the teddy he had devoured earlier. That second-tier teddy had only provided 0. 5 evolution points, far less than before. As for unranked flesh, it was practically only good for filling one's stomach. Zhuang Ling didn't waste any time. As soon as the energy from one life core faded, he consumed another. He ate first-tier cores like candy, taking 5 or 6 at once. By around 1 p.m. the next day, he had consumed all his cores. But the growth in his power was terrifying. Gene activation, 24. Evolution points, 0. 6. Strength, 256. Speed, 249. Mental power, 259. His mental power had reached the limit of the first-tier. Strength was nearly there, but speed lagged behind. Yet it was this small deficiency that kept Zhuang Ling's gene lock stuck at 24. Once gene activation reached 25, it would signify stepping into the rank of second-tier martial artist. For anyone else, these stats would already qualify as second-tier. But Zhuang Ling possessed a life core condensed from 3 peak attributes. If even one wasn't maxed out, he couldn't break through. Moreover, having gained so much power in such a short time, he felt he couldn't fully control it. His body was saturated. If he entered the second tier in this state, stabilizing alone would take considerable time. With his cores and evolution points depleted, it was time to focus on mastering his Boda's power. Zhuang Ling stretched his bones, emitting a series of cracks. Nice. Zhuang Ling chuckled, slinging on his backpack, drawing his saber, and stepping out of the shop. What he needed now was to quickly familiarize himself with his strength. And the best way to do that was through battle. Thus Zhuang Ling began his path of slaughter, cutting down every zombie he encountered. Although his primary targets were still first and second tier zombies, each swing of his blade felt fluid and smooth. Zhuang Ling didn't worry about stamina. Though zombies were scarcer on this street, their quality was significantly higher. First tier zombies were common, and there were plenty of second tier ones as well. But none approached the building called Yunshank. Though eager to go inside, Zhuang Ling knew better than to rush in recklessly. He kept cutting until late evening, when his sword arm began to ache. Unfortunately, the volatile power within him still wasn't fully stabilized. He had gained 23 first-tier cores and 6 second-tier cores, a decent haul. Though he continued consuming cores and training that night, he refrained from using evolution points for direct enhancement. When he woke up today, he realized the system wasn't omnipotent. To become stronger relying solely on external aid without personal effort was unrealistic. If he kept mindlessly adding points through the system, he'd be no better than a waste at higher tiers. His power was unsteady, impossible to fully control, and it would even damage his foundation. When his strength reached the first-tier limit, his speed finally hit the 250-point mark. With speed maxed out, he could break through to the second tier at any moment if he wished. But as someone, or rather something, who had reached the peak in all 3 attributes, how could he lack ambition? So Zhuang Ling suppressed the urge to advance, training relentlessly. When tired, he slept. Since his mental power was already maxed, further meditation was pointless. The next day, Zhuang Ling resumed his slaughter, hunting animals, when hungry, rapidly familiarizing himself with his power. In an entire day, his speed only increased by 3 points. During his hunts, he deliberately focused on using his speed to train. He continued training at night, but his speed improved at a frustratingly slow pace. By dawn, gasping for breath, his speed still hadn't reached its limit. Stuck at 258 points, it felt like a bottleneck. Zhuang Ling knew that training alone was no longer enough. He truly wasn't one of those legendary geniuses. He sighed softly and glanced toward Yunshank. It was time to go in. At 11 a.m., under the blazing sun, Zhuang Ling's condition was fully restored. Let's see what's really in there. Standing at the entrance of Yunshank, Zhuang Ling felt the oppressive, gloomy aura within, even denser than the past 2 days. The sun blazed brightly outside, yet the moment one stepped into Yunshan guest house, an inexplicable chill crept through the air, as if the very sunlight were being devoured. Silence. A silence so profound it sent shivers down one's spine. The hotel interior lay in disarray, but strangely there were no corpses to be found. The dried black blood had evaporated completely, leaving no trace of its metallic scent. Treading upon the soft carpet, even his breathing unconsciously grew quieter. What exactly is hidden here? Zhuang Ling, without his sunglasses, revealed his crimson pupils filled with vigilance. Hung Dao was already unsheathed, ready to counter at any moment. If this place could keep all the nearby zombies at bay, it was certainly no ordinary locale. As Zhuang Ling ventured deeper, the surroundings gradually dimmed. With no power supply, the ornate chandeliers had become mere decorations. Passing through the lobby at the entrance to the kitchen, Zhuang Ling finally spotted a zombie, and a second-tier one at that. Yet it stood as still as a sentinel, unmoving before the door. It was like a statue. What's going on? Zhuang Ling narrowed his eyes. He had never encountered anything so bizarre before. Low-tier zombies lacked any intelligence. Even if summoned here by a higher-tier one, they would never remain so utterly silent. Just as Zhuang Ling was pondering, the second-tier zombie noticed him. Roar. Its growl was not loud, but brimming with murderous intent. A clear warning. Get lost or be killed. Hearing this, Zhuang Ling was taken aback. Not because he was intimidated, but rather surprised. Despite the overwhelming bloodlust, it only issued a warning instead of attacking outright. That defied all logic. This zombie was merely an ordinary second-tier one, without restored consciousness. How could it suppress its innate killing instinct? Could it be that a high-tier zombie with a mutated mind was forcibly controlling them? With this thought, Zhuang Ling did not halt his steps. Seeing him approach, the zombie finally moved, yet still did not leave the doorway, letting out another roar. Zhuang Ling quickened his pace, charging toward the creature. What could possibly be in the kitchen? And who could command a zombie to guard its contents so obediently? He had come here to seek a breakthrough through battle and to explore the unknown. This unusual zombie behavior ignited Zhuang Ling's curiosity even further. As he neared the kitchen door, the zombie finally acted. First it roared as if summoning allies, then swung its arms and lunged at him. A smirk tugged at the corner of Zhuang Ling's mouth. With a single slash of his blade, the zombie dropped dead instantly. Just as he was about to retrieve its core, a hoarse mechanical voice echoed from ahead. Don't. Go. Die. The sound was eerily familiar. It resembled his own previous state. Looking up, he saw a female zombie approaching, emotionlessly trailed by 5 others. All of them, including the female, were second tier. So that's why there were so few zombies on the pedestrian street. You summoned them all here. Zhuang Ling chuckled lightly, using his spirit control to pocket the core, while gripping Hung Dao tightly. Unfortunately, the female zombie gave no reply, her face utterly blank. Hey, that's a bit disrespectful, Zhuang Ling said, slightly irked. It was rare to encounter a zombie that could speak. And she wasn't even as articulate as him, which oddly comforted Zhuang Ling. But this zombie seemed to look down on him. As if deaf to his words, the female zombie merely raised a cleaver in her hand and charged at him swiftly. The sight was rather absurd. Unlike other zombies, she bore no signs of decay, appearing almost human. She was even quite pretty, dressed in a uniform. Now brandishing a cleaver, the zombies behind her, also in uniforms, had several with rotting faces. This combination was truly bizarre. No, this zombie can't be the leader here. Zhuang Ling frowned, observing her leading the charge. If she had awakened, mentally controlling fellow second-tier zombies at her level wasn't impossible. But have you ever seen a leader charge at the front lines? Especially a mentally awakened zombie whose gene lock was for psychic powers. Yet here she was engaging in close combat. It defied reason. Before Zhuang Ling could dwell on it, the female zombie reached him, swinging the cleaver viciously at his head. Zhuang Ling's Hung Dao lashed out without hesitation. With a clang, the female zombie was knocked back several steps. The zombies behind her, seemingly oblivious, continued their relentless advance. Though the corridor wasn't narrow, wielding a long blade left little room to maneuver. So Zhuang Ling plunged Hung Dao into one zombie's head, abandoning it. In an instant, a short blade flew into his hand. Activating his frenzy state, these zombies were no match for him. Despite their intimidating charge, they couldn't even graze his clothes. With a base speed of 258 amplified by the frenzy, this was no joke. Like slicing through melons and vegetables, the 4 zombies didn't last 2 minutes. Done and dusted. Zhuang Ling kicked the female zombie away again, and with a mere thought, Hung Dao obediently flew back into his grasp. Who's your master? I'm quite interested. Zhuang Ling didn't rush to finish her off. After all, one capable of mental mutation was a prodigy among zombies. Even if she seemed like a half-finished product. Die. The female zombie, as if deaf, struggled to her feet and lunged at him once more. Seeing her like this, Zhuang Ling let out a helpless sigh. This one was clearly brainless, utterly incapable of communication. With one slash, when he saw her core, he froze. Red. Strength. Zhuang Ling looked at the core in his hand, then at the female zombie's corpse. Not a mental mutation. No wonder she acted like an idiot. She literally was one, he muttered, clicking his tongue before pocketing the core. Teaching a second-tier zombie to speak. That was something. Glancing at the ceiling, he guessed the true master was upstairs. Zhuang Ling's curiosity grew ever stronger, almost eager to meet it. What kind of zombie could command these second tiers so obediently and even teach them to talk? The most formidable head encountered so far was the corroder. That one couldn't even speak itself, teaching others. Absurd. Its consciousness must be fully restored, and its strength can't be low, Zhuang Ling murmured, collecting all the cores before pushing open the kitchen door. What could be inside? Guarded by 6 second-tier zombies, it had to be something valuable. Zhuang Ling thought, gleefully kicking the door wide open. Up. As the door swung open, his eyes fell upon a young girl collapsed on the ground, her face twisted in terror. Whether startled by the sudden opening of the door or haunted by past experiences of what came through it, the scream instantly froze Zhuang Ling in place. I should have realized this sooner, he muttered, his expression darkening. For a zombie, what mattered most? Flesh and blood. Fresh flesh and blood. Gazing at the girl's terrified face, Zhuang Ling's eyes turned icy cold. This place held more than just the girl. The kitchen wasn't particularly large, but it was far from small. The room was now in complete disarray. Aside from scattered pots and pans, piles of food sat in corners, much of it frozen goods that had long since spoiled and turned rancid. Elsewhere, row after row of makeshift beds lined the floor. The elderly and children alike, over 20 people in total, stared at the sudden appearance of Zhuang Ling with fearful eyes. Are you alright? Zhuang Ling took a deep breath, suppressing his inner rage, and walked toward the girl, reaching out to help her up. Don't come near me. I didn't run away. Please don't kill me. The girl shrieked as he approached, curling into a tight ball. Seeing her like this, Zhuang Ling halted immediately. The kitchen, it was indeed the kitchen, it had always been the kitchen. Only now the ingredients had become living, breathing beings. In his past life, Zhuang Ling had encountered many high-tier zombies that were indistinguishable from humans. They no longer devoured raw flesh, but lived like ordinary people. The master of this place had clearly regained consciousness, yet chose to keep these people penned up like livestock. Zombies. Heartless monsters. Zhuang Ling's heart churned with agitation, yearning to slay the beast immediately. His power was surging, his body slowly recovering. But his identity as a zombie was a shackle he could never shed. He dreaded human contact, dreaded dwelling on what he had become. Seeing the living Zhuang Ling felt the same primal urge, the same craving. It was his nature, and nature he loathed. He couldn't yet abandon it, the instinct to devour blood still burning within him. But he still had his sanity, and consuming beasts was his final resistance. Now, seeing these caged humans, he felt an overwhelming restlessness. Were all zombies truly monsters? What did that make him, this anomaly? Zhuang Ling took a deep breath, shaking off the chaotic thoughts. Weren't we supposed to hand over one person every 3 days? It's only the second day, just kill us all now. Before he could explain or offer comfort, a young man rushed forward and embraced the girl. After shouting at Zhuang Ling in fury, he let out a bitter laugh and muttered to himself, "You are just a damned monster, worse than a dog, devoid of any humanity." Zhuang Ling was taken aback, only then realizing he wasn't wearing his sunglasses. The scarlet pupils, the mark of a zombie, were fully exposed to the crowd. After a moment's hesitation, Zhuang Ling sighed inwardly and turned to leave. Were they wrong? No, they were just broken from endless torment. Seeing Zhuang Ling leave so abruptly, the young man let out a subconscious sigh of relief, followed by a flicker of confusion. Was this zombie not going to take them? The murmur of voices erupted behind him, and Zhuang Ling's heart grew heavier with each step. Zombies. Zombies. Leaving the kitchen, Zhuang Ling was about to check the first floor for more of them, when 3 zombies emerged at the stairwell. Leave or die. The leader was a peak Tier 2 zombie, on the verge of Tier 3. Its voice was still hoarse, but far more fluent, nearly matching Zhuang Ling's. Where's your master? Zhuang Ling asked, his face impassive, his grip tightening on the horizontal blade. Leave, don't. The zombie repeated as it advanced toward him. Before it could finish, Zhuang Ling's blade cleaved through it. He retrieved its life, core still red. It could speak, but only as it was taught, lacking any self-awareness. The scent of blood made the 2 zombies behind it hesitate for a moment before they snarled and lunged at him. So what if it can talk? A monster is still a monster. Zhuang Ling's voice was laced with both anger and sorrow. In the eyes of others, wasn't he just the same? He swiftly dispatched the 2 zombies, collected their cores, and stepped onto the stairs. Since these zombies came from upstairs, the first floor was likely clear. After all, with 6 Tier 2 zombies, any ordinary rescue team would be courting death. As he reached the second floor, the stench of blood hit him with overwhelming intensity. It emanated from the first room off the stairwell. The door was ajar, revealing a pile of dismembered limbs and a floor of white bones. Judging by the sheer number, at least a dozen people had met their end here. In the center lay a half-eaten corpse, its face forever frozen in terror. Zhuang Ling suppressed the urge to devour and walked away. Monster. His heart was in turmoil, forced to confront the truth of what he was. In the past few days, he had managed to push such thoughts aside, except when he fed on beast flesh. But now there was no escape. He had thought that as long as he didn't eat humans, he wasn't a monster. But was that truly the case? The roars of the 2 zombies had drawn more of them out from the rooms, though most were Tier 1. Only a couple were Tier 2. It made sense, considering he had already slain 9 Tier 2 zombies since arriving. How many more could there be? Just as many humans failed to unlock their genetic locks, many zombies were unable to evolve. No matter how much flesh they consumed, they couldn't form a life core. Zhuang Ling's mind was a storm of frustration and rage, desperate for release. /retract. No technique, no finesse, just pure unadulterated carnage. After cutting down the last zombie, Zhuang Ling let out a heavy breath. In that moment his speed, which had been stuck at 258, finally reached the limit of 259. Genes unlocked 25. Evolution points 87. 5. Strength 259. Speed 259. Mental power 259. He could initiate evolution at any moment, achieving true Tier 2 status. Just like Tier 1, meeting the numbers wasn't enough to qualify. Without a condensed life core, no matter how high the stats, one remained unranked. Tier 2 was the same, merely a further enhancement of the core and body. Zhuang Ling's condition was far from optimal. His stamina was nearly depleted, his body marked with over a dozen claw wounds. His body was covered in black blood. Any ordinary person would have been infected countless times over. Zhuang Ling pulled out 3 Tier 2 life cores, and with a sigh swallowed them. Yes, he was a monster. But without power, what good was being a saint in the eyes of others? When faced with the death of family and loved ones, he would still be helpless, forced to watch and listen. Zhuang Ling was conflicted, but not lost. After consuming the cores, his evolution points reached 102. 5. Yuling upgrade. He commanded mentally, feeling a faint vibration from the core in his mind. The chaotic rune representing mental power at the core's center solidified slightly. A brief dull pain shot through his head, and the upgrade was complete. Spirit control level 2010000, capable of lifting 100 gene. At level 1, even extracting a life core was a struggle. Now at level 2, the capacity has soared to 100 gene. 100 gene, for a normal awakening one would need to be at least Tier 5. Yet Zhuang Ling was only at Tier 2. However, seeing the evolution points required for the next level, a hint of despair crept into his heart. 1,000 points. How many zombies would he have to kill? It was clear that leveling up wouldn't happen anytime soon, so he didn't dwell on it. Feeling the energy of the life core being rapidly absorbed, his body quickly recovered. Let the evolution begin, Zhuang Ling murmured. The life core suddenly began to vibrate, and a tearing pain racked his body, causing him to tremble. Taking a deep breath to endure the agony, Zhuang Ling gripped his saber tightly and began collecting the life cores. With a single stroke, he split a zombie's skull, spirit control activated, and the life core flew up, landing obediently in his backpack. 9 Tier 1 cores, 3 Tier 2 cores. As he collected the last one, the evolution drew to a close. The mung bean-sized life core had grown another size, becoming even more radiant and feeling more tangible. The tearing sensation in his body vanished, replaced by a soothing warmth. Advancing before Tier 3 is truly painful, Zhuang Ling muttered, somewhat helpless. The differences between each evolution before Tier 3 were stark. After Tier 3, the evolution focuses mainly on the life core. The way to unlock gene locks then would be different, but it was too early to think about that now. Genes unlocked 27. Evolution points 0. 5. Strength 278. Speed 275. Spirit 264. Talents Berserk, spirit control, level 2. The boost from this advancement wasn't particularly significant. However, Zhuang Ling could clearly sense that a portion of energy within his body had yet to be fully absorbed and transformed. Once stabilized, he was sure to experience another surge in power. With the evolution complete, his body returned to a perfect state. Even the wounds on his body had already begun to scab over. Collecting the cores and evolving had taken less than 10 minutes, yet there was no sound from upstairs. Could it be that there are no zombies on the upper floors? Zhuang Ling glanced at the corpses on the ground. It was possible. The zombie leader here clearly had standards. It wouldn't even accept non-tier zombies. But admittedly, if Zhuang Ling were a human, even at Tier 3, he might not have survived this place. Since you're putting on airs, it'll just come find you. Wiping the blood off his saber, Zhuang Ling headed for the stairs to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was, as expected, eerily quiet with no zombies. He checked every room, finding traces of zombie habitation in a few, but they were nowhere to be seen now. Either already slain by him or lurking upstairs. On the 4th floor, Zhuang Ling encountered zombies again. 2 Tier 2 zombies stood guard outside a door. Could there be a living person inside? He frowned, drawing his saber without hesitation. Just as he was about to attack, a cold, clear female voice came from within the room. You've already killed many of mine. Stop now. Hearing this, Zhuang Ling's pupils contracted slightly. This zombie's level of evolution was definitely not lower than his. He could speak so fluently only because his life core was condensed from the limits of 3 attributes. Others wouldn't be able to achieve that. The apocalypse had just begun, and most people didn't even know what a life core was. Even the most gifted could only reach the limit of 2 attributes. But her words couldn't stop Zhuang Ling. Ever since he saw the scene in the kitchen, he had no intention of letting any zombie here live. The 2 zombies didn't even have time to resist before their heads hit the floor. Tier 2 cores were worth 5 evolution points. After collecting the cores, Zhuang Ling held his saber before him and kicked the door open. But the sight inside made him freeze. It was an office, and 3 Tier 2 female zombies stood protectively in front of a woman. You're a living person? Zhuang Ling sniffed, catching the scent of a living human, and was taken aback. Yet his surprise quickly turned to fury. Controlling zombies was one thing, but using them to pen up humans as a food source made her even more detestable than mindless zombies. You seem angry. Why? The woman stared at him emotionlessly, tilting her head in confusion. Because you deserve to die. Zhuang Ling gritted his teeth, his breathing growing ragged. I hate being a monster, and I constantly strive to evolve back to a normal human state. But you, a living, breathing human, have become a monster, losing all humanity. Because you deserve to die. Zhuang Ling gritted his teeth, his breathing growing ragged. I hate being a monster, and I constantly strive to evolve back to a normal human state. But you, yet despite her frown, her cold tone revealed nothing of her true emotions. She was like a piece of emotionless wood. It was bizarre. Whether I deserve to die or not is not for you to judge. And you won't have the chance to judge anyway. Zhuang Ling had calmed down by now, raising his saber. You give me a very dangerous feeling. And it seems you want to kill me, but not for my flesh and blood. Can you tell me why? I'm curious. The woman said this with a smile, but the eerie feeling only intensified. Why have you turned yourself into a monster? Zhuang Ling sneered, his tone complex. He, a monster, yearned to be human, yet some people were hell-bent on becoming monsters. Monster? Why does everyone think I'm a monster? The woman sighed, and for the first time a crack appeared in her cold voice. A hint of melancholy, anger, and confusion. You keep living humans as a food source. If that's not a monster, what is? As a human, shouldn't you use your power to protect them? I am not keeping them. The woman shook her head at his words. It's a zombie apocalypse out there, there's no way to survive. I provided a safe environment, forbidding any zombie from approaching. I was protecting them. Then what about the bodies on the second floor? Zhuang Ling glanced at her with disdain, no longer willing to waste his breath. He thought she was being a hypocrite. These zombies need to eat, or I can't control them. And under my protection, paying a tribute is only natural. The woman explained without a shred of guilt, as if it were the most natural thing. Only natural? Zhuang Ling laughed in anger. If you think it's protection, then let's call it protection. With that he stepped forward, his saber swinging down without hesitation. But just before the blade fell, he heard her sigh. I mean you no harm. Then a sharp pain shot through his head, as an invisible spiritual force invaded his life core. All of this is an illusion. Wake up and you will escape this purgatory. The woman's voice was soft, carrying a certain enchantment that made one abandon thought. Hearing her voice, Zhuang Ling suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. Is everything happening now false? Zhuang Ling's hand, which had been suspended in midair, suddenly halted and fell limply. Yes, it is merely a dream. I will bring you back to reality. The woman fixed her gaze on him, her emotionless pupils contracting slightly. This zombie's spiritual power is formidable. She has subdued numerous zombies, the strongest of which is nearly 3rd rank. Yet Zhuang Ling is only 2nd rank. Moreover, zombies generally possess pitifully low spiritual power. That is why she at 2nd rank can control so many. During peacetime, as a psychologist, Lin Ling excelled in subconscious hypnosis. When the apocalypse erupted, she unlocked the spiritual power gene lock and awakened the ability of control. Although she felt that she had become somewhat different from before, losing much of her former emotions. But Lin Ling considered this not a misfortune. She had always believed that humanity's greatest weakness was an excess of emotions. Was this not precisely what she desired? Back to reality. I won't be a zombie anymore. Zhuang Ling was now on the brink of succumbing. The identity of a zombie was always his agony. That's right, it is all just a dream. Upon returning to reality, you will still be human, no longer a monster. Although Zhuang Ling's spiritual power was indeed formidable, Lin Ling could sense that success was imminent. Zhuang Ling was the most peculiar zombie she had ever encountered. He possessed human intelligence and emotions, and was deeply resistant to his zombie identity. Lin Ling could hardly contain her eagerness to uncover Zhuang Ling's secrets. Monster. Monster. I am not a monster. Upon hearing the word monster, Zhuang Ling's emotions suddenly flared. His life core, which had dimmed considerably, abruptly radiated a glimmer of light. His half-closed eyes snapped open, and the horizontal blade in his hand thrust out instantly. A muffled thud. The horizontal blade directly pierced the skull of a zombie in front of Lin Ling. Your ability is quite remarkable. Zhuang Ling rested the blade on Lin Ling's pale, slender neck. I was almost ensnared by your trick. As Zhuang Ling spoke, he was genuinely filled with lingering fear. The moment his life core was invaded, he felt as if he had fallen asleep. And it all seemed like nothing but a dream. If not for the jolt at the final moment, he might have truly been controlled. You? I had already touched your core. Why could you still break free? Lin Ling's pupils widened slightly as she asked with confusion. Yet her delicate face remained expressionless even with the blade at her throat. Aren't you afraid? Zhuang Ling looked at her, a hint of amusement in his tone. Was this woman truly unafraid of death, or did she still believe she had him under control? Or perhaps she was simply expressionless. It was only due to carelessness that he had been momentarily controlled by her eerie ability. Aren't you afraid? Zhuang Ling looked at her, a hint of amusement in his tone. Was this woman truly unafraid of death, or did she still believe she had him under control? Or perhaps she was simply expressionless. It was only due to carelessness that he had been momentarily controlled by her ear, but I haven't felt such emotions for a long time. Hearing this, Zhuang Ling frowned. What was the matter with this woman? But I am very curious about you. Why is your spiritual power so high? Lin Ling asked, as if genuinely unaware of fear. But this time Zhuang Ling was already vigilant and directly blocked it. He decided not to waste any more words with her. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Who knew what other abilities this mysterious woman possessed? Can you spare me? But this time Zhuang Ling was already vigilant and directly blocked it. He decided not to waste any more words with her. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Who knew what other abilities this mysterious woman possessed? Can you spare me? I can make a deal with you. You need energy crystals, and I can procure them for you. Lin Ling sensed the murderous intent, but her voice remained calm. Oh, I thought you didn't know fear. That's true, but I don't want to die. That has nothing to do with fear. If you hadn't been caging living people, perhaps we could have become friends. Zhuang Ling shook his head gently. After all, since she could control zombies, she would almost always be in the company of the undead. As a zombie, being with such a person might not feel awkward. Unfortunately, she had crossed his bottom line. No, I haven't been caging. Lin Ling tried to defend herself, or perhaps she genuinely believed what she said. I know protection, right? Zhuang Ling interrupted her, and his grip on the blade tightened instantly. What is the difference between inhuman protection and caging? Zhuang Ling gazed at her corpse, breathing in the overwhelming scent of blood permeating the air, a sense of melancholy washing over him. He had killed a person, his first time killing a living human. Though he had killed in his previous life, this was his first as a zombie. Perhaps because of the act of killing with his own hands, the craving for flesh and blood within him grew stronger. As Lin Ling's head hit the ground, the two zombies beside her began to tremble violently. After a moment, they let out a roar at Zhuang Ling and lunged toward Lin Ling's body. Disgusting. Zhuang Ling glanced at them with contempt, swinging his horizontal blade. When he walked out of the office, he held a chaotic-colored second-rank life core in his hand. This woman was utterly bizarre from head to toe. Awakening the ability to control zombies, but losing her emotions? Zhuang Ling murmured, feeling a pang of regret. Damnable apocalypse. He had already cleared all the zombies in Yunshank, and the people in the kitchen on the first floor were completely safe now. This place also served as a decent shelter. Hotels generally have food storage warehouses, and water should not be scarce. Before leaving, Zhuang Ling visited the kitchen but did not show himself. He merely left a note and departed gracefully. He accomplished his deed without seeking fame. Zhuang Ling thought smugly, though his mood was still somewhat sour. Still, being a silent hero felt good. And the harvest was not bad. He had broken through to second rank with 9 first-rank life cores and 19 second-rank life cores. In less than an hour, 108 evolution points. Zhuang Ling was quite satisfied. But he had just broken through and not yet fully stabilized. He did not rush to use evolution points to enhance his attributes. Glancing at the time, it was already past noon. Zhuang Ling oriented himself and set off. However, he had not gone far when he suddenly sensed a summoning. Again, Zhuang Ling halted, looking toward the direction of the call. It was along his route. Fine, let's check it out. Since it did not delay his journey, he did not pay it much mind. This summoning was not the first time. He had felt it last night, but at that time he was focused on breaking through to second rank and had disregarded it. Could there already be 4th-tier zombies now? Zhuang Ling mused as he walked toward the direction of the summons, pondering the identity of the one who had issued it. The summoning point was not far away, barely a kilometer. Yet any creature capable of projecting its call across such a distance was undoubtedly far stronger than him. If Zhuang Ling wished, he too could rally zombies to his side. However, his range was limited to roughly 500 meters. And now he stood over a kilometer away. The true extent of that caller's reach remained unknown. The difficulty of evolving beyond the 3rd tier is incomparable to before. It shouldn't be a 4th tier. Zhuang Ling muttered under his breath, the pull of the summons growing stronger with each step closer. After traversing several hundred meters, he finally glimpsed the source of the call. It was a hospital of considerable size. Upon recognizing it, Zhuang Ling hesitated, weighing whether to proceed. In the apocalypse, a universal truth prevailed: avoid hospitals at all costs. Within their walls, 90% of the afflicted, regardless of ailment, would undergo zombification. And it wasn't mere zombification. The likelihood of aberrant mutation was exceptionally high. Whatever ability such a mutation granted, it would prove formidable to confront. Moreover, Zhuang Ling was certain the zombie issuing the summons was more powerful than him. For by now the once faint call had become almost coercive. This was the innate ability of higher-tier zombies. As a zombie myself, there probably isn't much danger, Zhuang Ling reasoned after a moment's thought, deciding to investigate. After all, when a zombie summons its kind, it typically heralds significant action. Should the situation turn dire, Zhuang Ling was confident he could make a clean getaway. With this in mind, he gradually approached the hospital. Along the way, numerous other zombies were converging under the same call. Most were unranked, trickling in continuously. There were also a fair number of first and second-tier zombies. In Zhuang Ling's eyes, these were all evolution points. Yet to avoid unnecessary complications, he had to forego these opportunities. The zombie issuing the summons had either unlocked the genetic lock for psychic power or was on the verge of breaking through from 3rd to 4th tier. In any case, it had certainly regained some consciousness. With caution, Zhuang Ling stepped through the hospital gates. The moment he entered, the sight before him startled him. Over 1,000 zombies had already gathered in the hospital square. Though the majority were unranked, the sheer number was still terrifying. And this wasn't even the full assembly. The summons continued to draw in more. On the hospital steps above the source of the call was a female zombie. She emanated the energy fluctuations of a peak 3rd tier. Remarkably, 2 other 3rd tier zombies flanked her. Line up properly. Unranked to the back 1st and 2nd tiers to the front. Hua Fuxue surveyed the crowd below with a blank expression, her voice almost indistinguishable from a normal human's. And she wasn't merely speaking, a wave of psychic energy accompanied her words, conveying the command to all. Hearing this, Zhuang Ling's brow twitched involuntarily. Peak 3rd tier with such clear consciousness. She had definitely unlocked the psychic genetic lock. This was trouble. He had previously assumed she'd possess at least one of these traits. Never did he expect this female zombie to possess both. If I didn't have my system, she'd be the protagonist. Zhuang Ling cursed inwardly, suppressing his unease as he obediently shuffled forward. What does she plan to do with all these zombies? Zhuang Ling studied her delicate features, trying to discern her intentions. Whether you understand or not, from this moment on, I, Hua Fuxue, am your master. Her voice was devoid of emotion, dripping with arrogance. Hua Fuxue. The name struck a faint chord of familiarity, yet he couldn't place where had heard it. One thing was certain, it was from his past life. As her words faded, a subtle psychic force seeped forth, attempting to invade his life core. Without any effort from Zhuang Ling, his life core autonomously repelled the psychic intrusion. After all, it was so faint that quantified it wouldn't even register as a single point. Still, this was terrifying. With over 1,000 zombies present. This must be her ability, how otherwise this would be too frightening. Zhuang Ling assessed the psychic force, finding it vastly superior to his own. Likely at the absolute limit of the 3rd tier, merely awaiting a breakthrough. The instant Zhuang Ling severed that psychic thread, Hua Fuxue's gaze shifted subtly, locking onto his position. Discovered he. Zhuang Ling's heart skipped a beat, though he betrayed no outward reaction. With so many 2nd-tier zombies around, she shouldn't be able to pinpoint him precisely. I need to figure out her goal and get out of here. Zhuang Ling resolved internally. From the few words Hua Fuxue had spoken, her ambition was evident. Gathering this many zombies definitely signaled a major operation. Most likely she was planning to besiege a survivor settlement. Wait. Zhuang Ling recalled a tale from his past life heard while fleeing with Songhuai. A small survivor outpost north of Suling had been overrun by zombies. Even a small outpost housed several hundred people. At that time, they were still in the military district south of Suling, unable to mount a rescue in time. When they passed the ruined outpost, all that remained were crumbling structures and scattered bones. Could it be that this very horde destroyed that base? Zhuang Ling's gaze toward Hua Fuxue shifted. Her body bore no signs of decay, much like his own. Clad in a pristine white dress that complemented her porcelain skin, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Yet this very woman had consigned countless lives to death. While Zhuang Ling's mind wandered, Hua Fuxue had already taken notice of him. What's your name? Zhuang Ling snapped back to reality, meeting her gaze, but remained silent. Despite appearing calm, his heart rate involuntarily quickened. Damn it, I've been spotted. Zhuang Ling cursed inwardly, quickly averting his eyes. Seeing his reaction, Hua Fuxue frowned, a hint of displeasure in her voice. You with the backpack. What's your name? Hearing this, Zhuang Ling let out a resigned sigh. He had been careless. He never anticipated the summoning zombie to possess such intelligence, and thus forgot to conceal his backpack. But now that had been noticed, he had no choice but to step forward. Zhuang Ling. Zhuang Ling. Interesting. Hua Fuxue let out a soft laugh, striding toward him on long, elegant legs. As she approached, every zombie near him instinctively recoiled. 2nd tier. You're different from them. You've regained consciousness. Hua Fuxue stopped directly before him, less than a meter away, studying him with keen interest. Zhuang Ling instinctively stepped back. After all, she was a genuine 3rd-tier zombie, far stronger than him. And with her consciousness restored, his greatest advantage over her was essentially nullified. Before Zhuang Ling could respond, Hua Fuxue reached out and grabbed his head. Zhuang Ling hadn't expected her to strike so directly. In an instant, he felt as if his head was about to be crushed. However, Zhuang Ling didn't retreat blindly. Activating his berserk state, he raised his left fist, attempting to knock her arm away. His right hand gripped the hilt of the blade at his waist, drawing it in a swift arc aimed at Hua Fuxue's abdomen. Though Hua Fuxue's psychic power was formidable, her physical strength was far less impressive. As Zhuang Ling's left arm struck upward, her hand was forced from his head. Seeing the incoming blade, Hua Fuxue's gaze sharpened. She activated her psychic power while retreating a few steps. Under the interference of this psychic force, Zhuang Ling's movement stalled, and his strike missed its mark. As Zhuang Ling moved, the two Tier 3 zombies waiting on the steps sprang into action. Stop! Hua Fuxue commanded her back to the two zombies, and they immediately froze. Then turning to Zhuang Ling with a radiant smile, she said softly, "Not bad. You've not only regained consciousness, but your strength and psychic power are impressive. Since I'm not welcome, I'll take my leave." Zhuang Ling didn't let his guard down because of her smile. He held his blade before him ready to counter at any moment. He had roughly guessed her intentions, and there was no point in staying. "You're quite capable. Join me." Hua Fuxue seemed oblivious to his hostility, smiling as she approached him again. Zhuang Ling tensed up instantly. Even if Hua Fuxue hadn't awakened a strength-based gene, her higher tier made her formidable enough. Even with his berserk state active, he couldn't block her psychic attacks. If Hua Fuxue wanted him dead, even if she and the two Tier 3 zombies stood by the thousands of zombies surrounding them could tear him apart. "Relax, that was just a test. I mean you no harm." As she spoke, Hua Fuxue walked up beside Zhuang Ling and gently inhaled his scent. "If not for your aura, I'd have thought you were still human." A glint of appreciation and surprise flickered in her crimson pupils. Yet this surprise carried a hint of a child discovering a new toy. "I'm only Tier 2. You flatter me." Zhuang Ling frowned, his voice cold. "Is this woman insane? So what if she's Tier 3? If it weren't for her lackey's ID, show her what despair truly means." Although Hua Fuxue's power was indeed terrifying, Zhuang Ling wasn't afraid. 7 years in the apocalypse had toughened him. Hearing his words, Hua Fuxue glanced at the two zombies behind her, then shook her head. "If it weren't for her lackey's ID, show her what despair truly means." Although Hua Fuxue's power was indeed terrifying, Zhuang Ling wasn't afraid. 7 years in the apocalypse had toughened him. Hearing Hua Fuxue shook her head, speaking with a meaningful air. Zhuang Ling instinctively wanted to retort, but remembering this was her territory, he held his tongue. "You seem to resent being a zombie." Hua Fuxue, and noted his strained expression, a playful smile on her lips. Zhuang Ling remained silent, his expression growing even more somber. "This woman is troublesome. If she's allowed to grow, she'll become a great threat to humanity." Unfortunately, Zhuang Ling was a zombie. Even if she was humanity's enemy, it didn't seem to concern him much. Besides, he wasn't even sure he could beat her. But how was he supposed to leave now? Forcing a breakout was out of the question. Killing this woman was even more unrealistic. However, Hua Fuxue seemed to see right through his intentions. "You wish to leave? What if I do?" Zhuang Ling couldn't think of a plan, so he stalled for time. "Do you still long for your human life?" Hua Fuxue's gaze was piercing, as if she could see into his very soul. "Don't be foolish. You're a zombie now, a monster in the eyes of humans. Being with me is your best choice." Hua Fuxue's tone was wistful, clearly recalling past encounters. Whether I'm a monster isn't for others to judge. Zhuang Ling's tone was harsh, but he had to admit she spoke the truth. "Stubborn fool." Hua Fuxue shook her head, seeming to lose patience. "You want to leave? Fine, I'll give you a chance." At this, Zhuang Ling's eyes flickered, waiting for her to continue. "If you can walk out of here alive, then next time we meet you will follow me." She looked at him casually, as if already picturing his corpse. This demand was merely an afterthought. "Deal." Zhuang Ling didn't hesitate. He just needed to get out of here first. "Next time we meet, I'll beat you to a pulp." After all, he had experience. Before Tier 3A, evolution was mostly about absorbing energy, talent mattered little. But after Tier 3, things would be different. That's when the real game begins. Fight big ugly and little ugly. If you survive, I'll let you go. Hua Fuxue was taken aback by his quick agreement, pointing to the two Tier 3 zombies behind her. Originally, she had only intended for Big Ugly to fight. But seeing Zhuang Ling's confidence, she decided to send both. If he died, so be it. If he survived, he might be worth her attention. Hua Fuxue was among the first to mutate into a zombie at the apocalypse's outbreak. Moreover, her mutation was psychic, allowing her to regain consciousness. Initially, she had thoughts similar to Zhuang Ling's, but that nearly cost her her life. From that moment, she lost all affection for humanity and fully accepted her identity as a zombie. In Hua Fuxue's eyes, Zhuang Ling was still too naive. But he was the first other conscious zombie she had met, a true kindred spirit. "Oh, and leave the energy crystals in your backpack." Hearing this, Zhuang Ling let out a helpless sigh. "Damn it. I was too careless. Now I've not only gained nothing, but also revealed my hand." This is a classic case of the fox losing its tail. But under her roof, Zhuang Ling had no choice. Zhuang Ling nodded, dumping all the cores onto the ground, unable to bear looking at them. "The pain. If I kill them, do I get to keep their cores as spoils?" Zhuang Ling asked a bit reluctantly. 19 Tier 2 cores. I should have just swallowed them all. Even without the energy, that would have been 95 evolution points. "Oh, if you can kill them, then by all means." Hua Fuxue looked at him with slight surprise. She had expected him to beg for mercy or ask for easier conditions, not be this confident. With that answer, Zhuang Ling's mood improved slightly. At least he could recoup some losses. He nodded, signaling he was ready. Hua Fuxue said nothing, merely waving her hand. The surrounding zombies obediently cleared a space. The two Tier 3 zombies Big Ugly and Little Ugly stepped forward. To be fair, Hua Fushue had named them well, they were truly hideous. But Zhuang Ling had no time to dwell on that now. Two Tier 3 zombies. He felt a considerable amount of pressure. Big Ugly was massive, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with an imposing destructive presence. Zhuang Ling at 178 centimeters appeared almost petite beside him. Clearly Big Ugly had unlocked a strength-based gene lock. Zhuang Ling, however, didn't pay him much mind. He seemed like a one-punch wonder, useless if he couldn't land a hit. But Little Ugly put Zhuang Ling on edge. Little Ugly was nearly as tall as Zhuang Ling, but skeletal and hunched, making him seem diminutive. His elongated limbs and razor-sharp claws like daggers marked him as a speed type. The towering and the wiry zombies made for a bizarre pair, yet undeniably a formidable combination. Add Hua Fushue into the mix, and it would be a perfect setup. Zhuang Ling couldn't help but suspect that Hua Fushue was living out some protagonist script. He barely had time to ponder before Hua Fushue gave the order, and the two zombies lunged into action. The distance between them was less than 5 meters. In a flash, Little Ugly was upon him, his 10 fingers scything toward Zhuang Ling's head like 10 blades. Zhuang Ling parried with his saber, the clash ringing out like striking metal. His blade proved superior, forcing Little Ugly back. With the boost from his Berserk state, his stats rivaled those of an early 3rd-tier Awakener. Before, the 3rd-tier Berserk was an absolute godsend. Afterward, its effects would wane. But Zhuang Ling had no time for such thoughts. Little Ugly, after being repelled, didn't attack again. Instead, he vanished and reappeared behind Zhuang Ling. Before he could turn, Big Ugly's fist was already descending. Though strength-focused, Big Ugly's 3rd-tier speed was still formidable. Zhuang Ling didn't meet the blow heat, and he sidestepped, dodging the punch, then spun and swung his saber. Clang! A piercing metallic screech rang out as Little Ugly was sent flying once more. Then he vanished again, denying Zhuang Ling any chance to counter. A sudden whoosh came from behind. Zhuang Ling found it hard to dodge in time. His prepared spirit control activated instantly, and the short blade at his waist shot into the air. Sensing the trajectory of Big Ugly's punch, Zhuang Ling chose not to evade. As the fist was about to land, he shifted his body, slightly raising the saber behind his back. Thud! A dull impact sent a jolt through his spine, nearly shattering the bones in his back. Yet he used the force to spin around, slashing his saber at Big Ugly. Simultaneously, the short blade, guided by spirit control, streaked toward Big Ugly's eyes. After 2 exchanges with Little Ugly, Zhuang Ling grasped their tactics. Little Ugly was the harasser, Big Ugly the executioner. This dashed his hopes of eliminating Little Ugly first. If he couldn't take down the smaller one, he'd crush the bigger one. Prolonging the fight was not an option. If he tired or slowed, he'd surely die under Big Ugly's iron fists. Big Ugly, unable to retract his punch in time, could only raise his arms to shield himself from the saber's strike. But the short blade was another matter. Dodging it was easier said than done. Under Spirit Control's guidance, it was even more agile than Zhuang Ling himself. Seeing Big Ugly in peril, Little Ugly reappeared, claws swiping at Zhuang Ling's head to halt his assault. Zhuang Ling was resolute, determined to take down Big Ugly. As for Little Ugly's claws, he couldn't defend against them, so he braced for a trade of wounds. In a heartbeat, he advanced a step and slashed his saber across Big Ugly's arms. The short blade struck then, and Big Ugly instinctively squeezed his eyes shut. Thud! Thud! The first sound was the blade piercing Big Ugly's eye. The second was Little Ugly's claws sinking into Zhuang Ling's back. Zhuang Ling felt as if his ribs were being severed. Gritting through the searing pain, he yanked himself forward, preventing Little Ugly from pulling his claws free. The sudden movement only drove the claws deeper into his flesh. The agony nearly knocked him out, but there was no time to waste. Since his saber couldn't cleave through Big Ugly's arms, he wouldn't linger. The short blade had already sunk into the creature's eye. If not fatal, it was a crippling blow. Withdrawing his saber, Zhuang Ling ignored Little Ugly behind him and swung again at Big Ugly. The gravely wounded zombie couldn't dodge, and the saber split its skull. Meanwhile, Little Ugly, instead of retreating, pressed closer, his hands clawing desperately, as if to tear Zhuang Ling apart. But Zhuang Ling wouldn't give him the chance. He released the short blade, and the surge of psychic energy slammed into Little Ugly's abdomen, shoving him back. Zhuang Ling took a step forward, pulling Little Ugly's claws from his body. Die! Zhuang Ling's face was pale, his eyes wild. This was the closest he'd come to death. Ignoring the searing pain, he spun and raised his saber to strike. Little Ugly had broken free of Spirit Control's grip, but was still a step behind. And Spirit Control's power wasn't a one-off. It flowed endlessly. Just as his psychic energy was nearly spent, his saber was about to kiss Little Ugly's neck. Enough, stop. Hua Fux's voice cut through the air. A formidable psychic force invaded Zhuang Ling's core. In his weakened state, he had no defense. Damn it. The moment he heard her voice, his heart sank. A violent dizziness overwhelmed him, and his sword arm went limp. It's over. She played me, Zhuang Ling thought bitterly. This was his final desperate strike, now interrupted. One swipe from Little Ugly would end him. But as the dizziness faded, he saw Little Ugly had retreated to Hua Fuxu's side. Thankfully, she hadn't truly intended to kill him. The adrenaline gone, Zhuang Ling stumbled, barely keeping his footing. His wounds were severe. A gaping hole in his back ribs cracked, and he couldn't tell if his organs were damaged. Not bad. You win. Hua Fuxu set her gaze toward Zhuang Ling, noticeably different now. She was acknowledging him. If she had to fight Big Ugly and Little Ugly to the death, she doubted Shed fair, as well as he just had. When Shed subdued them, Shed used a horde of zombies to wear them down before capturing them. Zhuang Ling's combat prowess genuinely surprised her. Had she not intervened, Little Ugly would be dead now. Zhuang Ling, though wounded, would recover with rest. And wasn't that exactly what she needed? Someone strong, conscious, and able to keep her company. After all, any being with thoughts feels loneliness, no matter how deeply it's buried. I truly wish you would stay. Hua Fuxu looked at Zhuang Ling with a hint of regret. We are not the same. Zhuang Ling shook his head weakly. The excessive expenditure of his spiritual energy had left him even more exhausted. Although his spirit beast had evolved, his spiritual power remained unchanged. Moreover, the brief moment he had spent restraining the jester had consumed an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. If the energy spent on controlling the dagger to assassinate the great clown was a 10, then the energy spent on restraining the jester was 100. After all, restraining the jester required more than just a single point of force. At this moment, Zhuang Ling was at the end of his rope. If Hua Fuxu truly wished to detain him, he would have no power to resist. It was better to face the situation with grace. Is this what they call a man's ambition? Hua Fuxu let out a soft laugh and made no further attempt to stop him. I hope the next time we meet you can keep up with my pace. Otherwise you won't even have the right to follow me. With a wave of her hand, the horde of corpses obediently parted to make a path. I will. Zhuang Ling let out a light laugh, though his smile concealed a multitude of thoughts. He bent down, dug out the great clown's core, and tossed it into his mouth before staggering towards the gate. Hua Fuxu watched his retreating figure, her beautiful eyes filled with amusement and anticipation. As the core entered his stomach, its energy immediately diffused throughout his body. Instead of absorbing it, Zhuang Ling used the energy to mend his wounds. It took him a while to traverse the 100-meter distance and finally step out of the hospital's main entrance. With no mind to spare for Hua Fuxu, he only sought a place to recuperate. He allocated the 10 evolution points directly to his spiritual power to refresh himself. After walking a short distance, he encountered 2 first-tier zombies heading towards the hospital. Clearly, Hua Fuxu was still summoning her kin. This time, however, Zhuang Ling showed no mercy and slew them on the spot. Though the energy contained in the 2 first-tier cores was meager, it was better than nothing. He continued to encounter more zombies along the way, but most were unranked. The only second-tier zombie he met tried to devour him, drawn by the strong scent of blood on him. It was quickly dispatched by a single strike from Zhuang Ling and became his nourishment. After walking for dozens of minutes, Zhuang Ling could no longer hold on. He slipped into a random, unoccupied shop. Hua Fuxu had not confiscated his backpack. The medicines he had collected earlier, which he had thought he would never need now, proved to be invaluable. Unsure if the anti-inflammatory pills would still be effective, he swallowed some anyway. He then painstakingly cleaned his wounds with clean water and wrapped them with bandages. Having done all he could no longer resist the fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke, it was already deep into the night. The energy from the core he had consumed earlier was long depleted, but the pain in his wounds had subsided. However, a full recovery would still take some time. Gene unlocked 28. Evolution points 25. 5. Strength 284. Speed 281. Spiritual power 289. This battle not only solidified his second-tier status, but also brought a wave of enhancements. Yet the price seemed a bit steep. His subsequent actions would inevitably be affected, making it feel like a loss. Pity that evolution points can't heal wounds. Bad review. Zhuang Ling sighed with some melancholy, feeling the hunger pangs in his stomach, and pulled out a can of meat. After this evolution, his aversion to such food had lessened somewhat. He could even taste the flavor in the canned meat. After a simple meal, he assessed his injuries and prepared to venture out to hunt for prey. To speed up his recovery, he would need a large amount of energy. Currently, he was utterly destitute and could only fight while wounded. Although zombies were more active at night, there weren't many in the vicinity. Partly because this wasn't a residential area, so the population was naturally sparse. The other part was likely related to Hua Fuxu. Zhuang Ling didn't dwell on it. He continued on his way, searching for first and second-tier zombies. He was already struggling to kill second-tier ones. If he encountered a third-tier, he would have to flee as far as possible. As he swallowed another second-tier core, he began to ponder Hua Fuxu's situation. The base she planned to besiege was about 10 kilometers ahead. Should I go and warn them? Zhuang Ling considered it, and decided it was a sound idea. Whether they would believe him, that was not his concern. But more likely than not, even if they believed him, they wouldn't fully trust him. If it were up to Zhuang Ling, he would advise them to abandon the base and flee immediately. After all, there were already over 1,000 zombies. Even the military district under Song Huai would suffer significant losses to annihilate a horde of this scale. This survivor base certainly couldn't match the firepower of the military. Forget it'll save as many as I can. Zhuang Ling shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Dragging his severely wounded body to save people, he was practically a living saint. He tried to lighten his mood with a bit of self-deprecation as he made his way towards the survivor base he remembered. But in his current state, covering the 10 kilometers would likely take until dawn. It was already the dead of night. He continued the cycle of killing zombies, devouring cores, and pressing forward. When he finally stopped to rest after slaying another first-tier zombie, the sky was beginning to lighten. Yet the survivor base was still nowhere in sight. I recall that base was in an upscale residential complex. Zhuang Ling mused, glancing at his evolution points. 96. 5, almost 100. His wounds too had healed considerably. Although the pain was still intense, it was at least bearable now. Taking advantage of the rest, he changed his bandages, discarding the blood-soaked ones. Just as he was about to set off again, he suddenly heard several wolf howls. He turned his head and saw several pairs of glowing green eyes shining eerily in the darkness. What the hell, wolves? Zhuang Ling was stunned for a moment before quickly drawing his saber alert. How can there be wolves here? He frowned, then suddenly remembered something and looked at the bus stop sign beside him. Next stop, Sulanzhou. Damn. I hope there's no third-tier wolf king. Zhuang Ling cursed under his breath, glancing at the blood-stained bandages beside him, knowing he couldn't outrun them. All right, come on. Time for breakfast. He didn't hesitate, distributing all his evolution points evenly across his 3 attributes. A warm current surged through him, and he felt his wounds mend slightly. Though his strength felt a bit unsteady and light, his overall condition had improved. Come on, don't waste time. Zhuang Ling chuckled and took the initiative to walk towards the wolf pack. This act seemed to enrage the wolves. After a series of snarling howls, several blurry figures charged at him from the darkness. He had encountered wolf packs in his past life. They were notoriously troublesome. Wolves typically unlocked the speed gene, and if you didn't scare them off, they would relentlessly harass you until you were worn down and dead. 5 wolves like phantoms darted forward through the darkness. The Wolf King was a second-order mutated wolf with several sharp bone spikes protruding from its spine. Its already vicious teeth had turned blood red, exuding an aura of deadly menace. In the eyes of the pack, Zhuang Ling was an exceptionally appetizing prey. The faint scent of blood on him, like a spice on a delicacy, made him even more enticing. Seeing the wolves charging at him, Zhuang Ling did not hesitate and activated Berserk to capture the chieftain first. Once the Wolf King was eliminated, the remaining wolves would be no threat. At the first order, even a speed-type foe was nothing to fear. Unfortunately, the Wolf King did not lead from the front. Instead, it lagged behind, its eyes gleaming with greedy, malevolent light. Without wasting time, Zhuang Ling severed the neck of one wolf with a single slash, then shifted his stance and appeared before the Wolf King. The Wolf King seemed momentarily stunned, not expecting its prey to be so formidable. After adding points, all of Zhuang Ling's attributes exceeded 300. Under the effect of Berserk, he instantly reached the peak of the third order. However, the drawback was that his stamina drained too quickly. Coupled with his injuries, within a minute Zhuang Ling began to feel breathless. Fortunately, the Wolf King's intelligence was low. Even wounded, it refused to relinquish such a tempting morsel. In its eyes, Zhuang Ling was not only a sumptuous meal, but also the key to evolution. The energy emanating from him was dense, like a walking spirit stone. When Zhuang Ling dodged another pounce and drove his blade into its back, the Wolf King howled in agony. The Wolf King curled its body, rolling toward Zhuang Ling like a hedgehog. A beast is a beast, Zhuang Ling murmured, unafraid, and struck with his blade. Bang! Crack! That single blow snapped several of the bone spikes on the Wolf King's back. The once lustrous fur now bore a horrific wound, blood staining its entire back. Critically injuring the Wolf King in one strike, Zhuang Ling gave it no chance to escape and delivered another slash. With a piercing howl, the Wolf King fell silent, its life extinguished. The 3 surviving wolves, seeing their leader slain, yelped in terror and fled. Zhuang Ling glanced at the 2 wolf carcasses on the ground, deemed it sufficient, and did not pursue. Only the Wolf King was of the second order. The other wolf he had killed was only of first order, barely entering that stage. After swallowing the life core, Zhuang Ling hesitated between eating the meat or not. After a long moment, with a soft sigh, he finally reached out his hand. After a somewhat conflicted feast, the energy from the flesh was rapidly absorbed. Even the wound on his back could clearly feel itself healing quickly. This was the zombie's racial talent. The recovery rate from consuming flesh was even faster than from devouring life cores. After cleaning the bloodstains from his meal, Zhuang Ling suddenly felt that familiar call again. Hua Fuxiue already arrived here so quickly, and she's gathering zombies. He frowned involuntarily. He had to hurry. Otherwise, even if the survivors at that base were willing to listen to him, by the time Hua Fuxiue caught up, there would be no time to escape. Feeling his injuries, he couldn't help but sigh. After consuming some flesh, his wounds healed faster than after swallowing a third-order life core. Genes activated 32. Evolution point 6. 9. Strength 316. Speed 313. Spirit 321. It had only been a little over a day since he broke through to the Second Order, yet he had already reached the late stage of the Second Order, not far from the limit. However, Zhuang Ling could clearly sense that the excessive increase in power had greatly reduced his control over his own strength. The stable cultivation base he had forged through life and death battles was crumbling once more. Even if he still had evolution points, he could not add any more. It wasn't that he worried about an unstable foundation, it was that he truly couldn't add points. No matter how frantically he willed it, the system remained utterly silent. It seems I won't be able to add points for a while. Zhuang Ling clicked his tongue, feeling a twinge of regret. To quickly stabilize his cultivation battle was the best method, especially the kind of bloody fight he had against Big Ugly and Little Ugly. Killing foes weaker than him had little effect, it was only slightly faster than practicing on his own. But in his current state, engaging in another bloody battle would not stabilize his foundation, it would be suicide. Musing over such thoughts, Zhuang Ling finally reached the survivor base by dawn, a luxurious high-end villa district. Flanked by two rivers, backed by a small hill, and encircled by a wall, it indeed possessed a unique defensive advantage. Unfortunately, there were too few people here and firepower was severely lacking. Otherwise, breaching it would have been quite difficult. Is anyone there? I escaped from the city center. I have a major discovery. Zhuang Ling had already put on sunglasses to hide his scarlet pupils. The only road into the villa district was piled with obstacles. Several cars were parked sideways across the road. If it were just a few isolated zombies or a small horde, they wouldn't be able to get close. But unfortunately, the female zombie Hua Fushua had gathered a truly massive number of zombies. A living person. Stop right there. As soon as Zhuang Ling spoke, a deep voice came from the fortified security booth. Hearing this, he obediently halted. Soon two armed men in police uniforms emerged, eyeing him nervously. You said you came from the city center. One of the men frowned, noticing Zhuang Ling still wearing sunglasses at night. Yes, I. Before Zhuang Ling could finish, the other man let out a snort of derision. You? From the city center? Make up a more plausible excuse, the man said contemptuously. Who are you really, and what do you want? I really did come from the city center, Zhuang Ling sighed helplessly. Yesterday I noticed the surrounding zombies had all disappeared, so I dared to come out. Then I saw countless zombies gathered together, forming a zombie horde heading this way. Hearing this, the man who had mocked him earlier laughed, as if he had heard a joke. A zombie horde? Looks like you forgot to take your meds. Those brainless things. A horde. The other man also seemed skeptical, frowning. With that attitude of yours, you'll doom everyone here. Zhuang Ling furrowed his brow, his tone turning sharp. Oh, then Lord Savior, what do you suggest we do? I'm so scared. The man was taken aback, then feigned exaggerated terror, bursting into laughter. Zhuang Ling suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, I'm telling the truth. There are at least 1,000 zombies. You can't hold them off. I'm telling the truth. There are at least 1,000 zombies. You can't hold them off. Over 1,000 zombies. The man paused, taken aback by the number. Yet he quickly sneered at Zhuang Ling. Then why didn't our great savior just kill them all? Hearing this, Zhuang Ling could no longer hold back. He had seen many fools in his time, but one this stupid was a rare sight. Get out of my way. I need to see the leader here, Zhuang Ling said coldly. See our leader? If you want to join us, just say so. Why put on this act? The man sneered as if he had seen through everything. Zhuang Ling took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to slap the man senseless, and strode directly toward the gate. Fool, I hope you don't piss your pants when you see the horde. Zhuang Ling calculated that Hua Fushua wasn't too far away, as she would arrive within a few hours at most. If these people refused to believe him, they would soon see the truth for themselves. Stop. Who said you could move? The man's face darkened at Zhuang Ling's words, and he started shouting. I suggest you think very carefully about your next move. If not for his injuries, Zhuang Ling would have long since ignored these two, who hadn't even condensed their life course. Not giving the man a chance to speak, Zhuang Ling turned to the other seemingly more composed man. The horde will arrive in 3 hours at the latest. Are you sure you don't want to report this? Old Jia, don't listen to his bullshit. A zombie horde. Only an idiot would believe that, the man said, raising his gun. I suspect you have ulterior motives. Don't move, him searching you. Hearing this, Zhuang Ling's brow furrowed. Truly, it's easier to deal with the king of hell than with these petty demons. If he so much as took off his sunglasses, those two would likely open fire without hesitation. If you want to die, no one's stopping you, but don't drag others down with you. Zhuang Ling felt the murderous intent within him surging, becoming nearly impossible to contain. As a zombie himself, his instincts were already stirred by the presence of two living humans. But this fool's relentless provocation was pushing him to his limit. The horde has a leader. You cannot withstand it. It's not too late to evacuate now. With that, Zhuang Ling turned to leave. Here he was, a zombie risking his life to warn humans, only to be stopped by an idiot. Where was the justice in that? Stop. Who said you could leave? Zhuang Ling's attitude enraged the man who chambered around. Maybe I should just kill him. The thought suddenly crossed Zhuang Ling's mind. Even his spirit weapon stirred, the short blade trembling. Put the gun down. Old Jia yelled, grabbing his teammate as he genuinely seemed ready to fire. Maybe I should just kill him. The thought suddenly crossed Zhuang Ling's mind. Even his spirit weapon stirred, the short blade trembling. Put the gun down. Old Jia yelled, grabbing his teammate as he genuinely seemed ready to fire. He had nearly died that day. Earlier he had thought Zhuang Ling was just seeking shelter, spinning a wild tale about a zombie horde. But when Zhuang Ling mentioned the horde having a leader, he believed him. After all, not everyone had seen a high-tier zombie that could command the undead. Even if Zhuang Ling was exaggerating and there weren't actually over 1,000 zombies, the base's current defenses would struggle to hold against even 300 to 500. So this was a threat they couldn't afford to ignore. Hearing Old Jia's question, Zhuang Ling nodded and said with a hint of helplessness, "Why else do you think I risked coming all the way from the city center?" To make his words more convincing, he added, "I nearly got torn apart by a pack of wolves just moments ago. Damn Zhu. Old Jia." Shut up. Old Jia glared at his companion, then looked seriously at Zhuang Ling. "Little brother, wait here for a moment. They'll go report this right away. I hope you're not joking." "I don't have time to joke. There are many innocent people here," Zhuang Ling said, glancing at the other man again. The man started to speak, but was dragged away by Old Jia. Seeing that they didn't intend to let him into the base, Zhuang Ling was perfectly fine with that. He hadn't planned on entering the base anyway. Prolonged contact with humans was risky. If he were discovered, it would cause a huge mess. It wasn't worth it. However, to save the innocent people here, he abandoned his initial plan to leave right after delivering the warning. If Hua Fushue found out he had warned the humans, he couldn't be sure she wouldn't come after him, not helping his own kind, and instead tipping off humans. Traitor. Lost in thought, Zhuang Ling waited for over half an hour before Old Jia returned, looking dejected. "Little brother. No one believed you." Zhuang Ling sighed with resignation, having expected this outcome. He had hoped for a change of fortune, but it wasn't to be. Old Jia nodded, then said seriously, "They don't believe it, but they've still sent out a scouting party to check. If there really is a horde, the base won't forget your contribution." Old Jia spoke with conviction, but Zhuang Ling paid it no mind. Hua Fuxu's arrival was inevitable. Even if the scouts survived, what difference would it make? It would only waste time. Forget it. If you trust me, run. No one can save you otherwise, Zhuang Ling said, shaking his head and turning to leave. "Little brother, where are you going?" "To get out of here." "What, should I stay and wait to die?" Zhuang Ling didn't look back as he walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Old Jia's unease grew stronger. But he still didn't heed Zhuang Ling's warning to flee. In Old Jia's mind, if this base fell, was there truly any safe place left? Zhuang Ling didn't actually leave. He circled around, planning to sneak into the base from the small hill behind it. He could only save as many as he could. He couldn't just abandon the innocent people because the gatekeeper was a fool. The detour took him nearly half an hour. Whether it was paranoia or genuine instinct, he couldn't shake the feeling that Hua Fushue was already nearby. "I can't let that woman see me, or she might literally swallow me whole." Zhuang Ling had no fondness for Hua Fushue, that female corpse. But he had to admit she was extremely clever. If she found him here, he might escape once, but would he be so lucky a second time? The thought made him even more anxious. It's not easy trying to be a hero. Zhuang Ling muttered, finally climbing over the low hill and entering the compound. But before he could make a move, he was stopped by a man pointing a gun at him. And it wasn't just a verbal warning. The man actually fired. Fortunately, the man seemed nervous and missed his shot, startling Zhuang Ling. He couldn't block bullets in his current state. "Don't shoot. I'm a survivor," Zhuang Ling shouted quickly. Only a single sentry had been posted. If zombies had truly breached this place through the hill, the situation would be dire. Zhuang Ling understood the man's thoughts, but paid them little mind. After all, Hua Fushue would arrive soon, and when the entire base, only a single sentry had been posted. If zombies had truly breached this place through the hill, the situation would be dire. Zhuang Ling understood the man's thoughts, but paid them little mind. After all, Hua Fushue would arrive soon, and when the entire base fell with no living souls left, what would zombies matter? "Who are you? How did you get here?" The man stared at Zhuang Ling, wary of any mishap. Damn, so soon." Zhuang Ling was about to fabricate an excuse when he faintly heard the cacophony of countless zombie roars in the distance. Hua Fushue had arrived, and judging by the distant howls, the zombie horde had grown. "Huh, what did you say?" The man blinked his gaze toward Zhuang Ling, turning hostile. "The horde is coming. Run." This man, lacking even first-rank strength, couldn't hear the zombies approach. A horde? The man started to speak, but a piercing alarm blared across the base. Then a deep voice tinged with a tremor echoed. "A massive group of zombies spotted a kilometer out, at least 1,000. Everyone prepare for battle." Hearing this, Zhuang Ling glanced toward the base's interior and let out a helpless sigh. They knew the horde's scale, yet still refused to flee. Battle? Did they not realize their own base's weakness? The horde? There really is a horde. The man stood stunned for a long moment, then looked at Zhuang Ling in disbelief, eyes wide. "Yeah, I spotted the horde and took a detour to get here." Zhuang Ling nodded, speaking earnestly. "Brother, I suggest you run now." Before Zhuang Ling could finish, the man spun and sprinted toward the base's interior. "Hey, I mean run outward." Abandon the base. Zhuang Ling shouted, but the man didn't look back. Great, why was everyone so stubborn? As long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Why couldn't they grasp that? Zhuang Ling sighed in frustration, hesitating over whether to enter the base at all. If everyone here was like that man, his words would be useless. He might even be branded a troublemaker and take a few bullets for his trouble. In that brief moment, the zombie roars grew clearer, and he could almost feel the malevolent aura radiating from them. This is just screwing me over. Zhuang Ling grumbled, yet he strode toward the base anyway. Since he'd come this far, he had to save at least one person. A kilometer away, by the time he reached the base's activity area, gunfire had already erupted at the entrance. The base housed a few hundred people, but fewer than 100 could actually fight. Even among the combatants, some trembled as they clutched their rifles. What do I do? Zhuang Ling scratched his head, unsure where to start. After a moment's thought, Zhuang Ling decided to head to the front lines and find the leader here. Full escape was impossible, and holding the base was a joke. But stalling the horde briefly to let the women and children flee wasn't out of the question. Yet when Zhuang Ling reached the front, he found no leader. Only a few military-looking men directing the fight. The first line of defense collapsed instantly. Zombies howled unchecked and human casualties began to mount. As the stench of blood spread, the mindless zombies grew even more reckless, charging through bullets and trampling corpses to advance. The panicked screams of humans only deepened Zhuang Ling's already frayed nerves. Breathing in the bloody air, Zhuang Ling felt a stirring within him, an urge to join the zombie horde. If he did, he'd have access to endless fresh flesh. Damn it, where's the leader here? Zhuang Ling shouted in frustration, but no one paid him any mind. As the second line of defense teetered on the brink of collapse, Zhuang Ling was baffled. Where was the leader? What the hell was going on? The horde was practically at their doorstep. What were they doing? Moments later, the second line fell, and humans retreated once more. Zhuang Ling grabbed a man scrambling past, nearly getting knocked over before he could even ask a question. Run, damn it. You waiting to die? The man's voice cracked as he cursed, not slowing his pace. With the second line shattered, the base's main gate was next. Once the gate fell, this would no longer be a survivor base. It would be an allocating buffet for zombies. Screw this. Zhuang Ling cursed, fighting his inner craving as he sprinted deeper into the base. In just a few minutes, nearly 20 people had died. The corpses were already torn apart, their blood scent spreading wildly through the air. It gnawed at Zhuang Ling's consciousness, a hint of madness flickering in his scarlet pupils. Zhuang Ling. Just as he was about to enter the survivor base, a female voice rang out from behind. Zhuang Ling's steps faltered instinctively, then he moved to dive into the crowd without hesitation. Zhuang Ling, stop, or you'll regret it. Hua Fuxu's eyes sharpened, her tone icy. But Zhuang Ling acted as if he hadn't heard, vanishing into the throng. Stop. Only a fool would stop. And regret. Stopping would be the real regret. Zhuang Ling mentally ranted, trying to distract himself. Watching him flee without a backward glance, Hua Fuxu's pretty face chilled instantly. Joker, take all second-rank zombies and breach the compound. At Hua Fuxu's command, Joker let out a shriek and led dozens of second-rank zombies into the attacking horde. The line that might have held a moment longer crumbled in an instant. Hold this position. Don't let anyone leave. Hua Fuxu, and narrowed her eyes at the hill behind the base. The base had fallen, yet the zombies hadn't lost even a third of their numbers. The moment the horde poured in, screams and wails erupted endlessly. Zhuang Ling's mood was utterly foul. The fall of this place was no accident. Even now, with the base breached, the leader was nowhere to be seen. If nothing unexpected happened, had likely already fled. Not only had he failed to be a hero, but that woman Hua Fuxu had also spotted him. If they met again, with his lack of strength, he'd be toast. Being a hero isn't easy. Zhuang Ling sighed, feeling the horde draw nearer, and prepared to make his own escape. If he delayed any longer, getting out would be near impossible. With that thought, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain of the wound on his back, and broke into a run. But he hadn't gone far when he spotted a girl of about 17 or 18 staring blankly at a zombie ahead. That zombie was hunched over a corpse, tearing into it with savage frenzy. This zombie looks somewhat familiar, Zhuang Ling muttered, instinctively slowing his pace. The zombie, engrossed in its meal, sensed Zhuang Ling's presence, and raised its head, letting out a garbled roar. Its roar roughly conveyed that this was its prey, and Zhuang Ling should not interfere. After all, as a low-tier creature, it was wise to remain cautious in the presence of a second-tier zombie like Zhuang Ling. When Zhuang Ling finally saw its face, clearly his expression turned complicated. Old Jia. This zombie was actually Old Jia, who had been infected and transformed. Zhuang Ling let out a sigh. Activating his spirit control, he drove a short blade straight into its head. I told you earlier to leave, but you didn't listen. Zhuang Ling murmured, then glanced at the stunned young girl and shouted, "Little girl, run. The zombies are coming." The girl, however, seemed not to hear him, her gaze fixed intently on the corpse beneath Old Jia. Seeing her like this, Zhuang Ling sighed again. The male corpse was likely her father. He had witnessed such scenes far too many times. Though he understood her grief, survival was paramount. just as he was about to offer a word of comfort. Suddenly a second-tier zombie lunged at the girl. Zhuang Ling's horizontal blade was drawn in an instant, severing the zombie's neck. Without even time to collect its core, the horde behind them was already closing in. Though Hua Fushue was nowhere in sight, she was certainly nearby. Without wasting another moment, Zhuang Ling scooped up the girl and bolted. It was only upon being lifted that the girl seemed to snap back to reality. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Dad! My dad! He's dead!" The girl murmured, her voice filled with despair. "Then kill more zombies to avenge your father," Zhuang Ling offered in consolation, reminded of his own devastation upon learning of Dongning's fall in his past life. Hearing this, the girl instinctively clutched his arm, her tears flowing even harder. Yet she remained silent, not crying out or making a fuss, just weeping quietly. Today's exertion was immense. The wounds that had just begun to heal on Zhuang Ling's back tore open again. Enduring the searing pain, he ignored the fleeing crowd. His abilities were limited. If anyone was to blame, it was the foolish leader of this place. 7 years of fleeing had forged Zhuang Ling's heart into steel. Minutes later, he finally crossed the villa district and entered the foothills. "Phew, we should be safe now," he exhaled in relief, seeing no zombies in sight. Just as he was about to set the girl down, he realized she was leaning against his chest, her tears having soaked the front of his clothes. After a moment's hesitation, he decided not to put her down. Perhaps this would offer her some comfort. Might as well see this through, but being a good person is tough. Zhuang Ling grumbled inwardly, the wound on his back throbbing with agonizing pain. Stepping onto the mountain path, he slowed his pace, pondering how to settle the girl. This seemed to be the only survivor base nearby. Sending her to the Suling military district was too far. Troublesome. As he reached the hilltop, he saw several figures at the foot of the mountain and abruptly stopped. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath, forcing himself to continue down. At the foot of the mountain, several second-tier zombies stood guard, their eyes fixed on Zhuang Ling. A few second-tier zombies alone wouldn't have concerned him, but behind them Hua Fushue watched him with an amused expression. Just passing through." Zhuang Ling felt a pang of guilt, not daring to be too bold in front of Hua Fushue. It was then that the girl in his arms noticed the zombies blocking their path, her body trembling violently as she tightened her grip on his arm. "Zhuang Ling, what are you doing here?" Hua Fushue asked, her eyes narrowing into a smile. "Just passing by. Fancy meeting you here," Zhuang Ling replied with a forced grin. A smile hiding a knife. This woman was up to no good. "Passing by. Did you truly not know I'd be here?" Hua Fuxue's smile turned colder as she spoke. "How would I know you'd be here?" Zhuang Ling shrugged, nonchalantly feigning indifference. Hua Fushue fell silent for a moment, as if deciding not to press further, and instead asked, looking at the girl in his arms. "What's the deal with this human girl? Remember, you're a zombie." Hua Fushue emphasized the last word deliberately. As expected, the girl in Zhuang Ling's arms looked at him in disbelief, trembling even harder. Yet she still didn't let go of his arm. "She's my prey. I prefer to eat them alive. Is there a problem?" Zhuang Ling's smile vanished, instantly replaced by a tone of displeasure. "I see. I thought you might have other ideas." Hua Fushue maintained her smile, though her eyes held a hint of complexity. As shrewd as she was, she could see through Zhuang Ling's intentions. Eating them alive. Shed bet had never even tasted human flesh. In fact, neither had she. Though long transformed into a zombie, she had retained her intelligence and a shred of her moral line. "Whatever my intentions, they're none of your business, are they, eh?" Zhuang Ling retorted, growing irritated. What was this woman's problem? "How is it not my business?" Hua Fushue replied without anger, her smile widening. "I told you before I'd let you go, but the next time we met you'd have to follow me. Be reasonable, won't you?" Zhuang Ling was furious, but couldn't afford to lash out. After all, he was badly injured. If not for his condition, he'd have dared to swing his blade at her, even with her second-tier guards around. "What? Are you going back on your word?" Hua Fushue said, a faint wave of psychic energy beginning to probe at Zhuang Ling. "Sister, why don't you just kill me and get it over with?" Zhuang Ling said, helplessly feeling her psychic fluctuations. Though she was clearly up to no good, he was certain she wouldn't attack him now. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll reluctantly oblige you." As Hua Fushue spoke, her psychic pressure suddenly intensified. Though the psychic energy around Zhuang Ling was chaotic, it caused him no real harm. Zhuang Ling was at a loss. What did this woman see in him? He'd change if he could. "Do you think I wouldn't dare kill you, eh?" Seeing his expression, a genuine chill entered Hua Fuxue's eyes. "Can we stop this? My back is killing me." Zhuang Ling was exasperated, but couldn't push too far. Though Hua Fushue showed no killing intent, now a woman's heart was as unfathomable as the deep sea. If she turned on him in the next second, he'd have nowhere to cry. Besides, he'd figured out that Hua Fushue responded better to toughness than softness. If he had been truly cowardly, he probably wouldn't have made it out of that hospital. He could appear weak, but he couldn't actually. Hua Fushue sighed softly at his words. She could sense that in just one day Zhuang Ling had grown significantly stronger. At this rate, perhaps by their next meeting, he might actually surpass her. Zhuang Ling shook his head, refusing without hesitation. "Sorry, I have something I must do." "Is it really this hard to be a lone wanderer these days?" Follow me and I can give you anything you desire. Anything. Zhuang Ling looked at her speechlessly. Lady, you're just a third-tier zombie. What can you give me? Isn't it better to hunt zombies and beasts myself to obtain life cores and grow stronger? Hua Fushue was taken aback. If you become strong enough, what's wrong with giving myself to you? When Hua Fushue said this, there was not a trace of tenderness, but rather a hint of sharpness. Zhuang Ling was not weak in strength, but he was even bolder. Seeing her like this, Zhuang Ling sighed inwardly. As long as Hua Fushue survived, she was bound to achieve great things in the future. Forget it, I know I can't keep you now. Hua Fushue stopped dwelling on this matter. For someone like Zhuang Ling, if he were so easily subjugated, she would have looked down on him instead. They'll ask you just one question: what exactly are you here for? The way. Do you really think I'm one of those brainless creatures? Hua Fuxu's gaze turned icy cold, a murderous aura spreading across her face. The premise of my appreciation for you is that you don't betray me. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Ling was silent for a moment, then shook his head. In Zhuang Ling's eyes, the two of them had no relationship at all, let alone betrayal. But in Hua Fuxu's eyes, they were true kindred spirits. And Zhuang Ling had betrayed her. There is still kindness in your heart, which is good. But don't forget, you are no longer human, you are a zombie. With that, Hua Fushue did not linger and turned to leave. Although she truly harbored murderous intent, she still gave him one chance. Zhuang Ling watched her retreating figure with mixed feelings. This woman was really annoying, always ruining his mood. The worst part was that he couldn't refute what she said, making it even more irritating. Only after Hua Fuxu's figure completely disappeared did Zhuang Ling sigh and set down the girl in his arms. There are no zombies nearby. You can go now. With that, he turned to leave. The girl looked at his back. The bloodstain on his lower back was glaring. After a moment of inner struggle, she silently followed Zhuang Ling's steps. After walking for a while, Zhuang Ling turned back helplessly and asked, "Why are you following me? Aren't you afraid I'll actually eat you? Are you really a zombie?" The girl mustered her courage and asked with a complicated expression. "Yeah, if I were a living person, would that woman have let me go?" Zhuang Ling shrugged nonchalantly. "Anyway, the person was rescued. Oh, let whatever happens happen." "I don't believe it." The girl was silent for a long time, then said with red-rimmed eyes. Her mother had turned into a zombie during the apocalypse outbreak, and her father had just died at the hands of zombies. And this man who had pulled her from the jaws of death, who had made her feel a trace of warmth, turned out to be a zombie. Looking at her pale little face, Zhuang Ling said nothing, took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of blood-red pupils that looked eerily ominous in the sunlight. At that moment, the girl truly broke down, tears streaming uncontrollably. "A zombie? Then why did you save me?" She collapsed to the ground in despair, her voice filled with hopelessness. "I hate zombies, so I want you to kill more of them." Zhuang Ling said this with utter seriousness, then turned and walked away without looking at her. The sound of the girl's crying gradually faded, not because he had gone far, but because she stopped crying and caught up again. "Aren't you afraid I'll eat you?" Zhuang Ling asked softly without turning around. "If you want to." The girl's voice was hoarse. Zhuang Ling sighed softly and said no more. "All I really want is to be a lone wanderer." In the afternoon, Zhuang Ling cleared the last zombie around him and walked into a convenience store. The girl followed him closely, her face still pale and full of exhaustion. Zhuang Ling tossed a life core into his mouth, casually picked up a bottle of mineral water, and washed off the bloodstains. "What's your name?" "Su Ying." Su Ying's voice was even hoarser now. She stood obediently in place, not making a move. Even though her lips were parched white and her stomach growled incessantly, she still did not reach for the food on the shelves within arm's reach. "Why are you following me?" Zhuang Ling finished cleaning the blood, took a bottle of water and a can of food, and pressed them into Su Ying's hands. "You're very strong. I want to learn how to kill zombies from you." The girl instinctively licked her lips, her voice resolute. "I am a zombie. Learning to kill zombies from me is like learning how to kill me, isn't it?" Zhuang Ling chuckled lightly, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere. Unfortunately, Su Ying showed no expression, and a hint of awkwardness spread in the air. "Ahem, well, let's eat first. We'll talk after we're full." Zhuang Ling coughed, took a can of food himself, and began to eat. After eating, Zhuang Ling replenished his backpack with water and food, planning to rest here for a while. To let his wounds heal, he would need to reduce his activity level. Otherwise, as soon as they started to recover, they would tear open again. When Zhuang Ling took off his clothes to change the bandages, Su Ying took the initiative to help. Seeing the wounds on his back, Su Ying's small hands trembled slightly. Her gaze toward Zhuang Ling grew even more complicated. "Let's rest for a while. We'll stay here tonight and set off tomorrow." Taking advantage of the fact that the energy from the life core he had just swallowed hadn't yet faded, Zhuang Ling began to heal himself. Gene unlocked 32. Evolution points 37. 9. Strength 317. Speed 313. Mental power 321. Along the way, Zhuang Ling had devoured quite a few life cores, but unfortunately only his strength increased by a little. Partly because the energy required for evolution had increased again, and partly because Zhuang Ling's current strength was too unstable. Before it was completely solidified, not only could he not use evolution points, but even growing stronger through devouring was extremely difficult. It wasn't until after 10 in the morning the next day that Zhuang Ling woke from his sleep. He had meditated until the early hours and his strength had stabilized somewhat. After a simple meal, Zhuang Ling kept glancing at Su Ying from time to time, making the girl a bit uncomfortable. Yet she dared not ask anything, and could only endure. However, Zhuang Ling wasn't thinking about that, he was just considering how to handle her. Following him was absolutely out of the question. Back then Wang Yunyun wanted to follow him, and he didn't allow it. This girl was the same. For Su Ying to kill zombies, the simplest way was to unlock the gene lock and condense a life core. But Su Ying showed no signs of being about to unlock the gene lock. Although Zhuang Ling could forcibly unlock it for her and condense a life core, that method was too risky. And if it failed, Su Ying would never have another chance to condense a life core. It wasn't that Zhuang Ling's method was flawed, but many of the tools required for forcibly unlocking the gene lock were unavailable. Even 7 years later, forcibly unlocking the gene lock was a very dangerous endeavor, essentially a gamble with one's life. Let alone now, when there was nothing at all. Another question was whether to help Su Ying unlock her genetic lock and condense a life core. Help her condense it, and then continue as a lone wolf. Ditching her and continuing as a lone wolf was a question worth pondering. Hua Fushue was right, he was no longer human. Now he was just a zombie. Before arriving at this base, Zhuang Ling hadn't thought much about it. But after coming here, he was forced to confront a stark reality. Many humans wouldn't go to such lengths to save another human. Why was he a zombie doing this? Especially the base leader's apparent flight, which made Zhuang Ling question himself even more. He was a zombie, a monster in human eyes. If discovered, he would be their mortal enemy. Was he doing this out of so-called kindness? Zhuang Ling didn't consider himself a good person. In his past life as a human, many had died by his hand. But now that he was a zombie, he had killed fewer people than before. I'm regressing, Zhuang Ling muttered, no longer looking at Su Ying. Humans, zombies. What did you say? Su Ying thought she heard him speak, but didn't catch it. Are you afraid of me? Zhuang Ling asked softly, his gaze fixed on the zombies wandering the street outside the window. No, Su Ying said, shaking her head as she looked at his profile. What if the base hadn't been attacked, and I hadn't saved you? He asked, his mood heavy, still staring out the window. Su Ying instinctively wanted to say no. But when she opened her mouth, the words wouldn't come. The room fell into a heavy silence. After a long moment, Zhuang Ling let out an almost imperceptible sigh and stood up. Let's go. Without waiting for her, he grabbed his backpack and left. Her silence was answer enough. Yes, he was just a detestable zombie. What was he still hoping for? He could never be human again. Zhuang Ling refused to accept reality. He had always believed that as long as he retained human thoughts and emotions, he wasn't a monster. But reality kept telling him he was just a peculiar monster. Where are we going? Su Ying asked, timidly following close behind him, her eyes darting to the surrounding zombies. I'm going home, Zhuang Ling said, his voice calm, but his eyes filled with complex emotions. He could ignore other people, but what about his family? His father, his mother, and that girl Zhuang Yu. How was he supposed to face them? This time when Zhuang Ling killed zombies and collected their life cores, he didn't devour them. Su Ying. This was his final keepsake of humanity. By the time they reached the edge of Sulan City, Zhuang Ling had only killed 3 second-tier zombies. He had killed many first-tier ones, over 50 in total. He hadn't encountered a single third-tier one. Luckily he hadn't, or they both might have died there. In the evening, Zhuang Ling found a quiet spot and devoured a large dog he had caught. This time he felt no psychological burden. Even with Su Ying present, he ate ravenously. Su Ying, for her part, looked away, unable to watch. He glanced at her, his scarlet pupils void of any emotion. He was a zombie, this was his nature. That night, exhausted from the day's journey, Su Ying fell into a deep sleep. After finishing his meditation in the dead of night, Zhuang Ling let out a long breath. He took out a life core he had prepared earlier, placed it beside Su Ying, and slipped away silently. I'm a zombie, no longer human, he thought, looking at the stars scattered across the night sky as he lit a cigarette. Even though smoking was pointless for him, now he suddenly felt like having one. Cigarette dangling from his lips, Zhuang Ling walked through the night, feeling a strange sense of relief. As long as I'm strong enough, so what if I'm a zombie? In that moment, he finally accepted his identity. Being weak was more terrifying than being a zombie. He had suffered enough from weakness in his past life. Living without rights, merely surviving. In the eyes of the powerful, his life was worth less than their dogs. Because of his weakness, he couldn't protect anyone, not his loved ones, not his family. He could only watch them die, their bodies destroyed. Driven by unwillingness, Zhuang Ling had fought, his hands stained with blood. Now that he had an unparalleled advantage, did he need to struggle? Or had he become afraid to? Zhuang Ling hadn't known before, hadn't wanted to think about it. But now he understood. Struggle. Why struggle? Only the lowest of the low struggle. I have no need to struggle. If I don't die, I will fight for an era of my own. In the latter part of the night, Zhuang Ling stopped to rest, entering a random shop. He killed the zombie inside with a single strike and prepared to rest. Because he hadn't devoured any life cores today, he had gained little energy, and his wounds were healing much slower. However, he had managed to kill 2 more second-tier zombies along the way. He checked the wound on his back. It had scabbed over, but it would still take time to fully heal. Early the next morning, Zhuang Ling set out again. Because of Suing, he had lost time and energy, and he needed to make up for it. He was now on the outskirts of Sulan City, where the population was sparse compared to the bustling city center. It looks like he'll need to head to the nearby residential areas to get enough life cores, he mused. He wasn't familiar with the area, and searching for residential zones would definitely waste time. As he was weighing his options, he suddenly heard the roar of engines in the distance. Survivors. Zhuang Ling's pupils narrowed. Just as he was thinking of avoiding them, 3 sleek motorcycles appeared in his view, followed by a horde of zombies. Whenever the zombies fell behind, the motorcycles would slow down to let them catch up. Once the zombies were close again, they would speed off. Pulling aggro. Zhuang Ling was surprised looking at the long train of zombies, many of them first and second tier, trailing the bikes. There were 4 people on the motorcycles, each emitting a faint energy fluctuation. The distance was too great for him to tell their evolution tiers. As the group got closer, they also spotted him. "Hey man, run. If you get eaten, it's on you," one of them shouted with a laugh. Zhuang Ling ignored them, his eyes fixed on the zombie horde behind them. They were all walking evolution points and energy. Should he cut in and steal them? He was tempted. These guys probably weren't good people anyway. Even if they were, he didn't care. He was a zombie. Their moral character had nothing to do with him. In that moment, they had ridden up to him. "Idiot, if you don't run now," the leader started to say, but stopped mid-sentence upon seeing Zhuang Ling's scarlet pupils. He froze, then quickly drew a long blade. The weapon wasn't standard military issue, likely a private stash from before the apocalypse. Seeing the blade coming for him, Zhuang Ling's expression remained impassive as his own saber flashed from its sheath. A few first-tier martial artists dared to attack him. With this single strike, Zhuang Ling hadn't even used half his strength, yet the man's blade was sent flying from his grasp. "High-tier zombie. Run." Ignoring his throbbing hand, the man immediately started his motorcycle. Though he was somewhat greedy, he still understood the gravity of the situation. The sheer force of that one blow revealed a great deal. First, Zhuang Ling's use of a weapon indicated a level of intelligence far beyond the mindless zombies trailing behind. Secondly, Zhuang Ling's power was formidable. The 4 of them couldn't hope to take him down quickly. With the zombie horde closing and getting surrounded would mean certain death. The strongest among them, the man who had just attacked, was only at the peak of the first tier, not even second tier. Though they were brash, they weren't foolish. As the words left his mouth, the other 2 riders also gunned their engines, speeding away from Zhuang Ling. The life core was valuable, but their own lives were priceless. Watching them flee, Zhuang Ling didn't give chase. Instead, he turned to intercept the zombies chasing them. Those riders were only first tier, but this horde contained several second-tier creatures. Besides, in his current state, there was no way he could catch a motorcycle. The roar of the modified engines grew louder. "Trying to lure me out with all that noise." A cold smirk tugged at Zhuang Ling's lips as he swung his sword, cleaving through the zombies that had reached him. The scent of fresh blood proved far more enticing than the sound of engines. Nearly all the zombies halted, their attention fixed on the corpses at Zhuang Ling's feet. He paid them no mind, his blade a whirlwind of death as black blood pooled on the ground. As Zhuang Ling was in the thick of the slaughter, the riders stopped their bikes. Seeing the zombies halted and being butchered by the lone zombie, disbelief painted their faces. "Mingzi, what's going on?" the only woman among them asked, bewildered. "Who knows what's gotten into that zombie? But I've got to admit it's strong." Mingzi watched Zhuang Ling, then glanced at his own right hand, his brow furrowed. That single clash had nearly jarred his arm off. "Minga, it's stopping all the zombies." "What do we do?" another asked after a moment's hesitation. "Damn, are we just its lackeys now? All that trap setting was for nothing," the last one cursed, furious. "Lackeys? Can the life core of a smart high-tier zombie even be compared to those trashes?" Mingzi squinted, a light smile playing on his lips. "Huh, Minga, you mean to take it down? But I might not be its match alone, but what about the 4 of us?" Mingzi looked at them, continuing. "It's just a zombie. Even if it's got some brains, how smart can it be?" He shot a confident glance at Zhuang Ling, as if the matter was already settled. "Right, it's just a monster. We can toy with it until it drops. But a zombie with intelligence? That's a first," Mingzi mused. "This is big news. If I absorb its core, I'm sure I can break through to the second tier. But if we sell this info to a survivor base, maybe we all can reach the second tier." At the thought, Mingzi's smile widened. This was their golden opportunity. The others perked up, their excitement palpable. The survivor bases mentioned on the radio were far away, but with their skills and caution, they could make the trip. They risked their lives for resources after all. In their eyes, Zhuang Ling had transformed into a walking colossal life core. What's that saying? To get rich, you need to chop wood. No. To get rich, raise pigs. No, that's not it either. The previously hesitant man suddenly got excited. Read more books. Its fortune favors the bold. They bantered back and forth, but instead of fleeing they stopped their bikes and cautiously began to approach Zhuang Ling. Once it's done with the zombies we make our move, Mingzi and the others planned hidden behind a wrecked car. It's strong but at most second tier. Nothing to worry about. He glanced at his right hand again, his tone brimming with confidence. It's not like we haven't killed second tier zombies before. This one's weird, but after it tires itself out if we're careful we'll be rich when we get back. Erzi nodded excitedly. Within 5 minutes Zhuang Ling had slaughtered all the tiered zombies, ignoring the weaker ones. 3 second-tier cores, 11 first-tier cores. Not a bad haul. Zhuang Ling surveyed his spoils with a satisfied nod. Leaving the remaining zombies be, he began to devour the cores while his gaze drifted towards where the group had parked their bikes. Greed is a sin. Though he couldn't see them, he knew they must be nearby. My life core isn't so easily taken. He muttered to himself, shoving the rest of the cores into his mouth. Despite his less than optimal state, a few first-tier martial artists were hardly a threat. Abandoning his plan to search the nearby residential area, he decided to stick to his original route. But first he needed to deal with these pests. Zhuang Ling sheathed his sword and sauntered casually towards the motorcycles. He appeared defenseless, but his right hand never left the hilt. His spiritual energy was primed, his short blade ready to be summoned at a moment's notice. As he reached an intersection, several wrecked cars blocked his path. He paused, and a man's roar erupted from behind the vehicles. Now, 3 figures burst out charging straight at him. The woman meanwhile retreated, a watery arrow condensing in the air before her. Interesting. Zhuang Ling chuckled as the first attacker closed in. Erzi, wielding a bone dagger crafted from some unknown beast's fang, thrust it towards Zhuang Ling's head. Zhuang Ling drew his sword in a flash, but before he could strike, Erzi retracted his blade and leaped backward. In the next instant Mingzi appeared at Erzi's side, hurling his long saber like a spear towards Zhuang Ling. With an amused smile, Zhuang Ling effortlessly knocked the saber aside. Before he could recover, another man was upon him, swinging his blade down at his head. The woman's water arrow had also taken shape, streaking through the air towards him. For anyone else, this coordinated assault would have been overwhelming. But Zhuang Ling was no ordinary man, nor an ordinary zombie. Unleashing his rage, his physical prowess skyrocketed. The man's blade hadn't even descended before Zhuang Ling had already parried and counterattacked. Thud! Thud! After 2 dull thuds, another piercing scream followed. The man who had attacked Zhuang Ling stared at his severed hands, his face instantly turning pale. Blood gushed wildly from his stumps as if it cost nothing. The second thud came from Erzi. At that moment, a short blade had already pierced his neck, ending his sinful life in an instant. Without even a final cry, his corpse crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, a water arrow had already appeared before Zhuang Ling's head. It floated in the air, unable to advance another inch. Crack! The next second, under the power of the spirit, the water arrow shattered and vanished. In just a few breaths, one of the 4 was dead and another wounded. Seeing this result, Mingzi's body trembled involuntarily. Run! Without further hesitation, he shouted and fled toward the motorcycle without looking back. The woman's face also paled as she scrambled to follow. Zhuang Ling glanced at the man before him and made no move to pursue. Brother Ming, save me. Don't abandon me. The man wanted to run too, but couldn't even stand. Unfortunately, Mingzi completely ignored his pleas. Save you. If I don't leave now, I'll be done for too. Brother Ming. The man watched Mingzi's steps, not slowing at all, his shrill voice filled with rage and despair. Zhuang Ling had seen such scenes many times, even experienced them himself. Looking at the desperate man, he felt a bit speechless. Since you came to risk your life, didn't you think of the consequences? His scarlet pupils showed no emotion as he walked toward him expressionlessly. After a few steps, Zhuang Ling unconsciously swallowed. The scent of blood. So tempting. Seeing Zhuang Ling approaching step by step, even swallowing, the man completely broke down. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. The man cried, and a pungent stench of urine instantly filled the air. Before Zhuang Ling could react, the man's body trembled, and his cries ceased abruptly. Huh, am I that terrifying? Zhuang Ling clicked his tongue, looking at the fainted man. He had originally wanted to ask about the nearby residential area, but that now seemed impossible. After granting the man a swift, Zhuang Ling looked at the 2 life cores floating before him and sighed softly. Greed is the original sin. He had barely walked a short distance when he suddenly felt a sense of being watched. He looked around, but only saw occasional stray zombies of the lowest tier. There wasn't even a residential area nearby. Why would he feel this way? Could it be the 2 who escaped? Zhuang Ling pondered for a moment, finding it quite possible. Previously, in their eyes, he was merely a walking giant life core. Now atop that life core, fresh blood was dripping. Greed plus hatred, fuel to the fire. Not far from Zhuang Ling, a man and a woman hid in an empty building, nibbling on bread. Brother Ming, we can't beat it, so what's the point of following? The woman peeked at Zhuang Ling, then quickly pulled her head back. A brainless thing, no matter how strong, is still useless, Mingzi said with a dark expression, his voice low. He's heading toward our trap. Once he enters the trap's range, maybe the harvest will be richer than we imagined. As he spoke, a sinister smile crept across Mingzi's face. In his eyes, that smile meant victory was assured. A bunch of trash. They'll toy them to death. The woman opened her mouth, but said nothing. What if it really worked, as Mingzi said? Zhuang Ling had walked a long way, yet the feeling of being watched not only persisted, but grew bolder. The man called Mingzi even glared at him with hatred, drawing a finger across his throat in a sharp gesture. Childish, Zhuang Ling shook his head lightly. Just as he was considering whether to eliminate these two nuisances, an explosion suddenly sounded not far away. Immediately after, a sharp, unidentifiable roar pierced the sky. The voice was filled with fury, clearly enraged. Amid the roar, other animal sounds mingled. Huh, what's going on? Zhuang Ling paused, looking toward the sound, and decided to investigate. After all, the more chaos, the greater the chance for fortune. But judging from the earlier beast roar, it was likely a third-tier creature. He needed to be cautious. Just as he was about to deal with the tailing nuisances before joining the excitement, he suddenly sensed a wave of spiritual energy emanating from the explosion site. That fluctuation. Spirit stones. Zhuang Ling's spirits instantly lifted. And for the energy fluctuation to reach this far, even if the stones were damaged, and the spiritual energy was leaking, the quantity must be considerable. If he wasn't mistaken, some beast had likely claimed the area, and someone had discovered the spirit stones there and got ideas. Can't waste time. I need to go now. Zhuang Ling's heart stirred, deciding to ignore Mingzi and the woman. They were far less important than a pile of spirit stones. And once the chaos subsided, the spirit stones would probably be gone. Whether the Beast King killed the covetous humans, or the humans slew the Beast King, neither would linger long. Moreover, if the spirit stones were damaged, the spiritual energy would dissipate, if not absorbed quickly. With that thought, Zhuang Ling hurried toward the source of the spiritual energy fluctuation. Seeing the direction Zhuang Ling was heading, Mingzi grew excited. It's starting. This was his trap. A trap that wasn't really a trap. A week ago, he had stumbled upon that small spirit stone mine. Though he didn't know exactly what spirit stones were, he could feel the energy within them. This stuff was no worse than life cores. But unfortunately, a third-tier fox had claimed the spot, and he dared not forcibly take it. After waiting for a long time, today, he finally got his chance. The big fox had left its lair. The group had discussed it, and decided to go all in. Using a crude folk method, they rigged a timed explosive, then drove out to lure zombies. When the zombie horde and the beasts clashed, a fight would break out. And he would be the fisherman reaping the rewards. Although things were a bit off from the plan, it didn't matter. After all, he had personally witnessed Zhuang Ling's strength. Of course, he didn't expect Zhuang Ling to kill the big fox. He only hoped Zhuang Ling could hold it off. His backup plan should be able to finish them both. Mingzi seemed to envision a perfect future, grinning lecherously. Mingzi, should we follow? The woman asked softly, watching Zhuang Ling's disappearing figure. No, just wait here. Mingzi shook his head. The big fox was definitely enraged now. If they got caught in the crossfire, they'd be fools. Zhuang Ling hurried on without overthinking, as there was no time. The spiritual energy was already dissipating, and fast. A few minutes later, he spotted the source of the energy. A golden-haired white fox about the size of a large dog was frantically absorbing the drifting spiritual energy, howling in impotent rage. Zhuang Ling felt invigorated as the spiritual energy around him suddenly thickened. Ignoring the furious roar of the great fox, he immediately began to absorb the spiritual energy from the air. Every bit of spiritual power he drew in was channeled solely into healing his wounds. He could clearly feel the wound on his back growing warm and beginning to itch. Unfortunately, before he could absorb for long, the great fox noticed him. Already enraged by the destruction of its spirit stones, the beast was incensed to see someone else daring to snatch the spiritual energy. Its fur bristled instantly. Shameless. The great fox let out a furious howl at Zhuang Ling, then, burning with boundless wrath, struck out without hesitation. I'm just absorbing a bit of spiritual energy. Do you have to be so stingy? Zhuang Ling muttered with some displeasure, drawing his horizontal blade. He then cast all caution aside and absorbed the spiritual energy even more recklessly. He had originally been careful, not wanting to overdo it. After all, with his injuries, this third-rank great fox was no easy opponent. He had planned to secretly recover a little first to bolster his confidence before the fight. But he hadn't expected to alert the beast anyway. Before the great fox's attack even landed, it suddenly sensed that most of the spiritual energy in the air was surging towards Zhuang Ling. Even the energy near the fox itself was affected. The amount it could absorb suddenly dwindled drastically. The great fox trembled with rage. What a shameless zombie. Seeing the massive claw hurtling towards his face, Zhuang Ling activated his Berserk state and slashed out instantly with his blade. Clang! A metallic clash rang out. Zhuang Ling stepped back a pace, but the great fox was sent flying backwards. Though Zhuang Ling's control over his own strength wasn't perfect, with the boost from his Berserk state, his stats far surpassed the peak of the third rank. This great fox, however, was only at the late third rank. Despite its speed, its power was severely lacking. Moreover, the great fox hadn't unlocked a speed gene lock, but a mental strength gene lock. After steadying itself, while still furious, the fox regained some clarity. This shameless zombie was quite powerful. It didn't charge again, but instead let out a sharp shriek, its mental energy enveloping Zhuang Ling. Unlike an ordinary fox's cry, its call was sharper, more piercing. The sound stabbed at Zhuang Ling's ears, causing pain. His mind also throbbed as if pricked by a needle. Fortunately, Zhuang Ling's own mental strength was also formidable. The great fox's mental attack didn't cause him any real harm. But in that moment of distraction, the fox cried out again. This time, however, the sound wasn't harsh. It was surprisingly gentle, like a maiden calling for her lover, captivating and alluring. Caught off guard by the sudden shift, Zhuang Ling was momentarily stunned. It was like being in a freezing winter one second and thrown into a scorching desert the next. His head spun, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a room. Zhuang Ling stood at the doorway with the living room just a few steps ahead. The dining table was laden with his favorite dishes. His father, mother, and that girl Zhuang you were chatting together. Seeing him, Zhuang you shoved a piece of meat into her mouth and said with a grin, "Brother, if you stayed away any longer, I'd have eaten it all." "Xiaoling, you're back. Wash your hands and come eat," his mother said, setting down the last dish and taking off her apron, her face beaming with joy. "You're back? Come have a drink with me," his father said, pouring himself a cup of wine and taking a satisfied sip. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Ling's eyes instantly reddened. "Dad, Mom, Xiao Yu." His voice trembled and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. 7 years. He had finally seen his parents again. In this moment, Zhuang Ling was lost in it. "Xiaoling, what's wrong?" Seeing him suddenly cry, Jing Qin was flustered. She quickly stood up and walked towards him. "Mom, I'm fine. I just missed you all so much," Zhuang Ling said, wiping his tears and forcing a smile. "You silly child. Oh, monster." Jing Qin's smile twisted into terror. She collapsed to the floor, scrambling backwards. Zhuang Yu, frozen in shock, suddenly screamed and knocked over the dining table. Zhuang Jing, seeing his wife and daughter's terror, frowned and was about to scold them when he too froze. He shot up from his chair, his finger pointing at Zhuang Ling, trembling uncontrollably. And Zhuang Ling, for some reason, could clearly see his own body rapidly decaying, transforming into a zombie. "Dad, Mom, Xiao Yu, I'm not a zombie. I'm not." Zhuang Ling tried to explain, but found he couldn't control his own body. Under his family's terrified gaze, Zhuang Ling moved. He let out a guttural roar and lunged directly at Zhuang Jing. "Dad." Zhuang Ye's body trembled violently, her face pale as a sheet. "Don't worry about me, Ron." Zhuang Jing didn't retreat. Instead, he lunged forward to grapple with Zhuang Ling, shouting desperately at his wife and child behind him. "No, Dad!" Zhuang Yu screamed, refusing to flee. She grabbed a stool and hurled it at Zhuang Ling. At that moment, Zhuang Ling had already opened his mouth, aiming for Zhuang Jing's neck. "You deserve to die." Just as he was inches from his father's neck, Zhuang Ling suddenly roared. The next instant, his father vanished, and the room shattered into pieces. Zhuang Ling was still standing in his original spot, and the great fox's claws were mere inches from his head. If he hadn't woken up, the moment he bit down would have been his last. In a flash, Zhuang Ling retreated while unleashing his soul dominion. The force of his soul dominion slammed into the fox's claws. It didn't push the beast back, but it did manage to slow it down. By the time the massive claws landed, Zhuang Ling had already retreated to a safe distance. Seeing its attack miss, the great fox was stunned. How was this zombie's mental strength this strong? The fox immediately tried to retreat, knowing that Zhuang Ling was far stronger. But before it could pull back, Zhuang Ling's blade was already descending. Zhuang Ling was truly enraged. His family was his bottom line. Die. Ignoring whether his wounds would tear open again, this strike carried his absolute conviction to kill. But just as the blade was about to cleave into the great fox, he suddenly sensed a powerful threat from behind. Before he could react, a water arrow carrying a dark object had already appeared not far from him. Boom. A thunderous explosion and flames instantly engulfed both the zombie and the fox. Beautiful. Mingzi, standing on a distant high point, watched the fire consume them, excitedly scooping up the pale woman beside him. The woman, her mental energy completely drained from the exertion, was on the verge of unconsciousness. After all, Zhuang Ling's position was quite far from here. Sending the explosives, that distance had pushed her far beyond her limits, completely draining her mental strength and badly hurting her. The life core, the spirit stones. "All mine. A bunch of brainless fools trying to compete with me." Mingzi shouted recklessly, venting his excitement. "I am the chosen one." Seeing Mingzi's excitement, Tong Ruosi forced herself to muster a smile. "Now we can both evolve to the second rank." Upon hearing this, Mingzi fell silent for a moment, glancing at the weakened Tong Ruosi, then looking towards the direction of Zhuang Ling. "If it were just me, do you think I could evolve straight to the third rank?" Mingzi wore a sinister smile, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Mingzi, you." Tong Ruosi was stunned for a moment, then her expression changed drastically. "Ruosi, I'm sorry, but I want to live better." Mingzi let out a soft sigh, slowly drawing the long blade from his waist. "Xiang Ming, after 5 years of following you, this is how you repay me." Tong Ruosi knew Xiang Ming's character all too well, If not a complete scoundrel, he was certainly nothing good. But Xiang Ming had always been good to her, showering her with care and affection. She never imagined he would turn his blade on her. 5 years. Xiang Ming seemed lost in reminiscence, yet his hand drawing the blade never paused. Xiang Ming, if you want it, I can give you everything. Tong Ruosis' voice was filled with sorrow. She also harbored deep resentment, hating herself for being blind and hating Xiang Ming for his heartlessness. Before the apocalypse broke out, she had defied her family's objections and stayed with Xiang Ming for 5 years, even reaching the point of discussing marriage. When the apocalypse erupted, Xiang Ming had condensed his life core earlier than her, gaining considerable power. At that time he didn't abandon her, but dragged her out from the piles of corpses. Yet now Xiang Ming was drawing his blade on her over some resources. You've expended yourself too severely. You need a massive amount of energy to recover, or your spiritual power will wither, leaving you as nothing but an ordinary person. Xiang Ming shook his head, a glint of what could only be called madness flashing in his eyes. I love you, truly love you. Rather than let you die in the jaws of zombies, let me grant you release. With that, Xiang Ming raised his long blade. Xiang Ming, you will die a miserable death. Tong Ruosis' furious shriek was cut short as the blade pierced her heart. I will grow stronger and become the master of this world. Xiang Ming's smile was twisted. Without sparing another glance at Tong Ruosis' corpse, he strode towards Zhuang Ling's location. Not only was there a high-tier life core there, but also a wealth of energy stones, enough to reach the 3rd rank, or even the 4th. At this thought, Xiang Ming grew even more excited, his smile turning even more ferocious. Tong Ruosi wasn't particularly attractive, and Xiang Ming had never truly loved her. In his eyes, she was merely a money bag. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, all he needed was power, and he could have everything. Love. Bullshit. Xiang Ming never believed in such a thing. If Tong Ruosi hadn't been useful to him before, he would have abandoned her when the apocalypse first broke out. After his clash with Zhuang Ling, he had become even more unhinged. Why? I am the chosen one. How could a mindless zombie be so powerful? But when Xiang Ming arrived at the site of the explosion, all that remained on the ground was the charred corpse of a massive fox. Not only was Zhuang Ling's body gone, but even the great fox's life core had been taken. Damn it! Did that zombie survive? Xiang Ming's face darkened as he swiftly drew his long blade, scanning his surroundings warily. So you were the one behind all this. Zhuang Ling appeared behind Xiang Ming like a specter, his blade sweeping out without hesitation. The instant he heard the voice, Xiang Ming threw himself to the ground, executing a desperate roll. His strike having missed, Zhuang Ling looked at Xiang Ming on the ground with slight surprise. Having evaded the blow, Xiang Ming didn't dare linger. He scrambled to his feet and fled, not even daring to look back at Zhuang Ling. Damn it! How is he still alive? Xiang Ming cursed inwardly, not daring to turn his head, running for his life. What was this? Losing everything in one fell swoop. Xiang Ming was furious, yet utterly helpless. Zhuang Ling watched his retreating figure, but did not give chase. It wasn't that he didn't want to chase, he simply couldn't run anymore. At this moment, Zhuang Ling was in a sorry state, his hair nearly burnt clean off. Not only had the wound on his back been torn open again, but numerous new injuries had appeared all over his body. That explosive device of unknown origin was packed with iron shrapnel. Troublesome bastard, he'll cut you down sooner or later. Zhuang Ling snarled, collapsing helplessly to the ground. In the instant of the explosion, he had used every ounce of his strength to desperately shield himself behind the massive fox. Though he hadn't dodged entirely, he had managed to avoid a significant amount of damage. Otherwise, it would be him lying on the ground instead of the fox. At this moment, the Berserk effect had completely worn off, and his spiritual energy was heavily depleted. If Xiang Ming hadn't been scared out of his wits, he might have actually been able to contend with Zhuang Ling. Damn it all. Zhuang Ling felt the dissipating spiritual energy around him, feeling utterly dejected. In the instant of the explosion, the spiritual energy in the air had been violently churned into chaos, making it not only difficult to absorb, but also accelerating its dissipation. But no matter how frustrated he was, the spiritual energy had already dissipated. The most important thing now was to check how many undamaged spirit stones remained. There had been numerous beasts in the vicinity, but the great fox's roar had driven away most of them, and the explosion had scared off the rest. Now there wasn't a single beast in sight, only desolation and ruin. After resting for a while, Zhuang Ling found the small spirit stone mine. Actually, it couldn't really be called a mine, it was just a depression in the ground. And on the wall of that depression, there was a large gash. Inside were the spirit stones. Unfortunately, all the stones on the outermost layer had suffered varying degrees of damage, with wisps of spiritual energy still leaking out. Zhuang Ling clicked his tongue, wasting no more time as he swiftly jumped down. He began absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy while discarding the depleted stones. Half an hour later, the spiritual energy in the air had become very faint. Zhuang Ling looked at the hundreds of infant fist-sized spirit stones before him with great satisfaction. He packed dozens of pounds of spirit stones into his backpack. Things like clean water, food, medicine, and bandages were just a waste of space. he threw them all away. Assessing his physical condition, Zhuang Ling calculated that if he absorbed all the spirit stones, even if he couldn't fully recover, he would be close to it. How many evolution points would this be? Zhuang Ling mused, feeling the spiritual energy fluctuations in his bag. Unfortunately, he was severely injured, and all these stones had to be used for healing, not converted into evolution points. He walked for nearly half an hour, feeling uneasy under the stares of some zombie beasts along the way, but there was little he could do about it. After all, who wouldn't covet such a rich concentration of spiritual energy? Moreover, after Xiang Ming left, the feeling of being watched had also disappeared. Finding a quiet spot, Zhuang Ling took out the spirit stones and began to heal. Although this great battle hadn't solidified much of his strength, it had been an incredible windfall. If he had relied solely on killing zombies to obtain life cores, who knows how long it would have taken to recover. This time he had truly struck it rich in one go. If only absorbing the spiritual energy from the stones didn't take time, he could have been back to full strength in an instant. Zhuang Ling meditated and absorbed spiritual energy simultaneously. By the next day, a third of the spirit stones had been consumed. The speed of his recovery was nothing short of meteoric. Having stayed up all night, though mentally weary, his other faculties remained in good shape. All the spiritual energy he absorbed had been channeled into healing his injuries, which inadvertently tempered and strengthened his body. Moreover, the constant need to control the spiritual energy had solidified his cultivation base considerably. Gazing at the remaining 70-plus spirit stones, Zhuang Ling's mood was buoyant. As long as he could absorb them all, even if his injuries weren't completely healed, his cultivation realm would be thoroughly stabilized. Third rank soon, Zhuang Ling murmured, feeling a pang of hunger. Though he had consumed some fox meat yesterday, a whole night had passed, and it had long been digested. Zhuang Ling didn't rush his journey that day. Even while traveling, he continuously absorbed spiritual energy. He was already on the outskirts of Suling, where a few small hills were visible in the distance. Moreover, Zhuang Ling vaguely recalled that when he had fled here in the past, he had seen quite a few farms. He couldn't remember their exact locations, but there were plenty of livestock. Regardless of the type, anything that gathered in large groups was bound to be troublesome. And with such large numbers, mutations were inevitable. Especially since there was a terrifying aberrant beast there that left a deep impression on Zhuang Ling. For safety's sake, he decided to lay low for a couple of days. Once his injuries were mostly recovered, he could just charge in and deal with it, which would also fill his stomach. As for Xiang Ming's matter yesterday, it gave Zhuang Ling more food for thought. Although they had only briefly crossed paths before Xiang Ming fled, Zhuang Ling could still smell the fresh scent of blood on him. Where he had gotten it from, Zhuang Ling had no interest in knowing. A human could be so wanton and unbridled. Did that make him a zombie, overly sanctimonious? However, Zhuang Ling didn't dwell on this thought for long. It was merely a reminder to himself. Since he had already accepted his identity as a zombie, why worry about so many other things? If you want to do something, just do it. If not, then let it be. In truth, the distinction between humans and zombies only mattered before the 6th rank. After the 6th rank, this division became less pronounced. Having pondered these things, Zhuang Ling suddenly realized he had been trapped in a dead end. Since there was no turning back, he either had to climb over the wall or smash straight through it. And now Zhuang Ling had finally kicked down the enclosing wall. Over the next 3 days, he used up all the spirit stones, saving only one heart-shaped one as a memento. Actually, spirit stones weren't that different from life cores. They were both just vessels of energy. The only distinction was that one came from within living beings, and the other from the natural world, merely different names. In his past life, there was a period when spirit stones weren't called spirit stones, and spiritual energy wasn't called spiritual energy. Instead, they were called energy cores and dark energy. However, this nomenclature wasn't accepted by the masses, and the terms eventually faded into obscurity. At first, Zhuang Ling absorbed the spiritual energy within the stones voraciously. By the 2nd day, most of his injuries had healed. But the remaining injuries were far more stubborn than the bulk that had healed. So Zhuang Ling had to slow down and begin repairing them bit by bit. When the spirit stones were depleted, his injuries, while not fully recovered, were mostly healed. On the other hand, his once unstable power, refined through constant control of spiritual energy, had become completely solid. Genes unlocked 32. Evolution points 97. Strength 320. Speed 317. Mental power 324. Looking at his stats, he had enough evolution points to allocate again. To avoid the instability that came from over-allocating, Zhuang Ling spent 30 evolution points, adding only 10 points to each attribute. Feeling the sudden surge of power within him, Zhuang Ling slowly let out a breath. What the system truly was, he had no idea. Even the name system was his own invention. What kind of power did this string of data truly hold? And where were its limits? Ultimately, this power wasn't truly his own. Yet despite his unease, Zhuang Ling used it without hesitation. After all, as long as it helped him achieve his goal, he was willing to do it, even if he ended up as a mindless zombie. Furthermore, this power was undeniably real, with no deception. A little further, and he would be completely out of Suling. Ahead lay a city called Sunan. Passing through Sunan would lead to Nannan province, bringing him closer to Dongning. As soon as he stepped into Sunan's territory, a village appeared before his eyes. It wasn't significant. A little further, and he would be completely out of Suling. Ahead lay a city called Sunan. Passing through Sunan would lead to Nannan province, bringing him closer to Dongning. As soon as he stepped into Sunan's territory, a village appeared before his eyes. Surrounding the village were numerous farms, and he could even see chickens flying into the sky from time to time. Flying chickens. Zhuang Ling muttered, his eyes brightening as he looked at one of the farms. These chickens through evolution had not only grown larger, but their wings had also become bigger. While still unable to sustain true flight, it granted them the ability to glide and perform short bursts of flight. These big chicken wings must be delicious. Zhuang Ling murmured, striding towards the farm. This seemed to be the farm from his memory, albeit with some deviations, but that didn't matter. He had barely encountered any beasts in the past 3 days and was famished. The farm in the distance was like a buffet. As for eating human flesh, Zhuang Ling still couldn't accept that. Moreover, the aberrant beast from his memories was likely here. Before he even got close to the farm, the freely flying chickens spotted him and began to cluck noisily. With the first chicken's cry, it was as if a chain reaction had been triggered. In an instant, the clucking filled the air for hundreds of meters, making Zhuang Ling's head feel dizzy. It wasn't because of the noise itself, but because the cries carried a faint spiritual attack. An innate skill of the flock. Looks like that aberrant beast really is here. Zhuang Ling shook his head lightly, a hint of fervor in his eyes. That beast must be even more delicious than the other chickens. Good luck, eat chicken tonight. Zhuang Ling chuckled softly, stepping towards what promised to be a delightful feast. As he got within 100 meters of the farm, over a dozen chickens flew aggressively towards him, screeching incessantly. However, the strongest among them were only first rank, and most were unranked. Zhuang Ling couldn't be bothered. Activating spiritual control, the short blade shot into the air, instantly flying silently into the flock. Within a few dozen seconds, a pile of chicken meat lay on the ground. Chicken blood splattered, and the smell of blood permeated the air. Zhuang Ling instinctively swallowed. So fragrant, I want to eat. Well, since I digest quickly, let me have a bite first, then I'll go for the Chicken King. Zhuang Ling muttered, feeling like something was slightly off. Whatever, eat first then think. Zhuang Ling stopped overthinking. He was simply too hungry. Just as he was about to grab a chicken, a clear cry echoed from within the walled farmyard. That cry. It really is here. Zhuang Ling abandoned the chicken in his hand without a second thought. As a zombie with ambition, how could he settle for mediocrity? As he pondered this, 3 chickens flew out from the yard, all of them second rank. How have the chickens here evolved so quickly? Does it have something to do with it? Zhuang Ling frowned, looking at these flying chickens. Beasts were nearly invincible within the same rank, but their evolution was far more difficult than for humans or zombies. Especially for beasts without intelligence, evolving was an even more arduous task. Before Zhuang Ling could think, 3 giant flying chickens swooped in. Their wings beat with bewildering speed, nearly matching the pace of the 3rd-tier zombie, named Xiaoqiu, that belonged to Huafuxue. Their talons and beaks had become lethal weapons, all aimed directly at Zhuang Ling's head. With his psychic control, a short blade instantly pierced the skull of one flying chicken, then drew back. After 2 arcs of the blade, the 3 second-tier flying chickens lost their life force and crashed to the ground. Zhuang Ling deactivated his fury state, let out a gentle breath, and turned his gaze toward the farmyard. If you don't come out soon, your underlings will all be wiped out by me. Zhuang Ling flicked the chicken blood off the blade, wincing inwardly at the sight of its now curled edge. This saber was forged from ordinary mass-produced material with a pitifully low alloy content. It had already suffered severe damage during the life-or-death struggles against Big Cho and Xiao Cho, and after the fight with the Great Fox, the blade's condition had worsened. Yet even so, in Zhuang Ling's hands it remained devastatingly effective. Moments after his words fell, 2 more second-tier flying chickens shot out from the farm. Behind the flying chickens appeared a crimson figure. It resembled a chicken, but was far more magnificent. Its body was slender and elegant, adorned with fiery red feathers, and the plumes on its tail were much longer than those of an ordinary chicken. That's it exactly. Zhuang Ling's eyes narrowed as he recalled a scene from his past life. Back then he had been passing through this area with the Su Ling military regions team, hoping to hunt some flying chickens for meat. But before they could fire even a few shots, this Chicken King appeared before them. Its incredible speed made it nearly impossible to aim at, and the team instantly fell into chaos. What's more, it wasn't just fast, it could manipulate fire elements. That time the team suffered heavy casualties, and Zhuang Ling himself nearly burned to death. The second time he encountered it, it had already reached the 8th tier and called itself Fire Phoenix. Back then it was far more majestic than it was now. Most importantly, it truly resembled the legendary Phoenix. Little fire chicken, you're so pretty. I wonder if you taste good. Zhuang Ling let his psychic-controlled short blade dance playfully in front of him. Rumors claimed that this creature had truly atavistically awakened the bloodline of the Phoenix, and its blood was a treasure for strengthening the body. The only question was whether its blood held any effect at its current low power level. Although the fire phoenix's power was modest, now its intelligence after mutation was no less sharp than a human's. Hearing Zhuang Ling's words, it immediately grew enraged. It let out a cry. Though still mostly chicken-like, it carried a hint of ethereal nobility. Then a fireball materialized from its beak and shot toward Zhuang Ling with a piercing whistle. After that taunt, Zhuang Ling let out a light chuckle and stopped wasting words. Before the fireball could draw near, his saber was already swinging. The two forces collided, and the fireball exploded instantly. These water arrows and fireballs were merely manifestations of energy. As long as the energy within them was dispersed, they would naturally dissipate. As the fire phoenix made its move, the two second-tier flying chickens beside it also screeched and lunged at Zhuang Ling. The fire phoenix, however, still lacked the ability for true flight, capable only of brief low-altitude hovering. Even after landing, it kept its distance from Zhuang Ling and spat out another fireball from behind. Despite possessing third-tier strength, it wasn't afraid of close combat with Zhuang Ling. It simply considered it beneath its dignity. It was a noble phoenix, how could it be sullied by a lowly corpse like him? But Zhuang Ling didn't care about its pride. Instead of directly killing the two second-tier flying chickens, he chose to toy with them. He could slay them anytime he wished. But what then? What if the fire phoenix, realizing its disadvantage, simply flew away? So he decided to wear the fire phoenix down first, waiting until its fireballs ran dry before finishing it off. As he schemed, the fire phoenix's fireball came flying toward him, accompanied by the talons of one of the flying chickens. Under his psychic control, the short blade intercepted the fireball, while his saber swung toward the chicken's claws. Unfortunately, the fire phoenix's fireballs were not so easily dispersed. Earlier he had shattered one with a single strike, making it seem weak, but that was a testament to his own formidable strength. His psychic power, after all, could only lift a mere 100 caddies. The psychic force was instantly overwhelmed, and the short blade, stripped of its power, clattered to the ground. Though the fireball's force had diminished, it still hurtled toward his face. His eyes flickered, and he swiftly raised his saber horizontally before him, pressing his left hand against the spine of the blade, and shoved it forward with all his might. At the same time, he took a step back. The fireball shattered, but a few stray sparks inevitably landed on the back of his hand. That's quite hot, he thought, realizing that this creature truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier mutant beast. The two flying chickens, though repelled, charged forward again with relentless determination. The fire phoenix, seeing that its two fireballs had not harmed Zhuang Ling in the slightest, seemed to feel deeply insulted. It poured all its energy into spitting out fireball after fireball. After unleashing 9 more fireballs, the fire phoenix began to falter. Its once glorious feathers now seemed somewhat dull. Zhuang Ling, meanwhile, was not in great shape either. His hair, which had just been singed to a crew cut, was now nearly bald, and his clothes were riddled with scorched holes. Even his arm bore a sizable burn. Little fire chicken, keep spitting. Zhuang Ling flashed a confident grin when it paused. The next moment, his saber swept through the air, and the two flying chickens that had only been lightly wounded were instantly done for. With the two chickens dispatched, Zhuang Ling popped the second-tier life core into his mouth and activated his fury state. With his strength surging, he lightly tapped his toes and shot toward the fire phoenix with blistering speed. The fire phoenix, seeing him suddenly invigorated as if drugged, felt its own flagging aura jolt, and it instinctively retreated a few steps. What in the world? Had this corpse taken some kind of stimulant? Before it could ponder further, Zhuang Ling was already at its side, saber poised to strike. The fire phoenix's condition was indeed poor. Its psychic energy was severely depleted, and its physical stamina was nearly drained. That was the real reason it had stopped its fireball barrage. Sensing the threat, Zhuang Ling posed the fire phoenix, let out a clear cry, frantically flapping its large wings to narrowly dodge the strike. Little fire chicken, just give yourself up. Stop struggling. Zhuang Ling chuckled, swinging his saber once more. As the fire phoenix prepared to flap its wings and dodge again, the short blade appeared right above its head. If it dared to move its wings, the blade would plunge unhesitatingly into its eye. Left with no choice, the fire phoenix raised its wings to shield itself from the short blade's attack. At that moment, the saber came down. Its feathers could withstand the short blade, but not the saber itself. Thud! A dull sound rang out as the saber bit deep into its right wing. It was only a flesh wound, however, neither severing the wing nor even grazing the bone. Your feathers are pretty tough. What kind of gene lock did you unlock? Zhuang Ling withdrew his blade, clicking his tongue at the nearly ruined saber. But the fire phoenix had no mood for banter. Enduring the pain, it flapped its wings and put distance between them. The fire phoenix, gazing at its bleeding wing, let out a shriller cry. As a noble phoenix, to be wounded by this vile and filthy zombie was an unbearable insult. It could not stand for this. Though the zombie's strength was indeed formidable, its innate pride forbade any retreat. Since fire elements proved ineffective against Zhuang Ling, it would have to lower itself to piercing his skull with its claws. With this thought, the fire phoenix fluttered its wings, rose into the air, and with a clear cry shot towards Zhuang Ling. Zhuang Ling watched its airborne form with a hint of envy, eagerly anticipating the third-level effects of his spirit control. In an instant, the fire phoenix was upon him. Instead of retreating, Zhuang Ling advanced his saber, slashing out fiercely. He deflected the fire phoenix's claws with one stroke, then pressed forward, forming a fist with his left hand and driving it into the creature's chest. The fire phoenix was sent flying with a mournful cry, feeling as though the bones in its chest were about to crack. This shameless zombie had absolutely no decorum. So inelegant. Yet undeniably, it was no match for Zhuang Ling. As it had feared, Zhuang Ling pressed his advantage, closing the distance, instantly his saber, slashing out once more. There was no time to dodge. The fire phoenix barely steadied itself, then swung its massive wing fiercely at Zhuang Ling. Although the fire phoenix was powerful, it had encountered a stronger foe in Zhuang Ling. After all, it was only third tier. Even with its body reinforced 3 times, its feathers and claws could not compare to a true blade. Zhuang Ling's saber severed several of the fire phoenix's feathers, blood dripping down. Giving it no chance to catch its breath, he twisted the saber and thrust the tip directly towards its heart. Panic seized the fire phoenix. Regardless of potential injury, it raised its claws to block the blade's point. After all, if it didn't block, that strike could very well be fatal. Seeing this, Zhuang Ling knew this blow wouldn't finish it. With a flick of his wrist, he turned the blade horizontally and sent the fire phoenix flying once again. This strike was heavy. The fire phoenix's claws were nearly severed, and it could barely stay upright. Seeing Zhuang Ling closing in again, the fire phoenix reached its limit. Casting aside its noble pride, what use was dignity if it was about to die? With that thought, it let out another clear cry, this time laced with a faint trace of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy, however, was not directed at Zhuang Ling, but spread outwards into the distance. Calling for backup. Zhuang Ling's eyes narrowed. He couldn't afford to delay. He didn't know who the fire phoenix was summoning, but anyone it deemed worthy of calling for help would be at least third tier. But before Zhuang Ling could give chase, the fire phoenix flapped its wings desperately and took to the sky. It must be nice to fly. Zhuang Ling sighed, commanding his short blade with spirit control to give chase. Since the fire phoenix had already called for help, it had lost its will to fight and flew towards a nearby forest. Already severely exhausted and now injured, its flight speed was pathetically slow, further hampered by the annoying short blade harassing it. It couldn't even last a minute before its altitude began to drop. Zhuang Ling followed closely below, his saber poised for the kill. The fire phoenix glanced desperately at the forest and cried out again. "Big bug, if you don't come now, I'm done for." In response to its cry, a swarm of bees suddenly erupted from the trees. The leading bee emanated energy fluctuations of the early third tier. Most of the other bees were first tier, with only 2 being second tier. Within a few breaths, the swarm grew larger, the buzzing of their wings growing louder. A dark, oppressive cloud of bees appeared before Zhuang Ling. From a distance they were hard to make out, but up close their full appearance was clear. Overall, their bodies were only slightly larger, but the stingers on their tails had turned a metallic silver, gleaming with a cold, eerie light in the sun. Killer bees. There are killer bees here. Zhuang Ling's heart skipped a beat, a sense of dread washing over him. He didn't recall any killer bees here last time. These bees had evolved. After stinging, their stingers would still detach, but they would not die. Moreover, they could regrow the stingers in a very short time. Most importantly, the stingers had evolved a neurotoxin capable of paralyzing nerves. In the brief moment of Zhuang Ling's hesitation, the fire phoenix had already been enveloped by the swarm. The queen bee seemed to be communicating with it. Though Zhuang Ling couldn't fathom how they understood each other, nor what they were saying, he knew it couldn't be anything good. Except for the queen, the other bees began to close in on Zhuang Ling, slowly encircling him. Zhuang Ling squinted, hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran towards the direction of the farm. Forget the fire phoenix's remaining strength. Just this overwhelming, deadly swarm was more than he could handle. Though each bee was weak individually, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. This was the terror of a swarm. Many ants can indeed kill an elephant. Fine, let the little fire chicken live a bit longer, Zhuang Ling sighed regretfully. He hadn't expected it to call for backup, but what a pain. Even though Zhuang Ling had fled, the fire phoenix's rage was not so easily quelled. With its continuous cries, the bee swarm began to pursue. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Come any closer, and he'll cut you all down," Zhuang Ling yelled, but his feet never stopped moving. The bees, of course, couldn't understand him, and while the fire phoenix could have paid his threats no mind. Watching the swarm still in hot pursuit, Zhuang Ling let out a helpless sigh. These bees were truly weak. Even if he risked killing them, the reward wouldn't be worth the effort. However, if they kept chasing him, he might as well take a trip to their hive. The honey produced by evolved bees was a precious commodity. At this thought, Zhuang Ling's mood brightened considerably. He began to deliberately lead the swarm, running towards the distance. Passing by the farm, he casually grabbed a second-tier flying chicken, eating it as he ran. After a full 20 minutes of running, the swarm was getting tired, their speed noticeably dropping. Almost there, Zhuang Ling calculated and instantly activated Berserk. He then veered sharply, bypassing the swarm and heading straight into the forest. Seeing this, the swarm continued its mindless pursuit. But the queen bee trailing behind paused in shock before flying into a rage. That bastard was after their honey. There was no stopping him now, as she had to catch up quickly. Zhuang Ling felt the swarm surge forward, a smile creeping onto his face. Think you can catch me? Too late. He ran with all his might, even spending evolution points to add 10 points to his speed. He was far faster on the ground than they were in the air. Just before he entered the forest, a second tier bee along with a group of unranked ones burst out to block his path. Now Zhuang Ling could vaguely see the hive hanging from a branch deeper in the woods. At that moment, a saying head heard somewhere popped into his head. Bees work tirelessly to produce honey only to have it stolen by humans who then praise them for their diligence. Ironic, isn't it? My diligent bees, I merely wish to partake of your gifts. Don't be so stingy, Zhuang Ling said with a smile, his feet still moving, his saber flashing out. His saber lashed out instantly. Those two second-tier bees were truly brainless, not even attempting to evade. Instead, they raised their stingers and charged straight at Zhuang Ling's blade. With a single slash, the two little bees instantly perished. In truth, they were crushed to death. After all, the blade at this point was hardly distinguishable from the back of a knife. Two life cores soared into the air and landed directly in Zhuang Ling's mouth. Then his spirit manipulation burst forth, shoving the bees, blocking his path to both sides. Zhuang Ling lightly tapped his toes and dashed into the forest. Gazing at the several beehives hanging on the branches, he licked his lips. Unfortunately, the bees were still hot on his heels, leaving no time to indulge. Spotting the beehive with the most intense spiritual energy fluctuations, Zhuang Ling immediately sprinted toward it. Within 10 meters, he activated his spirit manipulation and plucked the hive off the branch. Then, picking a direction, he deactivated the Berserk state and ran for his life. After all, the consumption of Berserk was terrifying. If he kept it active, he would soon be exhausted. The moment the hive was taken, the queen bee nearly went mad. That's mine. Do you have any shame? And what did you mean by that remark just now? Hardworking. They'll give you hardworking. Thief. Unfortunately, Zhuang Ling was too fast. Whether they could catch him was anyone's guess. But if they left the remaining hives at home, would likely be stolen by another shameless chicken. After all, it had happened before. That self-proclaimed phoenix, the big chicken, forgot all about elegance and nobility at the sight of honey. Did that chicken have any idea how its own little henchman had evolved? The more the queen bee thought, the angrier she grew. When she looked at the fire phoenix, it was indeed eyeing the beehives on the branches. Even while guarding against this fake phoenix, she could not let Zhuang Ling, that despicable honey thief, go so easily. All bees above Tier 1 under the queen's command chased after Zhuang Ling. Meanwhile, she stayed behind to watch the fire phoenix. Zhuang Ling, unconcerned with their squabbles, ran while taking a sip of honey. Ah, refreshing. This honey was not as sweet as ordinary honey. It carried a rich, refreshing fragrance. Though the spiritual energy it contained was not abundant, it was still genuine spiritual honey. After a few more sips, Zhuang Ling felt thoroughly satisfied. The only annoyance was the dark swarm of bees behind him. Zhuang Ling ran for over 2 hours before finally shaking off the pursuit. When he stopped to rest, he poured out a bottle of mineral water, carefully transferred the honey into it. A mere half bottle. Good things are meant to be savored slowly. Devouring them all at once would be boring. As Zhuang Ling continued to evolve, his sense of taste gradually returned. Eating became a pleasure once more, especially when it came to rare ingredients. He took immense delight in them. Since the apocalypse, many things had changed. One notable difference was that food tasted better. In his previous life, Zhuang Ling had endured years of meager food, and now he was determined to make up for it. Humming a folk song from memory, he sang, "Floors ultimately mislead the youth, freedom sooner or later disturbs the remaining years," as he walked searching for any road signs. Although he hadn't captured the fire phoenix this time, obtaining some queen bee honey lifted his spirits. If he hadn't been unwilling to waste time on it, he would have roasted it, then drizzled with a bit of honey. Before long, Zhuang Ling came to a fork in the road. Glancing at the signpost, one path led to Sunan, the other to Binyi City. To reach Nannan Province, crossing the wilderness was the shortest route, but traveling speed would be slower. Moreover, the risks were considerable, far outweighing the slightly longer detour via Sunan. Having made up his mind, Zhuang Ling mounted a small electric scooter he had picked up by the roadside in a village, enjoying the thrilling speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Unfortunately, the scooter ran out of battery halfway. He walked through the night, and as dawn broke, he finally spotted a small village by the road. Exhausted, "They'll find a place to rest," Zhuang Ling muttered, stretching his neck. At the village entrance, a few zombies roamed. There were no farms or such nearby, making it seem quite safe. The vegetable plots along the road were still lush, with greens thriving abundantly. Occasionally, the sound of barking could be heard. In the countryside, keeping a dog at home was perfectly normal. Now these dogs had regained their freedom. After all, their owners had likely turned into zombies. Spotting a large black dog suddenly darting out, Zhuang Ling perked up. He'll have breakfast before sleeping, he thought, feeling the hunger in his stomach. Glancing at the greens in the vegetable patch, stewed dog meat sounded quite tasty. With the idea in mind, Zhuang Ling wasted no time. Activating his spirit manipulation, the short blade whistled through the air straight for the big black dog's forehead. The dog, just having entered the first tier, didn't even have time to resist before becoming a piece of dog meat. You and I are the same, destined to be forgotten. As Zhuang Ling dragged the dog and was picking greens, he suddenly noticed a head cautiously poking out from the window of a two-story building by the road. It was a boy of about 15 or 16. "Hello there, little one," Zhuang Ling greeted with a smile, continuing to pick vegetables. But as he said the word little one, he realized he himself was only 21. He sighed with a touch of melancholy, but didn't dwell on it. After all, age meant little to him. You're not afraid of those zombies?" the boy asked, his face full of shock at Zhuang Ling's relaxed demeanor. "When you become strong enough, you won't be afraid anymore," Zhuang Ling replied with a light laugh. He wasn't wearing sunglasses now, and the boy could see his crimson pupils, but there was no reaction, probably unaware of the significance. "Big brother, are you very strong?" "Not too strong, just a tiny bit strong," Zhuang Ling said modestly. He packed the picked greens into his bag, picked up the dog corpse, and strode away. Whether zombie or human, as long as they didn't provoke him, there was no need to worry. Zhuang Ling walked boldly down the street. The boy watched his retreating figure, wanting to call out, but daring not. Only envy filled his eyes, along with a sudden yearning rising in his heart. When the apocalypse broke out, his family had been fortunate enough not to turn into zombies, and the food stored at home could last them a long time. It was safe, but only within the house. Whenever a zombie howled, the whole family trembled with fear. "If only I could become someone like that," the boy murmured, lost in thought. Zhuang Ling paid no heed. He found an empty house, cleared out the zombies inside, and started stewing the dog meat. As it turned out, without evolution, one couldn't even taste the flavor of food. Zhuang Ling looked at the cooked dog meat in the pot, and felt it wasn't even half as good as raw meat. "Tough," he sighed softly, but still fished out the meat, set it on a plate to cool, and prepared to pack it up before leaving. After all, who knew when he would get to eat again? Though the cooked dog meat tasted terrible to him, it could at least fill his stomach. When Zhuang Ling woke up from his nap, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He packed his things and continued on his journey. But before he reached the village entrance, he suddenly saw a fully armed boy being chased by zombies on the street. In truth, his full gear was merely a few extra layers of clothing and some books strapped to his arms. The boy's weapon was a rolling pin with a cleaver tied to one end. Unfortunately, that makeshift long blade had already been reduced to a flail. Only a single rope now connected the rolling pin and the cleaver. At that moment, the boy spotted Zhuang Ling and desperately cried out for help. "Brother, save me." His voice trembled, his face pale as death. Yet Zhuang Ling made no move to intervene, merely watching him in silence. Though he didn't know why the boy had left his home and charged into the zombie horde, since it was his own choice, he would have to bear the consequences himself. In the past, Zhuang Ling might have acted without hesitation simply because the boy was human. But after witnessing certain things, Zhuang Ling no longer cared much about the distinction between human and zombie. "Brother, I want to become stronger, I don't want to die," the boy shouted, swinging his rolling pin, his eyes red. The already dislodged blade and pin combo finally bid him farewell. The cleaver flew far away, landing not far from Zhuang Ling, leaving the boy with only a rolling pin in his hand. To become stronger, you need more than recklessness, you need brains. Zhuang Ling shook his head slightly, now understanding why the boy was here. He guessed his own presence had spurred the boy on. Watching the boy wildly swing his rolling pin, Zhuang Ling felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Not about the person, but about his state. It was strikingly similar to his former self. Both were equally frantic. Although the zombies here were all unranked, the boy had yet to form a life core either. The rolling pin's lethality was far too low. Just as a zombie was about to bite the boy, a horizontal blade suddenly appeared. It pierced straight through the zombie's head. "The blade is yours. If you want to grow stronger, you have to rely on yourself." After saying this, Zhuang Ling turned and walked away. Though the horizontal blade was badly damaged, it was still far better than a rolling pin. Zhuang Ling had been planning to replace his weapon anyway, so giving it away was no loss. Against low-tier foes, he didn't need the blade, and against higher-tier ones, a blade without an edge wouldn't matter much. As for whether the boy would survive, that was no longer his concern. The boy glanced at Zhuang Ling's retreating figure, gritted his teeth, and pulled out the horizontal blade. "I will grow stronger, stronger than everyone," he growled, slashing fiercely with the blade. Zhuang Ling didn't spare the boy another thought, just as no one had ever spared him a thought. The weak have no right to be remembered by the strong. Leaving the village, Zhuang Ling checked the map. Sunan was still dozens of kilometers away. It looked like another night of forced travel. Unknowingly, his routine had become similar to that of the zombies. Rest by day, travel by night. Though his evolution had made him largely resistant to sunlight, it still made him feel languid. An hour later, he came across a small commercial street with a somewhat urban village vibe. Not far from the street lay an industrial park. Quite a few zombies roamed the area, but most were unranked, with only one second tier among them. More income. Spotting the large horde ahead, he instinctively reached for his horizontal blade. His hand grasped empty air, reminding him that he had already given the blade away. I'd have to chat with humans again sometime, since zombies couldn't forge weapons. Activating his spirit control, the short blade soared into the air. He ignored the unranked zombies entirely, but every first-tier one met its end with a pierced skull. Though Zhuang Ling now looked down on first-tier life cores, the facts proved they were the main contributors to his evolution points. As for the second-tier zombie, the short blade lacked the power to finish it, so he had to personally persuade it. But as he approached the zombie, he found himself hesitating. It was a female zombie, scantily clad, part of the large horde. Yet her face was rotten beyond recognition, with a few flies buzzing around it. Zhuang Ling raised his fist, but couldn't bring it down. At that moment, he deeply missed his horizontal blade. When did I become so squeamish? He suddenly thought, stunned. He had witnessed far more disgusting scenes in his past life. Why was he hesitating over such a trivial matter now? Reflecting on this, Zhuang Ling punched through its head. Then, expressionless, he retrieved the life core and stored it away. After a long moment, he let out a soft sigh. He was no longer the person he had been in his past life, and hadn't been for a long time. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? Zhuang Ling didn't want to dwell on it. If he agonized over every detail, his head would surely burst. The greatest mysteries surrounding him were his rebirth and the system. With a heavy heart, he walked into the industrial park. He encountered few zombies in the park, as the apocalypse had struck in the morning, when people were either at work in the workshops or asleep in the dorms. Clearing the workshops went smoothly, yielding 5 second-tier life cores and 36 first-tier ones. When he stood at the foot of the employee dormitory, he suddenly caught a thick scent of blood. That was strange. The apocalypse had erupted in late May. It was now June 24th. Nearly a month had passed. In that time, people had gradually adapted to the disaster brought by the zombies. Apart from the initial wave of deaths, there were rarely large-scale human casualties, unless, like Hua Fushua, something directly attacked a survivor base. Yet here the smell of blood was not only strong, but unmistakably fresh. With a large population, trouble is bound to arise. Zhuang Ling shook his head. A third-tier zombie was almost certainly lurking here, and with the situation inside the dormitory unclear, the danger was real. But fortune favors the bold. Though a third-tier zombie was troublesome, the rewards matched the risk. In terms of evolution points alone, one third-tier life core was worth 10 points, equivalent to 10 first-tier cores. But Zhuang Ling didn't just need evolution points. He needed energy, and he needed combat. Without energy, relying solely on evolution points would leave his strength unstable. And without combat, he would become nothing more than a walking giant life core. Still, he wasn't too worried. It was just third tier. With his rage activated, even a third tier would kneel before him. He picked up a fire axe head found in the workshop and entered the dormitory. The moment he stepped inside, the stench of blood intensified. It was eerily silent, with no sign of zombie activity. A layer of dust even covered the floor. I hate this feeling. If I find you, we'll chop you to pieces. Zhuang Ling muttered, then headed straight upstairs without hesitation. Based on past experience, the source was likely on the top floor. But as he stepped onto the second floor, the smell of blood reached an overwhelming peak. The source of the blood scent was in the third room from the stairwell. Yet upon the corridor there was not a single trace of blood, nor even much evidence of chaos. Only before that particular door did dried blood mingle with fresh crimson. Blood even seeped through the cracks of the wooden door. Zhuang Ling pondered for a moment, a slight frown creasing his brow. Could it be a blood boar? If it truly was that creature, he would need to tread carefully. In reality, the blood boar was not actually a boar. It was merely a name derived from the exceptionally bloated physique of this type of zombie. The blood boar's combat prowess was not particularly formidable among its peers, but upon its death, its body would explode. Sometimes, even its life core would detonate. This made things rather troublesome, as it often took its killer down with it. However, precisely because of this trait, the blood boar's life core was also quite unique. It could dissolve in water, and its hemostatic and healing effects were remarkably potent. A true panacea. Fortune favors the bold. Zhuang Ling hesitated for a moment, then decided to go for it. After all, if he could obtain its life core, the reward would be immense. Even if the life core were to explode, Zhuang Ling was confident he could evade the blast. He walked to the door of the room and kicked it open with a single strike. Inside, a zombie that appeared to weigh at least 400 to 500 gene was engaged in an activity. That activity was spraying blood. The moment the door opened, a jet of blood shot onto Zhuang Ling. The blood sprayed by the blood boar had no real lethal power, though it was rather disgusting. The blood boar, standing at just over 1.6 meters, was much shorter than Zhuang Ling, and with its bloated body, the name blood boar suited it perfectly. The room had long since become a world of crimson, as if coated in a layer of blood paint. It seemed the blood boar had been there for a considerable time. Just as it noticed Zhuang Ling and began to react, Zhuang Ling had already raised his fist. The simplest way to preserve the blood boar's life core was to kill it instantly before it could prepare for mutual destruction. But as Zhuang Ling stepped into the room, his foot slipped on the pool of blood, and he nearly fell. He quickly steadied himself, only to find the blood boar staring at him with utter confusion. What was this guy doing? Was he an idiot? Seeing its expression, Zhuang Ling's face flushed with embarrassment, and a surge of anger welled up within him. He had been mocked by a zombie. It was just a moment of carelessness. He hadn't expected the floor to be so slippery. Otherwise, how could he have slipped? Yes, that was it. Although no one else had seen it, it was still embarrassing. To salvage his dignity, he activated Berserk mode, channeling all his strength into his right fist, even adding the 100-gene force of his spirit taming. Finding his footing, he took a step forward and lunged at the blood boar. At that moment, the blood boar sensed the threat of death. With a guttural roar, it instantly ceased its blood spraying and swung its massive fat arms at Zhuang Ling. Bang! Crack! The blood boar was merely at the early 3rd rank. How could it possibly withstand Zhuang Ling's power? After a dull thud, the blood boar's finger bones were shattered by Zhuang Ling's immense force. The blood boar let out a screech of agony, and due to its extreme agitation, blood began to flow uncontrollably from its body. Even its bulky frame seemed to swell even more. Die! Zhuang Ling roared, giving the blood boar no chance, and brought his fist down once more. The blood boar, knowing it couldn't dodge due to its massive size, could only raise its arms to shield its head. This punch didn't land on its arm bones, but sunk into its thick layers of fat. After all, the blood boar was so obese that its arms were as thick as Zhuang Ling's thighs. When it crossed its arms in front of its body, it was truly a form of absolute defense. The punch merely tore through its flesh. Before the blood boar could lower its arms, Zhuang Ling followed up with a kick. This kick struck its knee. The blood boar stumbled, but its hands reached out, clawing at Zhuang Ling. Although the blood boar would explode upon death, that didn't mean it didn't want to live. As it reached out, it lunged its entire body at Zhuang Ling. Its body was also becoming increasingly round. Zhuang Ling attempted to sidestep, but the room was too cramped, forcing him to retreat continuously. Zhuang Ling backed away. The blood boar pursued, roaring incessantly. As Zhuang Ling stepped out of the room, the blood boar abruptly halted at the threshold, refusing to advance any further. Not coming out. What's going on? Zhuang Ling was puzzled, but that didn't stop him from attacking. With a silent shout, he unleashed a punch. With a bang, the blood boar's head burst like a watermelon, and its corpse, as if inflated, swelled rapidly. Activating spirit, taming a life core shot into the air. Just as the blood boar's body was about to explode, and Zhuang Ling was about to retreat, he felt a chilling sensation at the back of his neck. Zhuang Ling instantly halted his retreat. Digging his heels in, he propelled himself back into the blood boar's room. Instead of hiding, he crashed straight through the window, leaping down from the 2nd floor. The moment he landed, before he could even absorb the impact, a violent explosion thundered from the 2nd floor. A torrent of blood splattered out of the window, shattering the adjacent glass. Zhuang Ling turned around to see a petite figure leaping out of the window simultaneously with the explosion. The sense of danger he had just felt was emanating from her. The figure landed, revealing a short-haired woman. Without a word, she raised a bone spike in her hand and attacked fiercely. "Miss, we have no grievance. Why resort to murder?" Zhuang Ling said, retreating while trying to talk. Having secured the blood boar's life core, Zhuang Ling was in a rather good mood. "Why did you kill my brother?" The girl snarled, her noticeably striking face contorted with rage, her eyes reddened. "Your brother?" Zhuang Ling was taken aback, then his expression changed slightly. "You mean the blood boar? It's a zombie. Aren't you a zombie too?" the girl said, closing the distance and bringing her bone spike down without hesitation. Hearing this, Zhuang Ling's movements faltered, and he let out a faint sigh. A short blade appeared in his hand, and he parried her strike, sending her back. "We are different," he said softly. This woman reminded him of his sister Zhuangyu. If he hadn't regained his consciousness and his little sister Zhuangyu had been by his side, would she have become like this woman? With that thought, the joy he felt moments ago vanished completely. The woman at the late 2nd rank was truly no match for Zhuang Ling. She staggered back a few steps, steadied herself, and then lunged at him once more. What is more terrifying than death itself is the shattering of the last belief in one's heart. And the blood boar Zhuang Ling spoke of was her final belief. Was Zhuang Ling wrong? His fault was slaying the blood boar, a monster in the eyes of others. Was the blood boar wrong? Its fault was becoming a zombie, mutating into a blood boar and devouring humans. And the woman? Her fault was aiding and abetting the evil. The humans the blood boar devoured were certainly connected to her actions. From another perspective, perhaps no one was truly wrong, they were just on different sides. Zhuang Ling had to act to grow stronger. The blood boar had to act to survive. The woman too had to act for her beliefs. The times have changed. In this era, there is no absolute right or wrong, only different thoughts, different stances, and different goals. The blood boar and the woman couldn't defeat Zhuang Ling, and they resented him for it, resenting the injustice. But what of the people the woman captured to feed the blood boar? Didn't they resent their fate? Did they think it was fair? Watching her frenzied state, Zhuang Ling let out a complicated sigh. Though her murderous intent was undisguised, Zhuang Ling was reluctant to kill her. Yet kill her he must. Regardless of her motives, feeding the zombies and attacking humans were undeniable facts. If it were only that Zhuang Ling was no righteous crusader. Unfortunately, she wanted him dead and would not stop until she succeeded. In your next life, do not live in this chaotic world. Zhuang Ling sighed softly, his figure flickering as he evaded her attack. In the next instant, the short blade in his hand severed her neck. The woman's eyes bulged in fury, her hands instinctively clutching her throat, but she could not utter a single word. Just before death, however, a smile crept across her face. Perhaps this too was a form of release. Zhuang Ling gazed at her corpse and sighed once more. The overly kind die first. He extracted her life core and continued exploring other parts of the industrial park. It was not until the dead of night, under a sky of sparse stars and a bright moon, that he decided to call it a day. Though he hadn't explored the entire industrial zone, the harvest was still decent. 2 third-tier life cores, 12 second-tier life cores, and 75 first-tier life cores. Even without counting the energy within, converting them into evolution points alone yielded 155 points. A gratifying haul indeed. Gene sequence unlocked 34. Evolution points 132. Strength 337. Speed 340. Mental power 335. Zhuang Ling was quite pleased with his stats. He was not far from the 3rd tier now. If he weren't worried that a sudden surge in power would destabilize his foundation, he could break through to the 3rd tier immediately. After all, including the life cores in his possession, 287 evolution points was a veritable fortune. Yet the strength gained today had not been fully digested, and Zhuang Ling truly dared not allocate more points. It was like eating too much without digesting. Continuing to eat wasn't a matter of capacity, but it would inevitably lead to indigestion, and the damage to one's stomach would be severe. He found a relatively clean dormitory, collapsed onto the bed, and fell fast asleep. The next day, glancing at the nearly ruined watch on his wrist, he saw it was already past 9. Time to set out. Today was overcast, no sun, but still unbearably muggy. They'll make it to Sunan today, Zhuang Ling said, riding a mountain bike at a leisurely pace. It wasn't that there were no electric scooters. He had learned from experience that they would run out of power in no time. These little scooters hadn't been charged in at least a month. How much charge could they possibly have left? A bicycle was far more reliable. As for driving a car, that was the most foolish option. Though Zhuang Ling wasn't afraid of attracting zombies, encountering a traffic accident blocking the road would be a real headache. Sure enough, not long after leaving the industrial park, he came across a car crash. 2 vehicles had collided, completely blocking the middle of the road. But that had nothing to do with Zhuang Ling, who pedaled past leisurely. Around 7 in the evening, he finally entered the Sunan area, and buildings along the roadside grew denser. The number of zombies had also increased significantly. He found a clothing store and changed his outfit. Then, locating a convenience store, he luxuriously used mineral water to wash himself. The next day, Zhuang Ling continued his journey. Around noon, passing a commercial street, he was drawn to a group of zombies crowding a doorway. It was a supermarket. The zombies outside were packed in layers, like elderly folks rushing to buy discounted vegetables in the morning, constantly pushing inward. Inside the supermarket, over a dozen figures seemed to be arguing. Probably ran out of supplies and got spotted by zombies while searching for food. Zhuang Ling clicked his tongue. He was all too familiar with this kind of situation. It happened almost daily in the apocalypse. Good luck to you all, he said, stepping on the pedals to leave, when he suddenly saw a man shove an elderly woman out of the side door. A piercing scream rang out as she was instantly torn apart by the horde. The man's body also emanated faint energy fluctuations. Witnessing this, Zhuang Ling's face darkened and his good mood was shattered. What a piece of trash. Zhuang Ling noticed that among the men inside there were also young and strong youths. Was this their way of breaking out? Just as he was thinking, another young man in the supermarket shoved a child out, his body also radiating energy fluctuations. The child cried and begged for mercy, but was kicked out by the young man anyway. Several agonizing screams made Zhuang Ling's heart tighten. Damn it. Zhuang Ling couldn't hold back anymore. He hadn't intended to get involved or play the hero. But seeing this, Zhuang Ling was genuinely enraged. Why couldn't they just be decent human beings? The 2 people pushed out were torn apart by the zombies, which successfully drew the rest of the horde away. The others seized the opportunity and fled the supermarket from the other side. Yet a few zombies still spotted them and gave chase with roars. Bringing up the rear was a woman, her face pale. As the zombies closed in, her legs went weak. Just as she was about to cry for help, she was suddenly kicked to the ground by the same man who had pushed out the old woman. As the woman's screams rang out, the zombies were indeed held back. Unfortunately, though the ones behind were stopped, many more zombies in the vicinity were attracted and continued the pursuit. Among the dozen or so people, 5 exuded energy fluctuations, all of them running the fastest. One of them was carrying a woman, moving slightly slower. As if fearing being caught up, he suddenly condensed a fireball and hurled it backward. Not at the zombies, but at another young man. The man fell, drawing even more zombies. Their destination was another large supermarket still a few hundred meters away. Seeing the zombies closing in again, a woman running at the back suddenly grabbed the hair of the girl beside her, then kicked her in the leg. The girl collapsed while she desperately sprinted forward. Hongli. Xing Yingshu never imagined that Hongli would betray her. They had been classmates since high school and best friends. But that bond proved so fragile in the face of death. Xing Yingxue heard the zombies' roars behind her, and despair flooded her heart. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she tried to get up, but it was too late. As she let out a scream, a zombie corpse suddenly fell onto her, its vitality extinguished. "You people disgust me," Zhuang Ling said, riding his bicycle up to the group, his eyes filled with contempt. "Huh, who are you?" The leading man, the one who had twice turned on his own, eyed Zhuang Ling warily. Why bother talking to him? Before Zhuang Ling could answer, another man interjected, threatening, "Leave your bike and get lost, or we'll feed you to the zombies." Zhuang Ling, as if deaf to his words, asked calmly, "Do you want to live? Are you deaf? Leave the bike and scram." The man, seeing Zhuang Ling's demeanor and glancing at the zombies behind, lunged at him directly. But before his fist could get close, he was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Before he could struggle to his feet, he was buried under a swarm of zombies. "Oh, save me. Yulong, save me, damn it." "Oh." The man flailed his arms wildly, trying to push away the zombie. Unfortunately, he could not escape his fate of death. A mindless zombie would not give up its meal just because of some resistance. When a zombie bit through his throat, the screams and curses abruptly ceased. The man named Yulong merely watched with a grim expression, not moving a muscle. "My friend, don't you think you've gone a bit too far?" Yulong looked at Zhuang Ling, speaking in a low voice. But from the punch Zhuang Ling had thrown earlier, he was certain he was no match for him. As for the teammates beside him, it was better not to mention them. "You're calling me a zombie for going too far?" Zhuang Ling let out a mocking laugh, his face full of amusement. "Huh." Yulong was taken aback only, then noticing Zhuang Ling's blood-red pupils. In the heat of the moment, no one had paid attention to that detail. "Impossible. How could you possibly be a zombie? You clearly..." Before Yulong could finish, a man behind him exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you really a zombie?" Though Yulong found it hard to believe, Zhuang Ling's crimson pupils were undeniable. Even if, for the sake of argument, Zhuang Ling was faking it, what was his intention? Was he here just to toy with a group of unfortunate souls whose lives hung by a thread? Zhuang Ling said nothing, merely watching him with an indifferent expression as the short blade rose into the air. "You want to eat us?" Yulong instinctively stepped back, his hand slowly reaching for his waist. "I never eat scum," Zhuang Ling said with a slight shake of his head. As he took a step forward, the short blade instantly shot toward Yulong's head. Before the blade could strike, Yulong suddenly dropped into a desperate roll, simultaneously pulling a pistol from his waist. Unfortunately, his speed was nowhere near Zhuang Ling's spiritual power. Before the gun could be aimed at Zhuang Ling, the short blade changed direction mid-flight and pierced straight through his wrist. Yulong screamed in agony as the pistol flew from his hand. Seeing the gun reminded Zhuang Ling that he had also taken a pistol from Song Hui back then. But after acquiring the horizontal blade, he had completely forgotten about it. Though he was not unfamiliar with firearms, he was not accustomed to using them. In the late apocalypse, cold weapons were the true preference of the strong. "You're clearly skilled, so why choose to be scum?" Zhuang Ling said expressionlessly, using his spirit control to bring the pistol back to his hand. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots and the bullets were spent. Blood holes appeared in Yulong's 3 intact limbs. His screams pierced the sky, alerting countless zombies. "Why? Why?" Yulong's eyes bulged with madness and resentment. "Because I don't like you. Is that not reason enough?" Zhuang Ling casually tossed the gun aside and shrugged nonchalantly. There was no need to say much to scum. But Yulong was no fool either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the leader of this team. Even though this team was a joke. "You're a zombie, yet you want to save humans," Yulong said, glancing at the girl named Xing Yingxue. "I don't want to save anyone. I only want to kill," Zhuang Ling said as the short blade rose again, instantly piercing the ankle of a man trying to flee. "Why? I'm an awakened warrior. A favored one of heaven. The future depends on us to save humanity, and they're just a bunch of commoners. Our lives are worth more than theirs." Yulong shouted hysterically as the zombies closed in on him. "Idiot." Zhuang Ling rolled his eyes at him and stopped looking his way. "You can run now," Zhuang Ling said to Xing Yingxue, having no intention of playing the Good Samaritan. He attacked Yulong because he genuinely found him repulsive. That was the truth. As for the other awakened ones, Zhuang Ling had no intention of letting them off either. That statement was meant for them as well. If you want to kill someone, you can't deny them a chance to run right. Whether they could outrun the zombies was none of his business. The moment Zhuang Ling took a step, the remaining 3 first-rank warriors exchanged glances. The man with the injured ankle and another young man shouted to bolster their courage, drew their weapons, and charged at Zhuang Ling. They had figured it out. Zhuang Ling's abilities were bizarre, and running would almost certainly mean death. Attacking Hedon might just offer a sliver of hope. After all, there were still 3 of them. But as the 2 charged forward, the first-rank warrior holding the woman turned and ran without a word. The 2 hesitated, realizing it was too late to retreat, and could only steel themselves and press on. Zhuang Ling, however, completely ignored the 2 and went straight after the one who was fleeing. It wasn't that he was determined to chase him down. He just wanted to bring him within range of his spirit control. He wondered if the range would increase when spirit control reached level 3. Right now it was really a bit short. That man was only first rank, so Zhuang Ling caught up to him in a few breaths, without even needing to activate Berserk. The short blade shot like lightning and pierced his ankle. Zhuang Ling wanted them to understand that every action had consequences. The man collapsed instantly, and the woman in his arms screamed, not reaching out to help him, but scrambling to her feet and running. Zhuang Ling paid her no mind, letting her run off into the distance. But just as her figure disappeared around a corner, a scream echoed out. The man watched the short blade draw closer and closer, beginning to break down. Spare me. I didn't kill anyone. Spare me. Do you think I'm that easy to fool at? Zhuang Ling looked at him like he was an idiot, and the short blade fell without hesitation. The fireball you conjured earlier was so conspicuous that anyone with eyes could see it. Ignoring the man's pleas and curses, Zhuang Ling crippled all 4 of his limbs. Then looking at the remaining 2 men, he said with a light smile, "All right, it's just the 2 of you now. Come on." Hearing this, both men trembled involuntarily and turned to run. Was this even a zombie? He was a devil. Not only did he possess intelligence, but he was also incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, running was no longer an option for them. A minute later, Zhuang Ling mounted his bicycle and weaved through the sea of zombies. 2 more men with all limbs crippled lay on the ground, while Yulong had already bid farewell to this beautiful world. The zombies were now attracted to the corpses, and whether the remaining people could escape alive was none of his concern. The light of justice shines upon the land. Zhuang Ling hummed a tune, feeling a sense of having done his deed, and vanished without a trace. After all, the reason Zhuang Ling killed Yulong was simply because he was disgusted by him, not because he was some savior. I'm just a little zombie who doesn't understand anything. What do these matters have to do with me? Passing by a luxury watch store, he swapped his old watch for one he would never have dared to dream of before, and his mood lifted even more. When he rested and rummaged through his backpack, he couldn't find the pistol. When did I lose it? Zhuang Ling scratched his head, truly unable to remember. Yet Zhuang Ling didn't dwell on it. After all, he hardly ever used the pistol. Any creature that could pose a threat to him was at least third tier, and the pistol posed little danger to them. Moreover, once the bullets were spent, the weapon was no better than a brick. Getting on the road was the real priority. A day later, Zhuang Ling was cycling along the expressway from Sunan, heading to Nannan province. There weren't many damaged vehicles on the road, and when he encountered a blockage, he simply hoisted the bicycle over and continued. At that moment, Zhuang Ling felt even more that his decision to ride a bicycle had been a stroke of genius. Though slow, it was still faster than walking. At 10 o'clock in the evening, he spotted a signpost indicating a service area 800 meters ahead. Finally, a place to rest. Zhuang Ling let out a sigh, mustering his weary spirit. But as he approached the service area, he noticed the lights were on. The power had been out for over a month. Even if the service area had its own generator, it couldn't have been running without maintenance. Survivors. Troublesome. Zhuang Ling sighed, softly, feeling a sudden aversion to humans. The next moment he froze. It wasn't what he saw, but that very feeling of repulsion. Why? Why do I feel this way? Zhuang Ling frowned, deeply sensing this was no good sign. Though he had accepted his identity as a zombie and no longer considered himself human, he didn't want to become a true zombie either. It's an illusion. It must be. Zhuang Ling rubbed his face haphazardly, unwilling to dwell on such troubling thoughts. I am just me. I am Zhuang Ling, not human, but likewise not a zombie driven only by slaughter and devouring. He muttered to himself, yet could only blame everything on this era, this damned apocalypse. Spotting a dimly lit service area on the opposite side of the expressway, he dismounted his bicycle and climbed over the barrier. There was no need for Zhuang Ling to disturb those people who seemed to be doing just fine. He was no murderer killing indiscriminately. But if they spotted him, it would inevitably invite unnecessary trouble. Entering the service area, he found everything had been stripped clean. The supermarket held only empty shelves, and the restaurant had been completely cleared out. He even checked the gas station, as sure enough the fuel had been drained entirely. No doubt it was the work of those survivors across the way. After all, the surrounding zombies had been cleared, and these supplies were life-saving. Fortunately, a bed in the staff restroom remained untouched. Lying down, he fell into a deep slumber. That night, Zhuang Ling had a dream. It was his first dream since becoming a zombie. Logically, before the 6th tier, a zombie's brain hadn't fully recovered. Even those like Hua Fushue who had regained consciousness still had parts dormant or necrotic. Only after the 6th tier would the body be completely restored, indistinguishable from a human. Only then would one dream. But Zhuang Ling had a dream anyway. Perhaps this was why his emotions were so rich. It was also the greatest difference between him and other zombies. Even Hua Fushue, despite appearing normal, thought differently from humans. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gathered a horde to attack a survivor base. Though Zhuang Ling preferred not to think of her, she was still the most consciousness-recovered zombie he had encountered. In the dream, Zhuang Ling became a zombie king, leading his undead army on campaigns across the land. His enemies were not only human warriors, but also beasts, and even vaguely remembered high-tech monsters and mechas. And Hua Fushue was by his side, seemingly his queen. The final scene of the dream was Hua Fushua smiling at him, so beautiful. Zhuang Ling sat up after waking, staring blankly, somewhat dazed. But he had to admit, it felt pretty good. How strange, I actually dreamed. He scratched his head, deciding not to dwell on the dream. He didn't even overthink the fact that he had dreamed at all. Compared to rebirth in a system, having a dream now was hardly hard to accept, was it? The next day, as Zhuang Ling stepped onto the expressway, he spotted two people on the opposite side preparing to take his bicycle. Hey, what are you doing, buddy? Zhuang Ling's shout startled the two. Seeing him standing on the expressway from afar, they breathed a sigh of relief. Dude, you scared us half to death, one young man replied, also shouting. If I hadn't called out, you'd have taken my bike, Zhuang Ling said as he walked over. Since he didn't plan to stay even if they discovered he was a zombie, what could they do? Those two had just condensed their life cores, they couldn't possibly detain him. I wondered why a bicycle appeared on the road when I woke up. You came from Sunan, another young man asked, curiously sizing up Zhuang Ling from afar. But due to the distance, he couldn't see Zhuang Ling's blood-red pupils. Yeah, Zhuang Ling had already climbed over the barrier. There must be even more zombies in the city, yet you made it out alive, the man exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the answer. Nothing is impossible if you're strong enough. Zhuang Ling shrugged, avoiding their eyes. The fewer troubles, the better. So where are you headed? We'll check out Nanan. It's supposed to have a large survivor base. Zhuang Ling recalled, choosing a plausible excuse. With that, he mounted his bike and prepared to leave. You heard the broadcast too. We wanted to go there before, but it was too dangerous, and we had to turn back. The man noticed Zhuang Ling didn't even look at them while speaking, though he thought it was rude. He didn't dwell on it, and kindly advised. You won't make it alive alone. Better stay here. When we're stronger, we can go together, safer that way. Thanks, buddy, but I'm different from you. Zhuang Ling chuckled softly, shaking his head. You are humans, but I am a zombie. Yet he still sensed the man's goodwill, a rare warmth in this apocalypse. With that, he pedaled away. Hey, all the zombies are up ahead. Come back, the man shouted anxiously as Zhuang Ling continued forward. Zhuang Ling merely waved his hand, without looking back. Their attitude lifted his spirits considerably. After all, not everyone in the apocalypse had a rotten heart, even though most of those he had encountered recently were like that. Humans. Zombies. Zhuang Ling sighed again, exhaling heavily. Whatever others said or thought, as long as he stayed true to himself, that was enough. What was meant to happen would happen, and what was meant to be his would eventually come. Looking at the signpost, there were only 30-odd kilometers left to Nanan province, soon. But he hadn't ridden far when a car suddenly appeared behind him, speeding up. Zhuang Ling frowned. It must be that group from the service area. There was no one else around here but them. The vehicle approached, and a middle-aged man rolled down the window, calling out to Zhuang Ling, young friend, I know you want to reach Nanan base, but the road ahead is full of zombies. It's too dangerous for you alone. Thanks for the concern, but it'll be fine. Zhuang Ling shook his head gently and turned away. The middle-aged man sighed and continued, since you made it here from Sunan, you must be quite capable, but Nanan is no comparison to Sunan. If we go together, we can watch each other's backs. When the middle-aged man learned that Zhuang Ling had come from Sunan all alone, he was certain of one thing: Zhuang Ling's strength must be formidable. Otherwise, there was no way he could have survived the journey. So he immediately drove after him, hoping to persuade Zhuang Ling to join them. They also wanted to reach Nanan base, but their strongest member was only at the peak of the second order, and they had women and children with them, making the journey seem nearly impossible. If they could add another high-level combatant to their group, it would make things much easier. They had tried to set out a couple of days ago, but were driven back by the zombie horde before even entering Nanan, let alone reaching the base. They had even lost several people. No need, I'm used to being alone. Zhuang Ling waved his hand, unwilling to say more, and started to ride away. Young friend, even though we're not strong, we definitely won't be a burden to you, the middle-aged man quickly added. And all the resources we find will be prioritized for your evolution. Uncle, are you sure about that? Zhuang Ling said, finally looking at him. The moment the middle-aged man met Zhuang Ling's gaze, his body involuntarily trembled, and the car lurched forward slightly. You're a zombie. The man stammered frantically, reaching for the weapon on the passenger seat. Zhuang Ling didn't confirm it, but he didn't deny it either. Ignoring the man's agitation, he said softly, that's why I prefer being alone. With that, he rode off. The middle-aged man watched his retreating figure, gripping his weapon, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Whatever the man's motives, his intentions had seemed kind. And since he hadn't provoked Zhuang Ling, there was no need for violence. Around noon, Zhuang Ling spotted a highway toll station. Beyond it lay Nanan province. Although there weren't many vehicles around the toll booths, they were enough to completely block the road. There were also some villages nearby, which meant quite a few zombies. Zhuang Ling carried his bike past the toll station, casually collecting 2 second-order life cores along the way. He was utterly broke now, having consumed all the cores he had. After another round of attribute enhancement yesterday, he estimated he would soon evolve to the third order. Gene activation 34. Evolution points 198. Strength 345. Speed 343. Spirit 340. The The last time he evolved from the first to the second order, Head wasted a lot of time because his speed was just a few points short of the limit. I hope this evolution goes faster, Zhuang Ling muttered to himself. Through experimentation, Head found that adding only 10 points to an attribute at a time allowed him to allocate more points again within a few hours. It was slow, but it prevented the weakness that came from rapid, unstable power gains. Combined with the attributes he gained from his own training, he could increase his 3 main attributes by about 40 points a day. It might not seem like much, but considering Zhuang Ling was only second order, this speed was already extraordinary. Time to find more life cores. Zhuang Ling clicked his tongue, feeling his empty backpack. In truth, his bag wasn't completely empty. It wasn't packed, but 3 cans of meat, a few bottles of water, and some gauze and medicine took up most of the space. The only items with spiritual energy fluctuations were a heart-shaped spirit stone, a half bottle of royal jelly, and a bottle of thick blood-like liquid. That liquid was the result of dissolving a blood boar's life core in mineral water. It was a perfect healing potion, far superior to any bandages or medicine. Zhuang Ling didn't go on a killing spree here. He only acted when he encountered second-order zombies. Unfortunately, he only found 3 second-order life cores on the road and swallowed them on the spot. To cross Nannan without taking a detour, He'd have to pass through the city center. That was his true hunting ground. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhuang Ling chased a large cat into a residential complex. But the cat was too agile. Once inside, it vanished instantly. Speed-type creatures are a real pain, way too fast, he grumbled. Zhuang Ling sighed in frustration. That cat was also second order, had nearly broken his bike chain trying to catch it. Well, looks like he'll have to rely on life cores to get through tonight. He parked his bike and walked into the complex. Without flesh and blood, he at least needed to gain some life cores. Unfortunately, the apocalypse had broken out in the morning, so there weren't many people in the complex. Most of those wandering the streets were elderly. The elderly were the most susceptible to infection and mutation, and also the hardest to evolve. Their aged bodies had degenerated too much. Of course, this wasn't an absolute rule, just the general trend. Zhuang Ling had seen plenty of formidable high-order zombies who were vigorous in their old age. But in this particular complex, there were no such cases. There wasn't a single second-order zombie, and even first-order ones were scarce. As for zombies trapped inside the apartments, Zhuang Ling held little hope. How many people could be crammed into one house? Without energy and flesh, how could zombies evolve? Sure enough, after searching 7 or 8 homes, he only found 3 first-order life cores. That night, Zhuang Ling found a relatively clean room, trained, and sat on the bed, eating a can of meat. Had already finished the cooked dog meat He'd packed earlier, and these canned goods tasted far worse. After a quick bite, he was still hungry, though it was more bearable now. As zombies evolve, their need for both energy and food increases. Previously, 1 can was enough to satisfy him, but now it wasn't enough to quell his hunger. The taste of the canned meat was truly disappointing. Zhuang Ling hadn't consumed any flesh in days. He'd planned to hunt some zombies in the complex using the energy from their life cores to tide him over until tomorrow. I misjudged the situation. I didn't expect the zombies here to be this weak. Zhuang Ling sighed, put back the can he'd just taken out, shouldered his backpack, and left the room. He decided to scout around outside, and if things were hopeless, he'd move on to another location. Without flesh or energy, he couldn't hold out for long. At night, not only were zombies more active, but animals were too. When Zhuang Ling reached the ground floor, he spotted the same large cat from earlier, currently tearing into a zombie. Let's see where you run this time. Zhuang Ling chuckled, his short blade leaping into his hand as he dashed towards the cat. But the cat was incredibly agile. Sensing danger, it instantly abandoned the corpse, nimbly leaped back, and hissed at Zhuang Ling, its fur standing on end. What the hell is this bastard's problem? It was chasing me with that shifty look during the day, and now it's back. Zhuang Ling had no idea what the cat was thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He needed flesh. He pressed on, continuing his pursuit. The short blade gleamed with a sharp, cold light under the moonlight, aimed straight at the cat. The cat, thoroughly enraged by Zhuang Ling, didn't flee. Instead, it engaged him in a brawl. Relying on its incredible speed, it managed to avoid injury for a while. But it was constantly on the defensive. Just as the cat dodged another strike from the short blade, a sudden force slammed into its nose. It let out a sharp yelp, and in the next instant the blade appeared behind it. With a wet thud, the cat's hind leg was split open with a large gash. With a pained yowl, the great cat knew it was outmatched. It shot Zhuang Ling a resentful glare before turning to flee. Though its hind leg was wounded, its speed remained formidable. Seeing it escape, without hesitation, Zhuang Ling gave chase. Following the great cat, Zhuang Ling soon left the residential area, heading towards a derelict observation bridge not far away. Just as he was about to catch up, a passing figure caught his attention. They were only a few meters apart, and Zhuang Ling could clearly detect the scent of blood emanating from the stranger. Beneath the metallic tang of blood was the smell of the living, though whether it belonged to the blood's owner or the man himself was unclear. This alone wouldn't have concerned Zhuang Ling. However, he caught sight of a crimson pupil in the man's left eye. In the dim moonlight, he could also vaguely discern dark lines spreading across the man's face. Lost in thought, his pace unconsciously slowed. In that brief moment, the great cat widened the gap again. Forget it, whatever it is, it's none of my business. Zhuang Ling quickened his steps, averting his gaze from the man. The man in turn noticed Zhuang Ling and watched him with extreme caution. After all, chasing a cat in the dead of night hardly seemed like sane behavior. Moreover, Zhuang Ling exuded an aura that felt both eerily familiar and deeply repulsive to him. Not human. A zombie. Zhuang Ning's eyes narrowed, his hand instinctively tightening around the cleaver at his waist. But Zhuang Ling paid him no mind. Their eyes met for a mere second before Zhuang Ling continued his pursuit of the great cat. Watching him leave, Zhuang Ning grew even more puzzled. What was wrong with this zombie? Was he a living, breathing human, less interesting than a cat? Even if he wasn't exactly normal, he was still a person. The thought made Zhuang Ning feel as though he had been silently insulted by the zombie. But Zhuang Ling had already dismissed him from his thoughts. The great cat was far more important. The great cat leaped onto the observation bridge, meowing twice. In response, 3 cats sprang out from beneath the bridge. They were all first order, clearly its subordinates. Yet after summoning its minions, the great cat didn't prepare to fight back. It meowed again and continued its escape. At its command, the 3 cats' fur bristled as they fixed their gazes on Zhuang Ling. Looks like he'll get a full meal this time. Seeing the great cat flee once more, Zhuang Ling activated his berserk state. He hadn't done so earlier because despite being larger than a normal cat, it wasn't that big. How much meat could it offer? Activating berserk was wasteful as it consumed energy to recover. Now with 3 more cats added to the equation, a hearty meal made it worthwhile. Although Zhuang Ling's strength had grown considerably over the past 2 days, activating berserk still placed him at the peak of the 3rd order, albeit with greater raw power. The gap between the 3rd and 4th orders wasn't just about strength. The most crucial difference lay in the life core. The 3 first-order cats were easily dispatched with a single swipe each. After dealing with them, the great cat had only managed to run 100 meters. With a light tap of his toes, Zhuang Ling shot forward like a bullet, closing the distance between them in an instant. Driven by the threat of death, the great cat ran for its life, ignoring its injured leg. Unfortunately, it was still no match for Zhuang Ling's speed. Stop struggling. He'll make it quick, Zhuang Ling said, accelerating further. A short blade pierced the night, sinking deep into the great cat's neck. It didn't even have time to yelp before it collapsed lifeless. A dozen minutes later, Zhuang Ling cleaned the blood with bottled water and let out a satisfied burp. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, he picked a random direction and set off. After a full half-hour of walking and climbing over a wall, he finally discovered a commercial street. It was already past 11 at night. He found an empty shop, meditated until the early hours, and before sleeping used his evolution points to add 10 points to each attribute. He woke up the next day at noon. His first thought was to allocate points. Genes unlocked 34. Evolution points 183. Strength 358. Speed 355. Mental power 350. All of Zhuang Ling's stats had now reached the standard of the 3rd order. The only difference was that he hadn't undergone the 3rd enhancement. In fact, he could initiate the enhancement at any time, unlocking the final gene and officially stepping into the 3rd order. However, his previous 2 evolutions had occurred only after reaching his limits. This time he intended to do the same. It wasn't that he couldn't force his stats to the limit with evolution points. His power wasn't unstable, and the points were perfectly usable. But as he was about to add more points, a sudden sense of crisis welled up within him. He had a feeling that pushing further would bring danger. Sensing this sudden alarm, Zhuang Ling was taken aback. Does this mean I can't add more? But my mental power is still lacking. Zhuang Ling hesitated, wondering what this sudden feeling of crisis meant. After a long internal debate, he decided to gamble and used his evolution points once more. Just 1 point, only 1 point. It should be fine, he muttered, adding a single point to mental power. The next moment, a wave of heat rushed to his head, followed by a swelling sensation that rapidly intensified. Within a few breaths, it felt as if his skull was about to split. The pain made him want to scream, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound. Yet the swelling only grew more agonizing. In agony, Zhuang Ling clutched his head and began slamming it against the wall, trying to distract himself from the pain. With each impact, a burst of mental energy leaked out. Realizing this, he forced his eyes open and, despite the throbbing pain, attempted to activate his spirit control. But he couldn't stabilize his mental energy, and while spirit control could be activated, it was even weaker than its first level. Even so, a wave of relief washed over him. This was his outlet. He poured all his effort into activating spirit control while simultaneously slamming his head against the wall. But he couldn't stabilize his mental energy, and while spirit control could be activated, it was even weaker than its first level. Even so, a wave of relief washed over him. This was his outlet. He poured all his effort into activating spirit control while simultaneously he reactivated spirit control, frantically channeling all its power. It felt like mere seconds, or perhaps an eternity, before the swelling in his head finally began to subside. The chaotic mental energy gradually calmed. Few curiosity really killed the cat. Zhuang Ling gasped, utterly drained. He truly couldn't afford to gamble on luck. The pain rapidly receded, and before he could even check his condition, he fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. He didn't wake until after 4 in the afternoon, and it wasn't of his own accord. He was roused by a commotion from the street outside. "Quick, come here. This monster is second order. I can't handle it. I told you I'm not a zombie, nor am I a monster." Hearing the clamor outside, Zhuang Ling yawned and rubbed his hair in irritation. He got up, pushed open the door, and looked at the figures fighting not far away, shouting impatiently, "What's all the noise? Can't a person get some sleep?" His sudden shout startled them. Zhuang Ling slashed down the man in front of him with his knife, then looked at Zhuang Ling, his brow furrowing instantly. Wasn't this the zombie he had encountered last night? Why was he here? And was he truly a zombie or a human? However, Zhuang Ling didn't dwell on it too much. After all, in this day and age with half-corpses like himself existing, it wasn't surprising to see a zombie like Zhuang Ling. Although Zhuang Ning knew Zhuang Ling was a zombie, others did not. After all, Zhuang Ling was quite far from them. Had Zhuang Ning not met him face-to-face last night, he wouldn't have known either. "Brother, that guy is a monster, and he's strong. Come on, let's join forces and take him down. The core is yours." The group fighting Zhuang Ning saw Zhuang Ling and quickly tried to recruit him. As for what would happen after they killed Zhuang Ning, that was a different story. Hearing this, Zhuang Ning snorted coldly, his face full of murderous intent. "Monster, where?" Zhuang Ling stretched lazily and looked at them languidly. When he saw Zhuang Ning and the 3 corpses lying beside him, he was also stunned for a moment. "What a coincidence, what's your name?" Zhuang Ling ignored the corpses and walked towards him. Last night the sky was too dark and Zhuang Ling hadn't seen him clearly. Now that he was closer, he could see his appearance clearly. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, he was quite burly. If one ignored his face apart from the excessive bloodstains on his body, there was nothing else wrong. But if one only looked at Zhuang Ning's left cheek, he was the spitting image of a zombie. Several black lines extended to the edge of his eye socket, and his scarlet pupils gleamed with a fierce light. Yet his right cheek had the appearance of a normal human, which was quite bizarre. When these features were combined, a burly man with a hint of wickedness and a hint of ferocity emerged. Although not particularly handsome, he gave off an impression of steadfastness. "You want to kill me too?" Zhuang Ning gripped his machete tightly, his tone unfriendly. After all, just from seeing Zhuang Ling's speed yesterday, he could be sure that Zhuang Ling was formidable. At the very least, he was not weaker than Zhuang Ning himself. "I'm a peace-loving person. Fighting and killing is not nice." Zhuang Ling waved his hand and yawned again. "Was the cat meat tasty last night?" Zhuang Ning clearly didn't believe Zhuang Ling's nonsense and curled his lip. "It was pretty good, just a bit stuck in my teeth." Zhuang Ling smacked his lips and answered very seriously. Zhuang Ling was still quite interested in his half-corpse identity, otherwise he wouldn't have wasted words with him. Hearing this, the corners of Zhuang Ning's mouth twitched involuntarily. Could this guy really not understand what he meant? While the two were talking, the group exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Apart from the 3 corpses Zhuang Ning had cut down on the ground, the remaining 5 people tightened their grip on their weapons. That person seemed to know the monster. "Since you two know each other, then die together." The man who had called for Zhuang Ling to help earlier wore a grim expression, shouted loudly, and charged forward with his blade. "Zhuang Ling, and you." As he spoke, he looked at the man and kicked out. A second-stage martial artist was considered quite talented in this world. And when that man saw Zhuang Ling's pupils, his eyes widened instantly. "Zombie. You're a zombie too." Unfortunately, neither Zhuang Ling nor Zhuang Ning paid him any attention. Zhuang Ning. After saying this, Zhuang Ning raised his machete and slashed at another person. For those who harbored ill intentions towards him, Zhuang Ning had no intention of letting them go. Zhuang Ling only injured his opponent, but Zhuang Ning directly beheaded his. "Tisk, you're too bloody." Zhuang Ling glanced at him and clicked his tongue. "In their eyes, I'm a monster. Isn't it normal to be bloody?" Zhuang Ning's expression was blank as he lightly flicked the machete in his hand. Late second stage, not a bad level of strength. "So that's why you two were fighting." Zhuang Ling glanced at the man he had kicked away and raised an eyebrow. The highest cultivation among this group was only early second stage, so it wasn't entirely impossible for them to have killed Zhuang Ning. "I was just passing by, they wanted my core." Zhuang Ning's gaze darkened a few shades as he spoke. "Well, can't blame them. You're a half-corpse after all." Zhuang Ling shrugged and continued, "Deal with your own troubles yourself." With that, he turned to leave, but after a couple of steps he turned back and said, "Oh, keep it down, I need to sleep." Watching his retreating figure, Zhuang Ning remained silent, and the group dared not stop him. The strongest second-stage captain had just been kicked away like a dead dog by Zhuang Ling. If Zhuang Ling had harbored any killing intent, they would have surely met their end here today. As soon as Zhuang Ling left, the two sides clashed again. But that had nothing to do with Zhuang Ling as long as they kept the noise down. Gene unlocked 34. Evolution points 182. Strength 358. Speed 355. Mental power 356. Last night's reckless behavior nearly caused Zhuang Ling's head to explode. But that had nothing to do with Zhuang Ling as long as they kept the noise down. Gene unlocked 34. Evolution points 182. Strength 358. Speed 355. Mental power 356. Last night's reckless behavior nearly— he just didn't know if strength and speed could also be broken through in this manner. But even if they could, Zhuang Ling wouldn't dare try again. This method was far too dangerous. If he hadn't accidentally leaked some mental power yesterday, Zhuang Ling would have certainly died. His head would have truly been blown apart. Suppressing his fatigue, Zhuang Ling assumed a meditation posture, rapidly recovering his mental power. Unfortunately, he had only been meditating for a little over 10 minutes when he was interrupted. Opening his eyes, he looked at Zhuang Ling standing at the door and frowned in displeasure. "Something on your mind, Oi? Just curious about you." Zhuang Ling shook his head, completely ignoring the wound on his shoulder that was still bleeding. It was as if he wasn't the one injured. "What, you want to fight? Or do you want my core?" Zhuang Ling stood up, speaking with a hint of amusement. "Once my wounds heal a bit, I might be up for a fight." Zhuang Ling chuckled lightly, then continued, "As for your core, I think you're more useful alive." "Oh. Then what do you want?" "Just to chat." "You're strong. Interested in working for me." Hearing this, Zhuang Ling was stunned for a moment. What's this kid's deal? However, this remark did remind Zhuang Ling that he had always been a lone wolf. Perhaps it was time to build some power. Zhuang Ling sized him up and said confidently, "Zhuang Ning's strength was decent, and having mutated into such a unique species as a half-corpse, his potential was far greater than the average person." Now it was Zhuang Ning's turn to be dumbfounded. What was this guy's deal? Zhuang Ling sized him up and said confidently, "Zhuang Ning's strength was decent, and having mutated into such a unique species as a half-corpse, his potential was far greater than the average person." Now it was Zhuang Ning's turn to be dumbfounded. What was this guy's deal? "I came to recruit you, and you turned the tables on me. No need to look, you're not stronger than me." Zhuang Ling waved his hand as he saw Zhuang Ning's eyes widen. "You're definitely interesting." Zhuang Ning suddenly laughed. This zombie was truly special. "Alright then, since we both want the other to be our subordinate, how about a fight?" "You actually want to fight me?" Zhuang Ling glanced at Zhuang Ning with interest, continuing, "I told you can't beat me. How would I know without trying?" Zhuang Ning laughed heartily, pulling out the machete from his waist and turning to head out the door. He had confirmed Zhuang Ling's identity as a zombie, and he was the strangest zombie Zhuang Ning had ever encountered. Moreover, Zhuang Ling showed no hint of prejudice against him. If he could win Zhuang Ling over, the road ahead would undoubtedly become much easier. Even if he got hurt in the process, defeating Zhuang Ling in a fight would make him submit willingly. "What's the rush?" Zhuang Ling said as he plopped himself down onto a chair. "Not just anyone can become my subordinate." Zhuang Ling looked at Zhuang Ning, his expression turning serious. "Are you so sure you can handle me?" Zhuang Ning raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Absolutely." Zhuang Ling yawned, then asked with a serious tone, "What do you think you are? Human? Zombie? What do you mean?" Zhuang Ning's pupils contracted slightly, his voice turning cold. "Exactly what I said." Zhuang Ling shrugged, looking utterly indifferent. What Zhuang Ling sought was someone he could trust with his back, someone judged by their heart, not their strength. If Zhuang Ning's beliefs clashed with his own, they could at most be partners, not comrades. "In your eyes, what am I?" Zhuang Ning fell silent for a moment before asking back. "Does the opinion of others really matter that much to you?" "It's not that it matters, I can't change it anyway. It's just that others' opinions determine my attitude." Zhuang Ning's voice was tinged with complexity. Clearly his journey so far had been fraught with hardships. "Take you for instance. You're a zombie. No matter how much kindness you show in the eyes of the living, you'll always be a zombie. Like those people earlier." Zhuang Ling's eyes gained a glimmer of interest. "Yeah, in their eyes I'm a monster. So be it, I'm a monster." Zhuang Ning made no attempt to hide or explain. Killing was killing. "You want to kill me, so why shouldn't I be allowed to kill you?" "Why? Just because I'm a monster in your eyes. You deserve to die." Hearing this, Zhuang Ling nodded slightly, realizing that Zhuang Ning's mentality hadn't been corrupted by his half-zombie identity. Before Zhuang Ling could speak, Zhuang Ning asked him back, "Then what do you think you are?" "Having the mind of a normal person, but the body of a zombie." Feeling Zhuang Ning's gaze, Zhuang Ling curled his lips into a faint, elusive smile. In the past, Zhuang Ling might have unhesitatingly said he was human. "I am Zhuang Ling, and just Zhuang Ling. Self-deception or escape?" Zhuang Ning wasn't surprised by this answer and pressed on with a hint of amusement. Only with complete submission could he ensure Zhuang Ling would serve him. "What do others have to do with me? I can be human, I can be a zombie. This is who I am, Zhuang Ling." Zhuang Ling chuckled softly, well aware of Zhuang Ning's intentions. "Kid, you're still too young. Second question. If you could save your loved ones, but it would cost you your life, what would you choose?" "Save my loved ones." Zhuang Ning answered without hesitation, his gaze fixed intently on Zhuang Ling. Clearly he was waiting for Zhuang Ling's answer. "Congratulations, you're hired." Zhuang Ling chuckled, tossing a mineral water bottle to him. Zhuang Ning was startled for a moment, but caught the bottle. He frowned as he looked at the viscous liquid inside that resembled blood. "I'm a half-zombie, not a full zombie. I don't drink blood." With that, he tossed the bottle back to Zhuang Ling. This isn't blood. It's something that can rapidly heal injuries. Zhuang Ling chuckled, realizing the misunderstanding. Unfortunately, the explanation didn't do much good. In Zhang Ning's view, Zhuang Ling was a zombie, and blood being a healing agent for him made perfect sense. But he wasn't a saint anyway. As long as Zhuang Ling could help him, what did it matter if two monsters in the eyes of others killed a few people? I said it's not blood. Seeing his continued disgust, Zhuang Ling sighed helplessly. What's inside is a special life core that dissolves in water and can quickly heal injuries. With that, he tossed the bottle back over. The life core of a blood boar was worth a fortune. This one bottle a year or two from now would be worth at least a 50-year, maybe even a 60-year life core. It's really not blood. Zhang Ning looked at the liquid in the bottle with deep suspicion. Believe it or not if you don't give it back. Do you know how precious this stuff is? Hearing this, Zhang Ning hesitated, then unscrewed the cap and raised the bottle to his lips. Stop! Zhuang Ling suddenly shouted, startling Zhang Ning so much he nearly dropped the bottle. What are you doing? Zhang Ning glared at him, adding, don't tell me this is some kind of damn test. Test my ass. This is for external use. Zhuang Ling rolled his eyes and continued, apply it, and you should be mostly healed in a few hours. Let's fight tomorrow. Don't bother me now. With that, he began to meditate on his own. Since he had confirmed Zhang Ning's intentions, there was no need to guard against him like a thief. They might not be bosom buddies, but at least there was no malice between them. And even if Zhang Ning harbored any ill will, Zhuang Ling was confident he could react before he made a move. Zhang Ning watched as Zhuang Ling assumed a strange posture, and then fell silent, curious, but choosing not to disturb him. He examined the liquid in the bottle again, confirming two things. The liquid contained pure energy fluctuations, and it truly wasn't blood. As for anything else, Zhang Ning couldn't tell. Following Zhuang Ling's instructions, he poured out the liquid and applied it to his wounds. After a moment, he felt a gentle warmth seeping into his body from the wounds. The wounds began to tingle and feel warm. Zhang Ning looked at the liquid in the bottle, then at Zhuang Ling, his face full of astonishment. This stuff was practically a miracle cure, and Zhuang Ling had simply given it to him, without worrying he might just run off. This sense of trust warmed Zhang Ning's heart. After all, since the apocalypse broke out, he had become a half-zombie. And since then he had never been trusted again. In the eyes of humans, he was just a monster. People either feared him or wanted his life core. The zombies he encountered, however, were drawn by the scent of the living on him and wanted to devour his flesh and blood. Only Zhuang Ling, this anomaly, held no malice towards him. Perhaps in this world, only outcasts can truly understand each other. Zhuang Ling had asked Zhang Ning if he would save his loved ones. After his answer, Zhuang Ling hadn't replied with words, but he had answered with his actions. Thinking about all this, Zhang Ning let out a soft sigh. He was someone who hated complications, always straightforward. But this damn apocalypse had made everyone much more complex, including himself. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when Zhang Ning woke up, he was surprised again to find his wounds almost completely healed. Is this stuff really that miraculous? Zhang Ning remarked, examining the red liquid set aside. There are many more miraculous things in this world, but it depends on whether you live long enough to see them. Zhuang Ling exhaled softly and opened his eyes. What do you mean? Zhang Ning was taken aback, his eyes narrowing slightly. I mean, you haven't yet seen the truly wondrous and magical parts of this world. And I can show them to you. Zhuang Ling chuckled, speaking with an air of mystery. Tisk, why not say I'll be the one showing you? Zhang Ning flexed his arm, finding it mostly recovered. Want to spar right now? Don't be so rash. Zhuang Ling stretched, feeling his restored mental energy. He was in excellent condition. After a night of deep meditation, he had finally replenished his depleted mental energy. Moreover, it had even grown slightly, and he could clearly sense there was still room for improvement. Guess every cloud has a silver lining, Zhuang Ling mused to himself. However, his physical strength and speed were still lacking. It seemed his evolution to the third tier would have to be postponed for a few more days. I have important matters to attend to. I can't afford to waste time, Zhang Ning said with a slight shake of his head, his tone serious. I have important matters too, but some things can't be rushed. Zhuang Ling shook his head gently and pulled out their last 2 cans of meat, tossing one to Zhang Ning. Are you a local of Nan'an? Zhuang Ling asked, taking a bite from his opened can, his words slightly muffled. No. Zhang Ning replied, catching the can and opening it without hesitation to eat as well. So what are your plans next? To find my sister. Zhang Ning's demeanor darkened at the topic. Oh, where is she? Zhuang Ling nodded. From Zhang Ning's answers yesterday, it was clear he still had living relatives. Dongning. It's very far from here. Zhang Ning took a bite of the meat and continued. If you're not willing to go, I won't force you. Dongning. Zhuang Ling looked at him with slight surprise. Yes, she's studying there. I have to go. Zhang Ning nodded, his voice low. My parents are dead. She's the only family I have left. Is she still alive? I don't know. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Ling didn't press further. Just like him, he couldn't be certain if his own parents and sister were still alive. But no matter what, he had to go back. You seem to be in a hurry too. Where are you headed? Zhang Ning glanced at Zhuang Ling's backpack and asked. Dongning. You're also going to Dongning. Zhuang Ling was stunned. Was this guy messing with him? I'm from Dongning. My family is there, Zhuang Ling said, finishing his can. Though still a bit hungry, the burning sensation in his stomach had subsided. Zhuang Ning nodded, choosing not to ask further. If what he said was true, then the two of them could be considered kindred spirits. Come on, let's have a quick spar, then hit the road. Zhuang Ling stored away the blood boar's core liquid, picked up his backpack, and walked out of the shop. Zhuang Ning nodded, finished the last bite of meat, and followed him out. On the street, they stood facing each other. Zhuang Ning wielding a machete, Zhuang Ling holding his short blade. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Zhuang Ning's eyes sharpened, and he made the first move. He stepped forward, swinging the machete down hard. Zhuang Ling shifted his feet, sidestepping the blow, and counterattacked with a reverse grip, thrusting his short blade toward Zhuang Ning's throat. However, Zhuang Ning's strength at the late second tier was not to be underestimated. He reacted instantly. He knew he couldn't win a battle of attrition against Zhuang Ling. Although he was a half-corpse, he only possessed some zombie characteristics. His physical essence wasn't vastly different from a human's. Zhuang Ling was hard to kill unless his head was destroyed. But Zhuang Ning had many more critical weak points. So Zhuang Ning abandoned the chance to continue slashing at Zhuang Ling's body, instead twisting his wrist to bring the machete slicing toward Zhuang Ling's right hand. Seeing this, Zhuang Ling had to abort his attack. He retracted his right hand, but simultaneously kicked out, striking Zhuang Ning's left knee. Zhuang Ning stumbled from the kick, but didn't retreat. However, after just 2 exchanges, he knew Zhuang Ling was truly formidable. If he didn't use his ability, he probably really couldn't beat him. With that thought, Zhuang Ning let out a soft shout, and a faint red glow began to emanate from his body. His crimson left eye in particular seemed on the verge of dripping blood. The moment he activated his ability, Zhuang Ning steadied himself and swung the machete again. This strike was noticeably different from the previous ones. Not only was it faster, but the strength behind it was far greater. A thick, bloody scent also radiated from him. A weakened version of Berserk? Zhuang Ling's eyes narrowed in surprise. Typically, those who unlocked the strength and speed gene locks awakened talent abilities that were mostly enhancements. But compared to his own Berserk, they were nothing. A slight smile curled at the corner of Zhuang Ling's mouth. He decided not to hold back any longer and instantly activated his Berserk. With stats surpassing the peak of the 3rd tier, he completely overwhelmed Zhuang Ning. Without dodging, Zhuang Ling raised his short blade to block the machete strike, then deflected it away. Giving Zhuang Ning no chance, he thrust his blade straight for his chest. The moment his machete was blocked, Zhuang Ning's expression changed drastically. Zhuang Ling had also awakened an ability, and his enhancements to strength and speed were even stronger. Seeing the blade rushing towards his chest, it was too late to defend. But his ability wasn't just a simple enhancement. With a thought, a blood-red energy shield materialized in front of his chest. This shield was the true nature of his awakened ability. The enhancements to strength and speed were merely a bonus. Although the energy shield was only the size of a wash basin, it had once stopped a bullet for Zhuang Ning. Even though it hadn't completely blocked it, it had saved his life. And now the shield was continuously being compressed. He had recently discovered that the smaller the shield was compressed, the stronger its defensive power became. Zhuang Ling was somewhat surprised to see the shield, but he didn't pay it much mind. After all, Zhuang Ning was only at the 2nd tier, the shield's strength must be quite limited. The moment the short blade touched the energy shield, it showed signs of collapsing. Although Zhuang Ning hadn't expected to completely block Zhuang Ling, he only hoped to buy a little time. Unfortunately, the energy shield failed him. He barely had time to raise his machete before the shield shattered completely, and the short blade plunged into his chest. But only the tip of the blade had pierced the skin. It wasn't that Zhuang Ling lacked the strength to push further, he simply didn't want to seriously injure him. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his own precious core liquid. You lose, Zhuang Ling said, retracting the blade instantly with a nonchalant air. Zhuang Ning looked at the trace of blood on his chest, finding it hard to accept. Though it felt like a long time, their entire exchange had lasted less than a minute. You? Zhuang Ning's hand holding the machete froze midair. He opened his mouth, but his throat suddenly felt dry. You win. After a moment, Zhuang Ning let out a sigh, his machete drooping weakly. I told you can't beat me. Just stick with me, Zhuang Ling said, patting his shoulder lightly before picking up his backpack and walking away. Zhuang Ning stood there, a complex expression on his face. What was this all about? Why did he feel like he had just walked? After a long moment, Zhuang Ning let out a complicated sigh and caught up with Zhuang Ling's pace. After all, his original goal was to have Zhuang Ling accompany him to Dongning. Even though he had somehow ended up as the junior, his destination hadn't changed. Traveling with Zhuang Ling and heading to Dongning. Both conditions were met, so there was nothing wrong with it. Like hell there wasn't. How the hell did I become the sidekick? Zhuang Ning was frustrated, but deep down he acknowledged Zhuang Ling's strength. After all, he was genuinely powerful. When there's work, the boss does it. Oh, when there's nothing, well, just lays around. That didn't sound so bad either. Zhuang Ning could only console himself with that thought. By the way, is all the blood in your body red? Zhuang Ling suddenly turned to look at Zhuang Ning, asking with curiosity. When the short blade had pierced Zhuang Ning's skin earlier, the blood that flowed out was actually red. Logically speaking, since Zhuang Ning was a half-corpse, his blood should have been black like Zhuang Ling's. I have very few zombie traits, Zhuang Ning nodded. This was also the reason he was coveted by other zombies. Seeing Zhuang Ning's gloomy expression, Zhuang Ling chuckled and shook his head. Don't worry, as long as you follow me wholeheartedly, I won't treat you badly. Zhuang Ning could only nod silently. What else could he do? Pledge his loyalty. Zhuang Ning was still thinking about challenging Zhuang Ling once he grew stronger. That time he would definitely become the boss. After walking for a day, the two found a place to rest for the night. Zhuang Ling looked at Zhuang Ning, who was still somewhat dejected, and said with a smile, "Stop sulking. The boss will teach you something good." Huh? What? Zhuang Ning looked at Zhuang Ling with curiosity. No matter how frustrated he was, he had to admit that Zhuang Ling had real skills. He exuded an air of mystery everywhere. Second-tier zombies on the road were cut down like vegetables. Although the two hadn't talked much during the day, Zhuang Ling seemed to know a lot. At least far more than he did. A training method that can enhance your strength, Zhuang Ling said with a mysterious smile, as if he could already see the shock on Zhuang Ning's face. To win someone's loyalty, you need to offer sweet rewards. To truly secure their devotion, you need both the carrot and the stick. What's so special about that? Doesn't any training increase strength? Zhuang Ning looked at him speechlessly, thinking it was something extraordinary. That's small-minded thinking. Zhuang Ling shot him a glare and continued, "This isn't an ordinary training method. It stimulates the energy within your body to resonate with spiritual energy, accelerating absorption." Spiritual energy. Zhuang Ning frowned. Was that the thing from those novels? It's just energy, just a different name for it. Zhuang Ling waved his hand, too lazy to explain further. After all, the term spiritual energy probably hadn't become widespread yet. Is it really as miraculous as you say? Zhuang Ning looked at him, asking with skepticism. You'll know once you try it. Want to learn? A mysterious smile crept back on his Zhuang Ling's face. All right, I'll give it a try, Zhuang Ning nodded. Though his face showed little emotion, his curiosity was piqued. An hour later, Zhuang Ling nodded as he watched Zhuang Ning master the most basic movements. Not bad. Practice these for now. Once you're completely familiar, it'll teach you the next set. This is just the beginning. Zhuang Ning wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing as if had just run several hundred meters. The movements Zhuang Ling taught were indeed strange. Each one looked normal on its own, but when performed in sequence, Zhuang Ning realized he had underestimated the routine. After just one round, he felt his perception of spiritual energy in the air had significantly improved. Though his physical stamina was severely drained, his absorption of spiritual energy was much faster than usual. In your current state, you can't handle the next movements. Zhuang Ling nodded, then said seriously, "Follow me, and I can make you evolve faster. But I don't want to see betrayal." "I understand." Zhuang Ning took a deep breath and nodded. If he had harbored some selfish thoughts before, they were now mostly dispelled. Zhuang Ling was truly mysterious. Far more mysterious than he had ever imagined. "I get it," Zhuang Ning nodded noncommittally. Just like yesterday, if Zhuang Ling had wanted to, he could have slain him in an instant. Zhuang Ling's strength was truly formidable. Even without him traveling to Dongning, would have been no— "I get it," Zhuang Ning nodded noncommittally. Just like yesterday, if Zhuang Ling had wanted to, he could have slain him in an instant. Zhuang Ling's strength was truly formidable. Even without him traveling to Dongning, would have been no problem. Zhuang Ling was an anomaly, and Zhuang Ning was an anomaly in his own right. He understood Zhuang Ling's meaning perfectly well, but he still didn't utter any words of loyalty or make any promises. That would be too fake. When the stakes were tempting enough, promises were nothing but empty words. And he had always preferred to let his actions speak for themselves. Zhuang Ling looked at Zhuang Ning's serious expression and let out a soft laugh. "I hope I can trust you to watch my back." With that, he turned away. He pulled out a life core he had obtained today and tossed it into his mouth. Hearing this, Zhuang Ning also smiled softly. Watching Zhuang Ling swallow the core, he reached into his own bag and pulled out 2 second-tier life cores. "These are my gains for today. Swallow them." "No need, I'm not a slave driver." Zhuang Ling shook his head and began his own training. Gene activation 34. Evolution points 203. Strength 358. Speed 357. Mental power 358. Talents Berserk Spirit Control, level 2. Just 4 more points, and all stats would reach their limits. Over the past day, strength hadn't increased, but speed had gone up by 2 points and mental power by 1. Speed was something Zhuang Ling had deliberately trained, while mental power grew on its own. Last evolution, he had awakened Spirit Control. He wondered if this evolution would awaken another ability. After all, this was a limit evolution. The chances of awakening were high. Zhuang Ning watched Zhuang Ling's movements, which were completely different from his own. Earlier, Zhuang Ling had said he was teaching him a method to train strength. So what was Zhuang Ling training now? Speed. The more Zhuang Ning watched, the more curious he became. What kind of gene lock had Zhuang Ling unlocked? Even though they were both second-year, Zhuang Ling was not only far stronger, but also faster. Could it be that he had unlocked gene locks for both strength and speed? Zhuang Ning wanted to ask, but held back. After all, that was a personal secret. Little did Zhuang Ning know Zhuang Ling's mental power was also absurdly high, not just his strength and speed. 3 stats at the limit, 3 gene locks. Something Zhuang Ning wouldn't even dare to dream of. After all, if he hadn't become a half-corpse, he wouldn't have even unlocked the strength gene lock. The next day at 8 o'clock, Zhuang Ling stretched lazily, feeling in excellent shape. After devouring 5 second-tier life cores yesterday, his strength had finally reached its limit, 359. Although his mental power hadn't increased, there were faint signs of growth. Only his speed remained stuck again. Balance is the key to effectively strengthening the body. Relentless training isn't the only path to continuous improvement, Zhuang Ling said, looking helplessly at the exhausted Zhuang Ning. For someone just starting out, lasting an hour was already impressive. But this guy had trained for a full 3 hours yesterday, before his stamina gave out, and he was forced to stop. I can feel a significant improvement. Though Zhuang Ning's face showed exhaustion, his spirits were high. The progress from 3 hours of training rivaled what would normally take him 2 or 3 days. If he could master all the movements, how fast would he become? The thought filled Zhuang Ning with growing excitement. Don't get ahead of yourself. The noticeable results are just because you're new to this training. Zhuang Ling, reading his eager expression, easily guessed his thoughts. Come on, let's go. Zhuang Ling didn't bother with further explanation. He knew Zhuang Ning wouldn't listen until he experienced it himself. Stubbornness was just his nature. He had warned him yesterday to train within his limits, but it was futile advice. Zhuang Ning nodded and followed him out the door. Despite his fatigue, his Tier 2 strength made the journey manageable. By noon, the pair arrived at the most bustling pedestrian street in the heart of Nanan City. However, the number of zombies here was abnormally low. Of course, this low was relative to the sheer horde they had seen in the Sulan city center. There were still plenty of zombies here, and the concentration of Tier 1 and Tier 2 was the highest Zhuang Ling had ever seen. There were at least 100 Tier 1 zombies and nearly 20 or 30 Tier 2 ones. Something's off here. If I'm not mistaken, there's a Tier 3 zombie nearby. Zhuang Ling narrowed his eyes. It had only been a little over a month since the apocalypse began, and a Tier 4 shouldn't exist yet. The chasm to Tier 3 was notoriously difficult to cross. In his past life, he hadn't heard any rumors of one appearing this early. Back then, he was just fleeing with the army, living day to day, without a care for such details. Should we go around? Zhuang Ning asked, nervously tightening his grip on his machete as he eyed the horde in the distance. Afraid of death? Zhuang Ling asked, half joking. No, but I can't die now. Not before I reach Dongning. Zhuang Ning replied with serious conviction. Fortune favors the bold. Without power, what's the point of even reaching Dongning? Zhuang Ling's voice held a hint of resignation, but his words were nothing but the truth. In their current state, they'd likely be shot on sight before even getting close to the Dongning base. But if they were strong enough, even as anomalies, who could touch them? In this era, weakness was the ultimate sin. With the old world's collapse, people were far less merciful than before. Zhuang Ning was stunned for a moment, then laughed. True. Without strength, what's the use of reaching Dongning? Forget finding anyone, I couldn't even protect my own life core. In this era, weakness was the ultimate sin. With the old world's collapse, people were far less merciful than before. Zhuang Ning was stunned for a moment, then laughed. True. Without strength, what's the use? Last time he had broken his limits in battle. He hoped this time would go smoothly. As he merged into the horde, a short blade in his hand pierced the skull of a Tier 2 zombie. With a dull thud, he withdrew the blade, using his spirit-controlling power to extract the life core. The moment Zhuang Ling made his move, another Tier 2 zombie nearby let out a guttural roar, alerting the others. Through evolution, zombies below Tier 3, while lacking consciousness, had regained some primal instincts. One such instinct was aggression towards anything hostile. Whether it was another zombie, a living human, or a beast, if it posed a threat, it was an enemy. Their crazed, bloodthirsty nature dictated one response: kill. But before that zombie could rally its kin, a short blade was already buried in its skull. After collecting its life core, Zhuang Ling's figure melted back into the crowd. More and more zombies were stirred up, but with no clear target, they could only howl in frustration. Unfazed, Zhuang Ling moved through the horde, methodically hunting down Tier 2 zombies. Zhuang Ling hadn't killed many when Zhuang Ning charged out with his machete. As a half-dead, he was immune to infection, so he wasn't afraid. As long as he wasn't completely surrounded, he could handle a few wounds. Unfortunately, his scent as a living human was a glaring beacon. The moment he appeared, the zombies that Zhuang Ling had agitated shifted their focus to him. Lacking Zhuang Ling's skill, Zhuang Ning immediately activated his innate ability as he saw the tide of zombies surge towards him. Zhuang Ling, I can't hold them off for long. Zhuang Ning cleaved down a basic zombie, feeling the pressure immense. Almost done, Zhuang Ling replied, activating his Berserk state instantly. With Zhuang Ning acting as a living decoy, the number of zombies focused on him dwindled. Zhuang Ling killed with reckless abandon. After taking down 2 more Tier 2 zombies with his blade, Zhuang Ling found the pace too slow. He sheathed it and drove his fist straight through another Tier 2's head. Meanwhile, Zhuang Ning was being forced back, his body accumulating wounds in the short skirmish. After taking down 2 more Tier 2 zombies with his blade, Zhuang Ling found the pace too slow. He sheathed it and drove his fist straight through another Tier 2's head. Meanwhile, Zhuang Ling was being forced back, his body accumulating wounds in the short skirmish. The clustered Tier 2 zombies were all but eliminated. The remaining ones were scattered, and Zhuang Ling couldn't finish them all in time. Zhuang Ning couldn't hold out that long. Hearing the command, Zhuang Ning let out a sharp cry, conjuring an energy shield to block a Tier 2's attack and kicking it away. He then immediately created distance and ran. At that moment, he envied Zhuang Ling's zombie identity. Zhuang Ling could weave through the horde unnoticed, but the moment Zhuang Ning appeared, he was a target. Being a half-dead was truly awkward. Humans saw him as a monster, and zombies saw him as prey. Zhuang Ling was a monster to humans, but to zombies he was one of them. Both were anomalies, so why was there such a difference? Glancing at the Tier 2 zombie chasing him, Zhuang Ning's anger flared. He flicked his left hand back, sending a few drops of blood flying. The scent drove the pursuing zombie into a frenzy, and it followed him, lured away from the main battlefield. Regardless of Zhuang Ning's situation, Zhuang Ling's position was also precarious. After his initial harvest and Zhuang Ning's departure, the remaining zombies had finally reacted. Over 100 of them now encircled him. 3 Tier 2 zombies stared at him from a short distance, their rotting faces tense, snarling continuously. Trash is always trash, Zhuang Ling scoffed, using his hands and feet to cut down the zombies in front of him. Before he could break free, the 3 Tier 2 zombies lunged at him in unison while the others pressed in. But this was exactly what Zhuang Ling wanted. Only in peril could one's potential be maximized. Without pressure, it was impossible to break through a bottleneck. Survive, and he would carve out a glorious future. As he had told Zhuang Ning, without power, what was the point of even reaching Dongning? Despite his calm exterior, Zhuang Ling was even more anxious than Zhuang Ning. But anxiety was useless in this situation. He shifted his feet, his fists flying, and several Tier 2 life cores he had collected flew out of his backpack and into his mouth. With a resounding thud, a single punch shattered the head of a first-tier zombie, its body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yet this sight didn't deter the other zombies, instead it drove them into a frenzy. The metallic scent of blood permeating the air acted like a stimulant, incessantly provoking the horde. It also gnawed at Zhuang Ling's nerves. Gradually, a hint of frenzy began to creep into his pupils as well. However, he didn't lose sight of his objective. With a guttural roar, the 3 second-tier zombies lunged their arms, swinging wildly, claws aiming straight for him. Zhuang Ling reacted without hesitation, his foot lashing out in a powerful kick that sent the leftmost zombie staggering backward. As his right foot touched the ground, he pivoted, stepping forward and unleashing a spinning punch that connected squarely with another zombie's head. This blow wasn't just backed by his full physical strength, it was further amplified by the power of his spirit. The moment that zombie's skull shattered, its body was hurled backward, crashing directly into the third zombie. Before it could even push aside the headless corpse, Zhuang Ling was already upon them. With a muffled thud, another headless body crumpled to the ground. Soon the nearby second-tier zombies were all eliminated. Although others were converging on his position, they were scattered. His spirit beast promptly delivered 3 fresh second-tier cores into his mouth. Feeling the surge of abundant energy within him, Zhuang Ling deactivated his Berserk state. He had activated it because Zhuang Ning couldn't hold on much longer, and a quick resolution was needed. Now that Zhuang Ning had left, there was no need to maintain it. After all, in his Berserk state, Zhuang Ling felt no pressure. Without pressure, the chance of breaking through during battle was slim. Yet even without it, he remained devastatingly formidable. First and second-tier zombies were no match for him. Zhuang Ling was now covered in black blood splattered with gore. The killing intent radiating from him grew denser. His innate zombie aura exploded outward, causing the unranked zombies nearby to hesitate, afraid to approach. Even the first-tier zombies began to retreat. It wasn't just fear from his slaughter, but the instinctive submission to a higher-ranked being. The pressure from a superior forced them to yield. The second-tier zombies, however, felt no such restraint and continued their advance. As Zhuang Ling slew another 2 second-tier zombies, Zhuang Ning came running back, panting heavily. "Zhuang Ling, are you alright?" Though killing that second-tier zombie wasn't overly difficult, it hadn't been easy either. His strength was formidable for his rank, but yesterday's intense training had left him in poor condition. He had only managed to kill the zombie by enduring a bite. It hadn't torn off any flesh, but the pain was excruciating. The strenuous activity had also left him feeling weakened. "I'm fine, keep fighting." Zhuang Ling glanced at him, his expression unreadable. Hunting was just one part of it. Seeking a breakthrough was the true goal. How can one break through without reaching their limit? Evolution is never easy. Alright. Zhuang Ning nodded, spotted a second-tier zombie with the fewest minions, and charged at it. Zhuang Ning was naturally combative, which fueled his aggressive style. He was also nearing the peak of the second tier, and another step might trigger a breakthrough. During a lull in the fight, he devoured a core to replenish his energy. In just this short time, he had nearly exhausted his stash. But the improvement in his strength was evident. Seeing Zhuang Ling still fighting ferociously, Zhuang Ling decided to leave him be. If the lair of the third-tier zombie wasn't too far, their rampant slaughter would likely draw it out. Zhuang Ling wasn't afraid, he almost welcomed it. That would save him the trouble of hunting it down. But Zhuang Ling wouldn't be able to handle it. Already injured and exhausted, if that third-tier leader showed up, he would be in grave danger. Don't drag it out, there will be plenty of chances to fight later. Zhuang Ling yelled, punctuating his words with another punch that exploded a zombie's head. The energy from first-tier cores was now negligible, but every bit helped, not to mention the evolution points. In just over 10 minutes of fighting, Zhuang Ling had consumed over 30 first-tier cores and 9 second-tier cores. He still had 5 second-tier cores in his pack. If he weren't constantly expending energy, he would have been overwhelmed by now. Only 9 second-tier zombies were now visible in the vicinity. After killing another one, Zhuang Ling felt a faint ripple in his spiritual power. It had reached the peak of the second tier at 359 points. Unfortunately, his speed showed no signs of improvement. I hope that third-tier zombie can give me some pressure, he thought just as a chill wind brushed past him. He instinctively dodged, and a smaller speed-type second-tier zombie landed exactly where he had been standing. Speed? You're still a rookie. A smile stretched across Zhuang Ling's face. The zombie, having missed its strike, roared and tried to retreat. But Zhuang Ling wouldn't give it the chance. With a light tap of his toes, he shot forward like an arrow. When Zhuang Ling regained his stance, a core was already in his hand. The speed-type zombie was now just another headless corpse. Just as he was about to engage another second-tier zombie, he sensed a faint, elusive presence. Zhuang Ling, run. The third-tier zombie is here. Zhuang Ling's eyes narrowed as he shouted. Zhuang Ning's pupils dilated in shock. Looking at the severely wounded zombie before him, he gritted his teeth and turned to flee without a second thought. Although he was giving up a sure kill, his life was more important. Zhuang Ning was bold and eager for a fight, but he wasn't one to sacrifice his life for greed. As long as he lived, he could find resources elsewhere. But the zombie he had been fighting wasn't about to let him go. With a roar, it gave chase. Seeing Zhuang Ning escape, Zhuang Ling remained still, scanning his surroundings warily. Come on, don't disappoint me, he murmured, opting not to activate his berserk state. Though he had stopped a nearby second-tier zombie, showed no intention of ceasing hostilities. Seeing him stop, the zombie roared and lunged to bite him. Zhuang Ling glanced at it and casually threw a punch. But as his fist shot out, a figure burst from the horde, claws like blades aimed directly at the back of his head. A speed type, as I thought. Zhuang Ling's eyes narrowed, a mix of wariness and excitement flashing through them. Maybe its core would help him reach his limit. Abandoning the attack on the second-tier zombie, he hastily dodged. A third-tier zombie demanded respect. Without his berserk state, Zhuang Ling's speed was no match for the creature. Though he managed to shift his body, its claws still raked across his shoulder, drawing black blood. The zombie, having landed its blow, didn't press the attack. Instead, it stared at him with its rotting face, its expression unreadable, and spoke in a grating voice. You. Zombie. Just. Human. Want. Together. After landing its strike, the zombie didn't press its advantage. Instead, it looked at Zhuang Ling with its decaying face, its expression unreadable, and spoke in a hoarse, disjointed voice. You. A zombie. With the living. Want. Together. Hearing this third-tier zombie speak, Zhuang Ling wasn't particularly surprised. Upon reaching the third-tier, zombies begin to regain consciousness. And this one was already at the late third-tier stage. It would be more strange if it couldn't talk. However, seeing how it stumbled over such a simple sentence, it was clear its mind was still not functioning well. After all, the return of consciousness signifies the beginning of brain repair. Speaking is the most basic manifestation. The first tier condenses the life core, the second tier restores the body, and the third tier restores the brain. Hence, the first 3 tiers are the most critical, forming the foundation building process. If the foundation isn't solid, the difficulty of continuing to evolve past the third tier increases exponentially. However, the restoration in the first 3 tiers only covers the most basic aspects. At best, it amounts to only about 10% of the whole. Beyond the 4th tier, the focus shifts to strengthening the life core, with bodily recovery being a mere side effect. Yet, even this side effect vastly surpasses the primary effects of the first 3 tiers combined. But evolving from the 3rd to the 4th tier requires not just power, but also intellect and talent. However, judging by this zombie, it's unlikely to reach the 4th tier anytime soon. At this point, the difference between having a brain and not is like 2 people traveling. One uses a phone's GPS navigation, while the other throws a shoe to decide the direction. What's it to you? Zhuang Ling glanced at the wound on his shoulder. It wasn't deep, just a scratch on the skin. You are zombie. Oh, shut up. You can't even speak properly, yet you're full of opinions. Zhuang Ling drew his short blade, his demeanor turning completely serious. This time, he didn't plan to use his rage or spirit-taming abilities, relying solely on his basic strength to fight. He had slain third-tier creatures before. Activating rage might not achieve the level of training he envisioned. Getting a little hurt was fine. He still had healing elixirs made from the bloodboar's life core in his pack. Perhaps because Zhuang Ling's sentence was a bit long, the zombie's brain took a moment to process it, freezing for a second. But Zhuang Ling wasn't going to waste more time. He charged forward with his blade. With the third-tier zombie present, the other second-tier ones kept their distance, silently moving away. They had no connection to it, and felt a sense of threat from it, naturally not wanting to get close. Moreover, when the third-tier zombie made its move, it proactively issued a warning forbidding other zombies from approaching. In its eyes, Zhuang Ling was already its prey. Seeing Zhuang Ling attack first, the zombie, despite its sluggish mind, didn't hesitate to strike back. With a single step, it appeared instantly before Zhuang Ling. Its 10 razor-sharp fingernails were like 10 blades. One hand blocked his short blade, while the other thrust straight for his head. Clang! The collision of the blade and nails produced a metallic ring, even sparking. This third-tier zombie was incredibly fast, but its strength left much to be desired. Although slightly stronger than Zhuang Ling, it wasn't by a significant margin. In fact, Zhuang Ling even gained the upper hand, forcing its nails back. After all, its intelligence was low, lacking any tactics, relying only on brute force. But the skills Zhuang Ling possessed were honed through the apocalypse. He deflected the force of its right hand, creating some distance, then thrust his short blade towards its descending left hand. The zombie's speed was too great, dodging its left-hand attack entirely was impossible. He could only try to minimize the damage while trading blows. Just as its left fingernails raked across his chest, his short blade pierced into the back of its hand. Although its nails were incredibly hardened, the skin on its hand wasn't as tough. The blade broke the skin, but could barely penetrate further upon hitting the bone. Damn tough. Zhuang Ling cursed inwardly, trying to drag the blade to inflict more damage. But the zombie had already reacted, retracting its left hand swiftly, while its right hand curved into a claw and swiped out. In a flash, Zhuang Ling kicked its abdomen, creating distance between them again. The zombie, having missed its strike, snorted coldly. Instead of closing in for a grapple, it actively backed off. Being injured by a mere second-tier zombie was a disgrace. Yet this also made it realize Zhuang Ling was troublesome. Strength wasn't its forte, and in close combat its speed was severely hampered. Zhuang Ling's tactic of trading injuries was disadvantageous for it. In its mind, lower-tier zombies should simply submit. Submit or die. The zombie growled, its anger peaked, but it also harbored thoughts of recruitment. Zhuang Ling was indeed quite strong, and it could sense he was on the verge of a breakthrough. If it could recruit him, its goal of dominating the region would be achieved much faster. Me submit? That's a joke. Zhuang Ling sneered, taking the initiative to attack. This zombie was the strongest ordinary zombie he had encountered, possessing no strange abilities, just a naturally unlocked speed gene lock. But that didn't make it weak. This zombie's speed was at least 450 points, nearly 100 points higher than Zhuang Ling's. Speed isn't just about movement, it also includes reaction time, agility, and so on. If it weren't for its lack of brains, Zhuang Ling would definitely be done for without activating rage. Seeing him attack proactively, the zombie snorted again. With one step, it was instantly in front of him. Its 10 sharp nails, 5 on each hand, shot towards his shoulders from both sides. Since Zhuang Ling was strong, it would cripple him first. Seeing the incoming hands, Zhuang Ling suddenly discarded his short blade. Then he grabbed its wrists and yanked hard. Caught off guard by this desperate move, the zombie's nails grazed dangerously close to Zhuang Ling's arms, shredding his clothes. Several wounds appeared on his shoulder skin. Giving it no time to react, Zhuang Ling mustered all his strength and slammed his head viciously into the zombie's somewhat decayed skull. The impact made Zhuang Ling see stars, nearly knocking him unconscious. The zombie was equally dazed, its body stiffening momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuang Ling, enduring the throbbing pain in his head, delivered a powerful kick. The crack of breaking ribs echoed instantly, and even its spine suffered considerable damage. The zombie flew backward, lying on the ground for a moment before struggling to its feet. While it was stunned, Zhuang Ling panted heavily, frantically channeling energy within his body to repair his injured head. Black blood dripped from his forehead onto the ground. In peaceful times, that impact would have definitely resulted in a concussion. After getting up, the zombie shook its head, let out a roar, and stood with a strange posture. Zhuang Ling stared at it excitedly and charged forward again. He could feel a slight fluctuation in his speed, a sign of an impending increase. With his speed currently capped, Zhuang Ling didn't expect to hit the limit immediately. Even a single point increase would make this whole endeavor worthwhile. As Zhuang Ling took a step forward, the zombie stirred as well. Its speed, however, had noticeably decreased. Though still faster than him, it no longer posed a significant threat. Zhuang Ling did not opt for a quick resolution. Instead, he began to engage it in a protracted struggle. His speed had already shown signs of improvement, and with deliberate training, Zhuang Ling could truly enhance it. Combat was the best form of training. Though perilous, this was an era of risking one's life. Did he want to avoid danger? Sorry, that was not an option. 10 minutes later, Zhuang Ling could clearly sense that his speed was only a final spark away from a breakthrough. Unfortunately, this zombie could no longer provide that stimulus. A few zombies seemed to follow Zhuang Ling when he ran off. I wonder how he's doing now, Zhuang Ling thought, and immediately activated Berserk. With his 3 attributes surging, he felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline. The third-stage zombie, already on the verge of collapse, was instantly killed. "You were a good corpse," Zhuang Ling muttered, smacking his lips as he looked at the life core in his hand. Then he turned his gaze to the zombie horde, where only 2 second-stage zombies still roamed in the distance. The rest had vanished without a trace. One of them, however, was also a speed type. 5 minutes later, Zhuang Ling collected 2 more life cores and headed in the direction Zhang Ning had fled. After walking for over 10 minutes, he finally found him. Zhang Ning was crouched in a wrecked car, panting heavily, his body covered in blood. Some was his own, some belonged to the zombies. "How do you feel?" Zhuang Ling tapped on the window and asked with a smile. Zhang Ning opened the door and looked at him, his face pale. "You're insane." "Insane?" Zhuang Ling shrugged, not feeling particularly crazy. "Let's go find a place to rest. We'll continue tomorrow," he said, then turned and walked toward a nearby building. "Continue it." Zhang Ning's eyes widened and his mouth twitched involuntarily. "Did you break through?" Zhuang Ling asked without turning around. Zhang Ning took a deep breath, but said nothing. Fine, if crazy was the way, so be it. As long as he didn't get himself killed. Maybe I should ride a wolf first. The thought suddenly struck Zhang Ning, and the more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. At this rate, Zhuang Ling wouldn't just accelerate his evolution. He might also hasten his death. 9 zombies. Just now 9 zombies had been chasing him. Though only one was second stage, the other 8 were all first stage. If Zhang Ning hadn't managed a minor breakthrough, reaching the peak of second stage, he might have died there. At 2 in the afternoon, Zhuang Ling and Zhang Ning entered a small supermarket. They cleared out the zombies inside and pulled down the roller shutter. Though dim, the interior was quiet. They cleaned their wounds and had a light meal. "Rest," Zhuang Ling said, tossing a roll of bandages to Zhang Ning, who was still bleeding. He applied the healing medicine from the blood-bore life core to his own wounds, then handed the bottle to Zhang Ning along with a few second-stage life cores. "You?" Zhang Ning began, but Zhuang Ling walked away with his bag. "Recover quickly. We have more fighting tomorrow," he said, moving a shelf to make space. Then he pulled out 3 colorless life cores, all of which were speed type, 2 second stage and 1 third stage. Zhuang Ling didn't rush to absorb the third stage core. Instead, he consumed a second stage one first. Unfortunately, the energy still failed to push his speed to a breakthrough. Before the energy began to dissipate, Zhuang Ling immediately swallowed the remaining second stage core. With a surge of energy, his speed fluctuated again. Sensing the wave, he unhesitatingly tossed the third stage core into his mouth. The next moment, Zhuang Ling felt his body lighten, and his speed finally increased by 1 point. Moreover, the wave of growth persisted as the core's energy was consumed. He raised an eyebrow and promptly began exercises to solidify his speed. But by the time the energy was fully depleted, his speed had still failed to take the final step. Gene unlocked 34. Evolution points 323. Strength 359. Speed 358. Mental power 359. Talent Berserk Spirit Control level 2. Speed was just 1 point away, and that point was a state that could break through at any moment with the right trigger. Evolution points were the highest he had ever obtained. "Hopefully I can break through tomorrow," Zhu Ling muttered to himself. It was already past midnight. Further training would be futile. Though he still had a few life cores in his bag, they were all strength type. His strength had already reached its limit and his speed could not increase, so consuming them would be wasteful. By 1 o'clock the next afternoon, Zhang Ning's depleted mental energy had finally recovered. The wounds on his body had scabbed over and were even beginning to peel. The blood-bore life core's liquid was now only half a bottle left, mostly used by Zhang Ning. Recovered. Zhuang Ling picked up his backpack and looked at Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning stretched and nodded. The negative effects of overtraining had finally vanished. "Then let's go?" Today evolved to third stage. "Any problem?" Zhuang Ling sensed the energy fluctuation around Zhang Ning. He was only a step away from third stage. For Zhang Ning to reach his limit was far simpler than for Zhuang Ling, given that he had unlocked the gene lock for only 1 attribute. Moreover, Zhang Ning could not clearly perceive his exact data, only a general sense. Even if he felt he could no longer improve, he could not be certain if he had truly reached the limit. Still, Zhang Ning did not mind. Limit evolution was merely a bonus. Obsessing over it would only backfire. Hearing Zhuang Ling's words, Zhang Ning's mouth twitched. "Yes, I do have a problem." "My." Zhang Ning pulled out a photo of a delicate-looking girl. Not stunning, but pleasing to the eye. In the photo, she smiled beautifully. "This is my sister Zhang Ran." Zhang Ning handed the photo to Zhuang Ling. "What do you mean? Trying to be my brother-in-law?" Zhuang Ling raised an eyebrow and joked. But Zhang Ning did not smile. He said seriously, "If I die, find her. If she's alive, take care of her. If she's dead, then forget it." Zhuang Ling was taken aback by his tone of final farewell. "You think the difficulty is too high, eh?" "No, I just think that with the way you play, I might die pretty fast." After a night of reflection, Zhang Ning had come to terms with it. "I'm just afraid I might die suddenly one day and never get to say this." "Is it really that bad?" Zhuang Ling looked at him with some exasperation, recalling how Zhuang Ning had called him insane yesterday. Zhuang Ning gave him a long hard look, then turned and walked away with his backpack. Was it? You tell me. Charging headfirst into a zombie horde. You're a zombie, but I'm not. But he had to admit following Zhuang Ling made his evolution skyrocket, though it came at the cost of his life. Yet that was exactly what Zhuang Ning wanted, or he wouldn't have followed Zhuang Ling's madness. After all, this was an era of gambling with one's life. Every day was a gamble. It was just that with Zhuang Ling's style the odds of death were higher. Death is like the wind, always by my side. Zhuang Ling watched his retreating figure, then glanced at the photo in his hand, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. Though he felt Zhuang Ning was being somewhat overly dramatic upon reflection, he realized that his own style of heat in combat against hordes of zombies indeed didn't suit Zhuang Ning. Yet to evolve swiftly there was no alternative but to fight. If not for battle, was he to rely on Zhuang Ling to support him? Walking down the street, the number of zombies had increased significantly compared to yesterday. It seemed the lair of that third-tier zombie was indeed not far from here. These additional zombies were likely its former minions. Now that it was dead, these zombies, freed from their master's control, had reverted to their wandering state. Go on, Zhuang Ling said softly, standing behind Zhuang Ning while toying with the short blade in his hand. The zombies in sight were mostly unranked. There were only a few first-tier zombies and not a single second-tier one. These low-level zombies were suitable for Zhuang Ning to practice on. If Zhuang Ling were to engage them, it would barely count as a warm-up. Zhuang Ning nodded, drew his slightly blunted machete, and charged forward. He swung the blade relentlessly, ferocious and savage. Black blood splattered, staining the clothes he had changed into yesterday. Zhuang Ling, catching the scent of blood that instantly filled the air, narrowed his eyes and unconsciously swallowed. Gazing at the somewhat damaged short blade in his hand, he sighed inwardly. It was time to find a new weapon. After yesterday's battle with the third-tier zombie, the blade was ready for retirement. Its once sharp edge was now marred with several notches, nearly fit to be used as a saw. Zhuang Ning charged ahead for over 10 minutes, and after cutting down a second-tier zombie, he stopped, panting heavily. There are more second-tier zombies nearby. Let me rest a moment. Zhuang Ling, after obliterating a zombie's head with a single punch, shook the blood off his hand and pulled out a bottle of mineral water. Take a break. Any signs of a breakthrough? He asked casually while washing his hands. Zhuang Ling wasn't a germaphobe, but he disliked the smell of blood as it stirred a craving for devouring. It's manageable. The pressure isn't too intense. Zhuang Ning said, ignoring the grime on his body, and popped a second-tier life core into his mouth. From now on you handle only the second-tier zombies. He'll take care of the rest, Zhuang Ling nodded. His breakthrough required a catalyst, not mere training. This catalyst ideally came in the form of pressure or some kind of stimulation. Unless it was a horde of second-tier zombies, they could hardly pose a threat to him anymore. Once Zhuang Ning had rested, the two continued on their way. At 2 p.m., a Zhuang Ling, looking at the zombie horde trailing them, joked, I think if we just tossed you into that crowd, you'd definitely break through. Zhuang Ning shot him a glare, but said nothing. There were over 100 zombies behind them, and among them there were at least 5 or 6 second-tier ones. He didn't know if he'd break through, but he was certain he'd be dead meat. Their pace wasn't particularly fast, but they weren't deliberately slowing down either. The unranked zombies gradually fell behind, leaving only the first and second-tier ones. Even so, there were still 20 to 30 zombies persistently following them. As they were about to leave the city center, Zhuang Ling let out a sigh and suddenly stopped. How about we have a little fun with them? Once they left the city center, it would be rare to encounter such a large gathering of zombies unless there were special circumstances. If they missed this chance, the pace of evolution would surely slow down, making it nearly impossible to reach the third tier today. Are you serious? Zhuang Ning frowned, looking at the zombies behind them. Of course. How can you break through without pressure? Zhuang Ling chuckled lightly, showing no sign of panic as the zombies charged towards them. Are you sure you're trying to give me pressure, not sending me to my death? Zhuang Ning took a deep breath, looking at him in disbelief. You're bold because you're skilled, but what about me? If you're scared, you can leave, Zhuang Ling said, then charged straight into the horde. Forget pressure. These were all walking evolution points. And although Zhuang Ning's evolution was already progressing quickly, Zhuang Ling knew all too well the immense difficulty of reaching Dongning. At his current pace, it was uncertain if he could even reach the 5th tier by the time they arrived. And 5th tier strength was hardly sufficient when standing before a major base. Scared? A bunch of mindless creatures, what's there to fear? Zhuang Ning snorted and charged forward as well. Just as Zhuang Ling had said, Zhuang Ning was on the verge of a breakthrough. To evolve quickly, he needed pressure, the pressure of life and death. If he just trained steadily, who knew when he'd finally break through? And their goal couldn't afford any delay. Glancing at Zhuang Ning's fierce figure, Zhuang Ling suddenly recalled a dream he had before. But he shook off the thought and began targeting the first-tier zombies, leaving all the second-tier ones for Zhuang Ning. As long as he didn't die, Zhuang Ling was confident he would break through. Even so, there were still 6 second-tier zombies remaining. Within just a few breaths, Zhuang Ning was wounded. A zombie had torn a chunk of flesh from his left arm. Zhuang Ling let out a furious roar, his machete slicing viciously into its head. The second-tier zombie dropped dead instantly. But there were more than just that one attacking. Before he could even pull his blade free, another second-tier zombie lunged at him with its jaws wide open. Zhuang Ling glanced at him, but made no move to help. The one who would guard his back couldn't be a liability. If Zhuang Ning died, it simply meant he wasn't worthy of being Zhuang Ling's companion. As for his sister, if given the chance, Zhuang Ling would fulfill his last wish. At some point, Zhuang Ling's once fervent heart had gradually turned cold. As a zombie, having too many feelings was truly exhausting. Being more cold-blooded would spare him a lot of trouble. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Expecting to gain without paying was nothing but wishful thinking. Whether the price was one's life or not, Zhuang Ling couldn't be bothered to care. He couldn't even be sure of his own lifespan, so how could he guarantee anyone else's? By the time Zhuang Ling had finished off all the first-tier zombies, 2 second-tier corpses lay beside Zhuang Ning. He was drenched in blood, but it wasn't zombie blood, it was his own. Besides his left arm, his shoulders and chest were now covered in horrific wounds, oozing fresh crimson blood. The remaining 4 second-tier zombies, driven wild by the scent of blood in the air, grew even more frenzied. Yet Zhuang Ning was already showing signs of exhaustion, and his machete was nowhere to be found. As another zombie lunged at him, the energy shield in front of him shattered. But instead of dissipating, it coalesced around his hands, forming a pair of gauntlets. Die! Zhuang Ning roared, throwing a devastating punch. In that moment, he finally broke through the pressure and evolved to the 3rd tier. Bang! With a dull thud, the zombies had exploded, splattering brain matter and blood everywhere. But the remaining 3 zombies were already upon him, and Zhuang Ning was truly spent. Not bad, Zhuang Ling said with an approving nod, appearing before him in a flash. Activating his frenzy, he kicked one zombie flying. As Zhuang Ling took a step forward, the zombie stirred as well. Its speed, however, had noticeably decreased. Though still faster than him, it no longer posed a significant threat. Zhuang Ling did not opt for a quick resolution. Instead, he began to engage. Zhuang Ning, struggling to stay upright, stared in shock at the dancing short blade before him. Less than a month into the apocalypse, awakened ones emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Though phones were useless, radio stations somehow still functioned. The signal was poor, but it carried a wealth of information. Earlier, Zhuang Ning had scavenged a small radio from a car and learned quite a bit. The authorities had officially named those who had condensed a life core as martial artists. However, this did not include those who had unlocked their spiritual gene locks. That group was called the Awakened Ones. Their spiritual power was formidable, but their physical bodies were nowhere near a martial artist's. As for more details, Zhuang Ning had broken the radio before the authorities could broadcast them. Still, these concepts were not hard to grasp. Growing up in an age of information overload, one had inevitably been exposed to web novels and video games. It was easy to draw parallels and understand. But looking at Zhuang Ling, a sudden image flashed in his mind. While he was still wading barefoot in the shallows, Zhuang Ling was already tearing across the water's surface on a jet ski. Damn it! How many more secrets did Zhuang Ling have? Finishing off the last zombie with a single punch, Zhuang Ling washed the blood from his hands and chuckled. I told you, stick with me, and I'll show you things far more incredible. Like what? Zhuang Ning asked. You guess, Zhuang Ling said with a light laugh, clearly enjoying the shock in Zhuang Ning's eyes. Kid, you think you can be the boss? You've got a lot to learn. Your ability is interesting, he continued. It can even change its form. Zhuang Ling said, collecting life cores as he looked Zhuang Ning over. I don't know, Zhuang Ning replied. My mind was a mess, it was purely instinct. He then rematerialized his energy shield. This might be an evolution of the ability. Before Zhuang Ling could finish, a gunshot rang out. With a soft thud, a bullet tore into his neck, exiting with a spray of blood heading straight for Zhuang Ning's head. However, the bullet had lost too much power, passing through Zhuang Ling's flesh. Zhuang Ning, who was just studying his energy shield, saw it shatter instantly. The bullet, its force nearly spent, struck his forehead, merely breaking the skin. The sudden impact knocked Zhuang Ning off balance. It was only due to his recent evolution to Tier 3, which had strengthened his body again, that his skull wasn't cracked. Zhuang Ling! Zhuang Ning shouted, ignoring his own injury and rushing to his companion. Zhuang Ling, feeling the searing pain in his neck, grabbed Zhuang Ning's arm and dragged him towards a nearby shop. If he hadn't activated his rage at the sound of the gunshot and instinctively tilted his head, he would have been dead already. Had his reaction been even a fraction slower, the bullet would have severed his spinal cord. Even as a zombie, a broken neck meant death. A gaping wound was torn in Zhuang Ling's neck, black blood oozing out. As his body evolved, his blood's vitality was returning. Losing too much blood was dangerous even for him. It was lucky he was a zombie. If Zhuang Ning had taken that shot, he'd be dead. A man crouched behind a wrecked car frowned, seeing the two still moving. Did I miss? Mengyu muttered, pulling the trigger again. This time Zhuang Ling was ready, and with his rage active managed to avoid the bullet. But the shots kept coming. Even though Zhuang Ling was stronger than most Tier 3 peak experts, he was still burdened with Zhuang Ning. On his own, he couldn't ignore bullets entirely, but dodging them was feasible. With Zhuang Ling in tow, it became a desperate struggle. He pushed his rage to its absolute limit, his spirit control flaring all to gain a fraction more speed. Despite his efforts, a bullet grazed his left shoulder. The firing continued, and a moment later Zhuang Ling cried out as a bullet pierced his arm. Zhuang Ling's crimson eyes burned with fury, his rage beginning to warp and twist. But he had no time to ponder it. His only thought was to reach the shop. Faster. Must be faster. Just as another bullet was about to hit him, a surge of warm energy flowed from his life core throughout his body. He had finally broken through. Evolve. Damn it, evolve. Zhuang Ling roared internally, not daring to slow his pace. A single misstep could mean a new hole in his head. With his surge of will, his speed skyrocketed. Before the next bullet could arrive, they crashed through the glass door of a clothing store. Feeling the changes within him, Zhuang Ling immediately pulled out several Tier 2 life cores. He split them into 2 piles, shoving one pile into his own mouth and the other into Zhuang Ling's. Heal up fast, then we're going back out to kill that backstabbing bastard. Zhuang Ling snarled, his face twisted with murderous intent. He had nearly died. Less than a minute had passed since the first shot, yet they had almost lost their lives multiple times. If Zhuang Ling hadn't managed to break his limits and evolve at the final moment, they would have been riddled with bullets. The evolution energy combined with the life cores rapidly knit his wounds closed. He dug out the bullets and applied bloodbore life core healing salve. Even so, full recovery would take hours as the wounds were deep. Outside, the shooter's face darkened as he saw them escape into the shop. Great Shooter Ming, what's going on? How did those 2 zombies get away? A woman's voice crackled from the walkie-talkie on his shoulder. How should I know? Meng Yu grunted, then added, but they're both hit. We can move in. Are you sure? Those zombies are weird. They seem to have intelligence. What if they can still fight back? A hesitant man's voice came through. They had clearly seen Zhuang Ling's battle against 20 or 30 zombies through their binoculars. It had to be said Zhuang Ling was not only strange, but incredibly powerful. Meng Yu's reputation as a sharpshooter was well earned, especially as a Tier 3 martial artist. Yet this zombie had dodged his shots, and even shielded another one. Find him going in alone if you're all cowards. Meng Yu said, done with the discussion. He holstered his gun, drew the saber from his back, and advanced towards the shop. Inside, Zhuang Ling stared blankly at his system's virtual screen. Genes unlocked 37. Evolution points 376. Strength 377. Speed 375. Spirit power 372. Skill limb repair. Talents rage, spirit control, level 2. Was this sudden limb repair skill a gift from the system? Zhuang Ling thought, and tried to use it. The next second, he felt a warm energy suddenly appear on the wound on his neck. Within a few breaths, the bullet wound on his neck had completely healed. He picked up a piece of glass from the ground and looked at his slender neck in the reflection, which bore no scars, as if it had never been injured. Having witnessed the effect of the limb repair skill, a fiery glint appeared in Zhuang Ling's eyes. However, this wound had consumed 13 evolution points, roughly equivalent to 3 second-order life cores. But if he relied on devouring life cores, it would require not only energy, but also time. In this era, time was far more precious than energy. Although this advancement did not awaken a talent ability, unlocking a system skill still left Zhuang Ling quite satisfied. After all, this skill was incredibly overpowered. As long as he had enough evolution points, no matter how severe his injuries, he could instantly be restored to full health. Evolution points are still too few. Zhuang Ling glanced at his evolution points, which had dwindled to only 363. It seemed the upgrade for his spirit pet would have to be delayed. He looked at Zhuang Ning, who was healing, then through the gap in the window to the street outside. A man with a fierce expression, tightly gripping a horizontal saber, was walking towards their location. The style of the saber was exactly the same as the one Zhuang Ling had previously owned. Coupled with his attire, if he hadn't robbed someone, he was definitely from the Nanan base. Third order, probably from the Nanan survivor base. Zhuang Ling squinted his eyes slightly. He must have been the one who fired the sneaky shot earlier. With a thought, he activated the limb repair skill, consuming another 15 evolution points, and the wound on his shoulder healed instantly. You heal here. Leave that man outside to me. Zhuang Ling looked at Zhang Ning, his voice laced with killing intent. Daring to ambush me. Even a third order will die. But if he really is military, maybe I can try to get some weapons from him. You're quite injured too. Can you handle him? Zhang Ning glanced at the man on the street, frowned, and stood up to join Zhuang Ling. He's only third order, Zhuang Ling said with a smirk, walking straight out of the shop. Hearing this, Zhang Ning instinctively raised an eyebrow. Third order? Only? Didn't you just break through to third order yourself? Fine, if you want to show off, go ahead. Don't expect me to save you unless you scream for help. Zhang Ning grumbled inwardly, yet his body betrayed him as he followed Zhuang Ling out anyway. If this guy really gets chopped up and probably done for too. Meng Yu sized up Zhuang Ling, and upon seeing his crimson pupils, his frown deepened. He's undoubtedly a zombie, but why does he show no other signs of being one except for his pupils? And I clearly hit his neck just now, but why isn't there even a wound now? Nanan base personnel. Zhuang Ling asked, not making a move immediately. You've fully regained consciousness. Meng Yu was taken aback again upon hearing his words. They had killed third-order zombies before even dissected a few. They knew that third-order zombies could regenerate brain nerves. But Zhuang Ling had just broken through to third order right before his eyes, and yet his consciousness was so completely intact. As a pillar of the Nanan base, he was quite knowledgeable. But he had never seen a zombie like Zhuang Ling before. So what if I am? Are you from the Nanan base, or not? Zhuang Ling glanced at the saber in his hand. Although its quality was poor, it would suffice for Jiang Ning. Meng Yu received the confirmation, but didn't answer Zhuang Ling's question. He glanced at Jiang Ning behind Zhuang Ling, then activated the walkie-talkie on his shoulder. These two zombies have fully regained consciousness. Capture them alive, and bring them back to the base. A male voice immediately came through the walkie-talkie speaking excitedly. Fully regained consciousness. If we bring them back, we might not only get a hefty reward, but even a promotion isn't out of the question. I'm on my way. Hearing his teammate's words, Meng Yu kept the walkie-talkie on, and with a light tap of his toes his saber shot straight towards Zhuang Ling's head. In his eyes, even if it had regained consciousness, a zombie was still a zombie. As for the other zombie, though somewhat strange, could anyone who hangs around with a zombie be anything good? And looking at its half-dead state, Meng Yu was afraid a random slash might kill it, making it worthless. Seeing that Meng Yu didn't seem to take him seriously at all, Zhuang Ling's gaze turned icy cold. Does being at the mid-third order make you this arrogant? He instantly activated Berserk, and his figure like a bolt of lightning appeared right in front of Meng Yu. Then amidst Meng Yu's shocked and incredulous expression, he drove his fist into Meng Yu's chest. Meng Yu was sent flying backwards, and upon landing his body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. You just broke through to third order. How can you be this strong? Meng Yu couldn't accept it. He was at the mid-third order, yet he was instantly defeated by a single punch from a mere early third-order zombie. Zhuang Ling ignored him, having already confirmed his identity. As Meng Yu struggled to get up, Zhuang Ling appeared beside him and kicked him hard in the back. Meng Yu let out a scream as his body landed at Jiang Ning's feet, curling up like a shrimp, feeling as if his spine was broken. Cripple his limbs. If he resists, infect him. Zhuang Ling said, tossing Meng Yu's fallen saber to Jiang Ning. When you return to Nanan base as a zombie, I think that scene will be quite amusing. Zhuang Ling looked at Meng Yu with a playful sneer like a demon incarnate. Damn zombie. Just kill me if you have the guts. Meng Yu's already pain-twisted face contorted further upon hearing this, and he struggled to get up. But before he could move much, a saber pierced straight through his shoulder. Jiang Ning watched him scream in agony, his heart utterly unmoved, feeling almost bored. They had both evolved to third order, so why was Zhuang Ling so ridiculously strong? It was so unfair. And he really wanted to tell Zhuang Ling that although he was a half-zombie, he didn't have the ability to infect others. But saying that would make him seem useless. He had always hated his half-zombie status, feeling like a burden. Now he felt even more like a burden. He might as well become a real zombie. Look at Zhuang Ling, then look at himself. What was this? I'm really just a nobody. Jiang Ning thought gloomily, but his hands kept moving. He struck Meng Yu's body again and again. Smelling the blood in the air, Zhuang Ling's throat bobbed. Wanna live? Zhuang Ling asked with a sudden smile, looking at the barely breathing Meng Yu. You? What do you want? Meng Yu's eyes suddenly lit up with a glimmer of hope, but he asked warily. No one wants to die, especially someone like Meng Yu who held a high position and had too many worldly attachments. Even coming out to hunt zombies was just to gain more for himself. I need weapons. Bring me weapons, and I'll spare your life. Zhuang Ling pointed at the saber and continued, but don't try to fob me off with this kind of junk. Weapons? Meng Yu was stunned. A zombie was actually asking humans for weapons. Can't do it. Zhuang Ling glanced at him and gestured to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded, and without hesitation swung his blade. I can do it. With a shudder, Meng Yu hastily shouted. Unfortunately, his shout was a bit late. Jiang Ning's blade still came down, but not aimed at Meng Yu's head. How far is Nanan base from here? Zhuang Ling's face resumed its smile as he asked softly. About 30 kilometers. Meng Yu gritted his teeth to keep from crying out. Were these two zombies so reckless? 30 kilometers. I want to see weapons within an hour. Zhuang Ling nodded. Nanan base was a sizable survivor base, surely they had vehicles and such. Arriving within an hour shouldn't be a problem. No need for an hour, I have teammates nearby, I'll have them bring the weapons. Meng Yu said urgently. His wounds were still bleeding profusely. If he waited another 10 minutes, he would bleed to death. Your teammates' weapons. I said junk like that horizontal blade of yours isn't worth your life. No, I'm a gunner, so my melee weapon is worse. Theirs are all better than mine. Lung Hao, bring the weapons and save me. Meng Yu shouted anxiously into the walkie-talkie. 2 third-tier zombies, one of them crippled, and you ended up like this. No sound came from the walkie-talkie, but 2 men and a woman appeared in Zhuang Ling's line of sight. Looks like your third tier is quite watered down. Du Hongda's voice carried a hint of mockery, but she had no intention of abandoning Meng Yu. Release Meng Yu, and he'll let you go. Du Hongda said, looking at Zhuang Ling and the other. She was also at the mid-stage of 3rd tier. The man named Long Hao was at the early 3rd tier, and the weakest one was at the late 2nd tier. Although Meng Yu had been beaten like this, she didn't believe that the 3 of them couldn't handle just one zombie Zhuang Ling. Looks like your teammates aren't really trying to save you. Zhuang Ling ignored Du Hongdou and said to Meng Yu with a smile. Hearing this, Meng Yu's breathing became more rapid. Hongdou, just give it the weapons, you're no match for it. With his mid-30-year strength, he couldn't even withstand one move from Zhuang Ling. How could they fight? Zhuang Ling could instantly kill anyone of what use were numbers. Shut up. Du Hongdou glared at Meng Yu, drew a short blade from her waist, and said to Zhuang Ling, you're being unreasonable. Without further words, she charged at Zhuang Ling instantly. Meng Yu was truly badly injured. Though displeased, she dared not delay any longer. Giving aid to the enemy was something she would never do. Not bad speed. Zhuang Ling clicked his tongue as he watched her figure. Activating Rampage, he lightly touched the ground and charged as well. What he needed to do now was to intimidate. Otherwise, these people would not compromise with a zombie. Du Hongdou activated her speed gene lock. The mid-30-year speed was truly fast with stats around 420 points. The limit for each stat when evolving from 3rd tier to 4th tier was not 459, but 509. Surpassing 450 points, it was still possible to evolve to 4th tier, but without reaching the limit, the strength would be much weaker than those who evolved with maximum stats. Unfortunately, Du Hongdou was still no match for Zhuang Ling with his Rampage activated. The moment they clashed, Zhuang Ling directly grabbed Du Hongdou's wrist and exerted force. She cried out in pain, and the short blade in her hand fell weakly. Zhuang Ling caught the short blade with his left hand and stabbed it into her neck in reverse. The next second, he retreated to Jiang Ning's side, looking at the short blade he had seized from Du Hongdou and nodded in satisfaction. This short blade was actually made of alloy of excellent quality. Du Hongdou clutched her neck, her face full of disbelief, but she couldn't utter a word. Moments later, her body fell to the ground, blood instantly staining the earth. Hongdou. Long Hao's eyes widened in fury, also filled with disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Du Hongdou was instantly killed. But Meng Yu didn't show much emotional fluctuation. He was just more furious inside. It was only because Zhuang Ling had a motive that he hadn't become a corpse earlier. As the smell of blood spread rapidly, Zhuang Ling felt his inner agitation intensify. Don't waste time. If you're not going to save him, I'll chop him down. Zhuang Ling said expressionlessly, looking at Long Hao and the other. As soon as he spoke, Jiang Ning raised his horizontal blade again. Speaking of which, the gun in Meng Yu's hand was indeed good, its power much greater than ordinary firearms. Truly a gun user, but too bad the horizontal blade he carried was lacking. We'll give you the weapons. Hope you keep your word and release Meng Yu. Long Hao hesitated for a moment, then threw the horizontal blade in his hand. At the same time, he held a grenade in his other hand, ready to detonate it at any moment. What's the hurry? I need to inspect the goods. Zhuang Ling chuckled and reached out to catch the blade. In fact, when Long Hao drew out the horizontal blade, Zhuang Ling could already confirm its quality was good. Now that he held it, the entire blade was forged from alloy, considered a top-tier weapon in this period. Obviously, it was only because their strength was indeed commendable that they could obtain such fine equipment. In fact, when Long Hao drew out the horizontal blade, Zhuang Ling could already confirm its quality was good. Now that he held it, the entire blade was forged from alloy, considered a top-tier weapon in this period. Obviously, it was only because their strength was indeed commendable that they— As for the other weapons, their quality was inferior, useless to keep. He tossed one alloy horizontal blade and the gun to Jiang Ning, and the two turned and left. Meng Yu watched them actually let him go first, sighing in relief, but then the resentment in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Du Hongdou was dead. He was beaten to such a state, and his weapons were taken. A sheer humiliation. Long Hao and the other quickly went to Meng Yu and helped him up. Get back to the base quickly. Long Hao glanced at Zhuang Ling's retreating back, his face gloomy. He never imagined that this zombie would be so troublesome. The grenades. Blow them up. Meng Yu's pale face twisted with rage. Seeing Zhuang Ling about to step out of the 10-meter range, Long Hao nodded, pulled out the grenade he had prepared, and then took the grenades from Meng Yu and the other. But before he could throw the grenade, a short blade on the ground suddenly flew up. In an instant, all three of them had a new wound. When Zhuang Ling left the 10-meter range, the short blade immediately fell to the ground powerless. Meng Yu and the others stared at the short blade on the ground, their faces extremely ugly. That short blade was deliberately left behind by Zhuang Ling. Quick! Throw the grenades. Blow them up. Meng Yu shouted hysterically. If his limbs hadn't been disabled, he would have done it himself. But Zhuang Ling wouldn't give them that chance. He grabbed Jiang Ning and disappeared into a corner. Not killing them? Jiang Ning asked, unable to understand. Wasn't this letting the tiger return to the mountain? If these people called for reinforcements to surround them, it was possible. After all, Nanan base was only 30 kilometers away. If they really wanted to go after them, they could arrive quickly. Don't worry, they'll all die, and I won't even have to lift a finger. Zhuang Ling chuckled softly, idly toying with his alloy dagger, his mood quite pleasant. Today he had not only evolved to the 3rd tier, but also resolved his weapon problem. The process wasn't exactly pretty, but one must give and take. Huh. Zhuang Ling was taken aback about to speak when he suddenly heard an explosion. This? What did you do? Zhuang Ning squinted, staring intently at Zhuang Ling. Nothing much, I just made a small cut on each of them. Zhuang Ling shrugged. This explosion was within their expectations. If it was just that, would they choose to self-destruct, eh? Zhuang Ning didn't believe Zhuang Ling had only given them a small wound. Before they left, he had seen Long Hao already pull out a grenade. It truly was just a small cut from the dagger, except I added a little something extra to the blade. Extra? Zhuang Ning was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. Your blood, oi. Exactly. Zhuang Ling smiled and stopped walking. Those were 3 tier 3 life cores after all. Although he had instantly killed Du Hongdou earlier, he hadn't taken her core. Confirming this, Zhuang Ning asked with some confusion, then why not just kill them outright? Why go through the trouble of infecting them? Isn't it redundant? Zhuang Ling gave him a speechless look and said helplessly, can you withstand a grenade's blast? But can't you just kill them all in an instant? I can't kill all of them simultaneously. Zhuang Ling sighed helplessly. Has this guy always been this dense? Their grenades were modified to detonate faster and with much greater power. Can't you dodge them either? Zhuang Ning's interest was suddenly piqued. I'm only at the 3rd tier. Do you think I can completely evade them at such a close distance? Zhuang Ling resisted the urge to kick him and turned to head back. So you do know you're only at the 3rd tier. Zhuang Ning muttered under his breath, his mood lifting slightly. So Zhuang Ling isn't omnipotent after all. Zhuang Ling, of course, overheard the muttering and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He really wanted to crack open this guy's head to see what was inside. But I still think you should have just killed them instantly. That would have been cool. What's a little injury compared to that? Zhuang Ning said playfully in high spirits. You think everyone is a masochist like you, enjoying getting hurt. If Zhuang Ning weren't so badly injured, Zhuang Ling would have kicked him already. When Long Hao had thrown his weapon earlier, the grenade was primed to detonate at any moment. Hadn't this fool noticed? Getting 3 tier 3 life cores without a scratch just by walking a few steps. Wasn't that a great deal? When did he realize this guy was so infuriating? Although they hadn't known each other for long, they had already faced life and death together. Especially when Zhuang Ning's first reaction after being shot wasn't to run, but to pull Zhuang Ling along with him. It had genuinely touched Zhuang Ling. He didn't say anything, but he remembered it. When the two returned to where Meng Yu and the others were, only 2 corpses remained on the ground. Meng Yu, dragging her broken body, was feasting on Long Hao's corpse. Both Long Hao and the other man had their heads blown off, clearly unable to turn. However, Meng Yu's head was intact, though a large part of her upper body was mangled with her organs hanging out. Yet even so, she continued to devour flesh and blood. What a tragedy! Zhuang Ling sighed, and his alloy saber flew through the air. A head fell silently to the ground. Meng Yu was finally at peace. Although Meng Yu had turned into a zombie, her 3rd tier foundation remained. If her energy hadn't been fully converted, she might have continued to exist in another form. But she would inevitably lose parts of her humanity, and whether she could regain consciousness was uncertain. Not all 3rd tier zombies can recover their consciousness. Although the 3rd tier involves the restoration of brain, nerves, that doesn't guarantee the return of consciousness. Especially for humans infected into zombies. The higher their power, the lower the chance of regaining consciousness. Lower tier zombies may not possess intelligence, but those that do are more likely to become high tier ones. The true high tiers refer to those above the 6th tier. Only then can they be considered truly high tier. What people call high tier now just means 1 or 2 levels higher. After the 4th tier, evolution primarily involves the life core, which gets strengthened with each advancement. The dangers of the evolutionary path aren't just external. Failed evolutions are not unheard of, and what happens then is unpredictable. Minor failures cause a drop in power. More severe ones lead to mental confusion, and the worst-case scenario is the life core shattering completely. Zhuang Ling once saw a mad genius who deliberately failed his evolution, causing his life core to mutate. Life cores are always singular, but he managed to split his into 2. Unfortunately, he made a mistake in the end, and the core exploded, instantly killing him. But it's too early to talk about all that now. At least Zhuang Ling still needs some time to evolve to the 4th tier. The 3 tier 3 life cores had been blasted far away by the grenade. If it weren't for their energy fluctuations, Zhuang Ling might not have found them all. Du Hongdou had unlocked the speed gene lock, Long Hao had the strength gene lock, and Meng Yu, though also having the strength gene lock, specialized in self-reinforcement rather than raw power. Zhuang Ling tossed Meng Yu's core to Zhuang Ning, and kept the other 2 tier 3 cores for himself. As for the tier 2 core, Zhuang Ling casually swallowed it. At 9 in the evening, the pair found a restaurant to rest. Zhuang Ling wanted to see if there was any fresh meat. They'd been surviving on canned food for days, and were sick of it. Although now at the 3rd tier, canned meat tasted much better to Zhuang Ling. As a zombie, he still preferred raw meat. Unfortunately, there were no animals nearby, but he wasn't holding out much hope of finding fresh meat anyway. After all, it had been over a month into the apocalypse, and the electricity had long since failed. Even if there was fresh meat, it would have spoiled by now. Zhuang Ning found a quiet room to recover in while Zhuang Ling was about to open the kitchen door when he froze. The kitchen door was tightly locked, and judging by the marks, it wasn't locked before the apocalypse. Most importantly, there was the scent of human blood inside. Behind the restaurant was a hotel, and through the back door a few steps would lead to the hotel's courtyard. Zhuang Ling sniffed the bloody scent in the air, his hunger intensifying. With a grim face, he slashed through the lock with his blade and pushed the door open. A wave of thick blood stench mixed with the reek of decay hit him. On the cutting board there lay a mutilated corpse wrapped in plastic wrap. The blood on the floor had dried, and in a pot there was a pale bare bone. Zhuang Ling took a deep breath and turned to walk out of the kitchen. As he closed the kitchen door, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. He had witnessed such acts before, but it had only been a little over a month since the apocalypse began, and yet this was already happening right before his eyes. The streets outside weren't exactly lined with convenience stores, but they certainly weren't lacking them either. Just because the food in the fridge had rotted did that justify cannibalism. Too afraid to face the zombies yet bold enough to prey on the living. Returning to the room where Zhuang Ning was recovering, Zhuang Ling asked in a low somber voice, "How's your recovery coming along?" "Almost there." "What's wrong?" Zhuang Ning opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flickering across his face as he looked at Zhuang Ling's grim expression. Who could have provoked him this time? "Since you're almost there, come with me to kill someone." Zhuang Ling's gaze was icy cold, and his blade had already slid a few inches from its sheath. "Kill someone? What happened?" Seeing that Zhuang Ling was clearly not joking, Zhuang Ning's expression turned serious. "Go check the kitchen and you'll see," Zhuang Ling said, unwilling to elaborate. He strode toward the restaurant's main entrance, adding, "There's a back door here. Guard it. Don't let a single person escape." With that, he left the restaurant, weaving through the sparse horde of zombies heading toward a hotel. The hotel's main entrance was also barricaded from the inside with cabinets visible through the glass doors. It seemed the restaurant's entrance had been locked by these people as well. Earlier he had assumed the restaurant simply hadn't opened when the apocalypse struck. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuang Ling shattered the glass door with a single swing of his blade. He kicked aside the cabinets blocking the way. Inside the lobby, the stairwell leading to the second floor was similarly clogged with sofas and furniture. The hotel's occupants, startled by the violent breach, emerged from their rooms. 3 men, all with brutish faces and unkempt stubble, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "What the hell, you looking for death?" One of them, bare-chested and covered in scars, brandished a boning knife and yelled blearily at Zhuang Ling. "Are you the only ones here?" Zhuang Ling asked calmly, his gaze indifferent. These 3 were all first-order martial artists. "None of your damn business." "Scar, look at his eyes." The scarred man remained arrogant, but the skinny tattooed man behind him pointed at Zhuang Ling's eyes, his voice trembling. "My." The scarred man frowned, finally forcing his half-slitted eyes fully open to get a good look at Zhuang Ling. The moment he saw Zhuang Ling's scarlet pupils, he was instantly jolted awake. "A zombie. If there's no one else here, then you can all die." Zhuang Ling said this with a blank expression as his alloy short blade shot into the air. The scarred man didn't even have a chance to react before the blade embedded itself in his skull. The other 2, witnessing his instant death, were frozen in terror. With a shriek, they turned and fled toward the backyard. A cold, faint smile tugged at the corner of Zhuang Ling's mouth, his eyes filled with chill. If they died too quickly, it would be a mercy they didn't deserve. Since Zhuang Ning was guarding the restaurant, those 2 wouldn't be able to escape. Zhuang Ling walked over to the scarred man, glanced at the wound on his head, and noted that his brain hadn't been completely destroyed. He pricked his own finger and let a single drop of black blood fall onto the wound. After a few breaths, the scarred man's stiffening body suddenly twitched. In less than a minute, the scarred man scrambled back to his feet. But his pupils had turned scarlet, and rot was already spreading across his face. Zhuang Ling looked at him, and a sudden immense pressure emanated from him. The scarred man let out a hoarse roar before rigidly lowering his head. It wasn't even a first-order zombie now, it could only submit to Zhuang Ling. Zhuang Ling glanced at it, sent a wave of psychic energy into its mind, and then strode off in the direction the other 2 had fled. The scarred zombie obediently followed behind him. As they passed a room, the zombie suddenly let out a guttural roar. Zhuang Ling frowned. The zombie indicated someone was inside. He kicked the door open, and indeed there were 2 women covered in wounds, clutching their mouths, staring at him in terror. The younger one looked to be only 13 or 14. Seeing their disheveled state, Zhuang Ling took a deep breath, the fury burning hotter within him. "You're free now," he said, turning away without another glance. These men wouldn't be allowed to die easily. The zombified scarred man, though driven by a primal urge to lunge at the women, dared not defy Zhuang Ling's will. He could only snarl at them, drool dripping from his mouth. Zhuang Ling let out a cold snort, and the scarred zombie shuddered violently before quickly following. Zhuang Ling's psychic power had fully invaded its life core. As long as Zhuang Ling lived, his will was absolute. The 2 women, seeing the scarred man's state, became agitated. Yet they still covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. But he hadn't gone far when Zhuang Ling stopped again. He kicked a heavy cabinet against the wall over to the door blocking the entrance. When Zhuang Ling returned to the restaurant through the back door from the rear courtyard, he found 2 more bodies at Zhuang Ning's feet. They were the 2 who had fled, but Zhuang Ning had already carved them into human husks. Seeing Zhuang Ling, Zhuang Ning looked at the 2 with disgust and asked, "They're the ones who did that in the kitchen." Zhuang Ning was equally enraged by such acts. "I'm a half-corpse, and even I wouldn't do something like that. You're humans, yet you've done something so utterly beastly." Zhuang Ling nodded, looked at the 2 on the ground, and issued a command to the scarred zombie. "Dinner time." The scarred zombie, smelling the blood in the air, had long been drooling. Now with Zhuang Ling's permission, it could no longer hold back. With a roar, it pounced on the 2. Amid their screams and pleas for mercy, the zombie opened its gaping maw and bit down hard. But just as it was about to feast, Zhuang Ling issued another command. It could only take small bites and was forbidden from tearing at their necks. The scarred zombie roared in frustration, not understanding why, but obediently followed Zhuang Ling's will. As long as it got to eat, the man being devoured went from initial terror and resentment to utter despair. Even as the infection turned him, he endured the agony of having his own flesh eaten. The other man watching this was so terrified he lost control of his bladder. He even fainted once. But Zhuang Ning slapped him awake with the flat of his blade. "Eat people, then be eaten." "Fair enough," Zhuang Ning said, looking at the 3 beasts with grim satisfaction. Zhuang Ling remained silent until the last one also turned into a zombie amidst endless suffering. "Kill them," he said, no more, turned and walked into a room. Zhuang Ning nodded, swung his blade, and 3 heads hit the floor. Neither of them bothered to collect their life cores. Zhuang Ling found them filthy, and Zhuang Ning did too. They were just first-order life cores anyway, not worth the trouble. At midnight, as Zhuang Ling was meditating, a sudden knock came at the door. Zhuang Ling opened his eyes, catching a faint scent of blood in the air beyond the door. "Benefactor, are you in there?" The door was knocked again, a woman's voice filtering through. Zhuang Ling had no intention of rising. He simply closed his eyes once more. Zhuang Ning, however, woke with a start, glanced at the door, and asked softly, "The one imprisoned by those brutes?" None of our concern," Zhuang Ling replied without opening his eyes. Zhuang Ning nodded and lay back down. The knocking persisted for a while longer before fading away. Yet Zhuang Ling could still detect that faint lingering scent of blood. But Zhuang Ling was no longer the naive do-gooder he once was. He was merely a zombie. As for killing the scarred man, it was purely because they had disgusted him. The next day, past 9 in the morning, Zhuang Ling opened the door to find a woman clutching a young girl huddled against the wall. Hearing the door open, the woman scrambled to her feet, instinctively shielding the girl. But when she saw Zhuang Ling, she suddenly remembered the scarred man was dead. "Benefactor." She hastily rose and knelt directly before him. Zhuang Ling, however, completely ignored her, stepping around her and walking away. Those without strength may not dare to resist, but to not even struggle. For those who willingly suffer and accept their fate, Zhuang Ling never spared them a second glance. "Benefactor." The woman was startled and lunged to grab his leg. But she hadn't even condensed her life core. If she could catch him, Zhuang Ling wouldn't be who he was. She blinked, and he was already several meters away. As she was about to chase after him, she caught sight of Zhuang Ning and immediately knelt before him instead. "Sir, you must be a friend of the benefactor, right? Please." Before she could finish, Zhuang Ning had vanished from her sight as well. Zhuang Ling still held some goodwill towards humans. But Zhuang Ning was different. He harbored none whatsoever. After all, in their eyes, Zhuang Ning was just a monster. The woman stared stunned as the 2 men neared the restaurant's exit. She might not possess breathtaking beauty, but at 24, she considered her looks and figure quite good. That's why the scarred man had kept her. Yet why did these 2 men seem to not even notice her? She had specially cleaned herself last night and put on the low-cut top the scarred man favored. If they could kill the scarred man and his gang, they were certainly stronger. If she could attach herself to them, she wouldn't have to face those disgusting zombies anymore. Little did she know Zhuang Ling was the very zombie she found disgusting. And Zhuang Ning, while not a zombie, was close enough. Although the scarred man beat her often and even defiled her 14-year-old sister. As long as she didn't have to face zombies, these humiliations were bearable. Zhuang Ling had freed her, but also shattered her sense of security. "Xiao Jiao, quick, follow me." The woman grabbed the cowering girl and hurried after the 2 men. Exiting the restaurant, the streets weren't heavily infested with zombies, only a dozen or so. Zhuang Ling and Zhuang Ning paid them no mind, with Zhuang Ning cleaving down any that dared approach. "Seems like that woman's got her eye on you." Zhuang Ning beheaded another zombie with a grin. "Shut up." Zhuang Ling shot him a glare, about to say more when he heard footsteps behind them. "Benefactor, wait for us." The woman's face was pale with terror as she stared at the wandering zombies. But seeing how effortlessly Zhuang Ning dispatched these horrors, her resolve strengthened. She had to latch onto these 2. Zhuang Ling hadn't expected them to follow. He frowned, but ignored them. Zhuang Ning glanced at them, then at Zhuang Ling, understanding his intent. He quickened his pace, hacking through the zombies in their path. Zhuang Ling walked on in silence. "Benefactor, please don't go. Let us follow you." The woman refused to give up, pleading desperately. "I can die, but my sister is only 14. Please save her. Her voice grew pitiful. Yet Zhuang Ling seemed not to hear, his heart unmoved. Suffering on that scumbag's bed yesterday, and now coming to him in such flimsy clothes. Had seen these tricks many times. If you take us in, I'll be your woman and serve you well. Seeing Zhuang Ling remain unmoved, she pressed on. If you fancy my sister, we can both be yours. At that, Zhuang Ling finally reached his limit. Why can't you rely on yourself to survive? His voice was cold, not even turning to look at her. I'm just a weak woman. My sister is young. Well, die in those monsters' jaws. That's none of my concern. With that, he quickened his pace, unwilling to waste more words. Seeing him speed up, she knew her chances were slim. If you didn't want to take us, and why save us at all? She screamed somewhat hysterically. Zhuang Ling sighed wearily. Did killing always have to be for the sake of saving? I had no intention of saving you. I just wanted to kill those disgusting bastards. Fine, you found them disgusting and killed them. But what about us? What's that to me? Zhuang Ling remained utterly indifferent. Not to mention he was a zombie. Even if he were human, what difference would it make? In this era, survival depended on oneself, not on others' protection. What's that to you? Those words ignited a blaze of resentment within her. A simple "what's that to me" lets you disregard others' lives. You're strong, but we're just weak women. If we die, it'll be your fault. You're more cold-blooded and despicable than them. At this, Zhuang Ling stopped and finally turned to face her. So what do you propose? His voice was calm, even the earlier coldness fading. The woman stood at a distance, unable to see his scarlet pupils. She mistook his calm for guilt, thinking her words had struck home. If I was polite, and you wouldn't listen, and now you feel guilty. A bastard who only responds to force. Since you saved us, you must see it through. She spoke with a strong, entitled tone, believing she had him cornered. See it through? Fine. A faint smile suddenly played on Zhuang Ling's lips. Jiang Ning, be quick about it. He signaled to Jiang Ning, then turned and walked away. Since you want me to see it through, I'll see it through. People this shameless were sometimes more revolting than scum, like the scarred man. Seeing him leave again, she opened her mouth to speak, but instead saw Jiang Ning approaching her. A smug smile touched her lips. But her satisfaction was short-lived, as Jiang Ning's alloy blade slid from its sheath. What do you want? The woman noticed Jiang Ning's movement, and glanced around, finding no zombies, then took a panicked step back. Aren't you the one who demanded we take responsibility? Jiang Ning's lips curled into a faint smile, as if he were merely greeting an old friend. When he had first become a half-corpse, his emotions had been somewhat affected, yet he could still suppress them. But after encountering certain people and experiencing certain events, he rarely restrained his inner desires anymore, especially his bloodlust, let alone when faced with someone who disgusted him so thoroughly. Standing on a moral high ground to accuse me. If you survive my blade, consider yourself thick-skinned. You're a zombie. Stay back. As Jiang Ning drew closer, the woman noticed the scarlet pupil in his left eye. Back in the restaurant, she had been kneeling and never got a clear look at Zhuang Ling and the others. But now that she saw Jiang Ning's face clearly, what about Zhuang Ling? What kind of person would stay with a monster? Panic flooded the woman's heart, and she was filled with regret. Why had she chased after these two monsters? You insisted we take responsibility, and now that we're willing to, you act like this. Really? Jiang Ning shrugged helplessly. But he wasted no more words, and amid the woman's terrified scream, he swung his blade. Blood splattered onto the girl standing nearby, yet she remained expressionless, her eyes vacant. Seeing her like this, Jiang Ning let out a soft sigh, his blade still descending. In the final second, the girl suddenly exhaled in relief and smiled. Sheathing his blade, Jiang Ning turned and walked away. Catching up to Zhuang Ling, he casually asked, which way next? Zhuang Ling pulled out a map and pointed to a red line. This route is the shortest, but we've already drifted off course. To get back on track, we'll need to pass through here. Zhuang Ling gestured on the map. Then let's take it. But if we do, well, pass by the Nanan base. Zhuang Ling shrugged. That was the reason for his hesitation. Oh, how do you know where Nanan base is? Didn't you come from Suling? Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow, curious. Meng, you mentioned earlier that Nanan base is only about 30 kilometers from here, and within that radius this is the most likely spot, Zhuang Ling said with complete seriousness. He would never tell Jiang Ning that if not for Meng Ye's mention of 30 kilometers, he wouldn't have recalled the location of Nanan base either. You figured all that out. Seriously. So you're just a rookie after all. Zhuang Ling clicked his tongue and put the map away. He couldn't say any more. If he slipped up, that bastard Jiang Ning would definitely mock him. Watching Zhuang Ling's inscrutable expression, Jiang Ning felt a surge of frustration. Damn, that was infuriating. If we don't detour at our normal pace, we'll enter Nanan base's territory by nightfall. Let's take the detour. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and said with resignation. Though the two were formidable, they were still no match for a survivor base. By the way, I saw your route on the map. Are we heading to Guangshan City? Jiang Ning looked at him puzzled. Heading to Dongning didn't require passing through Guangshan City. Going to Guangshan would add 100 or 200 kilometers to the journey. Yeah, there's someone important to me in Guangshan. Zhuang Ling nodded but didn't elaborate. Because he wasn't even sure if he could find Yi Yun. And even if he did, how would he face her? She was human and he was now a zombie. Still he had to go, otherwise he would never find peace. Someone important. Your girlfriend. Zhuang Ning perked up with curiosity. Maybe. Zhuang Ling sighed with a hint of complexity. In the previous life, despite their deep bond, willing to die for each other, they had always remained just friends. Zhuang Ling loved her deeply, yet he knew her heart could never hold him. It was a knot in his heart. He had asked Yi Yun once what she truly felt for him. But when she died, saving him, holding her body in his arms, did those feelings even matter anymore? Seeing the sudden melancholy on Zhuang Ling's face, Zhuang Ning paused and didn't press further. Everyone has their own past, and prying too deeply was never a good thing, though he had initially been reluctant about the route through Guangshan. Now seeing Zhuang Ling lost in memory and uncertainty, what harm was there in going with him once? Forget wasting time. Even if he reached Dongning base tomorrow, what would it matter? Without strength, a monster like him couldn't even dream of approaching Dongning. The two ultimately decided to avoid Nanan base to minimize trouble. But along the way, Zhuang Ling was uncharacteristically subdued, casting sighs toward the direction of Guangshan from time to time. Human. Zombie. In the evening, they found a quiet residence. As they moved away from the city center, buildings grew sparse. Can you stop looking like you're half dead? Zhuang Ning gnawed on a vacuum-packed roast chicken and took a satisfied swig of alcohol. He had grabbed these from a convenience store earlier. Just eat your food and stop talking nonsense. Zhuang Ling shot him a glare. Though he was genuinely troubled, he wasn't one to dwell obsessively. His low spirits that afternoon stemmed from pondering the evolution of his life core. Despite his experience, his previous evolution to the 4th rank had been somewhat hazy. He only knew that advancing from the 3rd to the 4th rank required channeling the life core's energy to fully merge with the Bodhi's power. Back then he had been stuck at the peak of the 3rd rank for months. If not for nearly dying while helping Yi Yun find medicine to treat her eyes, he would never have evolved. Though he was still far from the 4th rank now, but that was only by ordinary standards. Genes, unlocked 41. Evolution points, 358. Strength, 418. Speed, 415. Mental power, 417. Skill, limb, regeneration. Talents, Berserk, spirit, taming, level 2. As long as any single stat reached 450 and he channeled the life core's energy to fuse with his physical power, he could evolve to the 4th rank. But Zhuang Ling, as a man with a system, naturally had his own little goals, like achieving a 9-time triple stat limit evolution or something. Upon reaching the 3rd rank, Zhuang Ling found his Bodhi's endurance had greatly increased. Previously adding 10 points per stat gave him a bloated feeling. Now adding 20 points only produced a slight sensation. For stability, Zhuang Ling chose to add 20 points each time. No greed, steady and solid. After his 2nd round of point allocation, just now Zhuang Ling had instantly reached the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. As for Zhuang Ning, he had only just stabilized his early 3rd rank strength. When he'd reached the late stage, or even the peak, was anyone's guess. But Zhuang Ling was different. He was a man armed with a cheat. The only downside was his growing demand for evolution points. Not only did he need to evolve, but he also had to save up 100 evolution points to upgrade spirit taming. And because of the limb regeneration skill, he had to keep some points in reserve for survival. After a full day of hunting zombies, Zhuang Ling not only failed to break even, but had to dip into his savings. In truth, Zhuang Ling was not far from the limit of 509 points. Zhuang Ning bore the brunt of Zhuang Ling's disdainful glare, only to suddenly sense a surge of energy emanating from him. This guy's strength had skyrocketed again. Have some decency. Be human, or rather be a corpse, won't you? How did your power grow so fast? Zhuang Ning asked, a piece of meat still clenched between his teeth, though it had suddenly lost its flavor. Because I'm the big brother and you're just the little brother, Zhuang Ling quipped, refusing to give a straight answer. How else could he explain it? That he not only possessed a system, but was also reborn. It wasn't that Zhuang Ling didn't trust Zhuang Ning, but some things simply couldn't be spoken. Zhuang Ning suppressed the urge to hurl the roasted chicken at his face, forcing himself to remain calm. What kind of bullshit answer was that? Was he joking? Staring at the roasted chicken in his hand, Zhuang Ning felt a surge of frustration. But just as he was about to take a fierce bite, a violent explosion erupted. The shockwave rattled the very foundations of the house, causing it to tremble. Glass from the windows shattered instantly, shards flying in every direction. Even the roasted chicken in Zhuang Ning's hand was littered with sharp fragments. As the roar of the blast subsided, Zhuang Ling felt his ears ringing, deafened by the sheer force. Zhuang Ning was stunned for a moment before snapping back to reality. He could no longer contain his fury as he looked at the innocent chicken in his hand. Damn it! He hurled the chicken to the ground, his greasy hand grabbing his alloy saber. Casting a wary glance at the darkening sky, he turned to Zhuang Ling and said, "With this kind of firepower, the people from Nanan base must be nearby." "What did you say?" Zhuang Ling could only hear a high-pitched whine. Zhuang Ning's words were completely lost on him. "Huh? What did you say?" Zhuang Ning frowned, equally unable to hear Zhuang Ling. "Don't just move your lips without making a sound. Speak up." Looking at his face, Zhuang Ling let out a helpless sigh. This fool. Fortunately, their formidable strength allowed the ringing in their ears to subside quickly. What did you say just now, eh? Zhuang Ling asked softly, digging a finger into his ear. I said with this kind of firepower, it's definitely the people from Nanan base. I thought we'd avoided them, but we've run into them after all, Zhuang Ling said, his expression darkening. What the hell had he done to deserve this? First getting belittled by Zhuang Ling, and now facing a life-or-death crisis. That explosion was indeed powerful and not far from here. Zhuang Ling nodded, then continued. But this is clearly the outskirts, it's unlikely anyone will come this way. Zhuang Ning was about to speak, when he suddenly heard gunshots and voices from the street outside. This cleanup is making too much noise. Deploy the scouts, and let's get out of here. There were several Tier 3 zombies gathered there. A weaker blast might not have been enough, there were just too many of them. But now that we've confirmed zombies regain consciousness at Tier 3, was it necessary to be so ruthless? So what if they regain consciousness? They're no longer human. Those not of our kind are bound to have different intentions. As the conversation grew closer, Zhuang Ling's expression turned awkward. Not only had he been wrong, had been slapped in the face hard. As for the different intentions rhetoric, Zhuang Ling had no objections. He had once harbored similar thoughts, and ultimately the facts had proven it true. Take them out. Zhang Ning squinted, asking in a low voice. How's your aim? Zhuang Ling nodded, picking up the gun had acquired from Mengyu. Well, I've never used one. Zhang Ning scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Little brother. Zhuang Ling clicked his tongue, quickly checking the weapon and chambering around. As the 5-man squad came into view on the street, he squeezed the trigger without hesitation. A bullet tore through the twilight, striking one of them squarely in the head. Although the group was clad in heavy protective gear, Meng Ye's gun was no ordinary firearm. Both the weapon and its ammunition had been custom modified. You know how to handle guns too. Zhang Ning's eyes widened as he watched the man crumple to the ground. Was there anything this guy couldn't do? During peacetime, gun control was incredibly strict. Ordinary people were lucky to even see one, let alone own one. But not only did Zhuang Ling know how to use a gun, his marksmanship was incredibly accurate. What exactly did you do during peacetime? Zhang Ning couldn't help but ask as Zhuang Ling took down another target. Just being the big brother, Zhuang Ling replied with a smirk, pulling the trigger once more. By the time the remaining squad members reacted and sought cover, only 2 were left alive. Squad 612. Requesting backup. Anomaly in Zone C. We're under fire from an unknown shooter. Their aim is deadly accurate, requesting immediate support. The 2 survivors, pale-faced, hid behind a wrecked vehicle. Who the hell was this? Watching them take cover, Zhuang Ling said to Zhang Ning, watch and learn. Learn what? Zhang Ning frowned. Head barely even touched a gun. How was he supposed to learn just by watching? In an unknown situation, don't be so quick to hide behind a car, Zhuang Ling said, a confident smile playing on his lips. The next moment, a bullet roared out its target, the car's fuel tank. Boom. But the scene Zhuang Ling expected never materialized. The bullet embedded itself in the vehicle's body without causing a ripple. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Zhang Ning looked from the wrecked car to Zhuang Ling, utterly confused. Ahem, if you're unlucky, the fuel tank of a scrapped car might still be intact, making it easy to ignite. So are they the lucky ones? Zhang Ning raised an eyebrow, knowingly, a smile spreading across his face. Trying to show off, huh? Looks like it backfired. If they're lucky, then forget what I said, Zhuang Ling said, forcing a nonchalant tone despite his embarrassment. It was too dark to see, and there were no burn marks on the vehicle. How was he supposed to know the tank had already been compromised? Their energy fluctuations are all Tier 2. They'll cover you. You dare to go. As long as you can guarantee they don't get a shot off at me. With that, Zhang Ning drew his saber and stepped forward. Finish it quickly, don't wait for reinforcements to arrive. Zhuang Ling said, his eyes fixed on the wrecked car, ready to fire at any moment. Understood. Zhang Ning then kicked off the ground, charging like a wild beast through the dim light straight for the wrecked vehicle. But Zhang Ning hadn't gotten far when a figure suddenly darted out from behind the wrecked car. Got one. Tier 3 strength, the man reported as he ran towards another vehicle for cover. Meanwhile, the other survivors stealthily emerged from the opposite side, firing a bullet directly at Zhang Ning. Bang! Bang! In that instant, Zhuang Ling fired 2 rapid shots. The first bullet found its mark, the center of the decoy's forehead. The second shot wasn't aimed at the shooter, but at the air 5 meters in front of Zhang Ning. The next second, the 2 bullets collided midair, sparking on impact. They then deflected, both veering off their original paths. One lodged itself in the ground while the other grazed past Zhang Ning's neck. The instant he fired, Zhuang Ling activated his berserk state. Had he been even a fraction slower, Zhang Ning would have been in grave danger. In truth, Zhuang Ling's proficiency with firearms in his past life far surpassed that of Mengyu. Before the Fourth Order, his primary means of attack had been guns. Unfortunately, the level of biological enhancement after the Fourth Order was something the Third Order simply couldn't compare to. At that stage, the power of ordinary firearms began to fall short. And the guns with greater power were not only prohibitively expensive themselves, but their ammunition was mostly custom-made. Zhuang Ling could afford the gun, but not the bullets. So after advancing to the fourth order, he abandoned firearms in favor of cold weapons. He still remembered that the first gift Yin ever gave him was a gun. As the soldier drawing their fire crumpled to the ground, Zhuang Ling had already closed in on the shooter, his horizontal blade raised. The man's face twisted in horror as he instinctively moved to pull the trigger again. But before his finger could even twitch, a bullet tore straight through his wrist. Die! Zhuang Ling barked, his blade descending with brutal finality. A soft thud. The man's body stiffened, and his head silently tumbled to the ground. The gun in his hand dropped limply as well. Holy shit, that scared the hell out of me. Zhuang Ling sheathed his blade, exhaling heavily. Boss, that was some damn fine shooting, he exclaimed, touching the shallow bloody graze on his neck. In that split second when the gun went off, Zhuang Ning's heart had nearly stopped. At such close range, and without a speed gene lock activated, there was no way he could have dodged it. Otherwise, how could I be your boss? Zhuang Ling chuckled, holstering his gun and stepping out. You stick to guns from now on, and he'll handle the charging, Zhuang Ning said, collecting the life cores from the corpses. Fat chance. I've only got 7 bullets left, Zhuang Ling said, looking at his gun with a helpless expression. The gun's power was indeed impressive, but without ammunition, it was just an expensive club. They probably have bullets on them, right? Zhuang Ning said, picking up one of the fallen guns from the ground. That gun uses special ammunition, Zhuang Ling said, shaking his head as he tossed the weapon to Zhuang Ning. It was too heavy to carry around comfortably. Why are you giving it to me? I don't know how to use it. Then learn. From the 5 second-order life cores, Zhuang Ling took 3 and gave the other 2 to Zhuang Ning. Despite his own desperate need for evolution points, Zhuang Ling wouldn't take what was rightfully Zhuang Ning's. He idly played with the alloy short blade in his hand as he strolled ahead. Zhuang Ning followed, carrying 2 guns on his back. Watching Zhuang Ling's godlike marksmanship earlier had sparked an idea in his mind. He slung a gun over his shoulder and stuffed a few hundred rounds of ammunition into his backpack. To avoid any more run-ins with search parties, they walked for over 2 hours before finding a new place to hole up. That evening, Zhuang Ling wanted to meditate, but Zhuang Ning pestered him for lessons on firearm knowledge. It wasn't until the dead of night, when Zhuang Ning excitedly ran out to practice shooting for real, that Zhuang Ling finally got some peace. The sporadic gunfire echoed through the night, only ceasing as dawn approached. When Zhuang Ning returned, Zhuang Ling took one look at him, covered in blood and grime, clearly from a close-quarters struggle with zombies. He had left brimming with excitement, but returned with a face full of frustration. Out of bullets? Zhuang Ling asked softly, stretching his limbs. Yeah, all gone, Zhuang Ning replied curtly, then fell silent. He cleaned himself up a bit, and crashed onto the bed, falling asleep instantly. Zhuang Ling couldn't help but chuckle softly at this unusual behavior. Zhuang Ning let out a muffled grunt of annoyance, pretending not to hear. What a piece of junk. Hundreds of bullets, and he hadn't even hit a tenth of his targets. It's the gun, it has to be the gun's fault. The more Zhuang Ning thought about it, the angrier he got, but he could only sulk himself to sleep. He was tempted to try that special gun again, but he held himself back. Despite his frustration, he knew that in the right hands that gun could be a game-changer. When Zhuang Ning woke up just after 10 in the morning, he seemed to have completely forgotten the previous night's frustrations, his usual cheeky demeanor restored. Come on, let's get moving. We've got to get to Guangshan and find your little girlfriend, he said, hopping into his backpack and stretching. Oh, shut up, Zhuang Ling shot back with a roll of his eyes, deciding not to bother arguing. Let's stick to the busier areas. We can gather more life cores. Huh, you burned through those things that fast. Zhuang Ning scratched his head. He still had a good number left. It wasn't that he didn't want to use them, he just couldn't absorb the energy quickly enough. How do you think I evolved so fast without consuming life cores, eh? Zhuang Ling shrugged helplessly. Ugh, you're such a buzzkill this early in the morning. Upon hearing that, Zhuang Ning's good mood soured considerably. What the hell? Does this guy not even need time to absorb energy? Despite his grumbling, he pulled out all his remaining life cores and held them out. Here, you use them. You owe me. That's what he said, but his expression clearly showed he had no intention of being repaid. No need, Zhuang Ling said, waving his hand dismissively, though a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Just take them, will you? Stop being such a priss. These are too few. It wouldn't make much of a difference, Zhuang Ling said with another soft laugh, turning to walk out of the room. Damn it. Can you just die already? Zhuang Ning yelled after him. Was he just trying to pick a fight? Walking down the street, Zhuang Ling studied the map in his hands, frowning at its vague markings. Let's see if any of the shops nearby have a more detailed map. This one's too broad, Zhuang Ling said with a sigh, folding the map away. Don't we just need a general direction? Plus there are bus signs and stuff. It's not like we can't find where the crowds are. Zhuang Ning glanced at the surrounding buildings. There were shops, sure, but ordinary ones probably didn't sell maps. So you know the way, eh? Well, figure it out. You're useless, Zhuang Ling muttered, walking into a store. Inside the store, the shelves were in complete disarray, clearly already ransacked. But Zhuang Ling wasn't after food or supplies. If they had a map, it would likely be untouched. Wow, these people really did a number on this place, Zhuang Ning remarked, picking up a packet of salt from the floor. This spot. It's probably the work of people from Nanan base, Zhuang Ling said glancing at him, before continuing to search the shop. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, there was no sign of a map. No map. Let's go, Zhuang Ling said, looking at the messy store with a resigned sigh. They checked 3 more shops after that, but still found no maps. Just as Zhuang Ling was starting to get irritable, he spotted a massive billboard by the roadside. A zoo. You might be able to get some decent grub there, huh? Zhuang Ling looked up at the billboard. Nanan Zoo. Looks pretty big. Yeah, I've been there once. They've got a ton of animals. Zhuang Ning nodded. You've been there? What kind of animals do they have? Zhuang Ling wasn't in a hurry to go in. The zoo wasn't going anywhere after all. Oh, they had lions, tigers. And pandas too. They were pretty cute back then. No telling what they're like now. Hey, do you think panda meat tastes good? The mention of pandas instantly piqued Zhuang Ning's interest. I've never eaten it, so how would I know? Zhuang Ling shrugged, recalling the only panda he had ever seen in his past life. Pandas were already scarce in number, and after the apocalypse broke out, even fewer survived. The one-eyed panda that Zhuang Ling had seen commanded thousands of beasts. Though it was only at the late 8th stage, its combat prowess rivaled that of the 9th stage, an undisputed king. Then we can have a taste today, Zhuang Ning said excitedly, pulling a bag of salt from his pack. I grabbed a bag of salt earlier. We can roast it even without cumin or chili powder. Zhuang Ling had had enough. Ignoring him, he strode toward the zoo. Hey, what's the rush? Wait for me. Zhuang Ning, clutching the salt, quickly fell into step behind Zhuang Ling. Turning a corner, they stepped onto a broad avenue littered with abandoned cars. Black blood stained the ground everywhere, and some scattered bones bore sharp tooth marks. Careful. The nearby zombies were probably all devoured by the animals inside, Zhuang Ling said, narrowing his eyes at a leg bone by his feet. With you here, what's there to fear? Zhuang Ning grinned, though his expression turned serious as he drew his horizontal blade. What use am I? Zhuang Ling retorted, tightening his grip on his own blade, while unsheathing his alloy short sword ready for any sudden ambush. As they weaved through the vehicles and neared the zoo entrance, 2 roars suddenly echoed. The next moment, 2 tigers resembling saber-toothed cats appeared at the zoo gate. Damn, these 2 tigers evolved to look so cool. Zhuang Ning relaxed as he sensed only 2nd stage energy fluctuations from the pair. Zhuang Ling nodded in agreement at the sight of the 2 tigers. Their already massive bodies had grown even more imposing, their fur colors more vivid. The sleek, powerful frames and elongated fangs protruding from their mouths did not detract from their beauty, but rather added a fierce majesty. Even the gatekeepers are at the 2nd stage. The situation inside must be more dangerous. Zhuang Ling gripped his blade, hesitating whether to enter the zoo. Though beasts evolved slower than humans and zombies, their raw strength was formidable. Among the same cultivation-level beasts were undoubtedly the strongest in combat. If there were more than 3 third-stage beasts inside, the 2 of them would likely struggle to hold their ground. Zhuang Ning was only at the early 3rd stage. Even the 2 tigers before them could probably tie him up, let alone 3rd-stage beasts. And while Zhuang Ling's Berserk mode was overwhelmingly powerful, it consumed energy at a terrifying rate, making prolonged battles difficult. If they got pinned down, both of them would probably end up dead. Zhuang Ning nodded, then suddenly said with a serious face, Hey, do you think tiger meat tastes good? Huh. Zhuang Ling froze, expecting Zhuang Ning to offer some suggestion, only to be asked about tiger meat. Are you asking for death? I don't know. Wolf meat is awful, so tiger meat is hard to say. Zhuang Ling thought for a moment, not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm, and replied earnestly. Then we can have a taste today. Go ahead. He'll keep watch. Kill these 2 tigers, and we'll leave no need to go inside. You want to eat right? Then go ahead, Pike Ning. When you get your legs broken, let's see if you still act cheeky. Just 2 second stagers. Leave it to me. Zhuang Ning declared, charging confidently at the 2 tigers. Zhuang Ling stood still, rolling his eyes. This lesson was one he definitely needed to learn. Still, while he wanted Zhuang Ning to remember the lesson, he also feared the tigers might actually break his legs. He sheathed his blade, picked up his rifle, and chambered around. The 2 tigers, seeing that the men not only ignored their warning but advanced further, immediately grew enraged. This was a challenge. If not for the boss order to avoid trouble these days, they would have attacked long before Zhuang Ling and Zhuang Ning reached this spot. 2 second-stage beasts dare to act cocky with me. Hearing their roars, Zhuang Ning quickened his pace. Though he had never fought beasts before, what could 2 second-stagers do? He was 3rd stage. In moments, both Zhuang Ning and the tigers were within each other's attack range. Zhuang Ning's blade slashed fiercely, but one tiger blocked it with its massive fangs, then swiped a claw at him. The other tiger followed, opening its bloodied maw and lunging for Zhuang Ning. Get lost! Zhuang Ning shouted, kicking the first tiger's paw while using the momentum to leap back, dodging the second tiger's attack. In that instant of exchange, Zhuang Ning was stunned. How could these 2 tigers possess such immense strength? They only radiated 2nd stage energy and not even peak 2nd stage, yet their power was nearly on par with his 3rd stage. Surprised, he cast aside his earlier arrogance and became fully serious. As the three figures clashed, Zhuang Ling slashed one tiger's eye, but his own arm was cut by two sharp fangs. Had he not dodged in time, his arm would have been pierced. Feeling the searing pain in his arm, Zhuang Ling only grew more ferocious. Ignoring the blood spilling, he kicked the tiger away and brought his blade down again. Zhuang Ling never expected these two tigers to be so powerful. The fight had ignited a bloodlust in him. He channeled all the frustration he had suffered from Zhuang Ling these past few days onto these beasts. Two second-stage beasts dare to think of eating me. Die! Zhuang Ling roared, fighting with only basic strength, not even activating his innate ability. If Zhuang Ling could advance so quickly, why couldn't he? Over the past few days, he had trained furiously, mastering the fundamental movements completely. But as Zhuang Ling had said before, the initial rapid progress was only because it was the beginning. The last 2 days his training pace had slowed significantly. He needed battle to grow stronger, bloody battle. Zhuang Ling watched Zhuang Ning's ferocious demeanor with satisfaction. He had to admit there was a hint of a battlefield general style. But why did Zhuang Ning keep roaring? Didn't his throat hurt? And the more he shouted, the more something felt off to Zhuang Ling. Zhuang, screw your mother. He'll kill you. Zhuang Ning ignored one tiger's claw and drove his blade deep into the other tiger's eye. The next moment, the claw tore through his skin, leaving deep bone-deep wounds across his chest. But Zhuang Ning's blade had pierced through the eye straight into the tiger's brain. Ha, dead. Zhuang Ning laughed excitedly, seemingly oblivious to the wound on his chest. Meanwhile, Zhuang Ling's face darkened. Was that bastard about to shout my name? Mutiny. But before Zhuang Ling could dwell on it, he suddenly sensed a third-stage peak energy fluctuation from within the zoo. Zhuang Ning, something's coming out of the zoo. Third-stage peak. Get back. As he spoke, his finger pressed the trigger. The next moment, a bullet tore through the air, embedding itself into the remaining tiger's eye and piercing its brain. Hearing Zhuang Ling's voice, Zhuang Ning froze for a second, then realized. In his battle frenzy, he might have shouted something inappropriate. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Zhuang Ning drove his saber directly into the carcass of a tiger. After retrieving its life core, he grabbed the beast by its leg and trudged laboriously back toward Zhuang Ling. Big brother, we can eat tiger meat tonight. Zhuang Ning said excitedly, inwardly praying that Zhuang Ling hadn't heard him, hadn't understood him. Zhuang Ling nodded, retracting his spear and drawing his saber once more. He glanced in the direction of the third-tier energy fluctuation emanating from the zoo. Then he looked at Zhuang Ning, a faint knowing smile playing on his lips. You seem to enjoy that kill. Were you imagining I was that tiger? Zhuang Ning coughed dryly and quickly replied, Big brother. What are you saying? Get lost. Zhuang Ling shot him a glare, now certain that this fool had in fact been shouting his name. Big brother, you must trust your loyal subordinate. Zhuang Ning said with a look of profound grievance. Get out of here, or when the fight starts I might not be able to protect you. Zhuang Ling had no patience for his nonsense. This was no time for idle banter. He could already see the third-tier beast. Though it was still some distance away, its black and white patterned fur was clearly visible. All right, big brother, good luck. Zhuang Ning chuckled, then turned and ran, dragging the tiger carcass with considerable effort. Zhuang Ling was terrifyingly strong. There was no need to worry about him. The real concern was whether he'd be punished later for his earlier outburst. Zhuang Ning had barely gotten far when the third-tier beast stood before Zhuang Ling. It was a giant panda standing about 2 meters tall, now upright and staring directly at him. Its usually kind and simple eyes now gleamed with a dangerous, savage light. Apart from its significantly larger size, however, there were no other apparent mutations. In the distance, many other beasts were also watching Zhuang Ling. But without the panda's command, they did not approach. Peak third-tier, interesting. Zhuang Ling's battle intent surged as he faced the panda. Perhaps this would be another excellent training opportunity. The panda stared at Zhuang Ling for a moment, then glanced at the dead tiger on the ground, letting out a cold snort. Without another word, it charged directly at him. How dare he touch my subordinate? Even if it delays my evolution, it'll kill this bastard. Despite its massive frame, the panda was not slow. Though it couldn't match a third-tier beast that had unlocked its speed gene lock, it wasn't far behind. Zhuang Ling's eyes narrowed. He gripped his saber and charged forward as well. He deliberately refrained from activating his rage state, wanting to test if his mid-30-year strength could match this creature. In an instant, they closed the distance, and Zhuang Ling's saber slashed out with full force. The panda bared its teeth and raised a massive paw, swatting directly at the blade. Zhuang Ling had put all his strength into that strike. Yet even the alloy-made saber failed to cut through the thick pads on the panda's paw. Moreover, the sheer force of the impact nearly sent the weapon flying from his hand. This strength is terrifying. Zhuang Ling thought to himself. Bears already possessed immense natural strength, and now at peak third-tier, it was even more monstrous. He wondered if its power stat had already exceeded 509 points. After all, the physical limits of humans and beasts are inherently different. Although zombies were considered another race, they still fell within the category of humans. No matter how much they were infected or mutated, their bodies remained fundamentally human. Seeing the panda's other claw swinging toward him, Zhuang Ling activated his rage without hesitation. His 3 core attributes surged, and with one powerful swing, he deflected the bear's paw. He then followed up with a fierce kick to its belly. He didn't aim higher because they were simply too close. And the panda was so tall that Zhuang Ling couldn't extend his leg properly. If the panda's legs weren't so short, he wouldn't have even reached its stomach. That kick, if landed on an ordinary third-tier zombie, would have likely shattered its spine. But against the panda, it merely caused its belly fat to jiggle. Its defense was truly formidable. Before Zhuang Ling could even regain his footing, the panda swiped at him again. But with rage activated, Zhuang Ling now possessed strength surpassing peak third tier. And no matter how fast the panda was, it simply couldn't outpace Zhuang Ling. Before the paw could land, he countered with a swift slash of his saber. This time the blade finally drew blood from the bear's paw. Wincing in pain, the panda instinctively retracted its claw. Feeling the sting from its wounded paw, the panda was now utterly enraged. Yet it still made no sound, but the murderous aura in its eyes grew even more intense. The next moment, instead of swiping, it threw its entire body weight at Zhuang Ling. A bear's terror lay not only in the power of its claws, but also in its devastating bite force. Opening its jaws wide, it snapped its sharp fangs toward Zhuang Ling's neck. But Zhuang Ling wasn't so easily caught. With a light step, he shifted his body, vanishing like a phantom. He reappeared behind the panda, his saber slashing down fiercely. The panda, however, was quite intelligent. Sensing danger from behind, it curled its body into a ball and rolled away. His strike missed. Zhuang Ling didn't press the attack, but immediately created some distance. This panda was not only incredibly strong, but also boasted astonishing defense. His saber was forged from high-grade alloy, sharp enough to cut through iron, far superior to ordinary weapons. Yet slashing at the panda, it was difficult to inflict any serious damage. Just as the fierce, unknown battle was reaching its climax, Zhuang Ling suddenly came running from the distance. "Big brother. Bad news. People from Nan'an base are attacking." Zhuang Ling shouted, his face full of panic. Zhuang Ling frowned at the news, but didn't dare stop his movements. He slashed the panda back, then called out without looking at Zhuang Ling, "Why would Nan'an base come here?" "Probably after the zoo. They've got heavy firepower, they even brought tanks." "How many of them?" Zhuang Ling stared at the panda, which had also stopped its assault to look at Zhuang Ling. This creature was even gathering intel. At least 300 to 500. That many? Zhuang Ling's brow furrowed deeply. It seemed Nan'an base had been planning to clear out the zoo for some time. But he had to admit this panda was truly powerful. If they sent too few people, even with tanks, they might not be able to clear out the zoo. Tank shells were powerful, but if the panda got close, its speed would render the tanks almost useless. Tanks were simply too slow. "Let's go." Zhuang Ling made a split-second decision and turned to flee. The panda, upon hearing that Nan'an base had arrived with such a large force, tensed its muscles. Was today just its unlucky day? It was already at peak third tier, on the verge of breaking through to fourth tier. Give it just a day or two more, and it was confident it could evolve. Once it evolved to the 4th rank, that would be a qualitative leap. By then Zhuang Ling would likely be nothing but prey before it. And the Nan'an base wouldn't need to be feared as much. Perhaps if it gathered more of its kind, it could even launch a counteroffensive. Unfortunately, not only did Nan'an base deny at that time, but it also encountered Zhuang Ling. At the start of their clash, the panda held Zhuang Ling in contempt, thinking him a reckless fool. But when Zhuang Ling activated his berserk state, he became like a man possessed, ferociously formidable. Yet despite sustaining considerable damage, the panda remained unconcerned. It wasn't the only one who had awakened a talent ability. The panda still believed that once it went all out, it could tear him apart. It simply harbored the thought of breaking through mid-battle, so it held back its ability. But now the people from Nan'an base had arrived again. And this time their numbers and firepower were far greater than before. These people wouldn't engage in close combat. They'd only fire from a safe distance. Cowardly behavior. Yet no matter how frustrated it felt, it couldn't delay any longer. It was only a step away from evolution. If it got injured now, its evolution would be postponed, a loss not worth the gain. So the panda had no intention of stubbornly defending the zoo. But it also couldn't let that bastard Zhuang Ling escape. Watching Zhuang Ling's fleeing figure, a sudden purple gleam appeared in its eyes. Its form grew even taller. With a push of its legs, it cracked the asphalt beneath. Its massive body shot toward Zhuang Ling in an instant. "One strike from my claw, and you might die." Although Zhuang Ling was fleeing, he kept a close eye on the panda. Seeing it trying to stop him, he had no choice but to turn and swing his blade in defense. After all, the panda was no ordinary weakling. "You go first," Zhuang Ling shouted lightly, slashing his blade toward the incoming bear paw. "What about you? The Nan'an base people will be here any moment." Zhuang Ling stopped, asking anxiously. "Don't worry, this panda can't stop me." Though Zhuang Ling spoke with ease, he was under considerable pressure. He immediately noticed the change in the panda, and suddenly felt that the purple light in its eyes seemed oddly familiar. But his memory was hazy, and he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. "Then be careful and hurry." Zhuang Ning hesitated for a moment, nodded, and turned to run. The panda was relentless, and Zhuang Ling wasn't as strong as Zhuang Ling. If Zhuang Ling couldn't escape, then he had no chance either. If he didn't run now once Nananbase's people arrived, it would be even more dangerous. By the way, what are your family members' names? If you die, I'll be sure to find them, Zhuang Ling asked as he ran a few steps. Damn you. Zhuang Ling was so furious, he almost choked. Couldn't this guy say something auspicious for once? He hadn't even settled the score for what happened earlier, and now this guy was saying such things again. Zhuang Ling suddenly had a feeling that if he died one day, it wouldn't be from battle, but from being infuriated to death by this guy. Come on, I'm just being kind here. Zhuang Ling chuckled, and without lingering turned and ran. Clinging to false sentimentality was not Zhuang Ning's style. Not only was Zhuang Ling's situation not hopeless, but even if it were a certain death, Zhuang Ning wouldn't face it with him. He hadn't found his sister yet, he didn't want to die, and he couldn't die? If death was inevitable, at least one of them had to survive to reach Dongning. Seeing Zhuang Ning flee, the panda paid him no mind. It only needed to keep Zhuang Ling here. With no chance to break through mid-battle now, it would just kill Zhuang Ling, take his life core, and make its own escape. After all, with Zhuang Ling's formidable strength, his life core must be formidable too. Perhaps the key to its evolution lay with Zhuang Ling. With this thought, the panda's attacks grew even more ferocious, even taking a slash from Zhuang Ling's blade just to land a hit of its own. Its defense was far superior to Zhuang Ling's anyway. A single slash from his blade could only cut through its for not inflict serious harm. But one swipe of its claw could leave Zhuang Ling questioning his very existence. With its ability activated, the panda's combat prowess soared. When Zhuang Ling managed to deflect its bare paw with another slash, he quickly retreated a few steps. His shoulder had been struck a moment ago, and it felt like his bones were about to shatter. It had cost him a full 19 evolution points to repair. If this dragged on, even if he could kill the panda before Nananbase's forces arrived, it would still be a significant loss. Zhuang Ling had no desire to fight the panda, he just wanted to get away. But the panda wanted his life. As they remained locked in a stalemate, the sudden roar of vehicle engines echoed in the distance. The Nananbase people had arrived. I know you're intelligent. If we keep fighting, we might both end up dead. Zhuang Ling shouted at the panda with a hint of helplessness. But the panda remained silent, raising both bare paws and slamming them down with brutal force. You stupid bear. Zhuang Ling cursed, driving his berserk state to its limit. The anomaly from his evolution to the third rank reappeared. A dense red glow filled his eyes. Yet Zhuang Ling felt nothing. He channeled the power of his spirit tamer into his saber and slashed fiercely at the incoming bare paws. But this time the panda didn't meet the blade heat-in. Instead, it swatted it aside, stepping forward to close the distance. The saber was knocked off course, and Zhuang Ling kicked out, hoping to use the momentum to put some space between them. Before his kick could land, a disturbingly human-like smile spread across the panda's face. Its bare paw clamped directly onto Zhuang Ling's leg. A terrifying force crushed the bones in his leg with a sickening snap. Zhuang Ling could even hear the crack of his own bone shattering. Damn it! Roaring in agony, Zhuang Ling swung his saber viciously at the panda's head. Simultaneously, he activated his limb repair skill. The panda clearly felt the leg bone give way under its grip. Just as it moved to block the saber with its paw, a searing pain erupted in its belly. Having strong defense didn't mean being immune to pain. In that split second of shock, the saber came down. Although the panda tried its best to dodge at the last moment, its head was simply too large. The blade missed the crown of its skull, but carved into its left cheek. With a pained roar, the panda stumbled backward, clutching its bloodied face, panting heavily. Zhuang Ling's face was also pale. Though his right leg bone had been restored, the trauma from that injury was all too real. Before turning to flee, Zhuang Ling glanced back at the panda. It had lowered its paw. A gash on its left cheek, so deep it exposed the bone, had also ruptured its eye. With just a bit more force, the blow could have been fatal. But staring at its blood-soaked left face, a wave of familiarity washed over Zhuang Ling. What? Did it resemble the one-eyed bear king he had seen in his past life? Though his memory was hazy, one detail stood out clearly. A terrifying scar marred the left side of the bear king's face. Zhuang Ling, however, didn't dwell on it, nor did he have the time to. The Nananbase personnel would be arriving any moment. His own slash was merely a coincidence. Aside from this sudden sense of familiarity, another question was answered. He finally understood why the panda had remained utterly silent until now. Given its imposing physique, one would expect its roar to be not just intimidating, but brimming with dominance. Yet the miserable shriek it had just let out was completely at odds with its size. It wasn't just lacking in ferocity, it even sounded somewhat soft and childlike. If even its cries of agony sounded like that, what must its usual calls be like? This stark contrast was truly bizarre. As these random thoughts flitted through his mind, Zhuang Ling's feet never slowed. He sprinted swiftly in the direction Zhuang Ning had gone. Meanwhile, the giant panda stood rooted to the spot, its one good right eye wide, staring intently at Zhuang Ling's retreating back, as if searing the image of the one who nearly slew it into its memory. Within that large right eye, alongside wariness and relief, burned a deep-seated resentment. The purple light in its gaze slowly faded as Zhuang Ling's figure disappeared into the distance. Glancing back at the beasts behind it, it let out a low growl, the soft childlike quality even more pronounced. Who could have imagined that a ferocious beast reeking of slaughter would have such a cry? The other beasts, witnessing the panda's severely wounded state, approached cautiously, fearful of provoking its ire. After all, they had been useless when the panda faced danger moments before. The panda, however, didn't seem to care. It had been the one to command them not to come closer. In the critical moment, just now a few hundred meters was too far to offer any timely support. As for pursuit, the Nanan base personnel had already arrived. How could they possibly chase them down? If they didn't flee now, they would all die. The Nanan base's contingent was already visible on the distant road. Under the panda's command, all the animals rushed back towards the zoo. They could try to escape through the front, but the losses would certainly be devastating. However, the zoo was vast. Even the Nanan base couldn't manage a complete encirclement. Their numbers were limited, and splitting up would only make them more vulnerable. It was a pity about the small spirit mine within the zoo. Though the panda and its beasts had already drained much of its energy, the remaining energy was still enough to support the panda's evolution to the 4th rank. But now not only had it lost the spirit mine, it was also severely injured, with no telling when it could evolve next. Yet despite its fury and resentment, the panda could only swallow its pride and retreat. It knew perfectly well that if it lingered for even a bit more energy, it would be its life that was lost. Zhuang Ling meanwhile ran at full tilt for over 20 minutes, covering several kilometers, before he finally caught sight of Zhuang Ning. He was still dragging the tiger's carcass, refusing to let it go. This guy was unbelievable. Wasn't he afraid of being caught because of that burden? Zhuang Ning sensed the movement behind him and turned to see Zhuang Ling, instantly letting out a sigh of relief. "You're injured?" Zhuang Ning's brow furrowed as he looked at the blood on Zhuang Ling's right leg. "It's just a scratch. I'm fine now." Zhuang Ling waved his hand dismissively. Earlier, his entire leg bone had been shattered, bone fragments piercing his skin instantly. It would have been strange if there hadn't been blood. He was indeed fine now, but it had cost him a whopping 103 evolution points. Points that Zhuang Ling had painstakingly accumulated by consuming core after core. Yet he had to admit the limb restoration skill was incredibly overpowered. In an instant, not only were his bones completely repaired, but even the lost blood was instantly replenished. It was simply unbelievable. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, most things could still be explained by science. But the system and its skills completely defied scientific logic. With all that blood, and you call it a scratch? Zhuang Ning looked at him with blatant skepticism, clearly not buying his nonsense. If that was a minor wound, then his own head could fly off and bite someone. Believe it or not. Zhuang Ling rolled his eyes and started walking. Zhuang Ning followed behind him, his gaze fixed on his right leg. But try as he might, he couldn't see any signs of injury. He's faking it. He must be faking it. Saving face. Zhuang Ning grumbled, inwardly refusing to believe that someone who lost so much blood could just be lightly injured. If it were the panda's blood, it would be black. "You keep dragging that thing around. Aren't you afraid of being caught?" Zhuang Ling asked, sniffing the coppery scent of blood from the tiger corpse and unconsciously swallowing. Though the big battle hadn't left him utterly exhausted, it had taken a toll, and he was hungry. "You want some?" Zhuang Ning looked at him and suddenly grinned. They had been eating canned food for days. Zhuang Ling hadn't complained, but Zhuang Ning could clearly see his craving for fresh flesh and blood. Back in the restaurant, while watching those 3 scumbags being slaughtered, Zhuang Ling had practically drooled when he saw the scarred man devouring flesh. Even though he tried his best to hide it, Zhuang Ning had noticed. He also knew that Zhuang Ling had never eaten human flesh and was repulsed by it. But the fact that he couldn't stop swallowing back then showed just how deep his craving for meat ran. Now they had finally encountered a beast fresh meat. Zhuang Ling had contributed so much, as his follower Zhuang Ning felt he should do something nice for him. Of course it definitely wasn't, because he also wanted to taste what tiger meat was like. Absolutely not. Hearing this, Zhuang Ling suddenly stopped, turned to look at Zhuang Ning, and squinted his eyes. "If you want some, call me big brother, and he'll give it to you." Zhuang Ning's face was full of smiles, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After being the little brother for so long, it would be great to finally get one over on him verbally. "Don't look at me like that. I mean, I did drag this 300-pound thing all this way." Feeling the shift in Zhuang Ling's gaze, Zhuang Ning said, trying to sound justified. "Oh, so did you feel good killing that tiger?" Zhuang Ling asked, a playful look on his face. Zhuang Ning froze. Damn, he had completely forgotten about that. "Big brother, which part of the meat do you like? They'll cut it for you." Zhuang Ning coughed dryly, his smug smile quickly turning into one of appeasement. "Cut the crap. You want to be the big brother? Fine. Beat me." Unable to hold back any longer, Zhuang Ling gave him a kick. Of course it was without any real force. Otherwise Zhuang Ning would likely be crippled. "No way, big brother, you're overthinking it." Hearing this, Zhuang Ling just snorted and said nothing more. After all these days of getting to know him, he was certain Zhuang Ning harbored no ill intentions towards him. He was a bit of a joker, but he didn't have any hidden agendas. His only real desire was to be the big brother. This wasn't to say that Zhuang Ling was dissatisfied with Zhuang Ling. He just genuinely simply wanted to be the big brother. Unfortunately, the chance to be the big brother was getting further and further away from him. Zhuang Ling surveyed their surroundings. They were far from the zoo, now the danger had passed. Drawing his alloy short blade, he cut off a piece of tiger meat, took a bite, and suddenly said, "My father's name is Zhuang Jing, my mother's is Zheng Qin, and my younger sister's name is Zhuang Yu. My home is in Chile on the way to the provincial capital of Dongning. We'll pass through it." "Oh, a final request." Zhang Ning was taken aback. Though his tone remained flippant, he earnestly committed Zhuang Ling's family members' names to memory. "It's not quite a final request." Zhuang Ling shrugged and said softly, "If by some chance I do die before you remember to go see them. Though I doubt that will happen." Zhuang Ling added while eating tiger meat. Zhang Ning's mood, already heavy, grew even more somber at these words. "This is just bullying, isn't it? Am I destined to die before you? With the way you court death, you might just beat me to the grave." The tiger carcass, over 200 jin, was instantly halved in weight after removing the bones and organs. Devouring the fresh flesh and blood brought Zhuang Ling immense satisfaction. Yet a thought also surfaced in his mind. Would human flesh taste even better? This wasn't the first time this thought had crossed his mind. From the initial shock and doubt, Zhuang Ling had now come to accept it with equanimity. Thinking was one thing, acting on it was another. Unbeknownst to him, he was slowly becoming more and more like a true zombie. While he hadn't lost emotions like other zombies, he was no longer the Zhuang Ling who yearned for human acceptance. His goodwill towards humans and his resistance to human flesh were gradually fading away. Perhaps he should just live the way he did in his dreams. Of the nearly 100 jin of meat, Zhuang Ling devoured over 20 jin before letting out a satisfied burp. It had been a long time since had eaten so heartily. In truth, after consuming about 2 jin, the energy he could glean from the flesh had become negligible. After all, this was a corpse that had lost its life core. Its energy was constantly dissipating. In the past, he might have stopped eating then. Back then, he consumed flesh primarily for energy. But now energy had become secondary. A zombie's digestive system is truly terrifying. Zhang Ning watched Zhuang Ling devour over 20 jin of meat without his stomach bulging much and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It's a pain when there's no food, though. Zhuang Ling looked at the remaining flesh and quickly wrapped it in the tiger's hide. The terrifying digestive power meant that if a zombie went hungry for too long, a burning sensation would arise in its stomach. It felt as if it could digest its own stomach. After eating his fill, Zhuang Ling checked the map and found they were back on the planned route. Having now bypassed the Nannan base as far as he could recall, there shouldn't be any large survivor bases before reaching Jianyang. As for threats from zombie beasts, that was uncertain. But for Zhuang Ling, these were not threats. They were evolution points. The fight with the panda had yielded almost no strength gain, but it had cost over 100 evolution points. Now he only had 236 evolution points left. Evolution points were running low. For the rest of the journey, wherever there were more zombie beasts, that's where Zhuang Ling would be. Even the first-order zombies he previously overlooked were not spared this time. Unfortunately, even so, the number of life cores he could acquire each day remained limited. 3 days later, the two walked through the countryside, sighing as they looked at the now fully ripe crops by the roadside. In peacetime, these would have been harvested by now. Zhang Ning casually plucked some grain ears and tossed a kernel into his mouth. Ripe crops. Zhuang Ling hadn't paid much attention initially, but upon hearing Zhang Ning's words, he suddenly felt like he had missed something. "Don't dawdle. Over that hill ahead, it's still a few dozen kilometers to Guangshan." Zhuang Ling frowned slightly, unable to pinpoint the issue, and quickened his pace. For some reason, he felt something was off. "Finally, we're almost at Guangshan. Did your—" Zhang Ning stopped mid-sentence, his gaze fixed on the farmland where something was moving. "Whoa, that's one fat rat," he exclaimed in surprise once he identified the creature, instinctively drawing his saber. "I heard Fujian-style roasted rat tastes pretty good. You in? Rats?" Zhuang Ling quickly looked towards the field, and indeed saw a plump rat scurrying away. In the distance, the crops in the field began to rustle even without any wind. "You idiot, run." Zhuang Ling finally remembered what he had been overlooking. During harvest season, rats were rampant. And now, with no one to harvest the crops, the fields were a veritable paradise for them. "Why run?" Zhang Ning was puzzled. "Look at the field behind you." Zhuang Ling kicked him, then dashed without hesitation towards the low hill. Zhang Ning looked up and saw a horde of rats rapidly approaching. He could even see their gray-black fur. "Holy shit!" Zhang Ning yelped and sprinted after him. It wasn't just rats. Any creature when gathered in massive numbers was a formidable nuisance. Like the bee swarm Zhuang Ling had encountered before, individually weak but overwhelming in numbers. The rat horde behind them was a surging pitch-black tide. It was practically a rat flood. Likely every rat in the vicinity had gathered here. Zhuang Ling and Zhang Ning fled for their lives with the rat horde in hot pursuit. In such a desolate place, any zombies or humans had long been devoured by them. The fields might be full of crops, but those held no energy. Today they had finally discovered two zombies with strong energy fluctuations. They had to chase them. Though the rats weren't powerful, they were fast. The terrain around the fields was also difficult to traverse, which slowed Zhuang Ling and Zhuang Ning down considerably. Zhuang Ling was fine with his third-order speed. The rats couldn't catch him. But Zhuang Ning was different. Though he was also third-order, he was a power type. Even though he was slowly pulling ahead, shaking them off entirely was proving difficult. They covered the few hundred meters to the low hill in just over a minute. Glancing back at the relentless rat horde, they gritted their teeth and charged up the hill. Though called a low hill, it still rose over 100 meters. And it wasn't a barren rocky hill, it was thick with trees and undergrowth. Zhuang Ling led the way, his short blade floating beside him, alert for dangers hidden in the grass. His saber swung continuously, clearing the obstructing vegetation. The rat horde, seeing them ascend the hill, skidded to a halt at the base, squeaking agitatedly. Then a third-order rat let out a few sharp squeaks. It needed energy. Under the Rat King's command, the horde fell silent instantly. Without hesitation, they climbed the hill and resumed the chase. Once inside the forest, Zhuang Ling and Zhuang Ning's speed dropped significantly. The rat horde, however, was not as affected. The distance between them closed rapidly. When Zhuang Ling spotted a green snake coiled around a branch not far away, his anxiety spiked. The woods were teeming with snakes, insects, rats, and ants. With numbers like that, the level of danger was self-evident. They had barely set foot on the hill when they'd already seen a snake. While snakes weren't pack animals, this forest was clearly the most suitable habitat for them in the area. Unlike other beasts, all serpents share a singular trait. Their foremost evolutionary characteristic is venom. Even non-venomous snakes bred in captivity during peacetime acquire toxicity upon evolution. As for snakes that were already highly venomous, their toxicity becomes even more terrifying. In this era, not all snakes possess venom, but every evolved serpent is undoubtedly poisonous. Yet Zhuang Ling, currently only at the 3rd rank, has a very low resistance to poison. However, the threat posed by the pursuing rat horde behind them is no less formidable. Poisoning carries a risk of death, but it is not without a path to survival. Yet if ensnared by the rat swarm, escape is impossible without slaughtering every last one. Rats may not carry lethal venom, but their sharp claws and teeth are their greatest weapons. As long as they draw breath, they will not relinquish their craving for food. Unfortunately, this mountain path is exceedingly difficult to traverse. The obstructing undergrowth and weeds nourished by spiritual energy have grown alarmingly lush. If it were merely the vegetation, the situation would be manageable. The critical danger lies in the creatures and insects concealed beneath the foliage. By the time Yu Ling decapitated a green serpent coveting their life cores mere meters away, the rat horde had already entered his attack range. Zhuang Ning, clear the path. Zhuang Ling commanded, sharply moving behind him. The alloy short blade under Yu Ling's control shot into the rat swarm like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, the foremost rats had their heads pierced through. The sudden deaths and the scent of blood in the air only drove the rat horde into greater frenzy. The Rat King at the rear let out a piercing shriek, and in the next moment, every rat began to squeal in unison. Zhuang Ling's expression turned grim as he fled, his blade striking ceaselessly. Yet the rats seemed oblivious to their casualties, trampling over their fallen kin, driven solely by the desire to sink their teeth into Zhuang Ling. Though Zhuang Ning's pace in clearing the way was not slow, it ultimately couldn't match the speed of the pursuing horde. With each strike, the short blade claimed another rat's life. But the sheer number of rats was overwhelming, seemingly inexhaustible. At the rear of the swarm, a rat twice the size of the others fixed its small eyes intently on Zhuang Ling, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from him, its gaze filled with barely concealed greed. Unfortunately, this rat was exceedingly cautious, refusing to approach Zhuang Ling closely. The distance of over 30 meters, though not vast, exceeded Yu Ling's attack range. Meanwhile, the foremost rats were now less than a meter away from Zhuang Ling. Perhaps slaying the Rat King would cause the horde to retreat. However, the 30-meter gap was densely packed with rats, making it impossible to cross. Forcing a path through would surely result in being hopelessly entangled before covering even half the distance. Zhuang Ning, faster! Zhuang Ling shouted, cleaving down 3 leaping rats with a single stroke. I know, Zhuang Ning replied, equally frantic. He had already activated his innate ability, the crimson glow around him more pronounced than during his 2nd rank. Previously, he had time to swing his saber, hacking away at the obstructing underbrush. But now there was no time for that at all. The snakes and insects hidden within the thickets were numerous, placing immense pressure on Zhuang Ning. Especially after the rats' piercing shrieks, even more serpents and bugs were stirred into motion. Insects were fewer and posed less of a threat. However, the number of snakes suddenly surged dramatically. A minute later, Zhuang Ling and Zhuang Ning reached the mountaintop and were forced to halt. Not far ahead, upon a massive boulder, a large, completely crimson serpent flicked its tongue, its gaze locked on Zhuang Ling and the rat horde behind him. Its body was as thick as a wrist, its scarlet scales blazing like fire under the sun, radiating immense majesty. Upon seeing the great serpent, the frenzied rat horde ceased its pursuit. Zhuang Ling, they want join forces, will they? Zhuang Ning asked, his face pale with anxiety. No, this serpent and that giant rat are both third rank, Zhuang Ling said, letting out a slight sigh of relief upon seeing the serpent and its followers, and gently shook his head. But aren't snakes and rats supposed to be allies? What if they do team up? That's just a saying. Snakes and rats are natural enemies, and with their strength being comparable, they will never cooperate unless a leader with absolute dominance emerges. Now that the rat horde had invaded this serpent's territory, and with Zhuang Ling as a tempting prize, a confrontation was highly likely. After all, intelligent beasts possess a strong sense of territoriality. The rat's intrusion was a direct challenge to the serpent. Fight our way through. If the rats dare to follow these snakes, we'll definitely attack them, Zhuang Ling said, glancing at the myriad of snakes on the ground, many of which were non-venomous species in peacetime. But now these cold-blooded creatures had all evolved to produce venom. Are you sure? Zhang Ning asked skeptically. Of course. Haven't you noticed that most of the snakes are watching the rats? Zhuang Ling replied, looking at Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning had too little experience. He was panicking and had missed such an obvious detail. If your mortal enemy and a stranger appeared before you simultaneously and the stranger was holding a knife, who would you focus on? The stranger, I suppose. Why would he be holding a knife and standing with my enemy? Zhang Ning blinked, answering earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Ling took a few deep breaths to suppress the urge to punch him. Go! Zhuang Ling, unwilling to engage further with Zhang Ning, gripped his saber tightly, let out a roar, and charged directly at the great serpent. Fighting the serpent was far easier than communicating with this fool. The moment Zhuang Ling took a step, both the snakes and rats grew restless. The rat horde wanted to pursue, but dared not due to the serpent and its followers. Even the Rat King hesitated. Though Zhuang Ling appeared as a walking mass of energy in its eyes, the great serpent was no pushover. It had many underlings, but the serpent's followers were equally numerous. They had clashed multiple times, and each time the Rat King ended up on the losing side. After all, the serpent's venom was lethally potent. Meanwhile, the Serpent King, seeing the two approaching, let out a hissing sound. The agitated snake horde instantly calmed, ceasing to focus on Zhuang Ling, and instead fixing their gaze on the rat swarm. Two zombies, even if one was at the late third rank, were no match for its venomous attack. As the great serpent slithered rapidly towards them, Zhuang Ling suddenly spoke. If you get the chance, leave first. With that, he took the initiative to charge at the serpent, his saber raised. Zhang Ning hesitated upon hearing this, then nodded firmly, without a word, and quickly distanced himself from Zhuang Ling. Since he couldn't trust himself, he might as well trust Zhuang Ling. The great serpent glanced at Zhang Ning, but paid him little heed, continuing its assault on Zhuang Ling, for his energy fluctuations were far richer than Zhang Ning's. The Serpent King paid no attention to Zhang Ning, but many of its snake minions still pursued him. Though they slithered forward, their speed was by no means slow. Before Zhang Ning could run far, he was surrounded by over a dozen snakes. Fortunately, most of the snakes were focused on the rat swarm, or Zhang Ning would surely have been finished. Yet even with the small number of snakes, Zhang Ning was under immense pressure. These snakes were all venomous. Meanwhile, Zhuang Ling had already engaged the great serpent. The great serpent's tail lashed out like a whip, striking fiercely at him. Unwilling to waste any more time, Zhuang Ling activated Berserk immediately. The horizontal blade in his hand struck the serpent's tail, slicing off several scales as blood gushed out instantly. Driven back, the great serpent kept thrashing its tail, and its already spine-chilling hisses grew even more piercing. Zhuang Ling, intending to press the advantage, had not yet closed in when the serpent suddenly opened its massive maw. A crimson mist burst forth. Where the red mist passed, plants wilted. Its toxicity was formidable. The Rat King, seeing the great serpent had already released poison, suddenly squeaked loudly. Hearing the signal, the rat swarm charged fearlessly at the snake pack. The great serpent's venom was not unlimited, and now that it had been used on Zhuang Ling, this was an opportunity. The life cores of Zhuang Ling and the great serpent, along with their flesh, would all be its. Thinking excitedly, it no longer hid behind the rat swarm, but charged toward the battlefield of Zhuang Ling and the great serpent. Zhuang Ling looked at the venomous mist in the air, then glanced at the approaching Rat King, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He activated spirit control, and the spreading mist suddenly began to converge. Within a 10-meter radius, anything under 100 gene could be controlled. Although air and spiritual energy could not be controlled with further upgrades, it might not be impossible. Spirit control. It should be possible, right? The great serpent, watching its own venomous mist suddenly stop spreading and instead gather, then bypass Zhuang Ling and shoot straight toward the Rat King, was utterly bewildered. What is going on? Wasn't I aiming at that zombie? Could this be the legendary gun kata of Serpent King's breath? The Rat King, already close to Zhuang Ling, was also stunned to see the venomous mist heading its way. Was that damn serpent after me all along? How treacherous! After a moment of stunned silence, the Serpent King opened its mouth and spat another stream of venom. This time it was sure it had aimed at Zhuang Ling. It refused to believe it. The mist was light and might be blown off course by the wind. But could venom also be deflected by the wind? Unfortunately, the venom upon approaching Zhuang Ling still swerved away from him and shot straight toward the Rat King. Moreover, the venom was far faster than the mist. The Rat King's eyes bulged. That filthy serpent was indeed after it. Utterly despicable. Its short legs pushed off with all its might, its body dodging to the side. Yet the venom and mist seemed to have GPS installed, curving in midair and still striking it. The Rat King let out a shriek, its furious roar laced with deep resentment. The Serpent King, witnessing this, also widened its eyes. What in the world was happening? I'm just passing through. You can go kill that big rat now. If you block me again, it'll get serious. Zhuang Ling said to the Serpent King, his tone dripping with murderous intent. The Serpent King looked at him, its injured tail still twitching. Then it turned its gaze to the Rat King's figure within the venomous mist and decisively abandoned Zhuang Ling, charging toward the Rat King. Zhuang Ling was indeed a tough opponent. In close combat, it could gain no advantage at all. Its most potent venom attack couldn't even hit him. It was simply too bizarre. If it had been earlier, the Serpent King might have hesitated. But now the Rat King was still trapped in the venomous mist. If it could kill the Rat King, that would be a huge gain. Zhuang Ling watched the great serpent turn its attack on the Rat King, a smile spreading across his face. The moment the Serpent King charged at the Rat King, a hissing sound arose, and all the snakes rushed toward the rat swarm. Even the dozen or so snakes that had been surrounding Zhuang Ning abandoned their attack and followed the main force. Zhuang Ning watched the sudden melee between the two sides and felt deeply discouraged. He had done nothing and had even almost been poisoned. Yet Zhuang Ling had not only fought the Serpent King, but also with a few words turned the snakes and rats against each other. Comparisons are odious. Don't compare yourself to others. I won't compare myself to that monster. Zhuang Ning quickly muttered to himself, trying to comfort his ego. Now that they were essentially safe, his tense emotions finally relaxed. What are you standing there for? Waiting to die? Zhuang Ling, not intending to linger, shot a sarcastic remark at Zhuang Ning, who was standing still muttering something. Zhuang Ning gave him a deep look, said nothing, and sprinted off. A few minutes later, Zhuang Ling and his companion had crossed the low hill and entered a narrow path. If we had fished in troubled waters back on the mountain, could we have gotten a lot of life cores? Now that they were completely safe, Zhuang Ning's mind began to stir with ideas. They won't fight for long. Zhuang Ling shook his head. He also wanted to take the chance to gather more life cores. But if the Serpent King didn't seize the opportunity to instantly kill the Rat King would surely flee and the battle wouldn't last long. If the Serpent King could kill the Rat King instantly, the remaining rats would scatter, and it would also be over quickly. Alright, let's rest a bit before moving on. I'm exhausted, can't take it anymore. Zhuang Ning looked at a village not far away and said wearily. Zhuang Ling nodded and headed toward the village. It was still dozens of kilometers to Guangshan City, so there was no great hurry. After all, he had no idea where exactly Yiyun was. As for knowing about Guangshan, it was from a conversation in his past life, when Yiyun mentioned she was from Guangshan. When the apocalypse broke out, she stayed in Guangshan for several years, and later, while transferring with the main force, she met Zhuang Ling on the way to Rorong province. Now only 2 months into the apocalypse, Yiyun was definitely still in Guangshan. However, Guangshan was a large place. If Yiyun was in hiding, the chance of finding her was like winning the lottery. Entering the village, the two randomly picked a house where there was only an elderly zombie. After a single slash killed it, Zhuang Ning flopped onto a wooden sofa. From the appearance of the rat swarm until now, though not much time had passed, it was truly exhausting. Not just physically but mentally as well. Zhuang Ling was also heavily drained. He sat down on a chair to recover. Genes activated 44. Evolution points 203. Strength 506. Speed 503. Spirit power 505. Skill limb regeneration. Talents Berserk Spirit Control, Level 2. Yesterday, Zhuang Ling's stats had already approached their limit. Although he could still forcibly allocate evolution points, he felt the same dangerous sensation as when he had reached the second-tier limit before. The last time he had tried that reckless move, it nearly cost Zhuang Ling his life. This time he would just train honestly to improve. It would only mean slower evolution speed. After all, his life was paramount. As for evolution points, even though Zhuang Ling had killed many zombies these past few days, he still hadn't gained much, barely covering his expenses. 200 evolution points could be gone after just 2 injuries. I must get more life cores when I reach Guangshan. Zhuang Ling sighed softly. He really felt a lack of security right now. At 6 in the evening, Zhuang Ning pulled out the last can of meat and tossed it to Zhuang Ling. This is the last one. You eat it, he said, though hunger gnawed at him as well. But for Zhuang Ling, a zombie, the pangs of starvation were far more agonizing than for any human. You have it. I thought I heard a dog barking earlier. Zhuang Ling tossed the can back and rose, striding out of the dwelling. He carried no pack, only his alloy short blade and a horizontal saber. He had barely walked a short distance from the house when a figure dashed past in the distance. A wolf. Zhuang Ling froze, staring at the grained white blur. How could a wolf be here? Had it escaped from a zoo? Curiosity piqued, he gave chase. But as he drew closer, he realized the creature wasn't a wolf at all. It was a husky. Yet after its evolution, its build had become far more imposing, almost lupine in its majesty. A late-stage second-tier husky, its strength was nothing to scoff at. Watching the direction it ran, Zhuang Ling made no move to startle it, quietly trailing behind. The husky trotted along, a few leafy greens clamped in its jaws, its silver-black eyes darting warily at its surroundings. Could this husky be a vegetarian? Zhuang Ling murmured, narrowing his eyes in amusement. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but once Zhuang Ling got a clear look at the husky, he couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was a bit dim-witted, downright goofy even, especially when it craned its neck to scan the area, shrinking back with a nervous tick. It only made it look more ridiculous. After trotting a few hundred meters, the husky halted at the gate of a house. It scanned the surroundings once more, set down the greens, then picked one up and began crunching away. But after barely a few chews, it spat the leaves out with a look of utter disgust. It even slammed a massive paw down on the leafy green, pounding it viciously. The vegetable, already mangled from its chewing, was now a sorry mess. After venting its frustration, the husky slyly tucked the ruined leaf back into the pile of pristine ones. Having done its mischief, the husky let out a howl toward the door. Moments later, the gate creaked open, and a girl of about 17 or 18 poked her head out, scanning the area cautiously. Sensing no danger, she sighed and looked at the husky with exasperation. "Chi-Chi, how many times do I have to tell you? Dogs don't howl like that." The husky clearly took offense at this. It threw its head back and let out another defiant howl. Fine, you're very handsome, but you're still a dog," the girl giggled, reaching out to ruffle the husky's massive head. Oh whoa, you're not a wolf. You're just a dog, really," the girl teased, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Oh whoa. The husky's face twisted into an almost human expression of indignation, and it even bared its teeth. "Not an ordinary dog, sure, but still a dog," she teased, bending down to pick up the vegetables. But spotting the ruined leaf mixed in with the others, she puffed out her cheeks and glared at the husky. "Chi-Chi, you put your chewed-up leaf in with my veggies again." Caught red-handed, the husky flashed a sly, mischievous grin and bolted straight into the yard. Zhuang Ling saw it with his own eyes. The damn thing actually grinned. "Chi-Chi, get back here," the girl yelled, though she carefully gathered the vegetables and shut the gate behind her. Watching from a distance, Zhuang Ling narrowed his eyes. This pair, a girl and her dog, was intriguing. A second-tier husky with intelligence on par with an adult human. And the girl, though radiating only first-tier energy, seemed to understand the language of beasts. As Zhuang Ling pondered this, the husky that had just gone inside suddenly vaulted over the wall. Its nose twitched, and it charged straight toward him. Zhuang Ling didn't retreat. Instead, he watched the approaching husky with keen interest. 10 meters away, the husky's eerie pupils locked onto Zhuang Ling. Its fur rippled gently in the breeze. "Is that girl your master?" Zhuang Ling asked softly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The husky said nothing, merely fixing him with a wary stare. In that moment, all traces of goofiness vanished. What remained was sheer, unyielding ferocity. Its teeth bared, it let out a low, guttural growl. "You can't beat me," Zhuang Ling chuckled, no longer concealing the aura of a peak third-tier powerhouse. The husky felt the crushing pressure radiating from him. It growled once more, but showed no sign of retreating. It knew full well it was no match for this zombie. But if it fled, what would become of its master? This zombie had followed it all this way, driven by nothing but a thirst for flesh and blood. Even if it meant its own death, it would never let this monster harm its master. "If you run now, I'll let you live," Zhuang Ling said, eyeing the husky with a sardonic smile. But those words only enraged the husky further. It snarled furiously at Zhuang Ling. Even without understanding the language of beasts, he could guess the husky wasn't saying anything pleasant. "If you don't know what's good for you, it'll just eat you first, then go after your master." Zhuang Ling's voice was cold as he studied the creature, genuinely curious to see what choice it would make. This husky was truly unique. Not a rare breed, no special ability awakened, just a purebred husky. But its intelligence was the highest he had ever encountered among beasts. The fire phoenix and the panda had met before, were clever in their own right, but neither could hold a candle to this one. And its blend of slyness and goofiness, it reminded him uncannily of Zhuang Ling. At those words, the husky's fur bristled in an instant. It let out a thunderous roar at Zhuang Ling, then cast one lingering glance at the girl's courtyard, a soft, reluctant whimper escaping its throat. Then its pupils snapped back to Zhuang Ling, radiating pure killing intent. Even knowing it stood no chance, it charged at him anyway. But from now on, it could no longer look after her. "You stupid dog. Aren't you afraid of death?" Zhuang Ling's grin widened as he watched the husky hurl itself at him with reckless abandon. To slow his advance, to buy the girl precious time to escape, it was willing to sacrifice itself. That first howl, it must have been a warning telling her to run while it bought her what little time it could. The husky let out another roar, its massive claws raised high. But Zhuang Ling didn't strike. Instead, he lightly tapped his toes and sidestepped the attack. After all, a dog this entertaining was far too precious to simply devour. "Interesting. Why not come work for me? I've already got one fool by my side." You'd make a perfect companion for him. Zhuang Ling chuckled, putting more distance between them. But the husky refused to let up, lunging after him with jaws wide, snapping wildly. Stupid dog, if you really piss me off, you're both dead, you know. Zhuang Ling still didn't strike back, evading the attack with calm composure as he spoke. But the husky seemed not to hear him, charging again with murderous intent. Zhuang Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Instead of dodging, he lashed out with a single kick. The kick connected squarely with the husky's body. It let out a pained yelp and went flying backward. Chi-chi. The moment the husky was sent hurtling through the air, the girl burst out from a side alley, racing toward it to catch it. Seeing that the girl hadn't left, the husky struggled to its feet. Ignoring the pain racking its body, it rushed toward her, placing itself between her and Zhuang Ling, baring its teeth in a fierce snarl. Whoa! The husky didn't look back at her, its bark urgent and anxious. If you want leave, then I want either, the girl declared, her small face set with unwavering determination, her gaze fixed on Zhuang Ling. Whoa! But if I leave, you'll die. The girl shook her head, then looking directly at Zhuang Ling, she suddenly spoke. You're different from the zombies I've seen before. Can we make a deal? Hearing her words, the husky grew even more frantic. It was a zombie after all. Even if it was different from the others, it was still one of them. Was she a living human trying to negotiate with a zombie? And not just any zombie. One with power she couldn't possibly resist. Oh, and what deal did you have in mind? Zhuang Ling asked, snapping out of his brief stupor to focus on the girl. Though he spoke to her, his gaze remained fixed on the husky. You need flesh and blood. I won't resist. But you have to let Shi go. Her voice was firm, completely disregarding the husky's frantic barking. Shi. That's its name. Zhuang Ling didn't answer, instead pointing at the husky. Yes. Are you its master? I am. At her answer, Zhuang Ling was silent for a moment. Then he looked at the husky and said, Silly dog, don't take this girl to Guangshan. You're still too weak. With that, he turned and walked away. The husky was stunned, not understanding the meaning behind his words. But seeing him leave without a fight, it breathed a sigh of relief. As for going to Guangshan, this place was safe enough. Why would they need to go there? Besides, if you're leaving, just leave. Why did you have to mock me? The girl had braced herself to be devoured, only to watch Zhuang Ling walk away after merely asking for the dog's name. Was the husky's reputation really that formidable? Before the girl could even process what had happened, the husky was already barking frantically at her. I risked my life to buy you time, and you still won't run. Are you stupid? Though the husky's barks were scolding, there was a deep sense of gratitude hidden within. You could have run, but you didn't. Are you stupid? The girl glanced at the husky, then looked at Zhuang Ling's retreating figure. Whoa. Why can you sacrifice yourself for me, but I can't do the same for you? Whoa. Hearing the exchange between the girl and the dog behind him, Zhuang Ling sighed softly. He didn't know this husky named Shi, but he did know of a dog king named Shi. Shi was a foolish, mischievous husky, but Shi was a sovereign who commanded wolves and tigers. In his past life, Shi was the most enigmatic of beasts. Though it held no great fondness for humans, it never slaughtered them. In fact, if it ever saw a human in trouble, it would occasionally lend a paw. Rumors said Shi had devoured its own master. It was a being of both good and evil, unpredictable and acting purely on whims. Zhuang Ling had only heard tales, never seen it himself. But Yan had seen it. She had witnessed the entire process of Shi consuming its master. Shi, when I die, devour me. I want to stay with you. I don't want to become a zombie. These were the girl's final words. She died moments later, slain by a zombie. Following her final wish, Shi consumed her. Thus Shi was born. As for why he let Shi go today, it wasn't because of this future secret. It was because Shi had once saved Yiyun. A debt she couldn't repay, he would settle in her stead. Almost every household in the village kept animals, chickens, ducks, dogs, so it wasn't too difficult to find what he needed. When Zhuang Ling returned to their temporary residence carrying 2 chickens, he found Zhang Ning had already started a crackling campfire. You're roasting again, Zhuang Ling said, exasperated by the sight of his busy friend. Of course, the aroma of a good roast is unbeatable. Zhang Ning, seeing the 2 chickens, grinned and pulled out a stash of seasonings, salt, cumin, chili powder, the holy trinity of barbecue. Zhuang Ling shot him a look of pure disdain at his smug expression, then tossed the chickens his way. Ever since Head roasted that tiger meat, the guy had become completely obsessed with barbecue. When they hit a convenience store, Head skipped the food aisle and head straight for the spices. He even had a pack of hot pot base in his bag. Didn't you have a can of something? Can that compare to barbecue? Zhang Ning didn't even look at him, simply taking the short blade from Zhuang Ling and heading off to clean the chickens. Zhuang Ling didn't stop him. Joy was a rare commodity in this apocalypse. If he were to take away Zhang Ning's simple pleasures, he feared the man might just sink into despair. Though given Zhang Ning's personality, the chances of that were slim. But ever since they'd met, Zhang Ning had indeed become more and more cheerful. Sometimes Zhuang Ling wondered if that cold, domineering figure from their first encounter was really the same person as this goofball. Soon Zhang Ning returned with the 2 clean chickens. Medium rare again this time, he asked, deftly placing them over the flames and sprinkling on the seasonings. Medium rare is too much. A bit rarer. You got it. Zhuang Ling devoured more than half of the 2 chickens, while Zhang Ning barely managed half of one. Still, these chickens were much larger than their pre-apocalypse counterparts, so it was enough to stave off hunger. At 7:30 p.m. as darkness began to fall, Zhuang Ling decided to travel through the night to reach Guangshan sooner. Without battles there were no resources. Without resources there were no evolution points. His strength was growing far too slowly. As they were about to leave the village, Zhuang Ling spotted the husky again, watching him warily from a distance. A wolf. Zhang Ning squinted at the blurry figure, asking in surprise. Know your brother. What? A husky? Zhuang Ling laughed heartily. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how similar their personalities were. You son of a... Zhang Ning's anger flared instantly. If I could beat you, I swear I'd beat you to a pulp. Zhuang Ling stopped joking and called out to the husky, silly dog, remember this. Don't go to Guangshan before you reach the 4th order. The 4th order was a threshold. Cross it, and a whole new world awaited. He didn't linger. He turned and left. The husky's large eyes were filled with confusion. Why did this zombie keep warning it to stay away from Guangshan? As for being called a silly dog, whatever. It wasn't like it could beat him in a fight anyway. Tell me the truth, Zhang Ning said, staring intently at Zhuang Ling. Did you awaken the power of prophecy? Yes, Zhuang Ling replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. Your forehead has a dark aura, a sign of impending doom. But if you stay in your place as my loyal subordinate, I can break the curse for you. Impending doom? Are you serious? Zhang Ning raised an eyebrow, his tone turning serious. Believe it or not. Zhuang Ling shrugged, picked up his pace, and headed towards Guangshan. Hey, you can't just leave it at that. I'm not really cursed, am I? Zhang Ning quickly followed, but a moment later, he felt like something about that sentence was off. The two bickered the whole way. By 3 a.m., they finally reached the outskirts of Guangshan City, and there the number of zombies increased dramatically. Yin, I'm here. Where are you? Zhuang Ling looked at the hazy silhouette of Guangshan in the night and let out a soft. In her previous life, Yi Yun encountered that husky when it was only at the 3rd tier. Now it was already at the late 2nd tier, meaning it wouldn't be long before they met again and fell into danger. But he had previously warned the husky not to come to Guangshan before reaching the 4th tier. If the husky actually listened to him and stayed away from Guangshan at the 3rd tier, and he couldn't find Yi Yun anymore, then she would be in grave danger. Realizing this, Zhuang Ling suddenly regretted why he had warned the husky. Actually, even without Yi Yun's involvement, Zhuang Ling wouldn't have killed the husky. After all, Zhuang Ling was still quite interested in it. But earlier, thinking about repaying some kind of debt, he had indirectly placed Yi Yun in even greater peril. This mouth of mine. Zhuang Ling wished he could slap himself hard. Why hadn't he thought of this problem at the time? Now it was fine. The debt was repaid, but the person was nearly done for. I'm such an idiot. Zhuang Ling muttered regretfully, his heart growing more anxious. Now he had no clue at all. Guangshan was so vast, how could he search? What, you've discovered your true nature? Zhang Ning looked at his gloomy expression and joked lightly, trying to lift his spirits. I must find her in the shortest possible time. But Zhuang Ling had no intention of joking, staring at the zombies wandering in the night and sighing in melancholy. From his rebirth until now, Zhuang Ling had made many mistakes, but at this moment he felt regret like never before. At first, unable to accept the fact that he had become a zombie, he unconditionally helped humans, hoping to gain their recognition. At that time, he was no longer the Zhuang Ling of his previous life. Later, even after recognizing his identity as a zombie, he was even less himself. He was now just a zombie. Helping others at the expense of himself was not the way of a zombie, nor was it Zhuang Ling's way. But the zombie Zhuang Ling had done exactly that before. Yin, wait for me. I will find you. Although Zhuang Ling was anxious, he knew that panicking was useless. What he could do now was analyze the route the husky had taken. Starting from Nan'an, if the husky's destination wasn't Guangshan, it would have taken the shortest path through Guangshan City. And after Yi Yun encountered the husky, she fell into a life-or-death crisis. The danger that could prevent a 3rd-tier husky from protecting its master had to be at least 4th tier. Route, strength, high tier. These keywords connected the whole incident. At this time, Zhuang Ling was certain that his evolution speed was absolutely in the 1st tier. Though he might not be the fastest due to pursuing limits, his strength was definitely the greatest. Then should we go find your little girlfriend now? Zhang Ning asked softly, looking at Zhuang Ling. I want. Then let's go. Zhang Ning said, stepping forward. But I don't know the address. Zhuang Ling shook his head helplessly. You don't know where your girlfriend lives? Zhang Ning was stunned and looked at him speechlessly. When did I say she was my girlfriend? Zhuang Ling rolled his eyes and walked toward a commercial building with a rolled-down shutter door. Let's rest first. Tomorrow we'll start searching and hunting. Zhuang Ling had now regained his composure. Improving his strength as quickly as possible would allow him to find Yi Yun faster. After meditating for a few hours, the sky began to lighten. Time to set out. Zhuang Ling let out a soft breath and woke Zhang Ning. Before the sun had risen, their figures appeared on the street. Acting like street cleaners, they cleared the zombies from the road. While eliminating zombies, Zhuang Ling wondered if he could summon many zombies to help him search. But after testing, he was disappointed to find that once beyond a certain distance, his control over zombies became very weak. And they were all mindless creatures that couldn't help him. He searched for any clue about Yi Yun while killing zombies. After a whole day, not a trace of Yi Yun was seen, nor even a single living person. They did harvest quite a few life cores. Zhang Ning kept only enough for himself and gave the rest to Zhuang Ling. 156 first-tier life cores, 21 second-tier life cores, and 1 third-tier life core. Though 271 evolution points were credited, Zhuang Ling was not happy. If he could get any news of Yi Yun, he would rather have gained no life cores today. At night, Zhuang Ling sat by a window in a tall building, gazing at the street below, silently devouring life cores. Where are you? Please appear soon. Worrying won't help. You don't even know her exact location. You have to search slowly. It's only the first day, maybe you'll find her tomorrow. Zhang Ning looked at Zhuang Ling's desolate face, saw him tossing life cores into his mouth, like candy, and tried to comfort him with concern. Zhuang Ling responded, and continued devouring life cores. The energy from first-tier life cores was now thin for Zhuang Ling, but quantity could lead to quality. Under constant consumption, the data that had been stuck began to show signs of improvement. But Zhuang Ling was not feeling well either. Not just mentally but physically as well. Although evolution points were credited the moment he swallowed a life core, the energy contained within had not yet been digested and absorbed, accumulating inside his body. Zhuang Ling could feel a faint swelling sensation in every inch of his skin. Even so, he did not stop devouring, constantly tossing life cores into his mouth. Only after all the life cores were consumed did he stand up and begin to exercise. During the process, Zhang Ning occasionally spoke to him, trying to make him stop. After all, the energy in his body was already somewhat chaotic. But Zhuang Ling only answered with grunts, his hands never ceasing. Watching Zhuang Ling start his workout, Zhang Ning sighed helplessly. That girl must mean a lot to him. Through the window, he glanced at the dark street, and then began his own training. Though he could not match Zhuang Ling, he could not afford to fall too far behind. Zhuang Ling had already taught him all the methods for strength training. 3 days ago, he had finally broken through to the mid-third tier, and now he was even not far from the late third tier. The next morning, Zhuang Ling awoke from meditation and set out again. For 3 consecutive days, they searched incessantly, encountering 2 survivors, but finding no trace of Yi Yun. Genes, unlocked 44. Evolution points 1095. Strength, 508. Speed, 508. Mental power, 508. Skill, limb repair. Talent, frenzy, spirit control, level 2. After 3 days of frenzied hunting within dozens of kilometers, there were almost no tiered zombies or beasts left. Evolution points had finally exceeded 1,000. But the 3 attributes were stubbornly stuck at the last point, unable to increase further. Where are you? Where exactly are you? Zhuang Ling murmured as he watched the sun set again. Usually, if any blood stained his body, he would clean it thoroughly. But now he was covered in dried bloodstains, mostly from zombies, but also from humans. Finding someone who's hiding in a city isn't that easy, Zhang Ning said with a soft sigh, looking at his current state. I know. It's just hard not to be anxious, Zhuang Ling nodded, his voice calm. Yet his heart was in turmoil. Though Guangshan's size couldn't compare to Nan'an, it was still a prefecture-level city, not to mention the outskirts and rural areas. The area they had searched so far wasn't even a tenth of the whole. Zhuang Ling still had to head to Dongning. He couldn't stay in Guangshan forever. Moreover, the time when Yi Yun would encounter danger was drawing ever closer. We can't keep searching aimlessly like this. Let's prioritize finding survivor settlements. The quickest way to gather clues and intelligence was to go where people gathered. Otherwise, searching on his own would take an unknown amount of time. Even if encountering survivors meant a fight, Zhuang Ling no longer cared. He had no time to waste. The 3 attributes couldn't be improved in the short term, so to enhance combat power further, he could only upgrade his Spirit Tamer. Spirit Tamer level 2 000 can control up to 100 gene range 10 meters. Upgrade. With a flicker of thought, Zhuang Ling's life core trembled slightly, and a surge of energy materialized out of thin air, merging into the chaotic-colored sigil. The next moment, the fatigue that had weighed on Zhuang Ling's spirit over the past few days eased considerably. Even his mental strength was affected, rising by 1 point to reach its limit of 509. Spirit Tamer level 3 000 can control up to 1,000 gene range 100 meters. Sensing the changes in his Spirit Tamer, Zhuang Ling turned his gaze to Jiang Ning. Alright, so tomorrow, well, Jiang Ning, who was just thinking about searching for survivor settlements the next day, suddenly felt a tremendous force press against his body, enveloping him. His body was then lifted off the ground, held suspended in midair. Your ability has advanced. Jiang Ning's eyes widened in utter astonishment. He had initially thought they were under attack. But upon realizing the force held no ill intent towards him, he knew it had to be Zhuang Ling's doing. But before, he could only control short blades and small objects. Now he could control a living person. Jiang Ning felt the power binding him, let out a soft shout, and gave his body a sudden violent shake, trying to break free. Though he wasn't using his full strength, the force he exerted was easily several hundred gene. However, it only caused the binding to waver slightly, not dissipate. Damn, how is this power so strong? Zhuang Ling exclaimed again, gathering all his strength for another struggle. But Zhuang Ling simply deactivated the spirit tamer. There was no need to test it. The spirit tamer's limit of 1,000 gene could withstand attacks of only about 800 gene. Even so, it was terrifying. Considering he was only at the 3rd rank, if this were a normal awakened talent, controlling 300 to 500 gene would already be exceptional. Moreover, that kind of telekinetic power demanded more mental energy. Telekinesis itself is a continuous process of consuming mental energy and converting it into force. Duration and control distance all consumed mental energy. But with the current spirit tamer, the mental energy consumed during use was minimal, and within the 100-meter limit, consumption didn't increase with distance. The only major drain Zhuang Ling had to endure was the duration of use. However, seeing that the next evolution required 100 evolution points, Zhuang Ling felt like cursing, though he had guessed as much based on previous evolution requirements. But seeing that number now still filled him with a sense of helplessness. 10000 points. Who knows when he'd ever accumulate that many? Evolution points were becoming harder to come by, and limb regeneration also demanded a huge amount of them. Furthermore, after days of relentless slaughter, Zhuang Ling noticed that even Berserk was showing signs of evolution. Knowing the system's nature, if Berserk could truly evolve, it would definitely require evolution points. And he could potentially advance to the 4th rank at any moment. Once he evolved, he might awaken another ability. Sometimes having too many abilities is a happy kind of trouble. Right now, Zhuang Ling was experiencing both pain and pleasure. After all, behind formidable strength lies a terrifying consumption of resources. Up to now, if the resources Zhuang Ling had consumed were given to others, they could probably nurture 3 or 4 3rd-rank awakener. Although those 3rd-rank awakener are the kind Zhuang Ling could crush with one hand. And not everyone could even absorb that many resources. Take Zhuang Ning, for example. He absorbed energy frantically every day, yet consumed less than half the resources Zhuang Ling did. Even so, this guy still pushed himself into agony daily, often suffering from energy indigestion. Aren't you still not evolved? Wait, how did your ability advance then? Zhuang Ning asked curiously, feeling the spirit tamer's power vanish. Who told you abilities can only advance alongside your own evolution? Zhuang Ling glanced at him, composed himself, pulled out a bottle of mineral water, and began washing the bloodstains from his skin. Huh, isn't that right? Zhuang Ning was stunned, scratching his head. Are you stupid? Zhuang Ling gave him a look of disdain and continued. An ability's strength is closely tied to your own power, but advancing the ability itself can be done by constantly analyzing and understanding its nature to train it independently. It can be done that way. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhuang Ning nodded in sudden realization. So that's how it worked. You didn't ask. If I don't ask, you don't tell? As my big brother, shouldn't you care more about your little brother? If you don't ask, how am I supposed to know you don't know? Regardless of whether you know, I don't know, you should. Go to hell. Zhuang Ling, hearing him sound like he was reciting a tongue twister, cut him off directly and turned to leave. Am I joking around with you? Want to hear another tongue twister? That night, Zhuang Ning began studying his ability, constantly shifting the form of his energy shield until all his energy was depleted and he was forced to stop and rest for recovery. After these days of fighting, Zhuang Ning's strength had reached the late 3rd rank. Another step forward, and he could research how to break through to the 4th rank. The next day, Zhuang Ling changed into a fresh set of clothes, put on sunglasses, and set out to find survivor settlements. Concealing his scarlet pupils and suppressing his aura, it would be tough for anyone weaker than him to identify him as a zombie. Zhuang Ning had it even easier. He just needed to cover the left side of his face. Around 4 p.m., Zhuang Ning tugged at the gauze wrapped around his left cheek and grumbled, "This is so uncomfortable. Why haven't we found a survivor settlement yet? I want to find one quickly too." Zhuang Ling shrugged, looking at the number of zombies on the streets and concluding this area was a dead end. There were too many zombies. Survivors couldn't possibly be active nearby. Even if there were survivors around, they'd be hiding and probably knew even less than the 2 of them. Adhering to the principle of wasting being a sin, Zhuang Ling collected 35 first-rank life cores and 1 second-rank life core. The 2 searched until around 10 p.m. when they suddenly spotted a residential complex whose entrance was blocked by vehicles. Moreover, there were very few zombies around, only some dried bloodstains on the ground, but no corpses. A man-made barricade. There are survivors here. Zhuang Ning's spirits lifted instantly at the sight of the cars and the blocked entrance.